Chapter 1. The Forbidden Fruit. In the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, the radiant glow of the setting sun cascades into the ninja academy, enveloping it in an air of serene elegance. Yet amidst this tranquility, one child stands out as a stark anomaly. Shadow Clone Technique. Poof! A puff of white smoke billows forth, yet no clone materializes. Another failure. A faint smile of resignation graces Yuya's face. He has been in this world for several years now. This is a realm inhabited by ninjas, and Yuya once harbored dreams of becoming a prodigy, dazzling the ninja world with his brilliance. However, the reality is that his body struggles to harness chakra, let alone master ninjutsu. His chakra reserves are but a fraction of those possessed by his peers, and he cannot even succeed in performing the most basic of techniques, regardless of the effort he exerts. While it is true that specializing in taijutsu offers powerful forbidden techniques like the 8 gates, which could even rival the likes of Madara Uchiha, what I seek is not ephemeral glory, but everlasting brilliance. Yuya gazes wistfully at the heavens. Oh, heavens, must you toy with him so? Sigh. With the second great ninja war looming just 2 years away, I will be utterly defenseless. Not even a Genin, let alone a Chunin or Jnin, will be capable of safeguarding themselves. Yuya sighs again. He arrived in this world on the eve of the second great ninja war, an ill-timed juncture indeed. At merely 8 years of age, his time is running perilously short. In 2 years, without sufficient self-defense capabilities, he faces a fate akin to that of mere cannon fodder in the impending conflict. Yuya has no desire to become a scapegoat. Enough of this brooding. I should head to the back mountain and continue training in taijutsu. Even if ninjutsu eludes me, I cannot afford to give up easily. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Yuya rises and strides toward the woods behind the school. As he walks, he occasionally catches the curious gazes of other students from the ninja academy. I hear that guy hasn't successfully mastered a single ninjutsu yet. He probably won't even pass the graduation assessment. Indeed, a child from a minor ninja village can never hope to compare with us Konohaban geniuses. Whispers and derisive glances surround him, yet Yuya remains unfazed. A group of insignificant children. When the second great ninja war begins in 2 years, they will learn the true meaning of despair. However, one must admit, his luck has indeed been rather unfortunate. Merely arriving in this world and becoming a standard ninja of Konoha would have sufficed. Yuya would even have been content to belong to a prominent clan like the Senju or Uchiha, as long as he had a normal family. Alas, the bitter truth is that he has no family at all. Yuya was not born in Konoha. He hails from a small ninja village that has been annihilated by Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Yuya may very well be its sole survivor, discovered and brought back to Konoha by its ninjas. As an outsider, even as a child, he finds himself unwelcome in Konoha, subjected to cold stares everywhere he goes. Yet Yuya has grown accustomed to it. Arriving at a small grove behind the school, he approaches a wooden post. The top of this post bears a distinct dent, a result of countless sidekicks and punches he has inflicted upon it, painstakingly carved out over time. Even without the talent for ninjutsu, Yuya has never entertained the thought of giving up. Gazing at the bandages wrapped around his hands and feet, he takes a deep breath and suddenly delivers a kick to the dent in the post. 1, 2, 3, 35, 36. Sweat pours down like rain. Soon, an overwhelming fatigue washes over him, particularly around his ankles, which begin to ache, throb, and swell. Yet Yuya presses on, gritting his teeth in determination. In this desolate space, as darkness approaches, he diligently trains in taijutsu. If he cannot master ninjutsu, then taijutsu is his sole avenue for advancement, demanding efforts that far surpass those of his peers. Huff, huff. Gradually, Yuya's breaths grow more labored, his clothes thoroughly drenched in perspiration, droplets cascading to the ground. Finally, when his legs begin to tingle and he feels unsteady, he pauses. Time for a break. Next, 500 straight punches, followed by 200 side kicks. Yuya sits down briefly, gazing at the last remnants of sunlight on the horizon, a hint of relaxation gracing his features. If only he could enjoy such moments daily, relishing the beauty of the scenery amidst his training. But alas, with the specter of the Second Great Ninja War, the Third Great Ninja War, and even the Fourth Great Ninja War looming overhead, tranquility is a luxury he cannot afford. Just as Yuya prepares to rise and resume his training after a short rest, he suddenly halts in astonishment. For he notices, as the final rays of sunlight fade, a peculiar shadow cast in a certain direction within the grove. What could that be? A flicker of curiosity dances across Yuya's face. The shadow is small, resembling an apple. Could there be some delectable fruit hidden within this grove? Driven by intrigue, Yuya cautiously approaches the source of the shadow. As the sky darkens, he retrieves a ninja tool for illumination and continues onward. After a short distance, he halts before a patch of grass, his expression suddenly blank, as though he has seen a ghost. Clang! In shock, his illuminating tool slips from his grasp and clatters to the ground. The light vanishes, plunging the surroundings into darkness. What is this? Yuya quickly crouches down, groping around until he retrieves the lamp, shining it towards the grass. His expression remains in a state of bewilderment. At last, Yuya cautiously extends his hand to retrieve the object hidden within the grass. It is a peculiar fruit. Bizarre in appearance, any inhabitant of the Naruto world would likely mistake it for a toxic fruit and discard it without a second thought. Yet Yuya is different. As an anime enthusiast, he recognizes it instantly. A devil fruit. How could this thing possibly exist in the Naruto world? Staring at the exquisitely crafted fruit in his hand, which bears no semblance of being a counterfeit, Yuya's face registers pure astonishment. This defies all logic. Could it truly just be some poisonous fruit that fortuitously grew into such a shape? The thought flits through his mind. Yet Yuya quickly shakes his head in denial. No, it is far too similar, far too convincing to be anything but genuine. Chapter 2. The Shock Release Bloodline Limit. Ultimately, despite the impossibility of the situation, Yuya grits his teeth and takes a bite of the fruit that resembles the devil fruit. 1 second, 2 seconds. No changes manifest in his body. Seems like it's not a toxic fruit, but it also appears to lack any special abilities. Yuya stands there, a hint of disappointment creeping into his expression. He cannot ascertain the ability of the fruit he just consumed, as his memories of this world have begun to blur over time. Yet as of now, he feels no sign of an ability awakening, leading him to believe that it was merely a whimsical notion that the fruit simply fortuitously grew to resemble that of the devil fruit. Forget it. After shaking his head, Yuya returns to the wooden post where he had been training, lights the lamp, and prepares to begin his 500 straight punches. However, just as Yuya clenches his fist, ready to strike the post, a look of astonishment crosses his face. What is this? In that instant, he senses a faint flow of chakra within his body, accompanied by a delicate white aura enveloping his fist. In the next moment, Yuya suddenly realizes. A look of uncontainable excitement spreads across his face. Could this be the ability from the devil fruit I just consumed? Wait, this white aura feels so familiar. Could it be? In his exhilaration, Yuya's eyes widen in disbelief, akin to one struck by a windfall. This white aura, though faint, must indeed be the ability. With this thought, Yuya, brimming with enthusiasm, strikes the wooden post with a powerful punch. Buzz! As his fist approaches the post, the faint white aura explodes around it. Crack! A barely audible sound emanates from the point of contact, reminiscent of ice or glass shattering, as fine cracks ripple through the air. It is an eerie sight. The air appears to shatter like glass. Then, a surge of shockwave surges forth, crashing into the wooden post, which has already been deeply indented by Yuya's previous strikes. Crack! The post splinters, forcibly severed at the point of impact. Retrieving his fist, Yuya can no longer contain his elation. There is no doubt about it. This is the ability, one of the most powerful fruits in the world of One Piece. The Tremor Fruit. The individual who consumes the Genkai gains the extraordinary ability to unleash vibrations at will, whether they manifest as air quakes, seismic tremors, or oceanic shocks. When fully realized, this power could even possess the capability to obliterate the world itself. In that moment, Yuya was far too exhilarated to ponder the perplexing appearance of the devil fruit in the realm of Naruto. With immense enthusiasm, he clenched his fists, observing the faint white glow emanating from them, his face awash with excitement and surprise. With this newfound power, he mused, what need is there for the mastery of ninjutsu? After a considerable interval, Yuya gradually regained his composure. Although it is indeed remarkable to have acquired the power of the Dunjun Gusher, it seems to differ slightly from my expectations, he reflected thoughtfully, approaching the base of a towering tree. The wooden stake he had previously utilized lay shattered, leaving him no choice but to experiment with this grand tree instead. Huh! With a firm resolve, Yuya uttered a soft exclamation and tightened his fist. Buzz! Once again, the white light manifested, albeit rather dimly. In the next instant, Yuya swung his fist toward the trunk with sudden force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. Yet his fist never made contact with the bark. It halted a few inches away, but the sensation conveyed to Yuya was akin to having struck something tangible. This exemplifies the air vibration power of the Dunjun Gusher, allowing the air to be treated as if it were a solid entity, and with further development, it could potentially shatter the fabric of space itself. Crack! Delicate fissures spread through the air, resembling the very fracturing of space itself. However, these cracks were exceedingly fine. The massive tree, as thick as a person's embrace, quivered slightly under the force of the shockwave, shedding a few leaves in the process. TSK. It is clear that immediately upon acquisition, one cannot expect to shatter everything with a single punch. Diligent training and continual development are essential, Yuya acknowledged, nodding in agreement while a peculiar expression crossed his face. For just moments ago, as he wielded the Dunjun Gusher's abilities, he distinctly sensed a slight depletion of chakra within him. Of course, it was an exceedingly minute expenditure. Could it be that the Dunjun Gusher's powers in the Naruto universe are intricately linked to chakra, transforming into something akin to a Dingdun bloodline limit? With this query lingering in his mind, Yuya resumed his meticulous testing. After a while, he began to comprehend the nature of the power he had obtained. The Dunjun Gusher, which Yuya now termed Jidun bloodline limit, enabled the vibrations to imbue his punches, taijutsu, and even thrown shuriken and kunai. Yet, the magnitude of this power was directly correlated to his physical strength. In simpler terms, the stronger his body, the greater the vibrational force he could unleash. If Yuya could unlock the 8th gate of the 8 gates, entering the state of the 8 gates formation, it would not be inconceivable for him to shatter the moon with a single blow. Moreover, while the vibrational force consumed chakra, the expenditure was negligible. The chakra required to exert this vibrational force was even less than that of a drank ninjutsu, and despite Yuya's relatively poor constitution, he felt no strain in unleashing it. Thus, the issue of chakra remained a non-concern. Yuya's primary focus must be on enhancing his physical strength and honing his taijutsu. The stronger his body, the more potent the vibrational force he could wield. At present, Yuya's punches could merely cause the tree, as thick as his embrace, to tremble slightly, dislodging a few leaves. The prospect of shattering even a crank ninjutsu seemed a daunting challenge, a level of power that clearly did not satisfy Yuya. He yearned to grow stronger. There are indeed numerous forbidden techniques to bolster physical strength: the Sage Mode, the overwhelming power of the 3rd Raikage lightning techniques, and the 8 gates. With each thought, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yuya's eyes, but ultimately, he could only smile wryly. For he possessed none of these techniques at present, and acquiring them would prove exceedingly difficult. With this in mind, Yuya resolved to cease his wandering thoughts and instead focus on diligently enhancing his physical strength. Once he had achieved sufficient power, he could gradually seek out these forbidden techniques. As he prepared to resume his training, a sudden flash of insight ignited in Yuya's mind. Chapter 3. Kushina. The wielder of a devil fruit possesses a significant flaw, an aversion to seawater and sea stone. Although this world lacks sea stone, the fear of water itself poses a considerable challenge. With this consideration, Yuya resolved to conduct a test. Returning to his modest dwelling, He procured a wooden tuban, exceedingly simplistic vessel, typically used for bathing. As an outsider, Yuya was grateful for the accommodation provided by Konoha, so the basic furnishings of his room were of little consequence to him. After filling the tub with water, he shed his garments and leapt into it, crouching down to immerse his entire body. While ordinary water lacks the severe restrictions of seawater, in the original narrative, those who wielded devil fruits often experienced weakness and lethargy when submerged. 1 second, 2 seconds. As a minute elapsed, Yuya felt no signs of weakness whatsoever. Suddenly rising to his feet, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Ordinary water poses no adverse effects at all? Although surprised, Yuya still felt a sense of strangeness and confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be seawater? Or perhaps, recalling from memory, those who consumed the devil fruit would be cursed by the sea, becoming incapable of swimming. However, that curse pertained to the world of One Piece. Yet, this was the world of Naruto. Despite not understanding how that devil fruit had manifested here, it seemed improbable that any curse related to the sea existed in this realm. Thus, even if one feared water, it should be the seawater of the One Piece world that instilled such fear. This implied that the power of the Tremor Fruit in this world was no longer a mere devil fruit. Rather, it had transformed into the bloodline limit of Tremor Release. This realization brought a smile to his face. With that, Yuya decided to take a bath, washing away the sweat accumulated from his training. Today had been filled with surprises and unexpected events. He needed to unwind to calm his mind. Just as he finished washing up and stepped out of the tub, preparing to don his clothes, a sudden creak echoed through the air. The door to Yuya's home swung open unexpectedly, revealing a small red-haired head peeking inside. It was a figure he recognized well, Kushina Uzumaki. "Yuya, are you home?" Her voice trailed off, abruptly halting. At that moment, the 8 or 9-year-old Kushina's small face froze in astonishment. Yuya was equally taken aback. The door had not been locked solely to ascertain whether he harbored a fear of water. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The primary concern was that it had already turned dark, and who could have anticipated that Kushina would unexpectedly arrive at his home? At last, upon regaining her composure, Kushina let out a piercing scream and swiftly slammed the door shut. "You scoundrel, Yuya! How dare you? Just you wait. You will pay for this at school tomorrow." Her voice, filled with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, echoed down the street, causing it to tremble. Yuya remained expressionless. "Damn it. This has nothing to do with me at all. Furthermore, is it necessary to shout outside at such a late hour? Well, I guess I want to be going to school tomorrow." With a pained expression, Yuya donned his attire and opened the door. Indeed, he found Kushina still standing outside, her face flushed with indignation and embarrassment. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yuya hastily shifted the topic. It was late at night, and her visit surely held some significance. Yuya and Kushina were both children from distant villages, arriving in Konoha around the same time. Upon discovering that she was the Kushina Izumaki from the original tale, Yuya felt an innate affinity towards her, prompting him to intentionally draw closer. Consequently, they quickly forged a bond of friendship. However, their circumstances were starkly contrasting. Kushina, destined to be the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, hailed from the Uzumaki clan, which had allied ties with Konoha. The previous Jinchuriki was none other than Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Being a member of the same clan, Mito naturally took great care of Kushina, affording her a privileged status that allowed her to even jest with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In contrast, Yuya's situation was rather tragic. Lacking any background and originating from a small, mistrusted ninja village now obliterated, he found himself at the mercy of Konoha's shinobi, who remained wary and unwelcoming towards him. When Kushina first arrived in Konoha, she too was alone, bereft of parental support. However, as Yuya grew closer to her, he frequently offered assistance and care. Yet, Kushina's identity was more complex than that of a mere girl from a foreign village, leading to a gradual shift in their dynamic. The one receiving aid transitioned from Kushina to Yuya. Despite this change, Kushina never harbored any disdain for Yuya. Rather, she willingly continued to support him. During her initial, most solitary days in Konoha, it was Yuya who alleviated her loneliness, providing warmth and helping her regain her cheerful spirit. Thus, even when others regarded Yuya as a mere failure incapable of performing ninjutsu, Kushina never discriminated against him. "Here, I brought you something in case you get into trouble tomorrow," she said, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she shot him a fierce glare, handing him a small package. Upon hearing her remark, Yuya recalled the practical examination scheduled at the Ninja Academy the following day. While one-on-one assessments were typically safe under the watchful eyes of Chunin instructors, Yuya's case was different. The Chunin had little regard for him as an outsider, adopting a nonchalant attitude towards his safety, which often resulted in him sustaining injuries. "Thank you," he said, scratching his nose as he gratefully accepted the package. A glance inside revealed it contained various healing ointments and remedies. In her heart, Yuya silently expressed her gratitude. Yet the corners of her mouth twitched inexplicably. Why did it feel so peculiar? "Who asked for your thanks?" "I couldn't care less." Kushina remained preoccupied with the earlier incident, her delicate face still adorned with a hint of charming blush as she pouted at Yuya. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yuya couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly envisioning that if it were Kushina exposed instead of herself, she would likely be pursued throughout the entire Hidden Leaf Village by a furious Kushina. In any case, even if you cannot cultivate ninjutsu, I shall always safeguard your future. If you cannot win, do not feign strength, simply concede. With a small fist extended towards Yuya, Kushina, in her typical tsundere fashion, playfully gestured before breaking into a giggle and sprinting away, her figure gradually fading into the darkness. Yuya stared blankly at Kushina's silhouette, then suddenly came to a realization. Surrender outright? She would always protect him. Goodness, wasn't this akin to living off her generosity? Chapter 4. Ninja Academy. Yuya displayed a visage of profound frustration. Though he had previously struggled with his ninjutsu talents, he was far from being a mere dependent. With a heart full of grievances, upon returning to his chamber, he eschewed rest and instead embarked on a fervent regimen of training. 126, 127, 231, 232. As he mentally counted, beads of sweat cascaded from his brow, saturating the ground beneath him. His arms grew increasingly stiff and heavy, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet before him, visions of the ninja world war materialized, intertwined with memories of a past life marked by mediocrity and an untimely demise. His arms had succumbed to numbness, relying solely on sheer willpower to extract every ounce of strength from his body, striving to shatter his physical limits. Previously, he had managed a maximum of 276 repetitions. This time, gritting his teeth, he persevered to 320. However, his arms were utterly devoid of sensation. Determined to reach 350, he ultimately faltered at 345, collapsing helplessly onto the floor, gasping for breath. Yet this time, Yuya had undeniably exceeded his previous performance, breaking through his body's limits. Henceforth, he set his sights on increasing his target by 100. Without such rigorous training, it would be impossible to catch up with the likes of Kai in the original narrative. Despite his arms being nearly immobile, not a trace of despondency flickered in Yuya's eyes. Instead, they glimmered with unwavering resolve. After a brief respite, he mustered the strength to begin squats, determined to surpass his previous count by 100. With this objective in mind, he commenced a relentless cycle of descending and rising. The sweat poured forth in torrents, and ultimately, he achieved 160 more squats than before, exceeding his established goal. Exhausted, he could muster no more strength, and on his final ascent, his body fell onto the bed, succumbing to slumber until the following day. Thanks to his habitual extreme training, even after a day of exhaustive exertion, he could recuperate swiftly. After all, this world was one of ninjas, despite Yuya's struggles with chakra refinement and his lackluster ninjutsu talents. There remained chakra within him. It appeared that after breaking through 2 limits yesterday, his physique had indeed been enhanced somewhat. Yuya clenched his fist, sensing a subtle enhancement in his strength, which prompted a faint smile to grace his lips. If only he could transcend such limits every day. Of course, it is also highly plausible that the recent acquisition of the mastery of the have bestowed a reciprocal effect on his physical prowess. The power of the lies in its ability to impose a force of vibration, capable of creating through the impact of his fist against the air, or more accurately, against the very fabric of space, as well as generating that can shake the earth and that can provoke tsunamis. It is time to further explore the might of. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a single punch, Yuya struck the air, as if he had hammered against a mirror. The sound of shattering echoed, resembling the scene of space fracturing under his blow. However, the cracks were not overtly pronounced, they merely spread slightly outward, forming a few delicate fissures before coming to a halt. Indeed, the power of the head evidently intensified. Yuya retracted his fist, revealing a hint of satisfaction. At present, It appeared that the shockwaves generated by his punch could effectively neutralize any kunai or shuriken that lacked chakra-infused modifications. However, regrettably, the force was still unable to extend its impact over a significant distance. Yuya felt a twinge of unfulfilled desire. As the range of the shockwave produced by his punch was limited, barely reaching around 1 meter. Of course, this limitation was also related to the power of the attack. Should he enhance the potency of his shockwave further, the range of his assaults would similarly expand. Nevertheless, at this moment, his fist remained confined to close-quarters combat. Yet, when it came to ranged attacks, Yuya was not without his techniques. He drew forth a kunai, gripping it tightly in his fist. A low hum resonated as a faint white light encircled the tip of the kunai. With a sudden motion, Yuya hurled the kunai towards a distant tree. Crack! The kunai embedded itself firmly into the trunk, unleashing a wave of shock energy that radiated outward, shattering a layer of bark from the tree. Although employing this method for ranged attacks resulted in a loss of some shockwave energy, it proved sufficient nonetheless. Ordinary Jinin and Chunin could hardly achieve the feat of infusing their kunai with chakra modifications to enhance their piercing power. Approaching the tree, Yuya extracted the kunai and surveyed the effects with a nod of approval. Considering that he had a practical examination scheduled for the day, he decided against an early morning training session, opting instead to conserve his energy. After a meal, he made his way to the Ninja Academy, established by the second Hokage. The academy was an institution dedicated to nurturing ninjas, and it had only been around for approximately a decade. As such, many aspects remained far from the level of sophistication present during the events of the original storyline. At this time, the Senju clan was just beginning its decline, not yet extinguished, while the Uchiha clan was in a phase of flourishing prosperity. As for the Hyuga clan, they were relegated to the sidelines. Regardless of the clan, Yuya could only observe from a distance. Not only was he a child from a foreign village, but even if he had been born in Konoha, he would still find himself gazing up at the towering legacies of the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. Ah, Yuya, you've arrived. Upon entering the classroom, Yuya spotted Kushina greeting him. She was probably the only one willing to acknowledge his presence. The other students either ignored him entirely or cast him a disdainful glance before turning away without a care. Yuya smiled gently at Kushina before taking his seat. Kushina looked at Yuya with a hint of surprise and inquired, "Did you forget the ointment I brought you last night?" "Oh, it seems I left it behind," he replied. "How could you be so careless? What will you do if you get hurt later?" Kushina puffed her cheeks in mild annoyance as she gazed at Yuya. "Yuya, huh? Why does it seem as though I am destined to be injured? Is there no room for a shred of self-confidence?" Chapter 5. Uchiha Izumi, I understand that you boys possess an indomitable spirit, but I truly wish to avoid witnessing your suffering. If it becomes unbearable, it might be better to abandon the path of a ninja and embrace the simplicity of an ordinary life. Kushina's eyes sparkled as she could not help but express this sentiment. Upon hearing her words, Yuya was momentarily taken aback. To live as an ordinary person? Such a notion had never crossed his mind, even during the times when he had not yet acquired the power of the Shock Release bloodline limit. Merely languishing as a mediocre individual unable to master ninjutsu, he had never surrendered. In his previous life, he had lived a lackluster existence, cut short by an unforeseen event. Now, in this reincarnation set in the familiar world of Naruto, he was resolute in his refusal to lead a mundane life, especially after obtaining the Shock Release bloodline limit. This conviction only intensified. "I shall not be injured." Yuya took a deep breath and spoke with a calm yet earnest tone. Listening to his voice, Kushina felt a twinge of regret. Were his words perhaps too weighty? Nevertheless, it was true that Yuya lacked any notable talent for ninjutsu, making him ill-suited for the life of a ninja. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Kushina couldn't help but feel a flicker of remorse. Contemplating that if Yuya truly chose to abandon the path of a ninja, she would always stand by to protect him. After a while, the CHNIN instructor arrived in the classroom. After exchanging a few words, he ushered all the students outside to the playground. There, he began to read from a prearranged list. Pairs of students stepped forward to engage in matches. The shuriken and kunai used were unsharpened tools. While this reduced the likelihood of fatal injuries, it could not entirely prevent the shedding of blood. After all, this was a ninja school, and the world of ninjas was inherently brutal. Even though the system in Kirigakure was somewhat gentler compared to the merciless blood fog policies of the hidden mist village in the land of water, it could not produce a generation of sheltered flowers. Within the class, there were several familiar faces to Yuya. Kushina was one of them. And among others was the prodigious Minato Namikaze, as well as Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke from the original story. However, They were all merely children of 7 or 8 years. Yet Minato still stood out as an extraordinarily gifted young prodigy, undisputedly ranking first in Yuya's class and unmatched throughout the entire grade. When Minato took the stage, he was met with cheers from a throng of young girls, undoubtedly highlighting his extraordinary popularity. With his handsome visage coupled with formidable strength and talent, Minato was treated similarly to Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha from the original narrative. In truth, Yuya's appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of Uchiha Itachi, save for his hair, which is a pale silver. When it comes to popularity, Yuya was once on par with Minato Namikaze upon their entrance into the academy. However, as time passed, Yuya's lack of talent in ninjutsu became increasingly evident, causing him to be gradually surpassed by his peers, leading to a decline in his popularity. Meanwhile, when Minato effortlessly dispatched his opponents with a few swift moves, he garnered a chorus of cheers and applause. At this moment, Kushina couldn't help but glance at Yuya, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Regardless of his effort or other attributes, Yuya was no less capable than Minato. Yet, the disparity in their innate talent for ninjutsu was the source of their significant difference. As Kushina sighed in frustration, the Nin instructor called out from the list. Next up are Yuya and Uchiha Izumi, please come forward. Upon hearing this announcement, Kushina was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, why must it be a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and particularly Uchiha Izumi? If Minato is the foremost genius, then there must be a second, and that would be Uchiha Izumi. He can at least hold his ground against Minato for a few exchanges. His strength is essentially second only to Minato's. The instructor's decision to pit Yuya against Uchiha Izumi was clearly intentional. There must be some underlying issue. Yuya, do not go up, just forfeit. Kushina urged, her voice tinged with urgency and irritation directed at Yuya. No need. Yuya gently patted Kushina's shoulder, interrupting her words and offering her a reassuring glance. Rest assured, I will not be harmed. This statement carried an inexplicable momentum, momentarily rendering Kushina speechless. After uttering these words, Yuya turned and calmly walked onto the stage. He was well aware that this was a deliberate act by the Nin instructor, who had never shown a favorable disposition towards him, the outsider from another village. Those from foreign villages were often regarded with suspicion, and the animosity was difficult to dissipate. In the Hidden Leaf Village, Yuya's treatment was scarcely better than that of Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, in the original narrative. Not every instructor possesses the same benevolence as Irika, particularly as Yuya's proficiency in ninjutsu was notably lacking, leading him to gradually fall behind. This Chunin instructor resorted to various tactics in an attempt to expel Yuya from his class. The school upheld its own regulations unless Yuya himself chose to withdraw. Even a Chunin teacher could not directly expel a student. Yuya, might you consider conceding outright? It would be unfortunate if you were to sustain injuries later. The Chunin instructor remarked, casting a pointed glance at Yuya. In his perspective, the more he pressed, the less likely Yuya would be to concede in front of the entire class, and he hoped that Uchiha Izumi would be able to severely injure Yuya, thus compelling him to apply for withdrawal. Yuya remained silent, merely casting a tranquil glance at the Chunin instructor. That gaze, it caused an inexplicable flutter in the instructor's heart. Such composure, such serenity, was utterly uncharacteristic of a mere 7-year-old child. There's no need. We may commence directly. As Yuya turned his head to gaze at Uchiha Izumi, Kushina, who was among the crowd, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yuya was still determined to fight, unwilling to concede defeat. How infuriating was the attitude of these individuals towards Yuya, each one more contemptible than the last. Clenching her small fists, Kushina yearned to rush into the arena, yet ultimately, she could only watch Yuya with a worried expression, hoping he would yield before sustaining any injuries. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi regarded Yuya with an air of cold arrogance. Upon witnessing Yuya's refusal to concede, a slight smirk of disdain appeared on his face. A mere underachiever who could not practice ninjutsu dared to challenge him? If he had the audacity to engage in combat, then this encounter would serve as a lesson, ensuring that he understood to concede the next time he faced someone from the Uchiha clan. Very well, let the match commence. Although the Chunin teacher had been momentarily taken aback by Yuya's earlier gaze, this doubt quickly dissipated as he announced the start of the match. The instant the teacher's voice fell, Uchiha Izumi swiftly produced 2 stacks of shuriken, launching them towards Yuya with remarkable speed. Whoosh! In an instant, 8 shuriken transformed into dark phantoms, 4 targeting vital points on Yuya's body while the other 4 blocked his escape routes. Chapter 6. The emergence of Shock Release. This was the Uchiha clan shuriken throwing technique, rivaled in the class only by Minato Namikaze. Such an assault was nearly impossible to evade entirely. Yet, If evasion were futile, then why not confront it head-on? As the 8 shuriken hurtled toward him, Yuya suddenly clenched his fist, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He slightly shifted his stance, bending his arm, and with a powerful strike of his fist, he aimed directly at the incoming shuriken. Was he out of his mind? To intercept shuriken with his bare hands? Witnessing this scene, the eyes of all the students widened in disbelief. The Chunin teacher was momentarily stunned, then let out a cold laugh. Even if those shuriken were merely dull tools, they could still inflict harm. This was a predicament of Yuya's own making. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he would bear only a modicum of responsibility. However, in the next moment, as Yuya's fist collided with the air, all expressions froze. Crack! A dim white light shimmered into existence before suddenly erupting. Yuya's fist, though seemingly devoid of contact, appeared to strike against an invisible mirror. Suddenly, this mirror manifested numerous cracks, slender fissures radiating outward, and in an instant, the surrounding air shattered. The 8 shurikens, hurtling towards him, seemed to become ensnared in a quagmire, progressing laboriously and at an excruciatingly slow pace. Ultimately, none reached Yuya's form. All fell impotently to the ground. This is impossible. How could a fist possibly withstand shurikens? Indeed, Yuya employed a form of ninjutsu, yet what kind could it be? He did not even perform any hand seals. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All the students appeared as if their eyes would pop from their sockets. Their expressions a mix of disbelief and wonder. Kushina, too, was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth in shock, having never anticipated that Yuya possessed such formidable power. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, the once indifferent Minato's gaze flickered with intrigue, revealing a blend of astonishment and curiosity regarding Yuya's capabilities. What have you done? In the arena, Uchiha Izumi was equally taken aback, unable to fathom how his meticulously executed shuriken blockade had ultimately proven futile. Yuya did not respond to Uchiha Izumi's inquiry. Instead, he suddenly drew a kunai and charged at him. Observing this, Uchiha Izumi's frustration surged. This audacious individual dared to disregard his question entirely. Did he believe that possessing an unusual ability would enable him to triumph over me? Such arrogance! Let him grasp the formidable prowess of the Uchiha clan. As Yuya rushed forward, Uchiha Izumi stood undeterred, brandishing his own kunai in response. In that fleeting moment, Yuya tightened his grip on the kunai with unexpected force. A faint white halo abruptly emerged, enveloping the tip of the kunai as it descended upon Uchiha Izumi. Upon witnessing the white aura, Uchiha Izumi's pupils dilated, sensing imminent peril. Yet he could only brace himself and attempt to block the impending strike with his kunai. At last, the two kunai collided. Strangely, rather than the expected clash of metal, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass filled the air. Crack! Delicate fissures radiated from the point of contact between the two kunai. In an instant, Uchiha Izumi felt a violent tremor in his palms. An overwhelming force surged through him, enveloping his entire being. The impact seemed perilously close to tearing him apart. Clang! Uchiha Izumi's kunai slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. While he stumbled backward, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his eyes reflecting astonishment. What was that white halo? What arcane force was behind this disconcerting tremor? No one was there to provide answers. The students present, including the Jainin teacher, were left in a state of stunned silence. Yet, Yuya did not cease his advance. Instead, he clutched his kunai and charged towards Uchiha Izumi. Having suffered a setback once, Uchiha Izumi dared not confront Yuya head-on, and instead evaded awkwardly, clearly being pushed into a corner by Yuya's relentless assault. As he continued to retreat, the numbness and tremors in his body gradually subsided, revealing a flicker of anger upon his face. How could he, Uchiha, be cornered to such an extent by a mere underdog like Yuya? Glancing at the nearby Chunin instructor, Uchiha Izumi gritted his teeth. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me if you perish. In the next instant, Uchiha Izumi halted, his hands moving swiftly as he began to weave hand seals. However, before he could complete the sequence, a flurry of shurikens flew towards him from Yuya's left hand. With a thud, all the shurikens struck true. But Uchiha Izumi's form abruptly transformed into a wooden log. A substitution technique. Upon witnessing Uchiha Izumi finally employ a ninjutsu, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yuya's eyes. Yet, in the very next moment, a wave of scorching heat surged from behind Yuya, an intense and searing sensation striking even before impact. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The emergence of this jutsu instantly caused a commotion, as it was classified as a C-rank ninjutsu. Sweat beaded on Uchiha Izumi's forehead. Executing this ninjutsu was a considerable strain, nearly depleting his chakra. The great fireball surged towards Yuya with a resounding roar, and Uchiha Izumi smirked inwardly, convinced that no matter how formidable Yuya was, he could not withstand the might of this newly learned C-rank technique. With a thunderous explosion, the great fireball illuminated the arena, prompting all the students to instinctively retreat, the intense heat warping their hair. Goodness, Izumi can actually use such a ninjutsu. They were incredulous, questioning whether he was truly a mere student like them. Kushina, her face paling, watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, unable to suppress her gasp. This technique was no trivial matter. Being struck by it could lead to severe injury or even death. Even the Chunin instructor was taken aback by Uchiha Izumi's display of C-rank ninjutsu. Instinctively, he considered intervening but ultimately refrained, a cold glint in his eyes. Wasn't it normal for unexpected events to occur in battle? In the midst of the arena, confronted by the incoming great fireball, Yuya felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had suspected that Uchiha Izumi might appear behind him after using the substitution technique, he had not anticipated that Izumi could wield a C-rank ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is categorized into several ranks: S, A, B, C, D, and E. E rank pertains to the level of a ninja school. D rank is commonly used by genin, while C rank is typically employed by chunin. Only exceptionally talented genin would regularly utilize C rank ninjutsu. Indeed, one should never underestimate the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 7. Apologies, but I have sustained some injuries. If it were any other student facing such a C rank ninjutsu, they would likely be instantly annihilated. The expression on Yuya's face grew grave as he firmly pushed off the ground, retreating hastily. Yet, his speed in retreat was evidently insufficient to match the oncoming force of the fireball. Just as the blazing sphere was about to strike him, a glint of cold light flashed in Yuya's eyes. The kunai in his hand suddenly radiated a white halo as he forcefully slashed downward. Split for me. Crack. In that instant, the white halo erupted. Yet under Yuya's control, it did not confront the fireball head-on, but rather divided it to either side. At that moment, the fireball had reached its maximum distance, and with Yuya's tremendous force, it unexpectedly split apart. Flames roared past Yuya, leaving him unharmed. Good. Witnessing this scene, Yuya did not display any signs of joy. Instead, he grew increasingly composed. He could not yet confront a C-rank ninjutsu directly, resorting instead to clever tactics. But he was not far from being able to shatter a C-rank ninjutsu outright. The flames blazed fiercely, and the students outside wore expressions of horror. Could he be dead? Oh my goodness, this is truly terrifying. The students could not see what transpired within the engulfing fireball. They only observed Yuya enveloped by the flames, their faces stricken with fear. Meanwhile, Kushina Izumaki could no longer contain herself, ready to rush into the fray, tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed by guilt. Why did I let Yuya fight Uchiha Izumi? Why didn't Tia stop him? At that moment, the only middle-ranking teacher who could intervene watched the scene with gritted teeth. Struggling to hold back, it appeared that Yuya was doomed. Uchiha Izumi gazed at the dissipating fireball, his thoughts lingering on the belief that Yuya had likely been reduced to ashes. His complexion paled slightly, yet a hint of coldness lingered in his expression. But in the next instant, his face froze in disbelief. From the fading flames, a figure grew increasingly distinct, ultimately bursting forth from the inferno. It was Yuya. Impossible. Yuya had withstood the fireball. Uchiha Izumi was astounded, watching as Yuya emerged from the flames. In a panic, he threw a punch toward Yuya. Having withstood the fireball, Yuya must have been at his limits, merely enduring. With this thought, a flicker of confidence returned to Uchiha Izumi's eyes. However, as he launched his punch, Yuya, with a cold gaze, met it with a fist of his own. A dim white light swirled around Yuya's fist. In the next moment, their fists collided violently in midair. Crack. Again, that eerie sound echoed, as fine cracks spread through the air, resembling a shattering space, utterly terrifying. Uchiha Izumi's arm emitted a cracking sound as he directly clashed fists with Yuya. His body ultimately could not withstand the force, and his arm was brutally shattered. The shock wave surged forth, sending him tumbling backward. This is impossible. Thud. Uchiha Izumi fell awkwardly at a distance, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yuya has actually triumphed over Uchiha Izumi. This signifies that Yuya is no longer the underdog, but has ascended to become a prodigy, second only to Minato Namikaze. It is nothing short of an astonishing miracle. Amidst the crowd, Kushina Uzumaki gazed blankly at the arena. a glimmer of tears subtly shimmering at the corners of her eyes. She has yet to fully comprehend the situation. Yuya disregarded the astonished students and instead turned his attention to Kushina, slightly apologetic as he wiped the scorched skin on his arm. "I'm sorry. I've sustained a minor injury." Kushina pouted, gazing blankly at Yuya. "You fool." Unable to suppress the tears forming at the corners of her eyes, she bit her lip, let out a huff, and then, regaining her spirited demeanor, playfully lunged towards Yuya. Meanwhile, the Chunin teacher, still in a state of shock, stared at Yuya with a look of disbelief. "It seems that I have indeed won, haven't I?" Yuya gazed calmly at the Chunin instructor, speaking in a measured tone. The instructor wore an expression of incredulity, unable to suppress the urge to rub his eyes. He had never anticipated that Yuya could emerge victorious, and to his astonishment, it was Uchiha Izumi who had suffered grievously in the end, while it would have been inconsequential had Yuya been the one injured. The fact that Uchiha Izumi was hurt placed immense pressure and responsibility upon him as the instructor. His countenance was a portrait of distress. Yet he ultimately had no choice but to announce Yuya's triumph with a bitter heart. However, upon noticing the severity of Uchiha Izumi's injuries from a distance, the Chunin instructor, despite his grim expression, whispered a warning into Yuya's ear. "You should be mindful of the consequences of inflicting such harm upon a member of the Uchiha clan." This was a matter that required no further concern from the instructor. Yuya responded faintly before descending from the stage. Countless eyes were fixed upon Yuya, their gazes imbued with a lingering sense of awe that was difficult to dissipate. Even Minato Namikaze exhibited a peculiar glimmer in his eyes as he scrutinized Yuya, beginning to regard him with newfound significance. Following this practical assessment, Yuya swiftly became the focal point of discussion throughout the entire ninja academy. Many were astonished by the nature of the power that Yuya had wielded. Yuya's explanation for this phenomenon is the shock release bloodline limit. This interpretation is without flaw. After all, within the ninja realm, there exists an abundance of bloodline limits, ranging from ocular techniques such as the Sharingan and Byakugan to physical abilities like the Shikatsumiyaku and the hydration techniques of the Kirigakure clan, as well as elemental chakra types like wood and ice release. Everyone was taken aback. Following the initial shock, a sense of calm gradually settled over them. In a clearing within Kirigakure, twilight was descending, yet Yuya showed no inclination to depart. Instead, he relentlessly continued his training in taijutsu. Having finally experienced a moment of vindication, Yuya was acutely aware that further challenges would soon arise, prompting him to exert even greater effort in honing his physical skills to amplify the potency of the shock release bloodline limit. 451, 452, 499, 500. With a sigh of relief, he stretched his nearly stiff arms and rose to his feet. While training outdoors, he rarely engaged in extreme exercises. It was only within the confines of his home that he would endeavor to extract every ounce of strength from his being. Although such endeavors may seem insignificant, Yuya had deliberately nurtured a sense of vigilance since childhood in this world of ninjas. At this rate, it was nearly time to incorporate weights. Shaking off the sweat that clung to him, Yuya made his way home. Nearly a month had passed since he consumed that fruit, which ought not to have existed in this world, and acquired the shock release bloodline limit. During this month, Yuya had completely forsaken the training of ninjutsu and chakra, devoting all his energy solely to the mastery of taijutsu. Chapter 8, Might Dai? As Yuya's physical age gradually approaches 8, he is nearly ready to engage in this grueling form of training. Over the course of a month, Yuya's strength has increased somewhat, but it is his endurance and stamina that have seen the most significant improvement. Upon returning home, Yuya surmises that if he continues on this path, it won't be long before these basic exercises cease to yield results. At that point, he will need to commence weight training. In this world, the development of weighted ninja tools is quite advanced. The seemingly inconspicuous iron plate strapped to Lee's legs in the original story possess a terrifying weight. However, recalling how Sasuke Uchiha managed to catch up to Lee's speed within a month by using lightning to stimulate his cells, Yuya feels a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be to discover a training method suited to him. With a deep breath, he casts aside distracting thoughts, takes a brief respite, and resumes his training. In the comfort of his home, Yuya embarks on extreme training, a regimen that demands every ounce of strength from his body, pushing his limits and transcending them in a hellish mode. Through prolonged training, Yuya's physique gradually exhibited prominent muscles. However, this merely marked the initial stage. In the realm of ninjas, muscle development is commonplace and does not necessarily signify immense strength. As he continues his rigorous practice, these muscles may eventually fade, only to re-emerge in a more refined form. It is at this point that his body will likely achieve its definitive shape, given the early maturation typical of this world. Yuya estimates he might reach this stage between the ages of 14 and 16. Yet, the pressing concern lies in his survival until that time. In less than 2 years, the Second Great Ninja War is poised to erupt, a fact Yuya recalls vividly. Over the course of the past month of training, his shock power has grown considerably stronger, enabling him to potentially shatter weaker C-rank ninjutsu with ease. Of course, the potency of C-rank techniques varies significantly depending on the user, be it a CH nin, J nin, or even an existence like Uchiha Ibito. The art of ninjutsu is indeed vast and profound, but so too is the realm of taijutsu, as well as Yuya's unique bloodline limit of shock release. If pushed to its utmost limits, it may indeed possess the power to fracture space itself. Sweat cascaded down to the ground as his arms grew increasingly rigid, sustained solely by sheer willpower. He had nearly surpassed his previous limits. Yet, a tenacious expression adorned Yuya's face. Gritting his teeth, he persevered in his training until he exceeded his prior record by dozens. It was only then that he suddenly collapsed, unable to rise again. Yuya's approach to his training is characterized by an intense and relentless attitude, akin to coercion. There is no alternative without exerting oneself to the utmost. How can one hope to secure a chance of survival in the Second Shinobi World War? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya gazed at the doorway with a hint of surprise, attempting to rise, yet still unable to recuperate due to recently reaching his limits. The only one possessing a key to the Yuya residence, and whom Yuya trusted, was none other than Kushina. You've gotten yourself into this state again, she remarked, exhaling a resigned sigh as she approached, dinner in hand. Ignoring the perspiration on Yuya's brow, she helped him to his feet. I truly do not understand why you exert yourself so. Have you not already awakened that powerful bloodline limit, the shock release, and become remarkably strong? Kushina puffed her cheeks, gazing at Yuya with a perplexed expression. After a moment of contemplation, Yuya refrained from disclosing the tales of war and darkness to Kushina. Instead, she smiled and remarked, Is there not someone stronger than me? Perhaps Minato Namikaze? Kushina pouted slightly and replied, Yet, surpassing him is no simple feat. Yuya responded, Precisely because it is difficult, it inspires me to strive with all my might. Yuya smiled gently. Kushina pouted, yet ultimately broke into a warm smile. I believe that, sooner or later, you will surpass him. Indeed. Yuya nodded slightly, then ran his fingers through his hair, casting an awkward glance at Kushina. By the way, could you lend me some money? Huh? Kushina looked at Yuya with surprise, instinctively responding, Of course, what do you need it for? Well, it's nothing much, just to purchase some training tools, he chuckled softly. Most of my funds have been deducted. As an orphan, Yuya received a stipend in Konoha. However, being a child from a foreign village, a significant portion of his allowance had been withheld, leaving him with barely enough to afford meals. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya offered a gentle smile to Kushina. Kushina pouted and remarked, If you intend to repay me, then I shall not lend it to you. Having anticipated such a response from Yuya, she sighed in resignation. All right. I shall compensate you in other ways in the future. Kushina huffed slightly, displaying a touch of pride. After lending Yuya the money he required, she departed from his home. Observing the remnants of dinner left by Kushina, Yuya's gaze softened. At this rate, I can't shake the feeling that I might completely alter the original narrative. Yet, how could I possibly disregard Kushina's intentions? As he walked along the streets of Konoha, Yuya cast his gaze around, ultimately breaking into a faint smile. There was always an ethereal quality to this place. Yet, he was indeed present here, in the world of Naruto, in the village of Konoha. Though he had been in Konoha for quite some time, Yuya had immersed himself in training and strengthening his skills, never truly paying attention to the bustling streets of the village. After wandering for a while, Yuya found himself in front of the ninja tools shop. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He spotted a figure he recognized well, clad in a green jumpsuit, with thick eyebrows. However, at this time, Lee should not have been born yet. Even if Guy had been born, he would merely be a child, wouldn't he? Thus, there was no room for doubt. In an instant, Yuya recognized the ninja before him, who was also purchasing weighted ninja tools. It was Might Dai, the perennial genin of Konoha and the father of Guy. Chapter 9. Uchiha Han. Yuya held a profound respect for him. In fact, he admired Might Dai, Might Guy, and even Lee. He felt a kinship with them, as he too was now nearly one of their kind. Inside the ninja tool shop, a thunderous crash reverberated, causing the ground to tremble. "I sincerely apologize," Might Dai said with an embarrassed smile, observing the shopkeeper struggling to set down a pile of weighted equipment. Honestly, the shopkeeper glanced at Dai, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Just take it and go." As Dai turned to leave, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath, "What good is training in taijutsu? He'll always be a genin." Dai heard these words, his body momentarily pausing, yet he did not look back, striding away with his newly acquired weights. The blind disdain of the ignorant, Yuya thought, witnessing this scene. He was well aware of the true terror of Might Dai's strength, despite being labeled as a mere genin. Yet, true to his character in the original story, Dai exhibited remarkable patience, enduring such ridicule without retaliation. Shaking his head, Yuya stepped into the shop. "I would like 2 of those weights, just 2 will suffice." "You 2 desire such weights?" The shopkeeper regarded Yuya with surprise, astonished that such a young child was so fervently interested in taijutsu. He quickly retrieved 2 sets. They appeared as inconspicuous iron blocks, yet felt remarkably heavy in hand, even exceeding his expectations. It seemed that, for the time being, he would not be able to utilize them effectively. Yuya felt a tinge of helplessness. Nonetheless, having made the purchase, he decided to let it be. As he turned to exit the shop, his gaze flickered momentarily in search of the figure of Might Guy, who had just departed. It did not take long for him to locate him, as he was rather conspicuous. Following Might Guy into a secluded grove, Yuya witnessed him donning an intimidating load before commencing an intense training regimen. The level of exertion was such that even Yuya could not help but gasp in astonishment. Truly, he was the same individual from the original work, capable of unlocking the 8th gate of death, brutally vanquishing 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. One could only wonder how the proprietor of the ninja tool shop would react if he were to comprehend the extent of Might Guy's extraordinary prowess. His jaw might well drop in disbelief. Observing Might Guy's training, Yuya gradually came to realize that his own methods paled in comparison, appearing rather rudimentary. A surge of exhilaration washed over him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuya meticulously recorded the entire training regimen of Might Guy. Although Might Guy was merely a genin at present, Yuya was convinced that no one in Kirigakure could surpass him in the art of taijutsu. Learning under his tutelage was undoubtedly a wise decision. Upon discovering Might Guy's training location, Yuya would stealthily visit during his own training sessions, for he lacked both the Byakugan and Sharingan. Thus he had to diligently memorize the techniques bit by bit. After nearly a month of following Might Guy's teachings, Yuya made significant strides in taijutsu, with both his physical strength and speed nearing the level of a fully fledged genin. During this time, he also managed to don the 2 weighted plates, and his shockwave power had considerably strengthened. In an open area, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The fist of Yuya did not make direct contact with the wooden post, remaining a foot away, yet the post trembled under the force, resulting in cracks that ultimately led to its sudden shattering. The intensity of the shockwave had significantly increased. A hint of excitement adorned Yuya's face. If it were still the C-rank ninjutsu, Great Fireball, previously executed by Uchiha Izumi, Yuya was confident that he could obliterate it with a single punch, leaving not a trace of flame. However, over the past month, Yuya had yet to witness Might Dai training in the 8 gates, which left him somewhat disheartened. What he yearned to comprehend most was the power of the 8 gates. Perhaps he should check if Might Dai had been practicing the 8 gates. After a moment's contemplation, Yuya turned and headed toward a familiar direction. However, before he reached the street, he encountered a boy adorned with a forehead protector and clad in a ninja uniform, approaching him head-on. This boy was a CH Nin. In Konoha, the genin wear forehead protectors, while CH Nin don a distinct uniform, and the attire of J Nin varies slightly in the number of pockets. This system facilitates the easy identification of a ninja's rank and the village they belong to. Only those who surpass the typical J Nin and have gained renown across the ninja world might choose to issue uniforms in favor of their preferred attire, as their identities no longer rely on clothing for recognition. Upon seeing Yuya, this CH Nin displayed no attempt to conceal a hint of arrogance and approached him directly. "What do you want?" Facing the CH Nin, Yuya inquired with an expression of calmness. Although it was evident that this individual sought trouble, Yuya displayed no signs of fear, responding with a composed demeanor. After all, they were within the confines of Kirigakure, on the street where no one dared to act recklessly. However, To Yuya's surprise, the CH Nin indeed initiated conflict. You are the outsider who survived the destruction of your village and joined Konoha, aren't you? If I recall correctly, your name is Yuya? The CH Nin spoke with an air of superiority, his tone dripping with arrogance. It was clear that he was here to cause trouble, and as a CH Nin, he was not easily dismissed. Yet, Yuya's expression grew increasingly resolute. Simultaneously, he engaged in rapid contemplation. He was not well regarded within Konoha, but he had not provoked any trouble, which seemed to be the crux of the matter. Suddenly, a memory flashed in his mind from over a month ago when he had defeated Uchiha Izumi at the Ninja Academy. At that time, Uchiha Izumi had intended to kill him, even resorting to using techniques such as the Great Fireball. Yuya had not held back either, and in the end, he had not only overcome Uchiha Izumi, but had also left him with multiple broken bones, ensuring that the latter would be bedridden for at least a month. Thus, the individual before him was undoubtedly connected to the Uchiha clan. What is your relation to Uchiha Izumi? Instead of answering, Yuya countered with a question. A subtle glint flickered in the ninja's eyes, taken aback that Yuya had discerned his origins so swiftly. I am Uchiha Kan, elder brother to Uchiha Izumiya. Now that you've guessed, break and arm yourself. Uchiha Kan's tone was utterly indifferent, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hearing these words, Yuya was momentarily stunned. This was the Uchiha clan? How audacious. Chapter 10. A fist that shakes a Chunin. Even within Konoha, despite the Uchiha clan's strength, they couldn't possibly be above the law, could they? Did they truly believe that the will of the second Hokage, Shinji Tobarama, and the current third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the Hokage assistant Danzo, were all inconsequential? This was a street in Konoha, albeit a somewhat secluded one. But what of it? Yuya offered but a faint response. By what right? Simply because you struck my brother Izumi and provoked the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing Yuya's demeanor, Uchiha Han's face immediately contorted with anger, with a cold snort. He lunged forward and aimed a punch directly at Yuya. This fellow truly dares to resort to violence in the streets. Yuya was somewhat taken aback by the audacity of the Uchiha clan, which had seemingly reached such heights of arrogance. Yet, how dare they engage him in close combat? What difference did it make if they were CH Nin? Without a moment's hesitation, Yuya clenched his fist tightly and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. In the next instant, the two fists collided with tremendous force. Yuya's speed in taijutsu is hardly inferior to that of Uchiha Han, a CH Nin from the Uchiha clan. As for strength, Yuya possesses the unique ability of Detun, which allows him to unleash seismic power capable of shattering a C-rank ninjutsu. This means that in close combat, each of Yuya's punches carries the almost formidable force of C-rank ninjutsu, no matter how strong a CH Nin may be. Who could withstand a C-rank ninjutsu with mere physical might? That would be utterly preposterous. Crack. As the white aura surrounding Yuya's fist erupted, Uchiha Han's expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying wave of seismic energy radiated from Yuya's fist, not only transmitting a dreadful force through Han's own fist, but resonating throughout his entire body, which began to creak ominously, as if it were on the verge of being utterly crushed. Astonished and alarmed, Uchiha Han desperately summoned his chakra. Yet he was nonetheless sent flying by Yuya's sheer force, as if struck by a lightning jutsu, his body trembling uncontrollably. This is impossible. A flicker of disbelief danced in Uchiha Han's eyes. He had long been informed by his younger brother Izumi that Yuya possessed a unique bloodline limit, excelling in taijutsu. However, Han had dismissed it. Strong? How strong could he possibly be? After all, he was a CH Nin, indeed, a CH Nin of the Uchiha clan. To think that a mere CH Nin would struggle against a student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy seemed absurd to him. Thus, he had approached the battle with the intent of easily overpowering Yuya with a few simple taijutsu moves. Little did he anticipate that Yuya's seismic force would be beyond even his capacity to endure. In utter shock, he observed as Yuya sent him sprawling with a single punch. Yuya's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of realization. CH Nin are indeed formidable. If a genin dared to engage Yuya in such a manner, they would be lucky to escape without serious injury, and a student from the Ninja Academy would be fortunate merely to survive. Yet, while Uchiha Han was indeed pushed back by Yuya's overwhelming force, he emerged unscathed. This revelation profoundly altered Yuya's understanding of a CH Nin's strength. That audacious brat, relying solely on a bloodline limit, dared to flaunt his skills before an Uchiha. Upon regaining his composure, Uchiha Han was consumed by an intense fury. By this time, more and more onlookers had begun to take notice, casting curious glances in their direction. Although this area was somewhat secluded, in a great ninja village like Konoha, how remote could it truly be? Under the scrutiny of numerous astonished gazes, Uchiha Han felt a burning embarrassment wash over him. As a dignified nin, being forced back by a mere child who had not yet graduated from the ninja academy was an affront to his honor. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Han refrained from employing ninjutsu yet again, charging at Yuya with the intent to crush him with raw physical prowess, determined to reclaim his lost dignity. Yuya never anticipated that Uchiha Han would dare to continue competing with him in taijutsu. A hint of cold amusement flickered in his eyes. Was the Uchiha clan truly so arrogant? Over there, it appeared to be Uchiha Han. How pitiable. What misfortune had befallen this young lad to attract the ire of the Uchiha clan? Gradually, a crowd began to gather, their astonishment giving way to expressions of sympathy for Yuya. Judging by Yuya's demeanor, he was likely still an ungraduated student who had unwittingly provoked a nin of the Uchiha clan. What a tragic fate, given the Uchiha clan's tyranny. Even if they refrained from killing Yuya in the streets, it was highly probable they would leave him grievously injured. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuya and Uchiha Han clashed once more. Boom. Faced with Uchiha Han's taijutsu, Yuya neither dodged nor defended himself. Rather, he resolved to counter with a singular, decisive punch. Just one punch was all he needed to shatter all of Uchiha Han's techniques. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's mastery of taijutsu and the Sharingan's ability to perceive various flaws. What did it matter? Before the might of his, relying solely on taijutsu to defeat him was insufficient, even for a nin. This time, when confronted with Yuya's fist, Uchiha Han refrained from a direct confrontation. Instead, he sidestepped and launched a kick at Yuya. As long as he avoided a head-on clash, the impact of that would surely be rendered ineffective. Such were Uchiha Han's thoughts. However, if the could truly be so easily countered, how could it be revered as the most formidable power in another realm? Boom. Yuya's fist struck empty air, yet it resonated with a thunderous roar. Though he had seemingly hit nothing but the void, it felt as if he had shattered an intangible mirror. Crack. The air once more shattered like glass. A terrifying wave of force enveloping the entirety of the space before him, once again pressing down upon Uchiha Han. What? Uchiha Han displayed a flicker of astonishment. He had evaded the blow, yet why did that shockwave still crash upon him? In an instant, his garments were wrinkled and torn. This time, the situation was even direr. Previously, he had at least engaged Yuya in a contest of strength, mitigating some of the impact. But now, having attempted to evade, the shockwave struck him unimpeded, crashing into his body with brutal force. Bang! The reverberating force surged violently, and Uchiha Han gritted his teeth, unable to retaliate, barely managing to cross his arms over his chest to withstand the onslaught. Nonetheless, he could not endure the impact. Boom! Under the incredulous gazes of countless onlookers, Uchiha Han was sent hurtling through the air. Chapter 11, The Anbu. Uchiha Han, propelled backward, even had blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This was the consequence of underestimating Yuya's shockwave, attempting to confront him through physical combat. Even a Chunin could not withstand such a force. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Han was horrified, striving to land gracefully, but his body was numb from the shockwave's impact, leaving him unable to regain his footing. Thud. He fell to the ground in a disgraceful manner, his body trembling violently. The scene fell into a profound silence. Soon, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Unbelievable! A Chunin from the Uchiha clan was sent flying by Yuya, who was clearly just a child, and was injured. How could this be? Am I dreaming? The Uchiha clan should not be this weak. They could not even defeat a child. And what kind of power did that child just wield? Countless spectators gazed in disbelief at the fallen Uchiha Han and the calm Yuya, who had retracted his fist. It was beyond comprehension. If Uchiha Han had sent Yuya flying, it would have been expected, but the reverse was utterly inconceivable. Uchiha Han remained dazed on the ground. Even now, he could not grasp the fact that he had been struck down by Yuya. When he finally comprehended it, facing the surrounding stairs, he became frantic. Damn it! How could I, Uchiha Han, be knocked down by this mere child, and even spit blood from the impact? Such an event was the epitome of humiliation, leaving him unable to hold his head high within the Uchiha clan, forever subject to ridicule. In his frenzy, a murderous glint finally emerged on Uchiha Han's face. Initially, he had merely aimed to teach Yuya a lesson, but now he was determined to eliminate this insufferable brat. Consumed by rage, Uchiha Han unleashed his fury, this time eschewing physical combat for hand signs, activating true ninjutsu. He was resolute in his intent to obliterate Yuya, disregarding the fact that this was the main street of Konoha. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With his first move, he unleashed a B-rank fire ninjutsu. This technique was incomparable to the Great Fireball, as the terrifying flames coalesced into a visibly formidable form, resembling a dragon of fire that sought to incinerate all in its path, charging directly towards Yuya. The ground beneath seemed to crack from the intense heat. This is bad. Has he lost his mind? To unleash such a level of ninjutsu here. The onlookers gasped in horror, most of whom were ninjas capable of evading the attack. Witnessing this scene, Yuya could not help but draw in a sharp breath. He could not withstand such a formidable ninjutsu, nor evade it. Had Uchiha Han not underestimated him from the start and instead employed ninjutsu in their confrontation, Yuya would have surely been defeated in an instant. Yet, at this moment, facing the overwhelming fire technique, Yuya exhibited no fear. Instead, he remained calm, casting a fleeting glance around. It was time to make a move, wasn't it, you fellows? Whoosh. Indeed, in the next instant, a shadow flashed into existence before Yuya, swiftly forming hand signs against the approaching fire technique. Water Release. Water Barrier. The torrent surged violently, transforming into a wall of water, akin to a fortress. The fire dragon flame bullet collided with the water, producing a sizzling sound, enveloping the area in a thick mist, eventually dissipating without a trace. The water then swiftly scattered, vanishing from sight. Uchiha Han, do you know the crime of engaging in a private duel in Konoha? A chilling voice resonated. The shadow standing before Yuya was unmistakably a masked Anbu. The Anbu, also known as the Special Tactical Assassination Unit, operates directly under the Hokage and cannot be commanded by anyone. They are responsible not only for external assassination missions but also for maintaining internal security within Konoha. This is a truly elite force, even surpassing the Uchiha clan's Konoha security force. Uchiha Han's use of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, a wide-area attack ninjutsu within Konoha, was impermissible, even if not aimed at Yuya. Upon the appearance of the Anbu, though Uchiha Han's murderous intent surged, he was compelled to suppress it, hesitant to act recklessly in front of the Anbu. What crime have I committed? Private duels are prohibited in Konoha. The Anbu coldly fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han's fury gradually subsided, his eyes glinting with malice as he shot a glance at Yuya, coldly stating, I am one of the squad leaders of the Konoha security force. I have heard that Yuya may be connected to spies from enemy villages, so I intended to apprehend him for questioning. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Yuya inwardly cursed the shamelessness of the individual before him. No wonder this fellow dared to brazenly act in the streets. It was evident he had long found justification. For the Konoha Guard was merely the private militia of the Uchiha clan. It was a blatant display of power to intimidate others. The onlookers, too, revealed faint expressions of disdain, yet were paralyzed by fear of the Uchiha name, reluctant to voice any objections. Such was the tyranny of the Uchiha clan. In response, the Anbu could only coldly inquire, do you have any evidence? This seems to have little to do with your Anbu. Uchiha Han, having contained his fury, replied icily. The Anbu member, concealed behind his mask, visibly paled. However, if you wish to apprehend someone directly, you will likely need the permission of the Hokage. The Anbu ninja stated with a frigid tone. In truth, whether it was Danzo's Root or Sarutobi Hiruzen's Anbu, both frequently targeted the Uchiha clan. And he was one of the Anbu specifically dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to monitor them. The child Yuya, devoid of any background and hailing from a foreign village, clearly lacks the qualifications to warrant protection from the Anbu. The reason for the hostility directed towards Uchiha Han is merely an endeavor to suppress the Uchiha clan. The onlookers are well aware, having witnessed numerous confrontations between the Anbu and the Konoha police force in the past. In a moment of urgency, one must act wisely. What if Yuya is a spy and he escapes due to a moment's hesitation? Uchiha Han scoffed coldly. By mobilizing the Konoha police force, he essentially represented the Uchiha clan. Thus his tone became markedly assertive, even in the face of the Anbu. The Anbu ninja furrowed his brow, however. He was evidently unwilling to allow Uchiha Han to achieve his aims so easily. This situation is indeed suspicious. I believe it requires the direct intervention of Lord Hokage. Chapter 12, A Life and Death Duel. The two faced off, yet ultimately the Anbu's imposing presence prevailed. After all, the Anbu were backed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the Konoha police force was merely supported by the clan leader of the Uchiha. This matter shall be addressed another time. Uchiha Han's expression darkened. He discerned that this Anbu was resolutely opposing him, making it seemingly impossible to deal with Yuya today. However, given that Yuya is merely an insignificant child from an unremarkable village, Han could easily crush him at any moment. Could the Anbu truly protect Yuya for eternity? The only way to alleviate his resentment was to eliminate Yuya. Uchiha Han did not conceal his murderous intent towards Yuya, coldly turning away, prepared to depart. The surrounding spectators, while feeling indignation, also harbored a tinge of pity for Yuya. The fact that Uchiha Han had suffered a setback at Yuya's hands was astonishing. Yet, the impending retaliation from the Uchiha clan would be something Yuya could never withstand. Given the Uchiha's dominance, it was plausible that Yuya might suddenly disappear come tomorrow. A collective sigh of resignation escaped the crowd. Yet, at that moment, Yuya unexpectedly called out to Uchiha Han. Wait. Uchiha Han halted, a cold smile gracing his face. Even if Yuya were to kneel and plead for mercy now, it would be too late. However, to his surprise, Yuya's words were not those of submission, but rather a bold challenge. 3 months from now, will you dare to engage in a life-and-death duel with me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon Yuya's utterance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. All eyes turned towards Yuya, as though he were a madman. 3 months, a life-and-death duel with a CH Nin? What an absurdity! Even though Yuya had previously gained the upper hand over Uchiha Han through some mysterious power, once a CH Nin became serious, it was inconceivable that Yuya, an ungraduated student, could stand a chance, even against several genin. Moreover, Uchiha Han was a CH Nin of the esteemed Uchiha clan. The crowd was left in stunned silence. And Uchiha Han himself questioned whether he had misheard Yuya challenging him. This little imp truly believes that, having gained a slight advantage through his peculiar bloodline limit, he is now worthy of engaging him in combat. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Han chuckled, his laughter imbued with profound derision and disdain. He gazed condescendingly at Yuya, proclaiming, To challenge me is commendable, I accept. Although fully aware that Yuya intended to buy time, Uchiha Han could not possibly decline the challenge in front of so many witnesses. It was not merely his pride at stake, but the honor of the Uchiha clan, which he could not afford to tarnish. Yet, in just 3 short months, a mere child could hardly hope to turn the tide. Provided he approached the matter with seriousness, he was confident he could dispatch 2 Yuis without difficulty. In the next moment, Uchiha Han, disinterested in further dialogue, transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished from sight. At that instant, the onlookers awakened from their stupor, mingling astonishment with regret. This child was indeed remarkable. He remained composed in the face of adversity, daring to challenge a Chunin and seizing this opportunity to gain 3 months. Alas, having offended the Uchiha clan, his talent would likely remain unfulfilled, as it was utterly impossible to triumph over a Chunin within such a brief time frame. Indeed, with only 3 months remaining, was this not excessively cruel to the child? As the crowd sighed in unison, they shook their heads and departed, unwilling to involve themselves in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, an Anbu member cast a sympathetic glance at Yuya. Should this matter be reported to the 3rd Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen. It might garner his attention and perhaps even save Yuya's life, though the likelihood was slim. The Anbu approached Yuya, patting him on the shoulder, and said, Enjoy your 3 months. In line with Uchiha customs, you need not worry about danger during this time. With those words, the Anbu too dissolved into a plume of white smoke. Enjoy 3 months? Damn it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya was acutely aware that Uchiha Han was in no position to decline his challenge. Thus he unhesitatingly secured a span of 3 months. However, these 3 months were not to be squandered. As he traversed the streets, it became evident that news of Yuya's challenge to Uchiha Han had swiftly permeated through Konoha. The notion of a student from the Ninja Academy daring to challenge a CH Nin was indeed a remarkable spectacle. Whispers and discussions echoed all around. Many gazes directed towards him were tinged with a hint of sympathy. Even those who typically regarded Yuya with disdain could not help but sigh and shake their heads upon seeing him. At first, Yuya felt somewhat out of place, but eventually he grew accustomed to it, disregarding any lingering gazes. He intended to observe Might Dai's training briefly before returning home to continue his rigorous exercises. Having obtained the shockwave bloodline limit, he had achieved a level of strength that rendered him nearly impervious to the threats posed by lower-ranking ninjas in less than 2 months. While there exists a significant disparity between Jinin and Chunin, it is not an insurmountable gap within a short span of time. In the original narrative, Kakashi Hitaki became a Jinin at 5 and ascended to Chunin by 6. Similarly, Yuya possessed the confidence and determination to elevate his prowess to Chunin level within 3 months. Soon, Yuya arrived at the location where Might Dai was training. Initially, he had only intended to take a fleeting glance, as he had long ceased to harbor high hopes of witnessing Might Dai's mastery of the 8 gates. However, unexpectedly, upon merely casting his eyes upon the scene, Yuya found himself entranced. The world around him gradually dimmed. The remnants of sunlight filtered through the small grove, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. Yet all of it was obliterated by an overwhelming force. Boom. At that moment, Might Dai stood at the center of a small clearing, his entire being radiating with a vibrant green luminescence. An indescribable aura surged around him. The 8 gates. Yuya stood there, gazing at the scene before him, his eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance as he murmured, "Indeed, this is the most formidable forbidden technique of physical combat that has captivated countless admirers." The thought that in the original narrative, Kai had once withstood and even subdued the likes of Six Paths Madara ignited a fervor within him. He had long desired to secretly learn this technique, and today he finally witnessed it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Might Dai stood quietly in the arena, and with a shout, he stomped his foot upon the ground. Crack! The earth beneath him erupted with fissures, spreading out like a spider's web in all directions. The 5th gate, the gate of closing, was opened. Boom. This time, it was not merely through the act of stomping the earth. The sheer force radiating from his body alone caused the fragile earthen surface to fracture and crumble. Chapter 13, The 8 Gates of Bypass Whoosh. In the next instant, Might Dai's form transformed into a mere afterimage, flashing before a massive tree with a trunk thick enough to embrace, where he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the enormous tree succumbed to the force of Might Dai's strike, collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Having achieved this feat, Might Dai remained still, seemingly lost in silent contemplation, choosing not to open the 6th gate. After a moment, he suddenly called out towards the tree behind which Yuya was concealed, "Come out." He had been discovered. Yuya stepped out with a hint of awkwardness, having been overly excited moments before and inadvertently exposing himself. It is always somewhat uncomfortable to be caught peering at someone else's cultivation. However, having visited daily for 2 months, it seemed implausible that Might Dai would remain oblivious, regardless of his weaknesses in other areas, Yuya pondered. Yet, contrary to expectations, Might Dai did not express anger at Yuya's intrusion. Instead, he gave him a thumbs up. "You're quite dedicated, young man." As the green glow surrounding him gradually faded, Might Dai revealed a rugged smile. Yuya was immediately taken aback, his expression darkening. No matter how formidable one's strength may be, does a fool remain a fool forever? "Apologies, I have been covertly learning from you," Yuya lamented. "No worries, I grant you permission." Might Dai laughed heartily, interrupting Yuya's words. In the next moment, Might Dai unexpectedly performed an action that nearly caused Yuya to spit blood. He suddenly knelt on the ground, gazing up at the heavens with tear-filled eyes. "Is it truly possible that someone is willing to learn martial arts from me? Has my youth not yet faded?" Even though Yuya possessed a robust mental fortitude, he struggled to contain himself upon witnessing this scene. It was utterly absurd. Might Dai, and Lee, these individuals exhibited remarkable tenacity and resilience. Yet their personalities were all exceedingly foolish. It is no wonder that despite Might Dai's undeniable strength, he remains a perpetual underdog, aside from martial arts, fighting, and combat. He seems utterly oblivious to other facets such as reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Might Dai then rose again, laughing heartily as he approached Yuya, though his body trembled slightly. This was not due to excitement, but rather the strain of opening the 5th gate, which bore a burden for him at this moment. Observing this, Yuya furrowed his brow once more. The side effects of the 8 gates technique are truly, is there no way to avoid them? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya's lips twitched slightly, and then he shrugged helplessly, saying, "I have been secretly studying for 2 months. What? 2 months? Might Dai looked at Yuya in astonishment, circling around him, his expression one of overwhelming emotion, as if he were on the verge of tears. I never expected to witness such a devoted young man dedicated to the art of taijutsu. Yuya now yearns to turn around and leave, feeling utterly drained of any capacity for sarcasm. Moreover, it is quite surprising that Might Dai only just discovered that he had been spying. Perhaps it was due to his activation of the 8 gates, coupled with his astonishment that led him to neglect concealing his presence. One would have thought he was already aware of it long ago. Yuya's expression darkened. The mystique surrounding Might Dai had plummeted over the course of 2 months, and now it had sunk to an all-time low. Ahem, in truth. I possess no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu. To be precise, I find it somewhat challenging to refine chakra, which leaves me with no choice but to focus on taijutsu. Yuya elucidated. Is that so? Might Dai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before exuberantly embracing Yuya. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya could no longer contain himself this time. He felt that if this continued, he would surely ruin his reputation. Fear not. Might Dai released Yuya, thumping his chest as he declared, even if one cannot practice ninjutsu, one can still become an exceptional ninja, just like you. Yuya, at a loss for words, could only respond weakly. Might Dai felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he was still merely a genin. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the young man had witnessed the power I just displayed. That is the strength I have mastered over the course of many years. As Might Dai spoke, a hint of pride crept onto his otherwise serious face. This is the ultimate forbidden technique that liberates the body's constraints, the 8 gates. There are a total of 8 gates, and by sequentially opening them, one can attain immense power. Even I have only managed to reach the 7th gate. Listening to Might Dai's words, Yuya felt a mix of surprise and enlightenment. The original text stated that it took him 20 years to master the 8 gates, so given that the present timeline had not yet reached that point, it made sense that he had only unlocked up to the 7th gate. In just a few more years, perhaps after the Second Great Ninja War, Might Dai would indeed possess the capability to open the 8th gate. Noticing Yuya's seemingly unfazed demeanor, Might Dai's earlier excitement quickly faded into disappointment. Are you truly not interested? No, I am indeed quite intrigued, Yuya replied with a resigned expression, feigning surprise and curiosity as he inquired. What about opening the 8th gate? Upon hearing this, Might Dai's enthusiasm reignited as he clenched his fists and exclaimed, if all 8 gates are opened, one can undoubtedly attain power rivaling that of the Hokage. But, well, it's incredibly powerful, nonetheless. Yet, as he contemplated the fatal consequences of opening the 8th gate, Might Dai found himself in a moment of inner turmoil. Yuya was pondering how to acquire specific cultivation methods when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Might Dai, exuding an elder brotherly demeanor, inquiring, so, are you interested in learning? Yuya, is it really that easy? Is it acceptable to casually divulge forbidden techniques? However, considering something like the 8 gates of bypass, even if it were completely public, I doubt many would be inclined to learn it. Yet, Might Dai, encountering someone like himself without any ninjutsu talent, is understandably eager to share it. Of course, the crux of the matter lies in his humorous disposition. Might Dai now appears almost desperate for Yuya to agree to learn, wearing an expression as if he would weep if Yuya declines, leaving Yuya exasperated. Who is teaching whom here? Naturally, he desires to learn. Without hesitation, Yuya nodded vigorously. Since Might Dai is willing to instruct, Yuya would certainly seize the opportunity. Although he could gradually enhance his physique and slowly deduce the 8 gates of bypass, that would take an inordinate amount of time. Not to mention it would be far more expedient to obtain knowledge directly from Might Dai. After all, he has a life and death duel in 3 months. Chapter 14. Research. Furthermore, despite Might Dai's comical nature, Yuya finds a semblance of warmth in him. How should I put it? He may be amusing, but he is undeniably sincere. Yuya perceives the straightforward and benevolent nature of Might Dai. Upon arriving in this world, his personal experiences have illuminated the truth that it is not as entirely bright and passionate as depicted in comics. Lurking behind the sunlight is a profound darkness. As a child from a distant village, his experiences in Konoha, while not as dire as Naruto's in the original narrative, are still far from pleasant. Might Dai stands in stark and conspicuous contrast to the senior figures of Konoha, including the Hokage's aide, Danzo, and the domineering and arrogant Uchiha clan. No matter how humorous he may be, he embodies positivity and radiance, devoid of any shadow. Yuya was acutely aware of the darkness that enveloped this world. Yet he yearned to behold the brilliance akin to that of Might Dai. How splendid! Witnessing Yuya nod in agreement, a flicker of excitement illuminated Might Dai's face, almost bringing him to tears. However, in the next moment, He wiped away his tears and turned to Yuya with a grave expression. Young man, although this technique is powerful, it is a forbidden art. Do you comprehend the implications of such a prohibition? I understand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya is indeed a source of frustration. This encapsulates the arduous process of mastering the 8 gates of Duenjia. Might Dai sat there earnestly, raising a finger to expound upon it. The prerequisites? I believe you have already fulfilled. However, I still recommend you engage in further physical training before attempting to unlock the first gate. The side effects are intrinsically linked to one's physical condition. The stronger the body, the lesser the adverse effects. From the third gate onward, the repercussions will become significantly more pronounced. Yuya comprehended the essence of Might Dai's discourse, yet remained quietly attentive. As Might Dai delved into the intricacies of the 8th gate, Yuya's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, his mind racing with contemplation. Simultaneously, Yuya posed a myriad of probing questions. Might Dai was taken aback by the critical nature of Yuya's inquiries. Some were beyond his ken, yet he diligently answered those within his knowledge. With a plethora of answers acquired, a nascent idea began to take shape in Yuya's mind. While a ninja of this world may methodically approach the study of a jutsu, Yuya was distinctly different. The soul of Yuya originates from a realm of boundless imagination. Therefore, Yuya possesses bolder and more extraordinary ideas. The 8 gates of Duenjia, a forbidden technique devised by ninjas, are not inherent gifts but rather creations of ingenuity. This implies that they can be refined and even transformed. In the depths of his heart, Yuya conversed with himself, his eyes shimmering with a bright radiance. Undoubtedly, the 8 gates of Duenjia from the original work were formidable. However, unleashing all 8 gates ultimately led to death, a fate Yuya wished to avert. He yearned to alter this outcome. After acquiring the training methods for the 8 gates from Might Dai, Yuya chose not to practice further but returned home. For an entire night, he pondered the intricacies of the 8 gates. The 8 gates serve to unlock the limitations of the human body, shattering previous boundaries. Beginning with the 2 gates at the head, Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Limit Gate, View Gate, Closing Gate, and Death Gate, there are a total of 8 gates that cascade down through the chest and abdomen, ultimately converging at the heart. The complete unlocking of the body culminates in a final assault on the heart, where the ultimate threshold of power is breached, signifying the full activation of one's life force. An event that leads inexorably to death. Yet, could the heart serve as the origin? This question lingered in Yuya's mind as he deliberated. If the heart were to be the terminus, the final surge of energy would indeed activate the last vestiges of life. However, if the heart were to be the source, initiating the strengthening of the body step by step from the heart, could it possibly circumvent those adverse effects? The method of using the heart as the origin posed a challenge. Nevertheless, Yuya began to formulate ideas, refraining from immediate experimentation, opting instead to discuss further with Might Dai. Recognizing the gravity of such matters that should not be taken lightly. The following day, as dawn's light began to break, Yuya was abruptly awakened by an insistent noise. Without a doubt, the one causing the ruckus was Kushina. Having exerted considerable mental effort, Yuya's mind was still clouded, and Kushina's clamor left him feeling utterly beleaguered. However, he discerned the purpose of her visit. It pertained to his challenge against Uchiha. A student who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy daring to challenge Nin of the Uchiha clan in a life-or-death duel was an outrageous affair, unprecedented in history. Consequently, the news spread rapidly, and within a day, nearly the entire village was aware. Naturally, Kushina was among them, having spent the night in restless anticipation. Before daybreak, she had risen and rushed to Yuya. Despite the annoyance Kushina's incessant chatter caused him, Yuya felt a surge of gratitude. Honestly, have you even been listening to me? I told you to promptly withdraw from that duel, and I would find a way for you to stay within the Shinju clan's protection. The Uchiha would think twice before acting recklessly. Kushina grasped Yuya's shoulders firmly, shaking him persistently. Yuya could not help but let out a bitter laugh. All right, if you continue to shake me, I may very well perish from your incessant movements before anyone else gets the chance to strike me down. Humph, who knows what you were truly thinking? Challenging a Nin. Were you perhaps feverish at that moment, Kushina? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Yuya's lips twitched, and once again, a bitter smile crossed his face. I am confident that in 3 months, I will defeat him. Yes, it shall be so. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya felt quite helpless regarding Kushina, fully aware of her good intentions. After a lengthy explanation, it seemed that none of it had penetrated her understanding. In the end, witnessing Yuya's obstinate demeanor, Kushina, in a fit of anger, declared that she would no longer concern herself with him before storming out. With a bitter smile, Yuya could only shake his head in resignation as he watched Kushina's furious departure. After calming his thoughts, he rose to freshen up. Once dressed, he approached the door, suddenly realizing that attending the ninja academy seemed unnecessary at this juncture. With a deathmatch against Uchiha looming in 3 months, every moment should be devoted to training. Attending classes at the academy would merely squander precious time. After careful contemplation, Yuya decided to request an extended leave of absence. However, his relationship with the Chunin teacher was rather strained, rendering such a request potentially arduous. With this thought in mind, Yuya furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, whether his leave was granted or not mattered little to him. He resolved to simply inform the Ninja Academy of his intention to cease attending classes. Upon arriving at the school, he found that the students regarded him with a degree of indifference, showing no particularly unusual reactions. After all, they were merely children. Unencumbered by weighty thoughts, they were simply astounded by the news of Yuya's audacious challenge to the Chunin. He proceeded to the Chunin teacher's office. Without hesitation, Yuya strode forward and entered. To his surprise, he encountered his Chunin teacher, Katno. Upon seeing Yuya, Katno's expression was markedly different from before. Gone were the disdain and aversion. Instead, there lingered a hint of complexity. Yuya found Kato's attitude somewhat perplexing. Given that Kato had previously sustained severe injuries from his encounter with Uchiha Izumi, one would expect him to face stringent repercussions. Yet, upon seeing Yuya, he displayed no signs of resentment whatsoever. Although puzzled, Yuya chose not to dwell on it and calmly expressed his intention to take a 3-month leave of absence. After stating his request, he turned to leave, indifferent to whether Kato would acquiesce, as he had no plans to return. To Yuya's surprise, Kato gently placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded in agreement, unexpectedly granting his request. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Yuya stared blankly as Katono exited the office. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Suddenly, it dawned on her. This was precisely the original words of that previous Anbu ninja. Yuya nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you truly believe that I am doomed? With an expression of utter frustration, he departed from the office. As he slowly exited the school, he sought to cast away his chaotic thoughts. He then began to ponder deeply, his head bowed, appearing as if he were lost and on the brink of death, drawing numerous sympathetic glances from those around him. However, in reality, Yuya was contemplating the final few questions that had lingered from the previous night. He refused to squander a single moment. If he could resolve each of these inquiries, he would possess an 80% assurance of successfully developing that technique. Such confidence was astonishingly high. Once that technique was mastered, Yuya firmly believed that defeating Uchiha within 3 months would be an absolute certainty. After much reflection, he managed to solve one problem, yet several remained unsolved. Yuya resolved to seek out Might Dai once more. Might Dai remained in that forest, diligently training, completely oblivious to the fact that the entire village was aware of Yuya's challenge against Uchiha. Upon seeing Yuya approach with a bright smile, he greeted him warmly. Indeed, it seemed he could not connect with anyone in the village. Yuya was even curious about the identity of Ake's mother. However, at that moment, he did not waste any time and directly posed several of his questions. These inquiries prompted a moment of contemplation for Taida. After a while, he responded to some of them, while his answer to the final question bore a hint of uncertainty. After numerous discussions, Yuya and Might Dai finally arrived at a conclusion regarding the last question. At this moment, the intricate patterns within Yuya's mind began to take shape, gradually formulating a comprehensive and distinct method of cultivation, the very technique Yuya had long aspired to develop, the reverse cultivation of the 8 gates of Duenjia. The mere mention of it would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, yet Yuya's thoughts are as boundless as the imagination itself, coupled with an audacious spirit of experimentation. The heart is the wellspring of explosive power, Thus, commencing with it as the final gate would mean unleashing one's entire vitality. A path that would inevitably lead to demise. However, if one were to initiate the enhancement from the heart, using it to drive the entire body, sequentially breaking through each gate, it may be possible to achieve a version of the 8 gates of Duenjia that is devoid of side effects, perhaps even a permanent one. After meticulously organizing the cultivation method, Yuya unreservedly conveyed his thoughts to Might Dai, revealing his intentions. Reverse cultivation of the 8 gates of Duenjia? Upon hearing this, Might Dai felt an overwhelming surge in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless in astonishment. He was unable to suppress his urge to argue. Yet he soon realized that Yuya had seemingly anticipated every possible objection. It appeared genuinely feasible. Ultimately, Might Dai resolved to support Yuya's idea, for he believed that youth should be dedicated to striving for excellence. He identified several flaws within the concept and assisted Yuya in rectifying them. Thus, the method for reverse cultivation of the 8 gates of Duenjia was fully established. Without hesitation, Yuya commenced his attempts. Might Dai, unwavering in his resolve, stood vigilantly by Yuya's side. His character was undeniably trustworthy, allowing Yuya to feel completely at ease. First, Yuya activated the blood vessels and meridians throughout his body before settling into a meditative position. He cleared his mind of all thoughts, entering a state of singular focus. Starting from his heart, Yuya murmured softly as he gently pressed his thumb against the cardiac region. However, it proved ineffective. Approaching the heart as the first gate to open was fundamentally different from treating it as the 8th gate. Yuya furrowed his brow slightly. This path proved unviable, however. Alternative methods remained. Subsequently, Yuya resolved to forcibly breach the barrier using chakra. The 8 gates technique liberates all limitations of the human body, essentially unshackling the constraints of chakra. Yet, this chakra does not flow outward, but instead forms a surging river within, enhancing the body entirely. Nonetheless, chakra is Yuya's least proficient skill. After expending considerable effort, he managed to summon a minuscule amount of chakra, directing it toward the door located at his heart. However, it was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. It was utterly ineffective. Yuya even contemplated that attempting to open the heart as the primary gate would be impossible, even for a Jonin or even a Kaga-level chakra. No wonder, throughout the millennia, while the forward 8 gates technique has been established, the reverse variant has never emerged. The sheer difficulty of its cultivation is incomprehensible, hence, no one has ever succeeded. As Yuya contemplated this, a glimmer of resolve emerged in his eyes. The failure of others did not signify his own inability to succeed, for he possessed the power of the Shock Release Kekkei Genkai. The true mastery of Yuya lies above the realm of the Shock Release bloodline limit. The power of oscillation arises. Shatter these shackles for me. Chapter 16. Breaking the limit. The power of oscillation. This is the third and final method, and the one in which Yuya holds the greatest confidence. But, even when adjusting the intensity of the oscillation to its minimum, the surge of power emanating from his heart momentarily plunged Yuya into darkness, nearly causing him to faint. Yet he succeeded. The door at Yuya's heart, which should have been the 8th gate's death door, was forcefully breached by the explosive oscillation. As he emerged from the brink of unconsciousness, feeling the distinctly different flow of power within his heart, a glimmer of excitement and joy finally broke through Yuya's facade. Indeed, the power of oscillation can serve as the key to unlocking the first gate at his heart. This signifies that, apart from himself, there may be no one else in this world capable of mastering such a reverse 8 gates technique. At this moment, the first gate at his heart has only been torn open slightly. However, the power surging from his heart has already grown immensely stronger than before. Moreover, with the enhancement of the heart's power, the flow of blood will bring forth even greater strength, gradually reinforcing Yuya's body in a perfect virtuous cycle. This alone is enough to astonish Yuya. Yet, the benefits do not end there. At the very instant the door at his heart was breached, Yuya sensed an exceptionally potent chakra brewing within. The chakra flowing through his heart, while being nurtured, simultaneously fed back into it. As the heart received this nurturing and strengthening from the chakra, it pulsated with greater vigor, blood surging forth. This represents a second virtuous enhancement, mutually reinforcing each other. Even Yuya did not anticipate this. To think that forcibly opening the door could grant him a powerful chakra, despite his previous difficulties in cultivating it. A hint of uncontrollable ecstasy spread across his face. He immediately recalled that the normal 8 gates technique involves breaking the shackles of chakra within the body. However, that chakra is fleeting, a momentary explosive enhancement. But what Yuya possesses now is permanent. Yuya could sense the chakra residing at the heart, a quantity equivalent to that of a low-ranking ninja. With this substantial reserve of chakra, he would undoubtedly transcend his previous fate of mediocrity in the realm of ninjutsu. It was not that he was incapable of mastering ninjutsu. Rather, the scarcity of chakra had rendered the processes of refinement and concentration exceedingly challenging, thereby hindering his training. However, now, with merely half of the gate at his heart unlocked, his chakra had experienced a tremendous amplification, and remarkably, it required no deliberate effort on his part to refine it. What a splendid power this was! This chakra would be stored within his heart, continuously enhancing and reciprocating with its innate strength. Moreover, Yuya instantly comprehended that perhaps as he progressed to unlock the second and even the third gates, his chakra would further augment. This path was now laid out before him with unparalleled clarity. Yet, for the moment, Yuya's objective was to fully unlock the first gate. The next step was to surge forward with unwavering determination. With excitement illuminating his countenance, Yuya continued to unleash the earlier surge of energy, simultaneously harnessing the chakra emanating from his heart. The two forces united in a magnificent display. Boom, boom, boom. The door at the heart, which had already been marred by a tear, now succumbed to the relentless onslaught, shattering as effortlessly as if it were mere paper. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, a profound aura seemed to surge from Yuya, leaving his steadfast guardian, Might Dai, utterly astonished and turning to gaze in disbelief. The constraints upon Yuya's heart were entirely lifted, as if a formidable chakra was brewing within, poised to activate the 8 gates of Duenjia formation. However, in the end, this power did not erupt as Yuya had envisioned. Instead, it dispersed into the other 7 gates that remained unopened. Only when all 7 gates were fully unlocked and the heart, serving as the death gate, was activated could one harness the terrifying power of the 8 gates of Duenjia. Merely initiating it as the first gate would not yield an explosion of power, but rather a state of stability. Thus, the first gate of the reverse 8 gates of Duenjia was completely unsealed by Yuya. His chakra surged from being nearly impossible to extract even a trace, leaping to a level comparable to that of a genin. Simultaneously, his physical strength, power, and speed experienced significant enhancement, resulting in an all-encompassing augmentation. If previously Yuya might have struggled against a genin, now they were no longer his adversaries. However, with this explosive surge of power, Yuya felt a slight discomfort. Suddenly, a wave of reverse blood surged within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet his expression bore no trace of concern. It was entirely normal for him to find it somewhat challenging to control the chakra that had just reached genin level. With the constraints of his heart lifted, it was only natural that it had not yet been fortified enough to withstand such power. Yet, as long as the chakra and heart mutually nourished one another, he would soon adapt perfectly. Yeah, are you alright? Upon witnessing Yuya's sudden surge of formidable energy, which then abruptly subsided, followed by the spitting of blood, Might Dai approached with great astonishment and concern to check on Yuya's condition. Yuya shook his head, taking a deep breath to gradually calm the raging energy within him. I am fine, but it seems I still require some time to stabilize. It's alright, Yuya. You are already exceptionally talented. The fact that you devised such a training method is impressive, and even if it doesn't yield success, I hold great admiration for you. Might Dai consoled, patting Yuyue's shoulder. Victory and defeat are commonplace in our field, even if it proves unmanageable. Training with me in the orthodox 8 gates of bypass will undoubtedly elevate your physical prowess. Having just quelled the surging power at his heart, Yuyue's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he listened to Might Dai's comforting words. I don't believe I mentioned that I failed. Indeed, even if one were to fail, it wouldn't matter, in my opinion. Wait, what? Might Dai, still rambling on, abruptly realized, his eyes widening in disbelief. You succeeded. Yes, Yuya shrugged. And suddenly, a thunderous boom resounded in his mind, as if a colossal bolt of lightning had struck. Might Dai was momentarily stunned, his thoughts swirling in a cacophony of disbelief as he gazed at Yuya, his expression one of utter incredulity, mouth agape, and unable to close. What a joke. Had that reversed 8 gates technique truly been mastered? Was the entire history of the ninja world reduced to mere rubble by Yuya? He was nothing short of a prodigy. Chapter 17. Strength. Might Dai had never anticipated that Yuya would succeed. After all, throughout countless ages, countless individuals had attempted to master the 8 gates and modify its techniques. Among them were undoubtedly brilliant talents, yet none had triumphed. Yet, here was Yuya, who had indeed achieved the impossible. What once seemed like a worthless endeavor to master ninjutsu now revealed Yuya as a being beyond the realm of mere genius, a true marvel. This was the inception of a new forbidden technique. How profoundly shocking. Observing the astonishment that left Might Dai in a state of disbelief, Yuya felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "I apologize. Although I have succeeded in my training, I fear I cannot impart this knowledge to you." This reversed 8 gates technique can only be mastered by one who possesses the D-ton bloodline limit. Furthermore, with Might Dai having already opened the first 7 gates, opening the 8th would merely lead to the conventional death gate. With a sense of regret, Yuya explained to Might Dai. After all, he had learned the 8 gates from him but was unable to share the newly developed techniques. Gradually emerging from his shock, Might Dai, surprisingly, took it quite well, waving his hands repeatedly and laughing heartily. "No worries, no worries. Just witnessing such an outstanding young man like you brings me immense joy." Indeed, youth continues to burn brightly and to be passed on. Although words eluded her, Yuya silently admired Might Dai's sincerity and candor, finding herself gradually able to accept his playful nature. In truth, it was rather amusing. Upon returning home, Yuya began to rest. The limitations surrounding her heart had just been shattered. Although the heart would gradually strengthen with each pulse as blood flowed through it, this transformation required time. Approximately 3 days later, this process would culminate. Thus, the first gate of the 8 gates, a technique Yuya had newly named as the reverse 8 gates, was finally perfected. Each of the 2 variations of the 8 gates possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. The true 8 gates of Duel, pioneered by Yuya, boasts a remarkable advantage. It possesses no side effects. This technique is akin to gradually opening meridians and cultivating martial arts, allowing for a methodical progression rather than a sudden breach of limits that drains one's vitality. Thus, while its lack of side effects is beneficial, it also signifies a drawback. Its power is considerably diminished in comparison to the conventional 8 gates of Duel. In terms of both strength and speed, it does not exhibit the same extraordinary capabilities. However, this limitation is counterbalanced by a significant advantage: its durability. The traditional 8 gates of Duel is characterized by a fleeting nature, a brief explosion of power that quickly fades. In contrast, Yuya's true 8 gates of Duel offers permanence. It does not close or weaken, representing a constant and enduring enhancement. As Yuya unlocked the true 8 gates, the power he possessed became eternal, encompassing not only strength and speed, but also a significant reservoir of chakra, akin to that of a low-ranking ninja. Clenching his fist, a smile graced Yuya's face. What had previously eluded him was now within reach, thanks to the true 8 gates. With chakra at his disposal, he felt an irresistible urge to further hone his ninjutsu skills. Although his current physical prowess, augmented by the Shock Release Kekkei Genkai, rendered him formidable enough to handle various situations, the allure of ninjutsu was undeniable. Shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. With a chakra level equivalent to that of a low-ranking ninja, and with it residing in the first gate, which remained a constant reservoir within his heart, mastering the 3-body technique proved to be remarkably effortless for Yuya. Indeed, it was not that Yuya lacked talent for ninjutsu. The issue had stemmed from his chakra. Now that his chakra was stabilized, his aptitude for ninjutsu shone brilliantly, allowing him to grasp the 3-body technique almost instantaneously. However, the refinement of chakra still posed a challenge, indicating that the path to enhancing his chakra reserves would necessitate the continuous unlocking of the true 8 gates. As Yuya endeavored once more to refine his chakra, he realized the profound difficulty of the task at hand. Indeed, the 8 gates of death constituted his very essence. With the opening of each gate, his strength would amplify layer by layer, encompassing not only chakra, but also physical fortitude and the power of oscillation. At this moment, with the first gate unlocked, Yuya's oscillatory force was already sufficient to effortlessly shatter C-rank ninjutsu. The range of his attack had expanded significantly, no longer confined to a mere meter, but extending 2 to 3-fold, reaching nearly 3 meters. Although he still had some distance to cover before he could withstand B-rank ninjutsu, the gap was not insurmountable. Yuya's prowess can be said to have reached the zenith of the lower ranks, almost rivaling that of the middle ranks. At this rate, it is conceivable that within merely a month, this individual, who is yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, could attain the strength of a Chunin. In this world, there are occasions where status does not correspond with strength. Take Might Dai, for instance. Despite being a mere Genin, once he unleashes the 8th gate, even elite Jonin would find themselves overwhelmed by his might. Yet, such instances are rare. Generally, Status aligns with strength, Jinin, Chunin, Elite Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin. And finally, Kage. This hierarchy is intrinsic to the world of Naruto. In Yuya's perspective, strength can also be categorized in this manner without distinction, however. Between the Elite Jonin and Kage, one could introduce the concept of a quasi-Kage. Some Elite Jonin possess formidable strength and wield secret techniques that could pose a threat to Kage-level figures. Such individuals may be referred to as quasi-Kage. In reality, the Naruto universe lacks a clearly defined Kage tier. The pinnacle of status lies with the 5 Kage of the 5 great ninja villages: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. However, their strengths can be rather inconsistent. Above the Kage tier, there exists the even more formidable Super Kage, and perhaps even those of the 6 paths level. But that realm feels too distant for Yuya, who does not feel the urgency to categorize them just yet. Shoving these thoughts aside, Yuya prepared to resume his training. At present, he has nearly found a definitive path for his cultivation. He need not exert effort on techniques such as fire release or earth release, as ninjutsu requiring hand seals are not particularly suited to him. Techniques like the Rasengan, which are hand seal-less, might indeed be integrated with the shockwave force to develop new moves. But there is no rush at this moment. What Yuya must now undertake is quite simple. He needs to master the force of oscillation completely and adeptly grasp several fundamental ninjutsu techniques, such as transformation and substitution jutsu. Once he unlocks the second gate, he will experience a significant surge in strength. Chapter 18, Returning to School. If my estimations are correct, when Yuya opens the second gate, his chakra levels should ascend to the mid-shunin rank, enabling him to further explore the powers of the Shock Release bloodline limit and commence the training of the Rasengan, or even develop ninjutsu tailored to his unique abilities. With his objectives clearly defined, Yuya dedicated the ensuing days to rigorous training. Before he realized it, several days had passed. Yuya's body had not only fully acclimated to the power of his heart, but his mastery over the force of vibration had also progressed significantly. With a resounding crash, he shattered a hefty wooden stake with a single punch. Exhaling deeply, he wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary Jinin were no longer his match. After concluding his training for the day, Yuya exchanged farewells with Might Dai before heading home. To his surprise, upon reaching his doorstep, he encountered a figure that seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. It was Kushina Izumaki. Although she had once declared in exasperation that she would no longer concern herself with Yuya, as time passed, her worries only intensified. Ultimately, upon hearing some news, she could not resist seeking him out once more. Discovering that Yuya was not at home deepened her anxiety, prompting her to wait at his doorstep for nearly a day. At last, seeing Yuya's returning silhouette, the tension etched across Kushina's face instantly dissipated. Without hesitation, however, she fixed him with an intense glare. Yuya, you must listen to me this time. Approaching her, Yuya raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and inquired, "What is it?" Kushina took a deep breath. Her expression grave as she declared, "You must participate in the upcoming practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy." This statement left Yuya momentarily astonished and perplexed. A practical ranking assessment? What was that? Before he could ponder further, Kushina seized his arm, insisting, "I know you are proud and fiercely independent, unwilling to rely on others. But this is your chance to prove yourself." The practical ranking assessment encompasses all levels and is not merely a series of one-on-one duels. It involves drawn matches that culminate in a comprehensive ranking. Lord Third Hokage will be watching. If you perform exceptionally well and catch his eye, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly think twice before acting against you. At this point, Kushina gazed at Yuya, wishing to compel him with her urgency. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, confronted with his seemingly indifferent expression, she felt her resolve wane. She feared that Yuya would remain obstinate. The determination on her youthful face gradually faded, replaced by uncertainty and trepidation. "Please, Yuya, you don't need to defeat the most talented Minato Namikaze. Even securing a top 3 position will ensure that Lord Hokage takes notice of you." There was an unmistakable note of pleading in Kushina's voice, leaving Yuya momentarily speechless. Was this truly her? The fiery girl he knew? This was a genuine display of concern, a manifestation of her desire for him to live and not to depart from her life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya extended his finger and gently pinched her small face, revealing a hint of a smile. Do not be angry. Now that I am participating, I shall secure the first place for you. Humph. Susanoo let out a soft huff, turning her head away. She understood that Yuya was deliberately attempting to cheer her up. Although she believed in Yuya's determination to achieve a commendable result, she could not fathom him attaining the pinnacle position. For before the first place lay an insurmountable mountain, Bufing Shuimin. She was well aware that Bufing Shuimin had recently triumphed over a Chunin in a direct confrontation. While being the top student of the Ninja Academy might still be acceptable, defeating a Chunin outright granted one the qualifications for early graduation. The prowess of Bufing Shuimin was in a league of its own, far beyond that of his peers. The following day, having promised Kushina and reflecting on the matter, Yuya considered that participating in this practical ranking assessment might indeed attract the attention of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, making it a worthy endeavor. After all, although failing against Uchiha would be fatal, a victory would merely serve to humiliate the Uchiha clan. Without the support of a formidable ally, he would remain vulnerable to their machinations. If there was one towering figure in Konoha, it was undoubtedly the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Yuya found the atmosphere unusually vibrant, as there were no classes that day. Following Yuya's victory over Uchiha Izumi, no one dared to provoke him further. The scornful and disdainful gazes had transformed into admiration and reverence. However, on this day, the glances shifted dramatically. Have you heard? Yuya is going to duel Uchiha to the death, exclaimed one student upon seeing Yuya, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he whispered to those nearby. Uchiha is a Chunin. Has Yuya lost his mind? The nearby child widened his eyes in disbelief. Sure, do not speak too much. The duel is still some time away. Today's main event is the practical ranking assessment. Who do you think will win? Of course, it will be Bufing Shuimin. Shuimin will undoubtedly take first place. Several boys and girls expressed their opinions with an air of certainty. Apart from Shuimin, Hinata Shana, hailing from the prestigious Hyuga clan, was also quite formidable. Indeed, he had previously defeated Uchiha Izumi. I wonder who is stronger, Shana or Yuya. It should be Shana. Given that Yuya is solely proficient in physical techniques, while the Hyuga clan excels in countering such skills. A group of students murmured among themselves. Throughout the Ninja Academy, students congregated in clusters, engaging in hushed discussions. When Yuya made his entrance, even his Chunin instructor, Kato No, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yuya's participation in the practical ranking assessment. To him, it seemed that Yuya had only a few months of life left and should be enjoying himself. Without further thought, Kato No casually added Yuya's name to the list. Yuya encountered no obstacles and successfully completed his registration. Chapter 19. The Champion. The ninja schools of this era differ significantly from those depicted in the original narrative. In the original, grades were organized by age. However, during this period, the system was still in its infancy. There was no concept of grades within the ninja school, which allowed for prodigies like Kakashi Hitaki to graduate at the tender age of 5 and become a nin by 6. In practical ranking assessments, achieving a high placement permitted students to apply for early graduation. Nonetheless, children who had only recently joined the ninja school, typically less than a year, generally chose to forego participation in these rigorous assessments. Talents like Kakashi are indeed rare, for the majority must adhere to a gradual path of study and training over several years. Yet, despite this, the total number of participants in the practical ranking assessments was substantial. In the subsequent Fourth Great Ninja War, the combined forces of the Ninja Alliance numbered as many as 80,000. Without a sufficient student body in the ninja school, such a figure would be unattainable. Given the large number of participants, 5 venues were employed concurrently for the practical ranking assessments. All students would draw lots to determine matchups, leading to victories and defeats, followed by winners facing off against one another and losers doing the same. This process of repeated draws and matchups ultimately produced an overall ranking. Initially, 4 separate venues were used, and after several rounds, the top contenders moved on to the 5th main venue for further competition. In this principal arena, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would even preside personally, underscoring the significance placed on ninja training during this era. The opening ceremony of the practical ranking assessments was naturally hosted and inaugurated by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Amidst the reverent gazes of numerous ninjas, Sarutobi, adorned in the ceremonial Hokage robes, gracefully ascended the stage. At the moment he appeared, all the students erupted into cheers, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled enthusiasm. In Konoha, The Hokage undoubtedly holds the highest status and earns the utmost respect. Although Hiruzen was not particularly tall, there was not a single gaze of contempt among the crowd, only reverence. For he was the third Hokage, the most formidable ninja in Konoha at that time. Gazing upon the children in the ninja school, their expressions filled with admiration, awe, and excitement, Sarutobi wore a warm smile. With a wave of his hand, the crowd fell into an immediate hush. Konoha inherits the will of fire. The future of the village rests in your hands. The will of fire shall be passed down to you, the fresh leaves of our village. So children, strive onward. For the prosperity of the village, for the legacy of the will of fire. With just a few simple words, Sarutobi elevated the atmosphere to a new pinnacle. Among the crowd, students, including Minato Namikaze, were almost swept away by the fervor. In the midst of the crowd stood Yuya, his gaze imbued with a sense of nostalgia as he observed the eloquent words of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The title of Hokage, the children of this world, including Minato Namikaze, undoubtedly view Sarutobi Hiruzen as their ultimate aspiration. Were Yuya not a time traveler well-versed in the narrative, he too might have been swept away by Hiruzen's rhetoric, aspiring to become Hokage. Yet, in Yuya's heart, while the position of Hokage remains a distant dream, there exist even more formidable entities beyond that. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. These are the aspirations that lie deepest within Yuya's soul. Of course, they are still far beyond reach. Yuya clenched his fist, his eyes filled with a glimmer of determination and resolve. No matter how distant or arduous the path ahead, he would not yield. To seize his dreams, he must firmly grasp the present. Following the impassioned words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the practical ranking examination commenced. The students were ushered into 4 separate arenas. Meanwhile, Hiruzen and his companions made their way to the main venue, awaiting the victors from the sub-arenas. The battles in the sub-arenas were not worthy of Hiruzen's personal attention. Only those who emerged victorious to the main venue would be regarded as the elite. The pillars of the new generation of Konoha. Yuya was assigned to the 3rd sub-venue. Kushina happened to be in the same area. Yet she was indifferent to her own assessment. Her sole concern was whether Yuya could achieve commendable results. She felt a greater sense of anxiety than Yuya himself. Silently watching him, she silently cheered him on, hoping he would make it to the main venue. The 3rd sub-venue, though referred to as a sub-area, was essentially a spacious training ground, overseen by 2 examiners and 4 Anbu operatives maintaining control over the situation. The first opponent assigned to Yuya was a student from the same class. Upon realizing that the draw had paired him with Yuya, the student immediately wore a forlorn expression. If one were to ponder the most undesirable adversary, undoubtedly, it would be Namikaze Minato or Yuya. Namikaze Minato consistently achieved the top rank, instilling a sense of despair, while Yuya had demonstrated his terrifying prowess in a battle against Uchiha Izumi, leaving numerous students in trepidation. I concede. Initially, the student intended to give it a try against Yuya, but upon witnessing Yuya approach with a clenched fist, emanating a dim yet fearsome white glow, he instinctively recoiled and surrendered. The memory of Uchiha Izumi being struck by Yuya's fist, resulting in shattered bones and torn ligaments, sent chills down the spines of onlookers. The presiding examiner expressed mild astonishment, then resignedly shook his head, announcing Yuya's victory in the first match. Yuya himself had not anticipated that his opponent would surrender without even attempting to fight. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable. After all, this was a ninja academy, and the participants were merely children. Individuals like him and Minato Namikaze possessed a maturity akin to that of adults, but such instances were rare. In the preceding matches, most opponents had immediately conceded, or Yuya had effortlessly concluded the battles with a single strike. There was no need to unleash overwhelming power. It was akin to a sweeping domination. This display elicited widespread admiration. Truly formidable. Indeed, after awakening his bloodline limit, Yuya's strength had undergone a complete transformation. Many students who had previously looked down upon him now wore expressions of envy. They yearned to awaken a bloodline limit of their own, aspiring to possess strength akin to Yuya's. Yet, the attainment of a bloodline limit was no simple feat. They could only watch in longing. Even the examiners and several members of the Anbu were visibly impressed by the power Yuya exhibited, their expressions tinged with admiration. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy as she witnessed this spectacle. Either opponents surrendered, or they were swiftly defeated. Soon, Yuya was poised for his 4th match. Once again, there were no surprises. Although his 4th opponent was slightly stronger, they were still no match for Yuya. who effortlessly dominated the encounter. Moments later, the examiner's voice resonated throughout the arena, announcing with admiration, Yuya, victory in the fourth match. The instant this declaration echoed, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Subsequently, a thunderous uproar erupted in the third division. Splendid. Kushina could not contain her excitement and leaped up, cheering with delight. For achieving 4 consecutive victories in the division, Yuya had secured his place as the victor, thus earning the qualification to advance to the main arena. Yuya effortlessly secured victory, drawing the envious gazes of all the children within the third arena. Chapter 20. The Main Stage. Gaining entry to the main stage meant attracting the attention of the third Hokage. For these students, merely being noticed by Sarutobi Hiruzen was an unparalleled honor, regardless of who claimed first place. Amidst the fervor of the third arena, Yuya departed, making his way toward the main stage. Kushina contemplated forfeiting her own match to join him, but since she had already participated, she resolved to see it through to the end, finishing each bout to determine a final ranking. Thus, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she watched Yuya leave the crowd behind. The uproar of the third arena was deafening, even catching the attention of participants in the first, second, and fourth arenas, as well as those near the main stage. In the first arena, Minato Namikaze, poised to compete in the fourth match, gazed with mild surprise toward the commotion of the third arena. It appeared that someone had already achieved victory, indeed, even faster than he had. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shrugged it off with a smile. Entering first was inconsequential. After all, rankings would ultimately be determined through battle in the main stage. He was resolute in not yielding the first place to anyone. A sense of relaxed confidence shone in Minato's eyes. Meanwhile, in the main stage, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated and awaiting proceedings, smiled upon hearing the noise. It seemed that exceptional talent had emerged. Who could it be? Surely it was the prodigious Minato Namikaze, surpassing even Orochimaru. Behind Hiruzen stood Jiraiya, now an elite jonin and one of the future legendary Sannin. Within the Ninja Academy, Minato had no rival. He dominated all aspects, nearly crushing the second-place contender, eclipsing even Orochimaru in his youth. Given this context, Minato's genius had undoubtedly garnered the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Listening to Jiraiya, Hiruzen nodded with a knowing smile, contemplating that it must indeed be Minato. At that moment, however, Orochimaru approached quietly, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Not necessarily, he remarked. What? Orochimaru, are you feeling disgruntled? You certainly were not as remarkable at his age, Jiraiya retorted. Orochimaru shrugged dismissively and replied, that is not my implication. Then what do you mean? Jiraiya pressed. Orochimaru gestured subtly toward a certain direction. Both Hiruzen and Jiraiya exchanged bewildered glances before their expressions shifted to astonishment. They beheld the first victor approaching the main stage, not Minato. But Yuya, this is impossible. Someone surpassed Minato, Jiraiya exclaimed, overwhelmed with disbelief. The first victor was not Minato Namikaze. Beside him, Orochimaru wore a slightly sinister grin, commenting, what is so impossible? How intriguing. I thought this era would only have Minato as its prodigy. Tsunade strolled in leisurely from behind, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. He is the child destined to duel Uchiha Han to the death, isn't he? Indeed, that is him, Orochimaru affirmed with a nod. Jiraiya, who had fervently supported Minato, now found the conversation entirely shifted toward Yuya, his displeasure evident. Even if he has arrived here, he cannot possibly defeat Minato. Minato's talent surpasses even yours, Orochimaru. Orochimaru replied, a slightly wicked smile on his face, remaining unfazed. With his unique bloodline limit, combined with his calm demeanor and exceptional intellect, I believe that child may yet eclipse Minato in the future. This assertion stunned everyone present. While most could hardly fathom Yuya surpassing such a genius as Minato, Orochimaru's unwavering conviction suggested that Yuya's talent should not be underestimated. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into momentary contemplation. He had certainly heard of Yuya's situation. Faced with a deadlock, he chose to engage in a life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han to break the impasse, gaining 3 months' time. However, it still appeared to be a futile endeavor. Yet upon reflection, Yuya's decision seemed to be the most prudent one under such circumstances. That child was indeed remarkable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered. If Yuya truly possessed such talent, then this promising individual must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the Uchiha. Thus, it was time to observe his subsequent performance. Under Hiruzen's watchful anticipation, Yuya finally approached the main stage, quietly pausing below to await his turn. While waiting, Yuya subtly scrutinized the battlefield of this practical ranking examination. The main arena was far more formal compared to the substages. It was situated in a setting reminiscent of the Chunin exams depicted in the original work. At the highest point, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, sat in silence. Behind and beside him stood three familiar figures to Yuya. Lifting his gaze, a glimmer of light flickered imperceptibly in Yuya's eyes. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin of the future, unexpectedly gathered here. However, they appeared significantly younger than in the original narrative, all attired in formal Jonin uniforms. The sight of so many familiar faces stirred a ripple of emotion within Yuya's eyes. As Yuya gazed upon Hiruzen and the others at the pinnacle, they too scrutinized him in return. Often, one can discern much from a person's eyes. An overly composed demeanor may arouse suspicion, yet Yuya's calmness, tinged with a hint of excitement, revealed no cracks in his mental fortitude. His gaze is commendable, Tsunade remarked softly after evaluating Yuya. To arrive at this juncture with the current top rank, maintaining such composure before the Hokage and these elite Jonin while suppressing his excitement, reflected the mindset of a qualified ninja. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Although Yuya hailed from a distant village, it had been long ago. The identity of Yuya is beyond doubt. In Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes, Yuya is no different from the other children born in Konoha. To him, Yuya is merely a child who previously struggled to master ninjutsu. Obscured in brilliance, but upon awakening his bloodline limit, he now begins to radiate the light of a prodigy. As everyone scrutinizes Yuya, the second victor finally emerges, and unsurprisingly, it is Namake's Minato. Upon arriving at the arena, Minato dons a calm expression. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had previously shown little interest, is once again filled with excitement. Look. Minato's gaze mirrors that sentiment. No matter how outstanding Yuya may be, he cannot possibly compare to Minato. Let us wait and see. Orochimaru bears a faintly sinister smile, leaning gently against the wall behind him, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 21. Hyuga Matsuri. When Namake's Minato arrived at the arena, he naturally noticed Yuya, who had arrived here earlier. Slightly surprised, Minato nodded in acknowledgement. If it is Yuya, it is indeed reasonable for him to arrive before Minato. Yuya, after all, had triumphed over Uchiha Izumi. As he contemplated whether to greet Yuya, the third and fourth victors entered the arena simultaneously. Meanwhile, several interested Nin and Nin, along with some students who had forfeited early, gathered in the venue, taking their seats with eager anticipation directed towards the center stage. This battle promised to be the most exhilarating. The skirmishes in the other subarenas were mere child's play. The crowd quickly swelled, and eventually, all the victors from the four subarenas were present. To be deemed a victor, one must achieve 4 consecutive victories. A single loss disqualifies one from this title, irrespective of other wins. Thus, only 10 individuals had reached this stage. Among these 10, few bore the marks of arduous battles. Most, like Yuya and Minato Namake's, appeared unscathed and at ease. Everyone has arrived, I presume? A faint smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's face as he surveyed the 10 outstanding youths below. These children are the pillars of Konoha's future. Lord Hokage, all are present, reported a ninja who approached Sarutobi. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sarutobi prepared to commence the proceedings. However, an unexpected commotion arose as a figure appeared at the entrance. Leaning on a cane, the individual made his way steadily towards Sarutobi's side, accompanied by an assistant carrying a chair. It was Danzo, the Hokage's advisor. Oh, I didn't expect you to spare some time to come, Sarutobi remarked, his gaze flickering slightly. Concerning the future of Konoha, as the Hokage's advisor, I must lend my support, Danzo replied as he settled beside Sarutobi, his tone nonchalant. Old fox, Sarutobi thought to himself, immediately discerning Danzo's intentions. Without a doubt, he aimed to identify promising, talented children to bring into the roots. However, unless matters grew serious, Sarutobi typically chose to overlook Danzo's actions, adopting a blind eye towards him. Danzo casually glanced at the 10 below, then lifted a teacup from the table to take a sip. They are all rather immature and require significant cultivation before they can serve a greater purpose. Even the most inexperienced fledgling will eventually take to the skies. Sarutobi smiled slightly and replied in a similarly indifferent tone, then instructed a nearby ninja. The proctor, upon receiving the command, nodded and proceeded to the arena. Having reached this point signifies that each of you is among the finest talents, he declared. The Hokage is watching over you from above. Showcase your best selves for him. The main proctor was no longer a Nin instructor from the Ninja Academy, but rather a special Nin overseeing the proceedings. Thus, the practical ranking test officially commenced. The names of Minato, Yuya, and the others were shuffled randomly before being drawn for the matchups. In the first match, Yuya faces Hyuga Hinata. As the proctor announced the arranged names, the attention of all present J-Nin was captured. Even Danzo's interest was piqued. Was Yuya the audacious child who dared to challenge a Ch-Nin of the Uchiha clan to a life-and-death duel? Quite intriguing. It remained to be seen how much weight his courage truly carried. Some observing J-Nin began to comment with mild interest, their gazes scrutinizing Yuya. In truth, these observers were pre-selecting students they found favorable. The victors present were unlikely to be placed in the same class. As it was expected, they would be evenly distributed upon graduation to maintain balance. He's the first match. I'm curious to see what abilities he possesses, lest he finds himself unworthy even to contend with Minato. From a height, Jiraiya leapt onto the railing, exhibiting a complete lack of decorum befitting an elite J-Nin. Witnessing this, Tsunade's mouth twitched in embarrassment, tempted to kick Jiraiya down. However, realizing that would be even more humiliating, she chose to ignore him instead. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained composed, leaning against the wall with his hands behind his head, his eyes glinting with amusement as he observed the unfolding events. Yuya and Hinata Setsuna ascended the stage, while Namikaze Minato and the others departed, observing from the sidelines. Hinata Setsuna gazed at Yuya with a peculiar expression. Naturally, he had heard tales of Yuya and, as a scion of a prestigious family, was acutely aware of such matters. Finally, with a sigh of pity, he remarked, "It is a pity you were not born into our Hinata clan, where the Uchiha would not dare to act recklessly against us. Are you merely flaunting the superiority of your illustrious lineage?" Yuya gazed calmly at Hinata Sakana. Hinata Sakana subtly shook his head and remarked, "No, I merely believe that your arrival here is commendable, but regrettably, I must win this battle. Otherwise, I would wish to bring you some joy before your demise." This statement nearly provoked Yuya to retaliate with a punch. How could one speak of joy before death in such a manner? Fortunately, Yuya maintained his composure and refrained from engaging in a quarrel with a child under 10, though he could not resist asking, "Do you truly believe victory is assured? You rely solely on physical techniques, and no one can surpass the Hinata clan in that regard." Hinata Sakana responded with an air of certainty. With the Byakugan and their unique gentle fist style, the Hinata clan indeed took great pride in their prowess, even disregarding the Uchiha clan. The first round of the match begins. The chief examiner declared as he observed both participants' readiness. Hinata Sakana immediately assumed the initial stance of the Hinata clan's gentle fist, calmly gazing at Yuya. This was the distinguished gentle fist, a specialized martial art of the esteemed Hinata clan. To contend with such a prestigious lineage in physical combat seemed a daunting challenge. Onlookers began to murmur, especially the higher-ranking ninjas, who were aware of the gentle fist's ability to seal chakra points and deliver devastating blows to internal organs. Everyone pondered how Yuya would choose to confront the formidable Hinata clan's martial prowess. To their astonishment, Yuya's approach to combat was astonishingly straightforward. There were no extraneous techniques or convoluted processes. He simply stepped forward and delivered a single punch, regardless of the illustrious Hinata name or the gentle fist. All he required was one blow to shatter everything. Chapter 22. A stunning instant kill. As Yuya clenched his fist, a terrifying halo of white light enveloped it, crashing down before Hinata Sakana. In an instant, the air erupted with a thunderous crack, resembling a shattering mirror as fine cracks spread in all directions. A formidable shockwave enveloped Hinata Sakana entirely. The previously calm expression on Hinata Sakana's face transformed into one of horror and disbelief. How could this be so powerful? The shockwave nearly pinned him to the ground. He could not even raise his arms to employ the gentle fist, let alone move. In a state of shock, Hinata Sakana desperately channeled chakra from his limbs in an attempt to counter Yuya's forceful punch. As Hinata Sakana's chakra surged, it momentarily mitigated some of the shockwave's impact. However, in the next moment, it was ruthlessly obliterated. The force of the shockwave was overwhelming. Even with all his chakra, Hinata Sakana could not withstand it. Had he not been of the Hinata clan and utilized his arms to release chakra in a desperate bid to resist, Yuya's punch would have undoubtedly shattered his bones. With the gentle fist techniques, Yuya, endowed with the power of the Shock Release Kekkei Genkai, was their absolute nemesis, unable to even close the distance. How could he employ the gentle fist? Even the 8 trigrams 64 palms would not have the chance to be executed before being obliterated by a single punch. Even employing the heavenly spin would not guarantee protection against Yuya's devastating blow. He could still be annihilated. Boom. In the next moment, Hinata Sakana could no longer endure the force and was sent flying, spewing blood midair before crashing to the ground. The arena fell into an eerie silence. In that moment, disbelief washed over the faces of all present, as if they were caught in a dream. How could this be possible? From start to finish, Yuya had used only one punch to utterly vanquish the so-called strongest martial clan, the Hinata. There was no fierce contest, no blood-soaked battle. All semblance of struggle vanished. If an ordinary student had been defeated in such a manner, it might have been understandable, but this was the Hinata clan, renowned for their martial prowess. To be obliterated by a single punch was nothing short of astonishing and unfathomable. As Yuya, who had effortlessly dispatched Hinata Sakana, calmly withdrew his fist and stood in the arena, he appeared entirely unfazed by this outcome. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, their astonishment reverberating throughout the arena. With a single punch, Yuya propelled the battle to an unprecedented climax. Even the chief examiner, taken aback, proclaimed Yuya the victor. Such strength. It is truly astounding. A child of the Hyuga clan could not withstand a single blow. The more composed Jonin and elite Jonin were momentarily stunned, exchanging incredulous glances. At the highest point, even the most unflappable Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo momentarily flickered with surprise. The Shock Release Kekkei Genkai is indeed fascinating. It appears to possess a remarkable counter to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Danzo's eyes gleamed as he offered his assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded earnestly, stating, "It seems that it is not only effective against the gentle fist, but is also a formidable counter to all forms of taijutsu. This non-hand seal Kekkei Genkai is quite impressive." At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze began to genuinely focus on Yuya, whose displayed talent moved him deeply. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained crouched on the railing, though his expression appeared somewhat stiff and awkward. With a single strike, Yuya effortlessly vanquished Hinata Setsuna, a scion of a prestigious lineage, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, Jiraiya could only mumble in a subdued tone that even Minato would achieve victory with ease. In the background, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, his eyelids fluttering slightly, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Tsunade, elegantly poised against the railing, allowed her beautiful eyes to glimmer with a hint of intrigue, revealing an unusual glint in her gaze. The stunning punch delivered by Yuya just now left her deeply shaken, for it mirrored her own style remarkably well. Her signature move was sheer brute strength, shattering all adversarial attacks with her simple yet forceful fists. "Yuya?" she murmured softly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in Tsunade's beautiful eyes. "This technique truly appeals to my tastes." In the arena, the clamorous din had yet to subside, as various incredulous and astonished gazes remained fixated on Yuya. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Yuya maintained a serene expression as she descended from the stage. Below, the other victors, including Minato Namikaze, regarded her with astonishment. They pondered how they would fare had they been on the receiving end of Yuya's punch. Undoubtedly, should they falter, they would not fare much better than Hinata Shina. This was a perilous individual. The glances directed at her were tinged with a hint of wariness. Even Minato felt a wave of astonishment surge within him, compelling him to approach Yuya and say, "Yuya, you are truly formidable now, and you have placed immense pressure upon me." His words conveyed a gravity. Minato had recognized Yuya as a genuine rival deserving of his utmost respect. Upon hearing Minato's remark, Yuya couldn't help but smile subtly. Just pressure? What expression would Minato wear if he were to know that she had exerted less than half of her strength in that punch? With the first of the 8 gates yet unopened, she had already sent the Chunin Uchiha Han flying with a single blow. Once the first gate was unleashed, even the Hyuga clan, capable of channeling chakra through their bodies to counteract the shockwave, would stand no chance against Yuya's might. Had Yuya unleashed her full power, she could have effortlessly obliterated Hinata Shina with a single strike. However, that was entirely unnecessary. Thus, she had restrained a portion of her strength, merely sending Hinata Shina sprawling. Similarly, in the several instances of swift knockouts in the arena, the force Yuya employed was scarcely a third of her capability. It was somewhat exasperating for Yuya to temper her strength, fearing her opponent might not withstand the shockwave. Chapter 23. The top 3. After the battle between Yuya and Hinata Setsuna concluded, the proctor announced the participants for the second round of duels, which notably included Minato Namikaze. Upon entering the arena, although Minato did not display the same overwhelming ferocity as Yuya, he nonetheless executed a swift and decisive victory. Utilizing a simple substitution technique combined with a C-rank wind release jutsu, he achieved an equally effortless win. Minato's adept use of ninjutsu evoked a hint of admiration from Yuya. Furthermore, Minato exhibited an impressive chakra level, appearing unscathed after performing a C-rank jutsu, indicating that his chakra was far beyond that of an ordinary genin. While he may not have reached the level of a CH nin, he was undoubtedly just a step away. Although he did not quite compare to the prodigious Kakashi Hatake, who became a CH nin at the tender age of 6, he was certainly among the elite of his peers. In the subsequent duels, the ninjas from the Yamanaka clan effortlessly triumphed using their insects. Following them, a young genius from the Senju clan easily overwhelmed his opponent. Thus, the 5 matches for the 10 victors concluded rather swiftly. The dynamics of the main arena battles differ significantly from those conducted in the sub-arena. While the latter tests not only combat strength but also endurance, decision-making, and control, a consecutive 4 victories are required for triumph. Maintaining stamina and strength to achieve 4 consecutive wins is no simple feat conversely. The main arena serves purely as a showcase of innate talent and power, allowing ample time for recovery between battles to reach peak condition. Should any injuries occur, Tsunade, the finest medical ninja in Konoha, could provide treatment, even for severe injuries like broken bones. Following the completion of a round, the 5 defeated Hinata, Setsuna, and others retreated to recuperate. Their matches moving from the main arena to the sub-arena. Only the victors remained on the main stage. A tower intermission was granted for lunch and rest, during which some competitors in the sub-arena completed all their battles while the second round in the main arena commenced. By a stroke of luck, with 5 participants, one individual was granted a bye. Coincidentally, it was Yuya. The 4 remaining combatants included Minato Namikaze, Shibi Yamanaka, Hirabayashi Kazama, and Senju Sora. At this stage, the Senju clan had not yet deteriorated to the point of having only Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, remaining. Among Yuya's contemporaries, several Senju clan members were present, including Sara and a particularly familiar face, Senju Nawaki, who happened to be Tsunade's younger brother and Yuya's classmate, albeit trailing behind Yuya, who had yet to attain the Shikutten bloodline limit. Minato faced off against Senju Sora. This battle proved to be more challenging. Yet Minato adeptly utilized the shadow clone technique and substitution technique to gain the upper hand, ultimately securing victory with a shuriken shadow clone technique. It appeared as though the entire match was under Minato's control, his demeanor consistently calm, as if he had anticipated every move and knew precisely how to navigate and win the battle. This composure elicited admiration from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who observed from above. At such a young age, Minato's maturity and combat prowess were remarkable, hinting at an unpredictable future. Jiraiya's admiration for Minato grew with each passing moment, eagerly awaiting the day Minato graduated from the Ninja Academy so he could take him on as a disciple. At that moment, Danzo, who had been scrutinizing Minato, calmly commented after a sip of tea, "This child possesses a mature mindset, suitable for the AMBU. I believe he should be trained under my root organization." "Absolutely not." Jiraiya nearly leapt from his seat at Danzo's remark. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and admonished, "Jiraiya, stand down." Turning to Danzo, he stated coolly, "A child like Minato possesses the potential to become a Hokage. He should not merely be molded into an assassin." Hiruzen's words caused a subtle shift in the atmosphere, as all present were taken aback. The title of Hokage undoubtedly referred to the highest position in the village, a role that Danzo coveted intensely. This assertion momentarily unsettled Danzo, who slammed his teacup onto the table, his expression darkening. "Humph, what place does this leave Orochimaru?" he retorted, emphasizing that Minato had yet to mature. And when it came to successors for the Hokage, Orochimaru was undoubtedly more qualified. Orochimaru, overhearing Danzo's words, regarded them with a calm demeanor, seemingly detached from the discourse, leaving others to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. "Orochimaru could also inherit the title, but I'm not yet old enough to make such decisions," Hiruzen replied nonchalantly, though his tone carried a note of warning. He was the Hokage, in the prime of his life, and intended to keep Danzo's ambitions in check. Danzo recognized the implications of Hiruzen's words, his expression darkening, but he ultimately conceded with a huff, refraining from further comment. Minato emerged victorious against Senju Sora, while Shibi Yamanaka triumphed over Hirabayashi Kazama. Yuya cast a curious glance towards Oil Girl Shirwei. If memory serves, this individual seems to be the father of Oil Girl Jinai, one of the renowned Konoha 12. The future head of the Oil Girl clan, perhaps? Considering the timeline, it indeed appears to align. The top 3 contenders are undoubtedly destined to emerge among Yuya, Wufeng Shuimin, and the aforementioned individual. following a brief respite of nearly 2 hours. The battles across the 4 venues, constrained by a mere 10-minute intermission, have concluded. Most students, overwhelmed by fatigue, have vacated the arena. However, a handful of those with remaining stamina, driven by curiosity, have gravitated towards the main stage, where spectators are not prohibited. As anticipated, Kushina, having completed her assessment, hastened over. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her physical constitution is remarkably robust, even without having become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She remains undaunted by such prolonged skirmishes and recovers swiftly. Moreover, it is likely that even if Kushina were utterly exhausted, she would not find peace of mind without witnessing Yuya's performance in the main arena. She has already secured a position among the top 3. What splendid news! Upon noticing that only Yuya, bluffing Shueiman, and Oil Girl Shuwei remained on the main stage, a radiant joy illuminated Kushina's youthful face. Without a hint of hesitation, she leapt into Yuya's embrace, enveloping him in a warm hug. The faint scent of a young girl wafted around him, stirring a subtle ripple within Yuya's heart. Chapter 24, The Final Showdown. In an impulsive embrace, Kushina belatedly realized her actions. Despite her typically brash demeanor, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. This was, after all, in front of a multitude. Aware of the myriad curious gazes directed at her, Kushina first felt a wave of shyness, which quickly morphed into irritation. Clenching her fists, she declared, "If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out." The crowd fell silent, many still harboring a healthy fear of Kushina, hastily averting their eyes as though they had witnessed nothing. Meanwhile, from a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others exchanged subtle glances, their expressions betraying a hint of amusement. Very few are privy to Kushina's status as the next Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Even Jiraiya and his companions remain unaware. As a key player operating from the shadows, Danz is certainly aware. Observing this scene, he furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his thoughts. Is Yuya getting too close to Kushina? Sarutobi contemplated briefly before shaking his head. Let the children handle their own matters. But as long as they are within Konoha, what chaos could ensue? Sarutobi's tone was unyielding. Humph, that is for you to decide, Danz retorted coldly, lapsing into silence, his countenance growing increasingly inscrutable, while Sarutobi maintained an outward calm. An unusual thought lingered in his mind. He mused that if Yuya were indeed as exceptional as he appeared, he could serve as a guardian for Kushina, the Jinchuriki. In the future, Yuya, a child from a distant village, was raised in the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon further investigation, Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that Yuya's home village had been completely annihilated by the Sand Village. There were no issues regarding his identity. Currently, Sarutobi Hiruzen was contemplating the life and death duel between Yuya and Uchiha Han, which posed a dilemma for him. According to the rules, as Hokage, he was unable to intervene in a duel agreed upon by both parties. However, oftentimes, rules can be rendered meaningless. If he were to exert pressure on the Uchiha clan, he could indeed forcibly intervene. Deep in thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a composed demeanor as he gazed below. After another round of drawing lots, it turned out that Minato Namikaze had a bye. This time, it was Yuya facing off against Yamanaka Shimi. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as Yamanaka Shimi stepped onto the stage, before the match could even commence, he chose to forfeit. This immediately sparked confusion and surprise among the multitude. Yuya was somewhat surprised. He had not yet reached the point where even Yun Jiwei, who had already secured a place among the top 3, would directly concede defeat. Your poses a significant threat to my insects. They inform me that your power is perilous. Yun Jiwei, donning a pair of sunglasses, calmly regarded Yuya and elucidated, moreover, I have calculated that regardless of the method employed, it would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over you. Your strength effectively counters me. If I am not mistaken, you can wield that through both your fists and legs, rendering my insects incapable of approaching you. Yun Jiwei's composed narration left everyone in a state of astonishment. Most of the students comprehended the situation, staring at Yuya in shock. They had not anticipated his formidable prowess, which had compelled even Yun Jiwei to concede defeat. However, the observing Jonin displayed expressions of admiration towards Yun Jiwei, recognizing his exceptional insight in assessing the battle's dynamics beforehand. Indeed, Yuya's bloodline limit significantly restrained insect techniques and physical maneuvers that required close combat to unleash their full potential. Had Yun Jiwei encountered Minato Namikaze, perhaps a spectacular battle would have unfolded. The Jonin offered their critiques, some applauding Yun Jiwei's prudence, while others lamented his lack of fighting spirit. believing that even in the face of defeat, one should fight valiantly. Opinions varied widely. At this juncture, only Yuya and Minato remained on the battlefield, the distinction between first and second place resting solely upon them. Kushina had not anticipated Yuya's advancement to this stage. She had merely hoped for him to reach the top 3, but was now taken aback by his potential to claim the first position. She couldn't help but cheer him on, despite her reservations about his chances against Minato. Nonetheless, she harbored hopes that Yuya would seize first place, thereby earning recognition in Konoha and the title of genius. Since the previous match concluded without a fight, there was no need for a break. They would proceed to the next bout immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the arena, lifting his teacup for a sip, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. He yearned to witness an exceptional contest and to gauge Minato's true capabilities. Although Minato had shown considerable strength in prior battles, he had not sustained even the slightest injury. From beginning to end, he had navigated each confrontation with remarkable ease. At last, it's time for the final match. Minato is undoubtedly the champion. Jiraiya leaped onto the railing, unabashedly gesturing and exuding the enthusiasm of one who believed Minato was already his apprentice. Not so fast, Tsunade interjected gracefully from her perch, her tone laced with undeniable authority. Jiraiya, you better get down from there. In front of so many students in Jonin, Jiraiya's antics were somewhat embarrassing, even for Tsunade, who felt a twinge of discomfort at his behavior. Upon witnessing Tsunade's irritation, Jiraiya sheepishly hopped down from the railing, though he still muttered, regardless, that kid's bloodline limit. No matter how powerful, Minato will manage it with ease. Tsunade scoffed. Is that so? Of course, that boy merely swings his fists. Well, Jiraiya retorted. But in the next moment, a chill suddenly enveloped the air, causing Jiraiya's hairs to stand on end. Tsunade, with a playful smile, raised her hand and nonchalantly squeezed it, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds. Indeed, it's just a matter of swinging fists, but Jiraiya, would you like to experience the true power of a punch? Cold sweat beaded on Jiraiya's forehead. Unable to suppress a nervous chuckle, he replied, Ahem, let us speak civilly. I favor Yuya, while you favor Minato. We shall see who prevails. Humph. Tsunade huffed, retracting her fist, disinterested in Jiraiya's banter. The battle of geniuses would inevitably yield a conclusion. Let us await the outcome. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his eyes betraying a keen interest. On one side stood Minato, whose talent seemed poised to surpass his own, and on the other, Yuya, who had awakened a unique bloodline limit. Orochimaru found both contenders immensely intriguing. Chapter 25. Yuya vs. Minato Namikaze. The final match, featuring Minato against Yuya, was announced by the chief examiner. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with the crowd collectively holding their breath in anticipation as Minato stepped onto the stage, approaching Yuya. Minato first offered Yuya a warm smile before speaking. I never expected my final opponent to be you, but I am genuinely pleased to have the opportunity to spar with you. Minato's demeanor and gestures prompted Kushina, observing from the sidelines, to roll her eyes and arrive at a similar conclusion as Yuya. What a rather effeminate man. Despite his extraordinary talent, striking good looks, and a certain charm, he exuded an aura that felt somewhat delicate and weak. I feel honored as well. As Yuya offered a faint smile, he nodded in acknowledgement toward Minato Namikaze. Minato responded with a cheerful laugh, remarking that the honor seemed somewhat excessive. Unbeknownst to Minato, Yuya's notion of honor referred to the future him, the illustrious Golden Flash, the fourth Hokage. The prospect of engaging in battle with the Golden Flash, the future fourth Hokage, was undeniably exhilarating for Yuya. Furthermore, Minato's prowess indeed marked him as a formidable opponent. Thus, Yuya was entirely focused and approached the encounter with utmost seriousness. The final match was about to commence. In the next moment, with a sudden wave of the hand from the chief examiner, the contest to determine who would reign as the greatest prodigy in the Ninja Academy began. The instant the battle commenced, Yuya held nothing back. He unleashed his full speed, charging directly at Minato with a powerful punch aimed at him. To underestimate a talent like Minato would be tantamount to courting disaster. It was not born of a desire for a swift defeat, but rather a testament to the principle of giving one's all, even when facing a mere rabbit. The full force of Yuya unleashed in an instant, provoking a chorus of astonished gasps. This marked the first occasion since the commencement of the practical ranking assessment that Yuya displayed such remarkable speed. Previously, he had dominated all adversaries with his overwhelming strength. At this very moment, for the students of the Ninja Academy, Yuya's velocity seemed utterly boundless. To their eyes, his form nearly transformed into an afterimage, rendering it impossible to capture his true figure. Such astounding swiftness. Was it not merely his formidable power? Even the seasoned Jonin exhibited expressions of profound astonishment. This velocity was nearly on par with that of a Chunin. On Yuya's person, there was no burden to bear. At this moment, his speed was nearly comparable to that of the unencumbered Shaoli, for Yuya had indeed activated the first gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia. The surge of power and velocity stemming from his heart's fervor was undeniably formidable. How swift! A flicker of astonishment appeared in the eyes of Minato Namikaze. As Yuya approached with his assault, Minato deftly executed a series of hand seals. By the time Yuya's fist enveloped his figure, Minato had already completed the seals. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Minato's body was shattered into countless fragments, only to instantaneously transform into a wooden substitute. The body replacement technique. Yuya remained unfazed by the unfolding scene, not even glancing back. With a sudden clench of his other fist, he struck behind him with remarkable force. Crack! The air shattered like fragile glass, sending delicate fissures radiating outward in every direction. Behind Yuya, a multitude of shurikens thrown by Minato Namikaze were abruptly frozen in midair. With a resonant hum, all the shurikens were violently dispersed, utterly incapable of withstanding Yuya's shockwave. Indeed, he proved to be an exceptionally formidable adversary. Observing this spectacle, Minato's expression grew gravely serious. His reflexes were nearly unparalleled, even surpassing those of the fourth Raikage in the original narrative. Thus, he was able to react to Yuya's astonishing speed. Yet, despite this, Minato felt a sense of frustration. If it were merely a matter of strength, he would have an abundance of battle strategies at his disposal. However, with speed that matched the strength, the situation became exceedingly troublesome. The most challenging opponents are those who present a dual threat. That fist, he realized, could not be met head-on, for doing so would certainly result in instant annihilation. Murmuring to himself, Minato reached for another shuriken from his pouch. As Yuya turned, he regarded Minato with an air of tranquility. Regardless of Minato's tactics, should he come within striking distance, a single blow would undoubtedly result in an instantaneous defeat. Even seasoned Chunin would struggle to withstand Yuya's shockwave power. Although Minato was formidable, he still fell short of the Chunin's level. In an instant, Minato hurled a shuriken towards Yuya, simultaneously forming hand seals with both hands. As the shuriken soared through the air, it suddenly flickered, transforming into 2 afterimages. Then, 2 became 4, and 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, a deluge of shuriken rained down upon Yuya like a tempest. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. This was the Shadow Shuriken technique. Had he mastered it through self-study? Such talent was truly astonishing. Both the students and Jonin alike were left in a state of awe. Yet, in the face of this torrential barrage, Yuya remained impassive. His expression unchanged as he clenched his fist and unleashed a single punch. No matter the myriad of ninjutsu or the multitude of shuriken, he would shatter them all with one strike. With a thunderous roar, the shockwave erupted violently, freezing the shuriken rain midair before obliterating them one by one, causing them to vanish. The scene was utterly astonishing, almost incomprehensible for 2 children yet to graduate from the ninja academy. However, the spectacle was far from over. Amidst the storm of shuriken, several of them suddenly exhibited a peculiarity. With a sharp hiss, it became evident that some shuriken bore explosive tags. Was this his strategy? Yuya remained calm, showing no sign of retracting his fist, continuing the motion of striking through the air. No matter the myriad of techniques or transformations you employ, I require but a single punch to shatter everything. A resonant hum echoed as the force of the shockwave erupted, enveloping the entirety of the space ahead. Delicate fissures began to extend through the air, as if fracturing the very fabric of this realm into a shattered ice surface. Suddenly, the explosive tag detonated, yet was fiercely thwarted by the shockwave, unable to advance an inch further. However, this caused a cloud of smoke and dust to rise, temporarily obscuring vision. Just as the haze and the rain of shuriken began to dissipate, a tempestuous wind surged forth, sweeping everything away. Wind release. A grand breakthrough. This wind technique, astonishingly, was unleashed by Minato Namikaze, seizing the opportune moment while Yuya was preoccupied with the shuriken and explosive tags. By the time it was noticed, it had nearly reached Yuya's very forefront. There was no time to evade, and this was indeed a C-rank ninjutsu. Chapter 26. Fierce Battle. A flurry of assaults left the onlookers in a daze, utterly astonished. Although it appeared simplistic, for someone of Minato's age to orchestrate a sequence from shuriken to explosive tags and finally to a wind release technique was exceedingly rare. Even Saratobi Hiruzen bore a hint of admiration, unable to resist the urge to applaud. Minato should emerge victorious. The timing of this move was impeccable, rendering evasion impossible. To withstand a C-rank ninjutsu head-on was utterly unfeasible, and even if one could endure it, they would surely sustain injuries, leaving little chance for subsequent combat. Several jonin engaged in their own discussions. In the midst of it all, Minato maintained his hand-sealing posture, his expression unwavering and serious. As he gazed at the howling whirlwind approaching, a glimmer of intrigue appeared in Yuya's eyes. It must be noted that Minato had seized the moment with remarkable precision, striking just as Yuya's shockwave had concluded, placing him in a state of unavoidable vulnerability. With his fist just launched, the entirety of his strength was directed forward, making it exceedingly difficult to reverse and evade. Had it been anyone else, they would indeed have succumbed, unable to evade and lacking the time to form seals. Yet, alas, the one before you is me. In Yuya's mind, countless thoughts flashed like lightning. Faced with the oncoming C-rank ninjutsu, there was no trace of panic. Instead, an unparalleled tranquility enveloped him. If evasion was no longer an option, why bother to evade? What of C-rank ninjutsu? If a single strike could not resolve the barrage of attacks, then let there be two. In the next moment, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya's fist plunged forcefully into the swirling vortex of the wind release. Great breakthrough, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Crack. The shockwave radiated in all directions, enveloping the entire front. This was a direct confrontation between the shockwave and the C-rank ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Boom. A resounding roar erupted as the C-rank ninjutsu was utterly shattered by Yuya's fist. Previously, Yuya was unable to directly shatter the C-rank ninjutsu. Great fireball. However, now, he could decisively obliterate C-rank techniques with sheer force. In an instant, the audience was astounded. My goodness, a C-rank ninjutsu was actually shattered head-on. Yuya's bloodline limit was astonishingly powerful. Even a C-rank ninjutsu could be effortlessly destroyed. Yuya's strength was no longer in the same dimension as ours. Countless spectators gasped instinctively, their faces reflecting disbelief. Even the elite jonin were taken aback, unable to fathom that Yuya's shockwave could be so formidable as to crush a C-rank ninjutsu with a single punch. Similarly, Wolfing Shuimin, who had thought victory was nearly assured, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, his expression betraying his astonishment. How could he be this strong? In that moment, Wolfing Shuimin's heart sank, his countenance turning gravely serious. Defeating Yuya was far more complex than he had anticipated. The unfolding situation could very well lead to his defeat. On the other side, after shattering the wind release, great breakthrough with a single punch, Yuya slightly twisted his wrist and stretched his arm anew. That punch had been his full power. The explosive force of the shockwave had placed a slight burden on him. It seemed that merely applying 80% of his strength would suffice to dismantle a C-rank ninjutsu. In the depths of his heart, Yuya murmured, only now fully grasping the sheer potency of his unleashed power. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed his features as his gaze once again fell upon the figure of Minato Namikaze. In the next instant, with a swift flicker, Yuya surged forward once more towards Minato. Upon witnessing Yuya's approach, Minato instinctively retreated without a moment's hesitation. Faced with Yuya, who could obliterate C-rank ninjutsu with a single punch, Minato had no intention of engaging in close combat. It was absurd. The ability to shatter C-rank ninjutsu with a mere fist implied that he could unleash techniques rivaling that power at will, and without the need for hand seals. Engaging in close quarters would be tantamount to courting death. However, despite Minato's rapid retreat, his speed still fell short of Yuya's. Although Minato's reflexes were astonishingly quick, he was unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique at that moment, rendering him unable to match Yuya's velocity. In mere flashes, Yuya caught up with him. Then, with a thunderous fist, Yuya struck down. In a critical moment, the speed of Minato's hand seals evoked gasps of astonishment as he executed a near-instantaneous body replacement technique, narrowly avoiding Yuya's blow. With a resounding crash, the wooden post of the body replacement technique splintered into countless shards. Meanwhile, Minato appeared at a distance, perspiration dotting his forehead as he gasped for breath. Yuya stood quietly, confronted by a C-rank fire technique, the Phoenix fire technique, from the front, while a C-rank wind technique, the great breakthrough, approached from behind. The testing ground was relatively small, leaving little room for evasion between the two C-rank ninjutsu. Even the chief examiner was preparing to assess the aftermath. However, at that moment, Yuya, standing amidst the imminent assault from both sides, took a slight step back. This retreat appeared utterly futile, resembling a hasty attempt to escape without a clear strategy. Yet, Yuya's subsequent action left everyone momentarily stunned. With a slight turn of his body, Yuya faced the encroaching wind and fire techniques and executed a simple yet profound maneuver. He lowered his stance slightly. Concurrently, his arms crossed gently before his torso, fist clenched firmly. Could it be? No, it's impossible. The instant this action occurred, a vivid image flashed in the minds of all present. Prompting a ko on either side of Yuya, the space seemed to unravel like a spider's web, fracturing inch by inch. A terrifying wave of surged forth, colliding instantaneously with the twin techniques of fire release and wind release. The howling winds and roaring flames loomed perilously close, yet before the shimmering barrier of. They appeared as an insurmountable chasm. Despite the ferocious gale and the inferno, they could advance not a single inch beneath Yuya's clenched fists. It was akin to the effortless destruction of withered twigs. In the next moment, both the wind release and fire release were utterly obliterated. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Yet within the minds of all present, it felt as though thunder was crashing, reverberating with shock and awe. Only when the remnants of the shattered air dissipated did tranquility return, prompting an eruption of excitement throughout the crowd. Such a feat is possible. To wield that power with both fists simultaneously, striking in two directions? With such a bloodline limit and expansive range of attack, was there truly any flaw to exploit? At that moment, even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly crushed the teacup in his grasp. The power of the shock release bloodline limit exhibited by Yuya left even him profoundly shaken. Near perfection. If this bloodline limit were to evolve further, what might it become? Sarutobi Hiruzen found it difficult to fathom. At that moment, even Danzo, who was beside him, began to fidget. His eyes shimmering with intensity as he spoke in a low voice. Sarutobi, that child is from a foreign village. I can cultivate him to a level of absolute trust. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted without hesitation. Danzo's tone faltered, his face betraying a flicker of anger. Even he, with his composure, could hardly contain himself. If you refuse to hand over Namikaze Minato, then why deny me Yuya? What do you truly desire, Sarutobi? I will not relinquish these two children. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was icy, his words resolute. You. Very well. You are the Hokage, and your word is law. Danzo abruptly rose, casting an angry glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen before turning his back on the scene and departing. Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly observed Danzo's exit. How could he not perceive Danzo's ulterior motives? The Roots, although ostensibly an Anbu training organization, had essentially transformed into Danzo's private faction, operating almost entirely independently from the Anbu. Children like Namikaze Minato and Yuya, once they matured, would be unfathomably powerful, and falling into Danzo's hands would only serve to augment his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never concede on such matters, for he was the Hokage. Meanwhile, in the arena, Namikaze Minato stood in a daze. His shadow clone had dissipated, having exhausted all its chakra. The shadow clone divides chakra evenly, and Minato's original self was now also on the brink of depletion, nearly devoid of chakra. The moment Yuya had slightly turned and unleashed his dual fist shockwave, Minato's heart had dropped, realizing the dire situation. However, he was powerless to act. Left helplessly watching as Yuya's fist shattered both of his meticulously planned C-rank jutsu. At that moment, he had hoped Yuya's attacks would be split in two directions, thus diminishing their power enough to withstand the C-rank techniques. Yet, the reality was that even the dual fist shockwave retained its full force, obliterating his C-rank jutsu without hesitation. So exquisite was that bloodline limit. A sense of bitterness crept onto Minato's face. Even when facing a Chunin, he would never have been so thoroughly bested. This was not to imply that Yuya was inherently stronger than a Chunin, but rather that Yuya's power at this level was insurmountable. Chapter 28. Renowned in Konoha, should Yuya be capable of shattering B-rank jutsu, then A-rank jutsu wielders, including Chunin and even elite Chunin, would find themselves utterly outmatched. If he could dismantle A-rank techniques, even Jounin and elite Jounin would face tremendous challenges in overcoming Yuya. The augmentation provided by bloodline limits generally seldom allows for challenges across ranks but often yields exceptional results within the same tier. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan are formidable precisely because those who possess them stand as elites among their peers. Yet, Yuya's bloodline limit, with its outright destructive capability against all jutsu, appears even more potent and tyrannical than the Sharingan or Byakugan. At the Genin stage, where physical techniques and ninjutsu prove ineffective, defeating Yuya becomes nearly impossible. You have won. The tone of Namikaze's Minato was tinged with bitterness. He refrained from launching another attack and instead conceded. His physical strength and chakra were nearly exhausted, and the outcome was undeniably clear. After casting a lingering gaze at Yuya, Minato felt a pang of reluctance within him. For he was, after all, a person of great ambition. Yuya, it has been a pleasure to battle with you. I will continue to challenge you in the future. You are always welcome. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya has triumphed in the practical ranking assessment, surpassing even the legendary Minato Namikaze, emerging as the new prodigy of the Ninja Academy. Countless students were taken aback by Yuya's remarkable ascent. Mere months ago, he was but a laggard incapable of mastering even the most basic ninjutsu. However, upon awakening his bloodline limit, an astonishing reversal unfolded. At this moment, nearly everyone bore witness to the prowess of this bloodline limit, known as the Shock Release. Some envisioned the future, where this shock release would send ripples throughout the entire ninja world. Ignoring the envious and astonished gazes surrounding him, Yuya gracefully leaped onto the platform and approached Kushina. I have fulfilled my promise to you, he declared. I have secured first place. Yuya extended a finger, playfully waving it in front of Kushina with a smile. Until now, Kushina remained in a daze, gazing at Yuya. In that previous moment, she had believed that Yuya was destined to lose, yet unexpectedly, the outcome turned out to be such a remarkable reversal. Yuya emerged victorious, and it was a resounding triumph. Throughout the rigorous practical ranking assessment, not a single thread of his attire bore a mark of damage. Even the esteemed Minato Namikaze could not leave a trace upon Yuya. Kushina, with her lips pursed, felt tears welling in her beautiful eyes. These were tears of joy. She was elated for Yuya. While others may have overlooked him in the past, she had always been observant. She understood the immense effort he had exerted. After school, in solitude, and even during the late hours of the night, Yuya dedicated himself to grueling training. In Kushina's eyes, what Yuya had achieved was not mere luck. It was a rightful reward for his relentless dedication. Why are you crying? Yuya chuckled softly at Kushina's expression, unable to restrain himself from gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. At that moment, Kushina suddenly realized, and a charming blush adorned her cheeks. Embarrassed and indignant, she shot a glare at Yuya, puffing out her cheeks as she huffed. Humph. It's just a first place. What is there to be proud of? You still have a long way to go to catch up with me. Yuya nearly burst out laughing at Kushina's remark. Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, she too realized the implications, and her small face turned crimson. The astonishment around them was palpable, and overwhelmed by the situation, she fled in an instant, disappearing like a fleeting shadow. Yuya was a figure of black lines, his lips twitching, yet in the end, he could not help but smile. To his surprise, Minato had indeed lost. On the high platform, Jiraiya tumbled over the railing, landing awkwardly on the ground like a flipped frog, his expression exaggerated in its absurdity. The other high-ranking shinobi looked on, their lips twitching in amusement. Beside them, Tsunade struggled to suppress the urge to kick Jiraiya away and chose to disregard him instead. She turned her gaze towards Yuya in the arena, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkling with immense admiration. The techniques of Yuya truly resonate with her preferences. Had Jiraiya chosen Minato Namikaze, she would have undoubtedly opted for Yuya without a moment's hesitation. Hiki, what a splendid battle I have witnessed. Such contests of genius are rare indeed. Orochimaru, wearing an enigmatic smile, propped himself against the wall, pondering just how far they might grow. Ah. But that child named Yuya seems to be entangled in a significant dilemma yet to be resolved. With that thought, Orochimaru turned away with a certain charm. His words caused a subtle shift in Tsunade's expression. Her brows knitted slightly as she cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following Danzo's departure, Hiruzen wore a contemplative visage, leaving no one able to fathom his thoughts. In the practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy, Yuya triumphed over Minato Namikaze, securing the top position with remarkable prowess. The name of the prodigy, Yuya, spread throughout Konoha in a single day. Everyone was astounded by this news. No one could have anticipated that the boy, whom they deemed arrogant and audacious enough to challenge Uchiha, could achieve such a feat. It was precisely because Yuya triumphed over Minato Namikaze, securing first place in the practical ranking examination, that he became a renowned genius in Konoha. Consequently, many people's perspectives on Yuya's previous challenge to Uchiha shifted. Initially, they viewed him as conceited and foolish for provoking the Uchiha clan, but now he was seen as a talented youth, brimming with youthful exuberance. It is quite natural for a young individual with such remarkable talent to possess a modicum of pride. Attitudes have undergone a significant transformation. However, despite this newfound understanding, the majority still doubted Yuya's ability to defeat Uchiha Han. The practical ranking examination, after all, was merely a test at the level of a genin. Uchiha Han, being a chunin of the Uchiha clan, possessed strength that surpassed that of an ordinary chunin, marking him as an elite among his peers. The disparity between an elite chunin and a child who has yet to graduate from the ninja academy, while perhaps not as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth, is undeniably insurmountable. Yuya has just awakened his bloodline limit, transforming from the lowest tier to a prodigy. Although this leap is considerable, it remains a relatively normal progression. However, to ascend once more, directly elevating to the rank of Nin, would be nothing short of a fanciful dream. Chapter 29. The Hokage summons at the Uchiha clan's stronghold. A solemn and grave atmosphere prevails. In a central chamber, Uchiha Han kneels, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. Before him stands a figure, turned away, hands clasped behind his back. This individual is Uchiha Kajishima, the clan leader and captain of the Konoha Guard. You fool! The captain's voice cuts through the tension. Uchiha Han, filled with a mixture of fear and reverence, kneels slightly trembling. Kajishima turns to face him, his gaze icy. Do you realize that a mere child has stirred such a commotion? Even Lord Hokage has personally inquired into this matter. Listening to Kajishima's reprimand, Uchiha Han dares not utter a word, consumed by regret and frustration. He had never anticipated that a mere child from a foreign village, Yuya, could create such an uproar, thrusting the Uchiha clan into the limelight. Had he foreseen this, he would have sought a way to eliminate the child outright. Now, however, it is too late. Yuya has emerged as a renowned genius throughout Konoha, and it is common knowledge that he harbors enmity towards their clan. Should anything happen to Yuya, even if the Uchiha clan bears no guilt, they would find it impossible to clear their name. Yet, there is another dilemma looming. In less than 3 months, a life-and-death duel is set to occur between Yuya and Uchiha Han. Although the third Hokage has intervened, matters concerning the Uchiha clan's honor cannot be compromised. Kajishima's cold gaze fixes on Uchiha Han, his tone severe. Do you understand? At this moment, neither you nor that child holds significance. What truly matters is the dignity of the Uchiha clan, which cannot be tarnished. If we allow ourselves to yield to a mere child exhibiting some talent, what remains of our clan's esteem in Konoha? His words exude a chill that could freeze the air. I understand, Uchiha Han stammers in response. Seeing this, Kajishima shakes his head and turns away, resuming his stance with hands clasped behind him. You may leave now. In 3 months, I expect no unforeseen incidents. Yes, Uchiha Han replies resolutely, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. Even though Yuya has secured the top position in the practical assessments at the Ninja Academy, to him, it is merely child's play. To defeat him would be nothing short of a dream. In a forest glade, the wind rustles through the leaves, creating a symphony of whispers. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic sound of impacts resonates through the air. In the stillness of the moment, Yuya stood before a tree stump of considerable girth, relentlessly striking it with his fists. The wood was marred by a profound indentation, a testament to his ceaseless assault. Bloodstains faintly marked the hollow, evidence of the toll this endeavor exacted. Despite his hands being wrapped in bandages, the repetitive onslaught of punches, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, inevitably led to injuries. As he mentally counted, reaching the milestone of 1,000 strikes, Yuya unleashed a triumphant roar, delivering a powerful blow. Crack! The punch, driven by an involuntary surge of force, shattered the already compromised stump, which had been deeply dented from prior impacts. Breathing heavily, Yuya mused over the fate of the numerous stumps he had already destroyed. This material proved too fragile for his rigorous training. Perhaps a metal post would endure better. However, the prospect of acquiring such an implement came with a hefty price tag. Yet, upon reflection, a compromise dawned on him. If metal was unattainable, stone could serve as a viable alternative, though undoubtedly more resilient than wood. The stone would likely inflict greater pain upon impact. Nevertheless, to swiftly cultivate the physical prowess necessary to unlock the second gate, such sacrifices were justified. He could simply wrap his hands in additional bandages. With a determined glint in his eyes, Yuya contemplated his next steps. Remarkably, it had been less than 2 days since he had triumphed over the formidable Minato Namikaze, earning the top rank in the practical assessment and gaining renown in Konoha. Yuya had not taken a moment's respite. As soon as the practical ranking examination concluded, he immersed himself once more in his rigorous training. Fame and reputation were but illusions. Only true strength held intrinsic value. Not to mention the perilous challenges that lay ahead, the impending Second Shinobi World War was fraught with danger and without formidable power. One risked becoming mere cannon fodder. After a brief interlude, Yuya resolved to recommence his training, beginning with 1,000 side kicks, followed by a series of push-ups. Just as he approached a somewhat deteriorated wooden post, a masked figure materialized before him with uncanny swiftness. "Yuya, the Hokage requests your presence." The calm voice of the masked Anbu conveyed. Yuya was slightly taken aback, but then he nodded in acquiescence. He could hardly refuse the summons of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, his astonishment did not stem from the summons itself, but rather from the fact that Hiruzen should have called for him long ago. Following the conclusion of the practical ranking examination that day, he ought to have been summoned, yet the request had been delayed until now. During the Night of the Feather, there were moments when he doubted whether Sarutobi Hiruzen had simply forgotten him. However, upon reflection, such a notion seemed implausible. After responding affirmatively, Yuya followed the Anbu ninja deeper into the village. As they departed, the Anbu couldn't help but cast a glance at the wooden post that Yuya had damaged, while also observing the bloodstained bandages wrapped around Yuya's knuckles. A flicker of intrigue emerged in his gaze, prompting him to scrutinize Yuya a moment longer. Were Yuya merely a youth blessed with extraordinary talent, he would not have been of particular concern. Yet, Yuya not only possessed remarkable abilities but also demonstrated an extraordinary dedication to relentless training, bordering on madness. Such an intensity could not go unnoticed. Exceptional talent in itself is not alarming. However, when paired with an unwavering work ethic and a willingness to endure hardship, it becomes truly formidable. With both diligence and talent combined, if Yuya can survive the challenges on his path to growth, his future is nearly unimaginable. Konoha Village, Hokage Tower. Yuya followed the Anbu and soon arrived at the Hokage building, making his way unobstructed to the highest point, the Hokage's office. This was the venue where the myriad affairs of thousands of ninjas in Konoha were managed, as well as the pinnacle of power and status in the village. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat pensively in his chair, a slight frown adorning his brow as he contemplated while taking a drag from his pipe. The Uchiha clan's stance was unexpectedly resolute. However, it was to be expected. Such matters could be easily resolved if they remained concealed. But now, with the entire village of Konoha aware, the Uchiha clan could not afford to lose face. Muttering to himself, Sarutobi took a deep breath and exhaled a smoke ring, revealing a hint of coldness on his face. Even if the Uchiha clan could not bear the shame, could his authority as Hokage be so easily dismissed? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a ninja at the door respectfully reported to Sarutobi, "Hokage-sama, Yuya has arrived. Let him in." Upon hearing Yuya's name, Sarutobi's expression softened slightly as he set aside his pipe. Entering the Hokage's office, Yuya merely cast a brief glance around and, without further ado, approached Sarutobi's desk, bowing gently. "Hokage-sama, there is no need for excessive formalities. Rise," Sarutobi replied with a warm smile, inquiring, "How have you fared in Konoha over the years?" "Fairly well." In truth, Yuya wished to add, "fairly well," and thankfully, still alive, but he refrained. Nevertheless, he finally remarked, "Surely, Hokage-sama is already well aware of how I have been living." "Indeed." Sarutobi nodded lightly, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. He had previously summoned Minato Namikaze, and from their brief exchange, he could discern that Yuya possessed a maturity akin to that of the fourth Hokage. Despite being merely 8 or 9 years old, Yuya was capable of contemplating matters like an adult. Thus Sarutobi felt no need to adopt a condescending tone when conversing with him. "I understand. As you hail from a foreign village and conflicts often arise between villages, especially in recent years amidst widespread turmoil, your village was devastated during a confrontation with Sunagakure, one of the 5 great ninja nations." As he spoke, Sarutobi scrutinized Yuya's expression, noting the latter's unwavering calmness, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Nodding to himself, he continued, "Fortunately, our ninjas from Konoha were nearby and, after engaging in battle with Sunagakure, rescued the sole survivor from the flames of war and brought you back to Konoha. Children from foreign villages often encounter various difficulties and oppression here, and I am aware of the grievances you have faced in Konoha." Sarutobi gazed at Yuya, a gentle warmth gracing his features. Such occurrences will never transpire again. Listening to Sarutobi's words, Yuya understood that this was Sarutobi's subtle overture of goodwill. The essence of his statement was clear. He need not dwell on past hardships, for from this moment forward, he was a member of Konoha. "Thank you for your care, Hokage-sama." Yuya responded softly, a hint of gratitude gracing her features. Sarutobi Izashi chuckled heartily as he rose from his seat and approached Yuya's side. Though she had endured many grievances in Konoha, at least within our village, she would not suffer from the ravages of war, would she? Indeed. Yuya nodded gently. Indeed. Compared to the precarious existence of the small ninja villages, where every day was fraught with anxiety and uncertainty. Even the most unfavorable conditions in the great ninja village allowed one to at least avoid the ravages of war, homelessness, and displacement. The past is best left behind. With a reassuring pat on Yuya's shoulder, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly. Your performance yesterday was commendable. It showcased a truly remarkable battle. Your talent is impressive, and mentally, you are not inferior to the adults. At this moment, you are already an exceptional ninja. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused slightly, his tone shifting as he continued, however. Great talent requires time to mature. Currently, you still possess some youthful naivety in various aspects. I hope that in the time to come, you can settle down. Continue your training and accumulate experience. Surely, you will one day shine with your own brilliance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words carried an undertone that felt somewhat peculiar, suggesting a veiled meaning. To Yuya, it was undoubtedly a direct admonition that he was still too inexperienced and should focus diligently on his training. Yet, the question arose, where would he find an environment conducive to such earnest training? With less than 3 months remaining, his life and death duel with Uchiha Han was imminent. After a moment of contemplation, Yuya discerned Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions and inquired, does the Hokage mean for me to forego my duel with Uchiha Han? A flicker of appreciation passed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Although his words were somewhat roundabout, Yuya grasped their meaning swiftly. Yes, that is precisely my sentiment. While you are indeed talented and remarkable, there remains a significant disparity between you and Uchiha Han in terms of combat capability. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to elaborate on the life and death duel, his words were abruptly interrupted by another voice. Sarutobi, the life and death duel cannot be terminated. This voice was calm and composed, yet bore an air of indifference. At the doorway stood Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light as he stepped forward steadily. Seeing Danzo approach, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a weight in his heart and furrowed his brow. Yuya is merely a child. How can such a duel be permissible? Danzo replied, I am only aware of the rules, regardless of who the parties are. As long as a life and death duel has been requested, it cannot be unilaterally rescinded. Even if you are the Hokage, you cannot disregard the established rules. Danzo's demeanor remained steady as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but his eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen was unwilling to relinquish control or allow Yuya to be cultivated under him, Danzo had no intention of merely watching Yuya become Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to entrust Yuya to him. The rules are established by man. What if I wish to abolish them? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. As Hokage, who had consistently kept Danzo in check in the original narrative, he could certainly deduce Danzo's intentions. Almost instantly, he realized that Danzo aimed to force him to concede, thereby acquiring Yuya. That I shall not consent to. Danzo stood there with an expression of indifference, stating, to amend the rules, one must gain the unanimous agreement of the Elder Council. I believe not only I, but even Koharu and Hamura would not support such a facile alteration of the rules. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew grim. The tradition of life and death duels had been passed down since the Warring States period, initially abolished by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and later reinstated by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Within a village, intricate factions often emerged, such as various clans. Where there are factions, conflicts arise, ultimately leading to irreconcilable disputes. Such disputes could not be resolved through direct conflict within Konoha, nor could they be forcibly suppressed, for such suppression would inevitably lead to chaos. Senju Tobarama's philosophy differed entirely from that of Senju Hashirama. He believed that rules were needed to regulate human nature and that conflicts should be handled in an orderly manner. Thus, upon assuming the mantle of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama reinstated the ancient tradition of life and death duels to resolve irreconcilable internal conflicts. The atmosphere grew tense. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo exchanged glances, but this time, despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's fierce demeanor, Danzo remained composed, and effectively, even if Yuya possesses extraordinary talent. Achieving victory over an ordinary Chunin after 2 months would be nothing short of miraculous. To triumph over an elite Chunin, however, is sheer folly. An elite Chunin exemplifies the pinnacle of Chunin proficiency, standing as a formidable force just below the Jonin level. Families of great renown, such as the Uchiha and the Hyuga, upon the ascension of a member to Chunin rank, can reliably expect the use of their Byakugan or Sharingan to classify them as elite Chunits. Of course, unlike the Hyuga clan, not every Uchiha possesses the Sharingan, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware that Uchiha-han possesses this coveted eye. This information is well documented. To be regarded as an elite Chunin means to reach the apex of Chunin capabilities. Should one exceed in a particular aspect, attaining Jonin-level proficiency or mastering a forbidden technique, they would be classified as a special Jonin. Subsequently, achieving comprehensive Jonin-level skills designates one as an official Jonin, while reaching the absolute zenith of Jonin proficiency categorizes them as an elite Jonin. The path of a ninja is one of incremental progression. To leap across a tier is fraught with insurmountable difficulties, and Yuya has already made one such leap due to obtaining a bloodline limit. To achieve another leap in succession is an utter impossibility. As Yuya departed from the Hokage's office, he meandered through the bustling streets of Konoha, a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. It felt rather disconcerting. Toanso, who has always embodied the will of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and harbored a profound disdain for the Uchiha clan, has now adopted a stance that appears to align with him in his dealings with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This revelation has once again reshaped Yuya's understanding of the darker undercurrents within Konoha's power structure. Although he seems caught in the middle, he is merely a pawn in a power struggle among three factions: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Toanzo, and the Uchiha clan. Each of these factions constitutes an insurmountable barrier for Yuya at this juncture. Ultimately, it is strength that reigns supreme. Clenching his fist, Yuya murmured to himself. To seize control of his destiny, he must relentlessly enhance his power. Taking a deep breath, he gradually calmed his racing thoughts. The immediate challenge before him was to overcome Uchiha-han. Currently, Yuya's strength is formidable, and he possesses confidence in confronting Chunits. Yet he understands that Uchiha-han's prowess is not to be underestimated. He is likely an elite Chunin, possibly endowed with the Sharingan. To defeat Uchiha-han, Yuya's current abilities are insufficient. He must unlock the second gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia. Having encountered no obstacles along the way, Yuya returned home and resumed his training. He tirelessly performed push-ups and squats, sweat cascading down his body until near exhaustion claimed him. And only then did he succumb to slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, Yuya contemplated his training regimen. The wooden post he had been using was damaged and required replacement. Even if he crafted a new one, it would not last long, even without deliberately harnessing his shockwave power. The continuous punches would inevitably inflict damage when his arms grew numb. Creating a stone post would be cumbersome. So he decided it would be more beneficial to seek a rocky area for training. He felt that while training, he should not suppress his shockwave power, but rather integrate it into each punch. The continual use of shockwave energy would impose a burden on his body. Yet this very burden would serve as a unique form of training. Remaining in a state of vibration would be an excellent way to hone his physique, ensuring that his progress would be both efficient and effective. Stepping outside, Yuya observed the lively streets of Konoha and proceeded towards the Hokage Rock. He recalled the battle between Pain and the Ninetales transformed Naruto, which took place in a hilly region. Chapter 32, a thrilling experience ascending against the flow. It wasn't long before Yuya discovered an ideal training location. Flanked by a forest on one side and rocky hills on the other, a crystal-clear river flowed nearby. Perfect. This is the spot. Setting aside his provisions, Yuya approached a massive rock face, stretched his limbs, and then suddenly unleashed a punch, without consciously exerting force. He nonetheless sent forth a shockwave with his strike. The air fractured, and although aimed at the rock, Yuya's punch reverberated through the atmosphere. The rock, impacted by Yuya's strike, bore only a minor, negligible crack, as he had not intended to demolish it completely. Excellent. Let's continue. Pleased with the result, Yuya nodded, retracting his left fist and launching his right once more. His fists alternated rhythmically against the rock, producing a continuous series of resounding impacts. While Yuya could easily use the air as a training post, the absence of a tangible target yields markedly different results. As he struck the rock, Yuya's body vibrated in response, first his skin, then his muscles, and eventually his blood and bones. His entire being was enveloped in this persistent tremor. This was the first time Yuya had utilized his shockwave power in a sustained manner, and as his body began to resonate, a tingling sensation swept over him, imparting a euphoric feeling. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have adopted this training method from the outset, feeling invigorated and exhilarated. Yuya silently critiqued himself before diving back into his rigorous practice. Each punch resonated powerfully as his heart throbbed robustly, and his blood surged with the vibrations coursing through him. His bones and flesh were subjected to the continual shock, further refining his physique. The results surpassed Yuya's expectations, having unlocked the first gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia. The synergy between his heart's power and the chakra from the first gate enhanced his vitality, invigorating his bloodstream. Even during rest, his physical constitution would progressively improve. With continued training, his efficiency would multiply. In terms of physical prowess, a month of training for him equated to 2 months for others. Now, Yuya had realized that not only did the first gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia expedite his training speed, but the shockwave power itself also served to augment his development. His physique underwent a remarkable transformation, advancing almost exponentially. Initially, he anticipated reaching the standard for opening the second gate of the 8 gates formation in 3 months. Now, it seemed that 2 months would suffice. However, he remained grounded, cognizant that the true 8 gates, due to their permanent, inverted activation, necessitated a period of adaptation after each gate was opened. Moreover, as more gates were unlocked, a longer stabilization period and a stronger physique were required to unlock the subsequent gate. The progression became increasingly arduous, akin to the conventional 8 gates. Exhaling deeply, he unleashed another punch, finally fracturing the boulder, before retreating abruptly. His body throbbed with soreness, a languid sensation permeating his bones and flesh. He collapsed onto the ground, the mixture of sweat and soil rapidly staining his attire. Yet, he remained unperturbed, basking in the sensation. The reverberating force, having coursed through his body, engendered a blissful, tingling relief, far surpassing the discomfort of push-ups. As his body recuperated and the tingling subsided, he distinctly perceived a surge in strength. Such palpable enhancement was astonishing. The initial training session expelled impurities, resulting in such a significant leap. Despite the subsequent diminishing returns, the training remained remarkably efficient. After a day, he returned home, collapsing into a deep slumber. The following day, he resumed his training in the mountains. While training far from the village posed a risk, the location was seldom visited, and the distance was relatively short. Over a month elapsed, and discernible muscle definition emerged on his frame. Though seemingly slender, he exuded strength, an extraordinary development for a child under 9. In the span of just over a month, Yuya's physique has undergone a transformation so rapid that it astonishes. Particularly during the initial week, his growth was akin to a leap, followed by a gradual transition into a plateau. With a resounding impact, he struck forth, the air vibrating violently as the rocky terrain before him erupted with a multitude of fissures, ultimately yielding a gaping hole. At this moment, the force behind my punch surpasses that of a C-rank ninjutsu. Even the amalgamation of 2 C-rank ninjutsu, wind and fire, would be obliterated by a single blow. Satisfied with the devastation wrought by his full strength, Yuya nodded, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. This power, while formidable, still pales slightly in comparison to the B-rank ninjutsu wielded by Uchiha Han on that fateful day. However, should he unlock the second gate of the 8 gates of Bodhi, shattering B-rank ninjutsu would undoubtedly be within his grasp. At present, there remains a month until his life-or-death duel with Uchiha Han. Throughout this period of training, the village has remained eerily tranquil, or rather, the affairs concerning him have been met with utter silence. One cannot discern whether Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo are entangled in a power struggle, for no one has interfered with him. It is as though he has been completely overlooked. Yet, Yuya comprehends that this is not mere neglect, but rather a delicate balance of forces, poised yet dormant. This is but one reason. Another factor contributing to Yuya's gradual obscurity is the ominous resurgence of the Second Shinobi World War. The entire shinobi realm is rife with tension, akin to a tempest brewing on the horizon. Konoha, too, has embarked on assaults against neighboring small villages, leading the Land of Fire in an incessant quest for expansion and resource acquisition. Meanwhile, the Sand Village of the Land of Wind and the Stone Village of the Land of Earth are engaging in even more frenzied expansion, resulting in the obliteration of countless minor shinobi villages. The number of small villages is finite, and the resources of these minor nations are limited. A clash between the 3 great nations is inevitable, although it may appear that more time is needed for the brewing storm. All perceptive individuals understand that this conflict is unavoidable. In the grand scheme of the impending Second Shinobi World War, the life-and-death duel between Yuya and Uchiha Han seems rather trivial. With a soft sigh, he suppressed his thoughts and resumed his training. A few days later, Yuya felt that the time had come to attempt unlocking the second gate of the 8 gates of Bodhi, the Gate of Shock. The first gate of the true 8 gates of Bodhi corresponds to the 8th gate of the ordinary 8 gates, known as the Death Gate. located at the heart. The second gate, however, corresponds to the seventh gate of the ordinary 8 gates, situated just below the abdomen, known as the Gate of Shock. This gate holds immense significance, rivaling that of the first gate at the heart. It serves as a crucial link, connecting the lower and upper pathways. Ascending from the Gate of Shock leads directly to the head, forming a seamless pathway comprising 5 gates aligned in a straight line. In contrast, the route from the Death Gate at the heart to the Gate of Shock below the abdomen resembles a diagonal, reverse path, connecting the heart to the body. The Gate of Shock stands as the second core of the true 8 gates of Bodhi. Once he fully mobilized his body and stretched his muscles, Yuya settled into a meditative position, preparing to confront the challenge of the second gate. In nearly 2 months of diligent training, Yuya's progress is comparable to that of others after 6 months of arduous practice, if not more. His physical strength has significantly surpassed what it was when he first unlocked the initial gate. With the opening of the second gate, he is more than prepared. With a state of accumulated potential erupting forth, he successfully breached the second gate of the 8 gates of Duenjia in a single attempt. Upon the first assault of chakra, a wave of shock reverberated, leading to a second surge that shattered the shackles of the second gate. As the second gate, known as the Shock Gate, was unlocked, an invisible flame, akin to a fire, ignited within Yuya's heart, swiftly coursing through his meridians to reach the Shock Gate. Subsequently, the location of the Shock Gate seemed to ignite in a blaze. This so-called flame was, in essence, chakra. At that moment, a profound connection was established between the chakra at his heart and that in the lower abdomen, representing the natural linkage of the 8 gates of Duenjia. Within the Shock Gate, a second chakra emerged, instantly surpassing the quantity of chakra at the heart. However, this excess chakra quickly balanced itself as it established a connection with the heart, flowing harmoniously through the meridians. Ultimately, the chakra from the heart and that from the Shock Gate achieved a state of equilibrium. Thus, with the presence of 2 core chakra sources, Yuya's chakra volume surged beyond the threshold of a CH Nin, rivaling even some elite CH Nin. This represented a remarkable leap in power. Furthermore, the chakra from the Dead Gate at the heart and that from the Shock Gate in the lower abdomen formed a circulatory system. Previously, chakra merely nourished the heart in a reciprocal manner. Now, the 2 core chakras established a dynamic connection, facilitating mutual transfer. During this transfer, a portion of the chakra inevitably diffused into the flesh and bones, nourishing them in return. This virtuous cycle resulted in comprehensive enhancement. With chakra levels nearly equivalent to that of an elite CH Nin, the prospect of developing certain ninjutsu now seemed within reach. As Yuya sensed the chakra coursing within him, a faint smile graced his lips. Although he had anticipated this development, the rapid increase in his chakra reserves was still a source of uncontainable joy. For Yuya, conventional ninjutsu such as fire release and water release held little significance for cultivation. In fact, any technique requiring hand seals was of minimal importance to someone like Yuya, who possessed the powerful abilities of Doton and boasted remarkable physical prowess and speed. Thus, the ninjutsu Yuya aimed to develop would be uniquely tailored to his capabilities, potentially integrating seamlessly with his Doton techniques. His body was already undergoing a metamorphosis. Beyond the enhancement of his chakra, Yuya could also perceive the swift transformation of his physique. Due to the eternal 8 gates, which permanently unlock the 8 gates within, the effects were not akin to the sudden outbursts typical of ordinary 8 gates, but rather a gradual progression. However, once initiated, this transformative process would not be prolonged. After Yuya opened the first gate at his heart, he adapted completely within a few days. He believed that the second gate, the Gate of Shock located just below his abdomen, would not take long to master either. Indeed, merely 3 days later, Yuya's body underwent a profound transformation. Following this metamorphosis, his speed rivaled that of an average jonin, and only a chunin with exceptional physical prowess could hope to match him. Furthermore, Yuya's shock force experienced a significant evolution, its power nearly tripling in strength compared to before. He had entirely transcended the chasm between C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. Now, with a single punch, Yuya could shatter B-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, as the shock force ascended to this new level, its effective range underwent a remarkable leap. Previously, Yuya's attack range extended a mere 2 meters, classifying it as a close-range assault. Now, with all his might, the range of his shock force expanded to between 5 to 10 meters. Within 5 meters, its power remained undiminished, capable of demolishing B-rank ninjutsu, while within the 5 to 10 meter range, it could still obliterate C-rank ninjutsu. This enhancement in attack range had shifted from close to mid-range, significantly ameliorating Yuya's previous limitations in striking distance. C-rank ninjutsu is commonly wielded by chunin, while B-rank ninjutsu is typically employed by most jonin. A-rank ninjutsu, however, belongs to the realm of forbidden techniques, often beyond the grasp of many jonin. After all, mastering chakra nature transformation combined with B-rank ninjutsu already results in formidable power. Most jonin dedicate their time to refining chakra nature transformation to enhance the potency of B-rank techniques rather than pursuing the more challenging A-rank ninjutsu. Thus, it can be said that Yuya is now capable of sweeping through chunin with relative ease. However, there remains a critical issue that Yuya had previously chosen to overlook until now: the existence of jinjutsu in this world. Calming his excited heart, Yuya bowed his head in contemplation. He had deliberately ignored this aspect because, generally, lower-ranking ninjas could at most dispel a jinjutsu, and casting one was considerably more difficult. Yet, at the chunin level, jinjutsu became a common form of attack. Chapter 34. Immunity to Jinjutsu. Fourth update. With the issue of jinjutsu laid before him, Yuya's mind incessantly searched for information regarding it. He speculated that Uchiha might possess the Sharingan. Even if he lacked the Sharingan, it would be absurd to assume that a chunin from the Uchiha clan could not employ jinjutsu. This is a grave concern. The essence of jinjutsu seems to lie in disrupting the flow of chakra to confuse the enemy's mental processes, thereby disorienting their sensory perceptions. Yuya vaguely recalls that in the original work, Jiraiya instructed Naruto on how to counter jinjutsu, stating that if one falls victim to an illusion, one should strive to halt the flow of chakra instantaneously. Chakra is fundamentally a product of energy and spiritual energy extracted from the body's 13 billion cells. By disrupting the flow of chakra, one can consequently affect the opponent's mind, inducing hallucinations, and so forth. Thus, the essence of jinjutsu remains intrinsically linked to chakra. As long as the disturbed flow of chakra is restored, the illusion can be dispelled. In the original narrative, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, claimed that he would not succumb to jinjutsu, for within him resided the Eight Tails, allowing two consciousnesses to assist in stabilizing the flow of chakra. Upon this realization, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Yuya's eyes. Does this mean I am inherently immune to jinjutsu? Suddenly recalling the character guy from the original story. It seems he has rarely, if ever, fallen prey to illusions. Even when he unleashed the 8 gates to combat Madara, the latter did not resort to jinjutsu against Guy. Madara, with his vast combat experience, would have surely exploited any weakness, such as susceptibility to jinjutsu, to incapacitate Guy swiftly. The likely truth is that jinjutsu has little effect on Guy, especially considering that, at that moment, Guy had activated the 8 gates, causing his chakra to surge chaotically and his mental resolve to crystallize. Furthermore, the activation of the 8 gates comes with immense pain. In such circumstances, even the most potent jinjutsu would struggle to take effect. Moreover, even if jinjutsu could manipulate the chakra within me, it would not influence with just a simple. As Yuya murmured softly, a subtle surge of vibrating power stirred within him at the behest of his thoughts. Instantly, his chakra was jolted by this force, momentarily halting its flow. To dispel illusions, he required no hand seals at all. It seemed that, apart from the likes of Tsukuyomi and other extraordinarily potent jinjutsu, ordinary illusions, whether they manipulated the senses or ensnared the mind and body, were utterly ineffective against him, easily dispelled in an instant. Realizing this, Yuya's expression relaxed significantly. The long-held anxiety seemed entirely unfounded. From the very beginning, he was not only immune to taijutsu and ninjutsu of the same tier, but also to jinjutsu. The power of his D-ton bloodline limit allowed him to effortlessly and flawlessly unravel various illusions with merely a single tremor, liberating his chakra from any adversarial interference and thus neutralizing mental assaults. Though he felt quite certain about this, Yuya's inherent: the stronger Yuya becomes, the greater her happiness. Previously, she had not anticipated that Yuya could triumph over Minato Namikaze, achieving first place in the practical examination of the Ninja Academy. Now, others doubt Yuya's ability to defeat the Ch-nin, Uchiha. Yet, within Kushina's heart, there exists an inexplicable confidence in Yuya. After encouraging Yuya with a cheer, Kushina dutifully refrained from further interruption, allowing Yuya to continue her training. Thus, Yuya returned to the mountainside, while diligently honing her physical abilities. She also began to develop her own unique techniques. In the past, she had paid little attention to the matter of techniques, as they were entirely unnecessary. However, with the augmentation of her strength, The power derived from her bloodline limit, the Doton, has become increasingly potent, naturally allowing for its diversification and development. The bloodline limit of Yuya's earthquake release is such that a simple punch unleashed forward generates a tremendous shockwave that affects the entire front. This shockwave does not merely push opponents back. Rather, it manifests as a force akin to tearing. In this regard, Yuya has adeptly combined his physical techniques to develop 3 distinct maneuvers. While it may be said that he has developed these techniques, they are, in essence, straightforward applications. The names of these 3 techniques are collapse, sever, and piercing. Collapse entails Yuya directing the shockwave from above downward, striking with the palm of his hand. This assault envelopes the enemy beneath, with the shockwave battering both the adversary and the ground below. Sever, previously demonstrated by Yuya, involves striking outward with both fists, creating a seismic rupture across the battlefield. Piercing is an upward hook punch, an attack that ascends from below. Although these 3 assaults merely involve a slight alteration in the direction of the shockwave, the potency of the force renders even such simple changes a source of considerable distress for adversaries, complicating their defenses significantly. During his uncomplicated training and application of these 3 techniques, Yuya suddenly realized that his power, potent enough to shatter B-rank ninjutsu, could actually induce an earthquake. If collapse, sever, and piercing are classified as void, then the newly developed technique, earthquake technique, belongs to the realm of genuine earthquakes. There exists a C-rank earthquake technique within the Earth Release. Yet Yuya's iteration surpasses that C-rank technique in strength. Not only does it cause the earth to tremble and quake, but it can even rend the ground asunder. Once Yuya had mastered these techniques with finesse, the time for his life and death duel with Uchiha finally arrived. Chapter 35, The Wrath of Tsunade, 5th update. The arena for this fateful duel lies beneath the village of Konoha. Such a life-or-death confrontation, naturally, would not be conducted in plain sight. Under the guidance of a member of the Anbu, Yuya arrived at a vast expanse permeated with a grotesque aura of bloodshed. This locale served not only as a battleground for life-and-death duels, but also as a merciless chamber for interrogation and punishment. The hidden darkness of Konoha converged here, with Danzo's root base lurking in the subterranean depths nearby. Each day, ninjas from Konoha ventured forth to execute missions, some of which involved assignments of assassination handed down in this very place. Furthermore, many spies and scouts from enemy villages, once captured, were escorted here to endure torturous and cruel methods of extraction. In summary, this was a nexus of all things sinister. An eerie and sanguinary atmosphere hung heavy in the air, as ninjas within this realm either wore masks as members of the Anbu or hurried past with frigid, expressionless faces. After traversing several corridors, they finally reached their destination. Yuya's gaze grew solemn as he encountered an atmosphere unlike any he had experienced since arriving in this world. Before him stood several ninjas from the Uchiha clan, among them the formidable Uchiha, whose eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of intense malice upon noticing Yuya's arrival. In this moment, the only way for him to atone for his past transgressions and uphold the dignity and honor of the Uchiha clan was to eliminate Yuya. As Yuya and Uchiha exchanged glances, the latter's murderous intent surged forth. Yet, Yuya remained unfazed, his gaze tranquil and devoid of any disturbance. Simultaneously, he scrutinized his surroundings. His brow slightly furrowed. Above them lay a 3-tiered corridor, yet there were hardly any figures standing upon it. In the entire vicinity, only 3 Anbu ninjas and 5 members of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha, were present. Beyond them, there was no one else. To his surprise, Sarutobi Hizashi had not arrived. A trace of confusion appeared on Yuya's face. Logically speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly be paying attention to the duel between him and Uchiha. Even if he did not come in person, he would at least dispatch more Anbu ninjas. Yet, there were only 3 Anbu ninjas present, fewer than those from the Uchiha clan. This left Yuya with a sense of abandonment, as if something unforeseen had transpired. Yuya murmured softly, yet a glint of fierce determination suddenly flickered in his eyes. It was evident that today represented a life-and-death struggle for him. Victory meant survival, while defeat meant demise. At last, several members of the Uchiha clan leaped onto the 3rd-floor corridor above, their gazes coldly fixed below. Uchiha stepped forward slowly, halting in place, confronting Yuya from a distance. 3 members of the Anbu exchanged icy glances before ascending to the corridor, watching the unfolding scene with detached interest. In the presence of Uchiha, no excessive words were necessary at this moment. This was neither an assessment nor a competition. It was a decisive battle that would determine their fates. The two adversaries remained silent, with no one needing to announce the commencement. In an instant, the clash erupted. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office of the Hokage building, a heated argument was underway. Why aren't you intervening in this duel? It is utterly unreasonable. Tsunade glared furiously at Sarutobi Hiruzen, nearly pounding the table in exasperation. Such was her character. Once she had set her sights on someone, she could never easily let go. Even though she had yet to meet Yuya in person, her intention to take him on as her apprentice had solidified after that practical assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, taking a drag from his cigarette, avoiding a direct answer to Tsunade's inquiry as he solemnly spoke. The Uchiha clan has dispatched a team of 3 elite Jonin and 10 elite Chunin to the battlefield at the borders of the Land of Fire. Is this the reason for completely abandoning that child, Yuya? What nonsense is this? Tsunade's expression reflected disbelief. Could such matters be turned into a transaction? To her, it was almost inconceivable. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and said, "It is not abandonment. Danzo may very well rescue Yuya should he fall in battle. In that case, what difference would it make if Yuya were on the brink of death?" Tsunade's face contorted with a mixture of shock and anger. If Yuya were indeed gravely wounded and saved by Danzo, the outcome was all too predictable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The possibility of Yuya defeating Uchiha Han is nearly non-existent. Hokage-sama, it has already begun. At that moment, a member of the Anbu appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen to report. Tsunade's face immediately displayed a mix of shock and fury. What? It has already begun. Is no one going to stop it? Gritting her teeth, Tsunade abruptly turned and dashed out of the Hokage's office, declaring, "If no one is going to intervene, then this matter is mine to handle." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked on in astonishment as Tsunade rushed out of the office, a faint smile of resignation crossing his lips. Yet, after that smile, an unusual expression surfaced. Tsunade represents the Senju clan. If she manages to save Yuya, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope. The Senju clan cannot fear the Uchiha clan, as there exists an irreconcilable conflict between the two clans. Tsunade charged out of the Hokage's office, unimpeded by anyone. She raced down to the underground, but just as she was nearing the battleground, she was halted by someone. "Step aside." Tsunade glared at Uchiha Kizun, the head of the Uchiha clan, with no hint of fear on her face, instead barking a sharp reprimand. Uchiha Kizun stood calmly, 3 tomos swirling in his eyes. "Do not be so hasty. Would it not be better to wait here? Once the situation over there concludes, I certainly will not obstruct you. Bastard, try to stop me." In her fury, Tsunade was utterly undeterred. Her fiery temperament left her unyielding, and she boldly advanced against the leader of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Kizun, as the clan leader and captain of the Konoha Guard, was no ordinary opponent. He firmly obstructed Tsunade. No matter how desperately she fought, she could not break through Uchiha Kizun's blockade. At present, she was merely an elite Jonin, not yet powerful enough to match her portrayal in the original narrative. Tsunade was consumed by a mixture of anger and anxiety. If this continued, Yuya might truly be beyond salvation. Chapter 36. Breaking the Illusion. Not far from the clash between Tsunade and Uchiha Kizun lay the battleground of Yuya and Uchiha Han, where a life-and-death duel was underway. At this moment, the battle between Yuya and Uchiha Han had escalated to a fever pitch. As the fight erupted, Yuya unleashed his full speed, charging directly at Uchiha Han. Activated with the second gate of the 8 gates, Yuya's velocity was astonishing. Whoosh! In an instant, his form nearly transformed into a fleeting shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Uchiha Han, having previously underestimated Yuya, would not make the same mistake again. He immediately activated his Sharingan. 2 tomo appeared in his eyes. Although he had not yet attained the 3 tomo state, it was sufficient to clearly perceive Yuya's movements. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, as Yuya flashed to Uchiha Han's side and launched a punch, Uchiha Han formed hand seals, and his body turned into a wooden log. Body replacement technique. Avoiding Yuya's strike with the substitution, Uchiha Han reappeared behind Yuya, suddenly drawing a short blade and viciously sweeping it toward Yuya's neck. In response to this attack, Yuya did not flinch or evade. He did not even turn around, instead delivering a powerful punch backward. Crack! The air shattered like glass, and the short blade abruptly halted. Mere inches from Yuya's fist, it could advance no further. That inch seemed like an insurmountable chasm. Boom! In the next moment, With a violent Su, Yuya furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze flickering as she sought the whereabouts of Uchiha Han's true form. At that moment, Uchiha Han's figure abruptly materialized right before Yuya, his hands maintaining a formation of seals. Simultaneously, the two tomo in his eyes began to whirl furiously. This is an illusion. As Yuya and Uchiha Han locked eyes, a moment of stillness enveloped the scene. In the next instant, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Yuya's face. As if he had become frozen in place. It was over. Indeed, Han had ensnared the boy within an illusion cast by his Sharingan. Above in the corridor, several members of the Uchiha clan exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Opposite them stood three Anbu ninjas, each masked, their expressions betraying no emotion. Yet, within their eyes lingered a flicker of pity. Such a shame. Yes, possessing a remarkable bloodline limit yet deprived of the opportunity to flourish. Under the scrutinizing gaze of all, Uchiha Han regarded Yuya with a haughty demeanor, a trace of disdain gracing his features. What does it matter if he has awakened a bloodline limit? Before me, he remains but a mere child. Moreover, when it comes to bloodline limits, our Uchiha clan's Sharingan reigns supreme. With a derisive snort, Uchiha Han casually drew a short sword and hurled it directly at Yuya's chest. He then prepared to turn away, as if already envisioning the scene of Yuya being pierced through the heart. Yet, in the next heartbeat, calamity struck. Boom! A fist, enveloped in radiant white light, suddenly crashed into the air. The shockwave reverberated outward in a thunderous roar. The short sword that Han had thrown appeared to be ensnared in a quagmire. Inching forward yet ultimately halting before that mighty fist, unable to advance another fraction. Subsequently, the sword emitted a terrifying crunching sound, contorting grotesquely into a twisted shape. This is impossible. Uchiha Han gazed at Yuya, who had calmly retracted his fist, disbelief flooding his eyes. Yuya has actually unraveled the illusion cast by the Sharingan. How is this even conceivable? In an instant, not only Uchiha Han, but also the members of the Uchiha clan in the corridor, along with three Anbu ninjas on the other side, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How could he break the illusion without forming any hand seals? To dispel an illusion, one must restore the flow of chakra within. Could it be that his shockwave power enables him to oscillate his own chakra? One person murmured, while the others displayed expressions of utter disbelief. If this is true, does it mean that Yuya possesses immunity or the ability to dispel all illusions? It is simply absurd. How could such a flawless bloodline limit exist in this world? In the face of that, physical techniques are rendered ineffective, and ordinary ninjutsu is easily obliterated. Now even illusions can be effortlessly dispelled. What an incredible phenomenon. The Uchiha's illusions are nothing extraordinary after all. As Yuya gazed at Uchiha Han, a faint smirk graced his lips. In truth, he had not even attempted to dispel the illusion. It had been rendered entirely ineffective. The chakra within him was governed by two cores, one nestled in his heart, and the other in his lower abdomen, setting him apart significantly from ordinary shinobi. To interfere with Yuya's chakra flow and cast an illusion upon him was an exceedingly arduous task. Moreover, Yuya possessed the formidable force capable of shattering such interference and dispelling illusions. In the next instant, Yuya's figure surged forth, charging directly at Uchiha Han. With a swift motion, he appeared above Han's head and, suddenly, thrust his palm downward, radiating a circle of white light. Seismic release, collapse. The impact of his hand struck the air, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that enveloped the ground beneath them in a torrent of force. In a mere heartbeat, Uchiha Han's expression transformed dramatically. The illusion had been effortlessly shattered by Yuya, leaving him momentarily stunned in shock, which allowed Yuya to close the distance. The situation plunged into a perilous crisis. In this critical moment, Uchiha Han had no time for contemplation. He braced himself against the onslaught of the seismic force and desperately formed hand seals. It was evidently futile to evade the shockwave's wrath. The entire area had already succumbed to suppression. Earth release, earth body flicker technique. Just as his bod Wyu appears to lack the proficiency in ninjutsu, suggesting that it must be Uchiha Han employing this technique. The commotion is so significant that it seems we have reached the final confrontation. Uchiha Kizan cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder. The pace is sluggish, even now. The situation remains unresolved, and yet, the earth release technique has been invoked again. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Uchiha Kizan's eyes. He was acutely aware of Uchiha Han's chakra affinities, indeed, earth and fire. In his estimation, once Uchiha Han activated the Sharingan, he should have been able to annihilate Wyu effortlessly, yet here he is resorting to earth release techniques. Nevertheless, it should be nearing its conclusion. Shaking his head, Uchiha Kizun stood resolutely in front of Tsunade, regardless of her anxiety and fury as she relentlessly pressed forward. He remained an unyielding barrier. In the arena of life and death, several Uchiha clan ninjas and 3 Anbu members displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. The tremors could not possibly affect them. They could easily maintain their footing. What truly astounded them was the sheer magnitude of Yuya's seismic power, which was so formidable that it could resonate through the earth itself, unleashing such terrifying tremors. This technique was far superior to the C-rank Earth Release, earthquake technique. As the ground quaked violently, fissures resembling a spider's web emerged, spreading outward from beneath Yuya's feet in all directions. Beneath the surface, Uchiha Han, with his Sharingan wide open and radiating a fierce killing intent, suddenly underwent a drastic change in expression. In an instant, he was enveloped by the surrounding soil and rock. Crushed by the force of the tremors. Previously injured by Yuya's strike, he was now dealt a devastating blow by this technique. Crack, crack. Several of his ribs fractured in an instant. Struggling, he managed to dislodge the earth and return to the surface, but his body was already drenched in blood. Gasping, he expelled a mouthful of blood upon emerging, swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. His eyes reflected disbelief and horror. Concealing himself underground proved futile. He could not evade the assault of those tremors. How could he be cornered to such an extent by this mere child? Yuya? He had initially believed the battle to be a mere formality, only to find himself at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Now, he had suffered. Yuya has astonishingly reached such an extraordinary level of power that even B-rank ninjutsu can be effortlessly shattered. There is nothing impossible. As Yuya contemplated, Uchiha Han approached with deliberate steps. A look of horror suddenly crossed Uchiha Han's face. He wished to retreat, yet excruciating pain immobilized him. His chakra was nearly depleted. At this moment, the outcome was unmistakably clear. No, a glimmer of despair flickered across Uchiha Han's visage. By now, Yuya would not show any mercy. This was a battle of life and death, and Uchiha Han's attacks had been utterly relentless. Had he not activated the second gate, his fist might have shattered B-rank ninjutsu, and he could have been reduced to ashes by flames. In that instant, Yuya hesitated not. He raised his fist and struck down with force. Boom. Uchiha Han met his demise. In the final moments of his life, regret flooded Uchiha Han's heart. He should have disregarded everything and eliminated Yuya without hesitation, denying him any chance to grow stronger. Alternatively, he should never have provoked Yuya in the first place. That had been his gravest error. In the corridor, several members of the Uchiha clan watched this scene unfold, their fists clenched instinctively. Some yearned to rush down, yet they restrained themselves with great effort. Their eyes, however, were filled with shock and disbelief. Yuya has surprisingly triumphed over Uchiha Han. In just a few short months, Yuya has managed to develop to such an extraordinary level. This talent and rapid growth are truly astonishing. The 3 members of the Anbu are now left in a state of utter bewilderment. Yuya has truly triumphed. The orders bestowed upon them did not include the protection of Yuya. Their sole purpose was to observe and bear witness to this life and death duel. It can be said that from the moment they arrived, they understood Yuya had already become a pawn discarded by the Uchiha clan. A mere token exchanged with the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the sake of face and at some cost. Yet, this discarded piece has now managed to turn the tides. How utterly astonishing. Not far from this place, Uchiha Keishan and Tsunade remain locked in fierce combat. Tsunade has no desire to engage in battle with Uchiha Keishan. There exists no rationale for it. Her only intent is to push forward. However, Uchiha Keishan resolutely obstructs her path. If you continue to block me, I shall not let this matter rest with your Uchiha clan. At this juncture, Tsunade's fury has become uncontainable. Uchiha Keishan, his expression icy, hears Tsunade's words and, rather than yielding, feels a surge of anger rise within himself. Who does Tsunade think he is? Although Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is also the leader of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, recalling that this matter is nearing its conclusion, Uchiha Keishan suppresses his rising ire, sensing that the situation behind him has seemingly quieted. It appears to be over. Finally, Uchiha Keishan ceases to impede Tsunade. Very well, if you wish to pass, then let us proceed together, he states, stepping aside, a cold smile finally gracing his features. Yet Tsunade pays no heed to his words. The moment he clears the path, she dashes forward. Damn it! If that child Yuya perishes, the Uchiha clan shall be held accountable for the disciple I have nurtured. Tsunade's heart is aflame with rage, yet beneath it lies an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Uchiha Keishan has obstructed her for so long. The battle must have concluded by now. There is no time left. In silent mourning, Tsunade bites her lip, propelling herself at full speed into the arena of the life and death duel. Everyone, halt. Before she can fully grasp the situation, Tsunade unleashes a furious shout. However, in the next moment, her expression turns to one of sheer shock. What is this? Stunned, Tsunade stands there, her gaze fixed upon the battlefield. The ground lies in ruins, evidently a testament to a fierce struggle. A lifeless body sprawls nearby, its features unrecognizable. Only the remnants of clothing indicate it belonged to a ninja of the Uchiha clan. And there stands Yuya, looking back in astonishment, locking eyes with Tsunade. How could she possibly be here? Yuya's face was adorned with an expression of utter astonishment, filled with unparalleled wonder. It seemed that Tsunade had indeed come to intervene in this battle. In contrast to Yuya's surprise, Tsunade felt a profound shock mixed with disbelief in her heart. Is Yuya truly still alive? Gazing upon the scene, Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered with disbelief as she surveyed the arena. It was unmistakable. This was the site of a life-and-death duel, with Yuya standing triumphantly and Uchiha Han lying defeated. The shock etched on her face quickly transformed into sheer astonishment. Tsunade felt an overwhelming roar in her mind, akin to thunder crashing in her ears. Could it be that Yuya emerged victorious? He managed to defeat Uchiha Han. Although Tsunade had never witnessed Uchiha Han's prowess firsthand, she could surmise that he was undoubtedly a formidable elite chunin. Yet, here he lay, vanquished before Yuya, without question. The victor was Yuya. What astonished her further was that Yuya bore not a single scar, nor even a trace of blood upon him. His state was nothing short of overwhelming dominance. It was almost inconceivable that even a jonin would emerge unscathed from a battle with an elite chunin like Uchiha Han. How utterly remarkable! Just as Tsunade struggled to regain her composure amidst the shock, Uchiha Keishan approached leisurely. Has it concluded? Humph. What a waste of time, Han, Yuha. Uchiha Keishan's expression abruptly froze, followed by an unmistakable look of disbelief. This cannot be. What transpired? He turned to the Uchiha clan ninjas beside him, unable to contain his urgent inquiry. On the opposing side, several Uchiha clan ninjas were equally unable to conceal their astonishment. The captain, Uchiha Han, he lost. One quivered in response to Uchiha Keishan's interrogative tone. Uchiha Keishan, however, was engulfed in incredulity. Suddenly, he pivoted to gaze upon Yuya, pristine and unscathed in the arena. And a fierce wave of murderous intent surged within his eyes. That wretched little brat managed to turn the tide under such circumstances. Yuya naturally recognized Uchiha Kageyama. In an instant, he deduced Kageyama's identity. Unsurprisingly, this individual was likely the current head of the Uchiha clan, the father of Uchiha Fugaku, and the grandfather of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 39. The first encounter with Tsunade with a gaze fixed intently on Yuya. Uchiha Kageyama's eyes suddenly displayed the three-tomo Sharingan, unleashing a terrifying aura of hostility that surged forth. This menacing presence caused Yuya's focus to sharpen momentarily, nearly affecting him. Such power. Uchiha Kageyama possessed at least the strength of an elite genin. What are you planning, Uchiha Kageyama? At this moment, Tsunade, finally grasping the situation, abruptly changed her expression and sternly reprimanded Uchiha Kageyama. As she scolded him, she deliberately mimicked the calm and arrogant demeanor that Kageyama had displayed when he had just intercepted her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The talent exhibited by Yuya instilled within him a sense of dread. However, Tsunade stood resolutely before him. Should he take action, it would not only be devoid of justification, but even if it were justified, Tsunade would undoubtedly intervene. Just as he had restrained her moments ago, his heart was engulfed in frustration. Ultimately, Uchiha Kageyama took a deep breath, managing to regain a semblance of composure. His expression once again transformed into an inscrutable mask of indifference. Let us depart, he uttered with a cold huff, turning to leave. The Uchiha clan ninjas opposite him also inhaled deeply, striving to restore their tranquility as they followed Uchiha Kageyama. The three members of the Anbu exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, before they too departed in unison. The only ones remaining in the arena were Yuya and Tsunade, and the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. Yuya gazed at Tsunade, his eyes momentarily flickering as they inadvertently swept across her bosom. Ahem. There was no helping it. It was simply too captivating. However, his gaze was quickly withdrawn. Yuya harbored profound gratitude towards Tsunade for her timely arrival in such a critical moment. had it not been for Tsunade's presence. Uchiha Kaiozan might have indeed acted with lethal intent against him. Tsunade-senpai, I sincerely thank you, he expressed. Tsunade initially nodded casually. But then her beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she scoffed and remarked, Am I really that old to be called senpai? Ahem, then how should I address you? Yuya cleared his throat, casting a somewhat awkward glance at Tsunade. Simultaneously, a peculiar thought emerged in his mind. It was astonishing how much Tsunade cared about his affairs, even going so far as to confront the leader of the Uchiha clan at such a moment. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? Cough. This notion felt rather strange. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya discerned Tsunade's thoughts. Yet Tsunade found herself somewhat troubled by the manner of address. Currently, Yuya is still regarded as a student of the Ninja Academy and has not yet officially graduated to become a genin. Moreover, even if she were to attain the rank of genin, it would be necessary to wait until her entire cohort has graduated before class divisions could commence. It seems somewhat inappropriate for Yuya to address her as teacher at this juncture, especially since she remains unaware of Yuya's thoughts. Might I refer to her as sister instead? Yuya gazed at Tsunade with a hint of timidity, pondering that although Tsunade was older, the age difference was perhaps not as significant as it seemed. You little rascal are quite adept at ingratiating yourself, Tsunade remarked with a chuckle upon hearing Yuya's words, her eyes twinkling with amusement. To establish such a close rapport on our first meeting? It must be because you find your elder sister quite beautiful. Yuya earnestly expressed that feigning ignorance was the wisest choice in such circumstances. Chuckling softly, Tsunade found Yuya's statement amusing. Were it not for her awareness of Yuya's intellect far surpassing that of his age, she might have genuinely perceived him as an adorable little boy. Not only was he affable, but he also possessed a remarkable eloquence. With a cheerful gaze fixed upon Yuya, Tsunade, who already held him in high regard, felt her admiration and affection for him swell even further as he skillfully turned the tide of the situation in his favor. Thus, she harbored no disdain for Yuya's words. Rather, she found the child to be quite endearing. Yuya awkwardly scratched his head, as it seemed that Tsunade was not as easily deceived as he had imagined, who claimed that a few casual words could suffice to win her over. Whoever said that those with ample bosoms are devoid of intellect should step forward, and I guarantee they will not escape unscathed. Well, I conceded that until the graduation and class assignment of this year's students, you may call me sister. However, at that moment, Tsunade suddenly looked at Yuya with a beaming smile and uttered a phrase that left him momentarily dumbfounded. He felt as though thunder was rumbling in his mind, struck by a bolt of realization. Unbelievably, Tsunade was indeed so easily swayed, with just a few words to seal the deal. Such a clutch plotline. Observing Yuya in his stupor, Tsunade gracefully approached him and suddenly extended her delicate hand, curling her fingers. With a snap, in the next instant, her fingertips struck Yuya's forehead, who was still lost in thought. Ouch! Despite Yuya having activated the second gate of the 8 gates, possessing formidable strength, he was still pushed back several steps by Tsunade's flick. He looked up at her, eyes brimming with tears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya's expression was tinged with embarrassment as she helplessly pouted. The mention of Sister Tsunade brought a satisfied smile to Tsunade's face. Although she had a younger brother, Ju, who languished at the bottom of the Ninja Academy, Yuya had already established herself as a prodigy in Konoha. In fact, after today's events, the term prodigy hardly sufficed to describe her. Defeating an elite nin at such a tender age was nothing short of extraordinary. In any case, I need not elaborate further. You should comprehend the essence of the matter. Tsunade retracted her fist, which had been raised in a mock threat towards Yuya, and resumed her beaming smile. Yuya shrugged and said, Of course I understand that after graduating from the Ninja Academy, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will undoubtedly be assigned to the class led by Sister Tsunade. Correct, Tsunade replied, her admiration evident as she firmly patted Yuya's shoulder. In an instant, Yuya felt a sharp pang of discomfort. He was on the verge of tears, wondering who he had offended. Could she not exert such force? I merely wish to examine the condition of your body, Tsunade remarked with a light snort. Yet her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise as she circled around Yuya a few times. Your physique is indeed remarkably robust. Chapter 40. Incredible strength. That earlier slap was delivered with considerable force, yet Yuya managed to withstand it, only swaying slightly. This resilience left Tsunade in awe. The strength of one's body is distinctly different from the potency of ninjutsu. To cultivate a truly formidable physique, one must endure grueling and arduous training. The path of physical martial arts is indeed fraught with hardship. Yuya possesses such remarkable physical attributes at this tender age. Even in mere contemplation, Tsunade can fathom the immense effort Yuya must have exerted to attain such capabilities. A sigh of admiration inadvertently escapes her lips. At that moment, Yuya gazes at Tsunade with a timid expression and unexpectedly utters a feeble remark that shatters the atmosphere. "Sister Tsunade, are you intending to examine my body?" Tsunade's expression instantly contorts in bewilderment, nearly causing her to choke on her own breath. What kind of statement is this? It sounds as if she harbors ulterior motives towards Yuya. "Behave yourself, or I shall have your tongue removed for such reckless words." Tsunade feigns anger, shooting a glare at Yuya. Yuya immediately stood obediently. "Well, if you wish to study, go ahead. After all, being examined by Tsunade is not too concerning. As long as it is not Orochimaru conducting the examination." Tsunade was indeed curious about Yuya's body, and ultimately, she could not contain her curiosity. She placed her hand on Yuya's shoulder and infused a portion of chakra into his being. As a medical ninja, she was quite adept at such practices. Effortlessly, she discerned everything within Yuya's body. Then, Tsunade's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Upon sensing everything within Yuya, Tsunade was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Although the 8 gates are classified as forbidden techniques, she had studied them to some extent. In fact, many elite shinobi have some familiarity with the 8 gates, though they may not actively pursue its cultivation. For instance, Kakashi Hatake can open the initial gates of the 8 gates. The first 2 gates could even be considered auxiliary techniques. It is only after the 3rd gate that one truly unleashes its profound essence. Tsunade's astonishment deepened as she sensed the 2 ignited flames located at Yuya's heart and lower abdomen. The realization struck her with profound intensity. This was unmistakably the state of the 8 gates being activated. Moreover, it appeared to be a permanent activation. Even more perplexing was the fact that the 7th and 8th gates were the ones that had been opened. She could sense that the preceding 6 gates were entirely closed. "Have you cultivated the 8 gates?" After a prolonged silence, Tsunade finally inquired of Yuya, her expression still one of incredulity. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Yuya succinctly elucidated the principles of the true 8 gates of bypass to Tsunade. This formidable technique, known as the true 8 gates, could only be unlocked by him. As he possessed the unique bloodline limit of the shock release, it was unlikely that anyone else, even Tsunade herself, could master it. Moreover, even if Tsunade were capable of mastering it, Yuya would not hesitate to share his knowledge with her, regardless of the circumstances. Tsunade had already proven herself to be an ally today. Yuya held a deep appreciation for those who treated him with kindness. Adhering to his principle of mutual respect, "If one treats me with a foot of respect, I shall return it with a yard." This sentiment was further amplified by the somewhat theatrical turn of events, as Tsunade had now become akin to a sister to him, whether in jest or in earnest. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Yuya gazed at Tsunade with a mischievous grin. Tsunade snorted and remarked, "Do you truly believe it is so simple to become my acknowledged? Wasn't that your promise?" Yuya replied, a hint of exasperation evident in his expression. Tsunade's face broke into a playful smile as she said, "Yes, I did promise. But gaining my recognition is a different matter entirely. Then what is required?" "I have yet to devise a plan," Tsunade responded with utmost seriousness. Poof. Yuya nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that for the past half-day, Tsunade had been teasing him. Indeed, she truly deserved her status as a woman capable of becoming Hokage in the original narrative. Not only was she immensely powerful, but her wisdom was also undoubtedly far from the stereotype of being large-breasted and empty-headed. In any case, from here on, he should continue to strive earnestly to gain her recognition. Tsunade slightly lifted her chin towards Yuya before gracefully turning and departing. Was this considered tsundere? Yuya's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, Tsunade, having turned her back on him, abruptly shook her wrist. With a soft thud, a scroll gently descended before Yuya, who instinctively reached out to grasp it. Observing the scroll in his hand, Yuya initially displayed a hint of bewilderment as he glanced at Tsunade, who had vanished into the shadows. Rather than pursuing her, he unrolled the scroll to take a look. Indeed, as he perused its contents, a flicker of delight graced Yuya's countenance. The training method for extraordinary strength. Tsunade had so readily bestowed this upon him. Clenching the scroll tightly, Yuya gazed into the darkness where Tsunade had completely disappeared, a subtle curve of a smile appearing on his lips, imbued with an inexplicable joy. In the shadowy depths of Konoha, a masked figure suddenly flickered into existence within a dark chamber. The intricate patterns on his mask were more elaborate than those of the Anbu. He was a ninja from the Foundation. Lord Danzo, the mission has failed. In the darkness, Danzo opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. Was it a member of the Uchiha clan who thwarted your attempt to rescue that brat Yuya? Well, if he could not be saved, so be it. The Uchiha clan has paid a sufficient price this time, and Yuya has met his fate. It is merely unfortunate that such a perfect tool has been lost. Just as Danzo felt a twinge of regret, the Foundation ninja suddenly shook his head. Lord Danzo, the situation is not as anticipated. Yuya's strength surpasses everyone's expectations. He is completely immune to Genjutsu, and the power of that D-jutsu has increased significantly. He has killed Uchiha Han. The ninjas of the Foundation were meticulously trained by Danzo, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, serving as absolute cold-blooded assassins. Even as he uttered such shocking news, his tone remained calm. However, Danzo could not maintain his composure. What did you say? His eyes widened in disbelief. Even with Danzo's usual demeanor, he momentarily lost his composure. What nonsense! How could such an unfathomable outcome arise? Chapter 41. Anbu candidates. Danzo had never considered the possibility that Yuya could triumph, let alone retaliate against Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han was at least an elite CHni. In Danzo's mind, one of two scenarios would unfold. Either Yuya would be slain or, at the last moment, the hidden Foundation ninja he dispatched would rescue the dying Yuya. Providing treatment and implanting a special secret technique to control him, turning Yuya into his tool. Yet, neither of these outcomes transpired. Instead, the most improbable third outcome occurred. That brat had grown to such an extent in merely 3 months. In that instant, even Danzo felt a shiver of astonishment. The talent of Yuya is truly terrifying. The term genius scarcely suffices. She is nothing short of a prodigy. However, it is fortunate that she remains within a controllable range. Taking a deep breath, Danzo gradually calmed himself, his gaze beginning to flicker with a capricious light. Not far from Konoha, there existed a solitary base, established by Orochimaru himself, dedicated to conducting various experiments. Was it Yuya's corpse that was delivered? Or had that child turned the tide of the situation? Report to Lord Orochimaru. Yuya has slain Uchiha Han, a ninja stated, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming shock that was difficult to quell. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, then displayed a peculiar smile. Indeed, that child was extraordinary. The Uchiha clan, Danzo, and even Master Sarutobi had all underestimated her. What ensues next promises to be even more intriguing. Orochimaru revealed a somewhat sinister expression, and no one could fathom the thoughts swirling within his mind. At this age, Yuya has triumphed over an elite Chunin. While such an accomplishment is enough to astonish countless individuals, it remains within the realm of understanding. In the original text, there was also the prodigy Kakashi Hitaki, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5 and became a Chunin by 6. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat there, his eyes still reflecting an overwhelming astonishment that was difficult to suppress. It was simply incredible. Indeed, that child has truly opened the eyes of everyone present, someone murmured softly. Beside Hiruzen stood another figure, a man with silver hair, dressed in the standard uniform of a Konoha elite jonin. However, his identity transcended that of a mere elite jonin. He was the father of Kakashi Hitaki. Known as the White Fang of Konoha, Hitaki Tsukumo. Hiruzen took a deep breath, and after a long pause, he finally calmed down. Tsukumo, what should we do next? He inquired. I believe that child is ready to graduate early and perhaps join the Anbu. What do you think? Hitaki Tsukumo pondered for a moment before responding with a calm demeanor. Hiruzen furrowed his brows and replied, after this incident, the Uchiha clan is unlikely to remain complacent. Moreover, Yuya is exceptionally astute. He must realize that Hokage-sama, if I may speak candidly, there is no need for excessive contemplation, Hitaki Tsukumo interjected, gazing steadily at Hiruzen. Yuya's intelligence may allow him to infer the circumstances behind this, but even if he knows, it is of little consequence. He is a ninja of Konoha. Without Konoha, he has nowhere to turn. Now, he must confront the Uchiha clan and Danzo. It is precisely because of his remarkable intellect that he will undoubtedly understand that the best path before him is to become a member of the Anbu directly under the Hokage. Tsukumo's words brought a moment of clarity to Hiruzen. Indeed, in the quietude of the night, Yuya found himself devoid of any destination. Though he comprehended that he had relinquished his ties this time, he could only rely on himself, a solitary choice. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated slightly, expressing his concerns about the repercussions of this incident on Yuya's state of mind. "It will be fine," Tsukumo replied calmly, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. "As long as I am here, he remains a ninja of Konoha, and that will never change." A faint smile graced Tsukumo's face as he continued. "Moreover, Tsunade has established a good rapport with Yuya, has she not?" "Indeed," Sarutobi nodded, finally revealing a semblance of a smile. Tsukumo, the current captain of the Konoha Anbu, reassured him. With Tsukumo's presence, Yuya's induction into the Anbu would be a source of comfort. Even as Yuya matured, as long as Tsukumo remained, he would always be under control. Furthermore, Tsunade was his disciple, and it appeared she had formed a master-student bond with Yuya. With such a connection, any potential grievances Yuya might harbor due to recent events would likely wane with the passage of time. Thus, Sarutobi resolved to apply for Yuya's early graduation, facilitating his temporary status as an Anbu candidate. Only a candidate? He pondered. While Yuya had triumphed over Uchiha Han in combat, he still seemed rather immature. Additional training would be prudent. Tsukumo nodded in agreement. With that, Sarutobi walked to the window, gazing down upon the tranquil streets of Konoha from the Hokage building. A complex mix of emotions flickered across his face. As the Hokage, he bore the weight of the entire village, necessitating a broader perspective. As long as the outcome served to advance Konoha towards a brighter future, he was willing to undertake any action necessary. This was the essence of Sarutobi's will of fire. For the sake of Konoha, all could be sacrificed. Even when it came to turning a blind eye to Danzo's relentless pursuit of power, Sarutobi had forgiven him even after the assassination attempt in the original narrative. Such was Sarutobi, a legendary ninja of his era. In a corner of the street, winding through several alleys, lay the abode of Yuya. In a life-and-death duel, Yuya triumphed over Uchiha Han, yet this victory did not send ripples through the village of Konoha. The knowledge of this event was confined solely to the upper echelons of the village. The Uchiha clan, naturally, would not seek to publicize such an embarrassment. They were more inclined to hide the incident. At that moment, Yuya sat at home, contemplatively gazing at several items on his table. Among them lay a ninja headband, a document, and a scroll. The scroll contained the training method for the extraordinary strength he had recently acquired. The headband, on the other hand, was a notification he had received, indicating that he had been recognized for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. This headband was not conferred by Sarutobi Hiruzen nor handed over by a Chunin instructor, but delivered directly to him by a member of the Anbu. It was evident that this decision stemmed from Yuya's victory over Uchiha Han, a directive from Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. After all, how peculiar it would be for someone who could best an elite Chunin to remain a student at the academy. Thus, he was advanced to the rank of Genin without needing to submit an application. The notification was simply bestowed upon him. Of course, this advancement held little significance for Yuya. The title of Genin bore no substantial weight. What truly captured his attention was the document that accompanied the headband, now resting on the table before him. This document was an enrollment notice from the Anbu, the specialized unit for assassination tactics. Yuya was not required to fill anything out. His information was already inscribed, effectively amounting to a forced conscription. This unexpected turn of events was astonishing. Sarutobi Hiruzen had directly recruited him into the Anbu. Was this an attempt to draw him closer? He shook his head, a hint of indifference crossing his features. Regrettably, having previously been overlooked, he knew that any attempt at reconciliation would not easily mend the rift that had formed. Nevertheless, Yuya found no valid reason to refuse the Anbu recruitment notice. Nor did he possess the standing to decline. The Anbu, a unit he had not anticipated joining, had initially seemed like a straightforward pathway into Tsunade's class after the graduation of this year's academy students. Slightly shaking his head, Yuya picked up the document and scrutinized it once more. It detailed various aspects of his capabilities, including his combat strength, which allowed him to shatter B-rank ninjutsu with a single punch, categorizing him as an elite Chunin. In the bottom right corner, his identification number was inscribed alongside the words alternate member. Upon reviewing the document for a second time, Yuya realized the significance of those small words. Alternate member? Formal members of the Anbu possessed code names, which explained why he had only a number and no designation. He was merely an alternate member. However, Yuya felt no particular discontent regarding this status. He surmised that even if he were stronger, he would still likely begin as an alternate member upon entering the Anbu. The Anbu required familiarity with many aspects such as various codes and methods of communication. Every competent Anbu member underwent a period of acclimatization before being deemed fit for the role. Official members of the Anbu were exceedingly busy, while alternate members enjoyed a comparatively lighter workload. Moreover, being part of the Anbu, whether as a formal or alternate member, came with numerous advantages, all documented in the file. Firstly, all training equipment would be provided free of charge. The Anbu, being a direct subordinate unit of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, represented a fundamental force under the Hokage's command. It was only natural that resources would be allocated generously to the Anbu. Even alternate members could access any necessary tools, with the option to request custom equipment. This was merely the first benefit. The second advantage was unrestricted access to the records of Konoha, encompassing all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu of B rank and below, including B rank itself. In simple terms, all ninjutsu of B rank and below were available for Anbu members to learn at their discretion. This alone made the Anbu highly desirable, despite the perilous and demanding nature of the work. B rank ninjutsu represented the elite techniques that the backbone of the ninja force would spend their lives mastering. Furthermore, among B rank ninjutsu, there existed variations in potency. The effectiveness of B rank techniques would differ vastly between an ordinary ninja and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuya contemplated the power of B rank ninjutsu, categorizing it into 3 tiers: low, mid, and high. In his recent battle against Uchiha Han, the B rank techniques employed were rudimentary low-tier techniques that he could effortlessly shatter with a single strike. However, should an experienced jonin, well-versed in B rank techniques, unleash their skills, the resulting power would likely fall into the mid-tier category, which Yuya might struggle to break through with a single punch, although he could certainly defend against it. As for high-tier B rank techniques, those wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen at his peak or members of the Akatsuki like Kakuzu possessed extraordinary might, often approaching or even rivaling A-rank techniques. The power of A-rank techniques, such as those employed by Uchiha Madara, could even surpass typical S-rank abilities. Yuya recognized that confronting high-tier B-rank ninjutsu would prove challenging at this stage. However, with Tsunade's extraordinary strength now at his disposal, he believed that should he successfully master this strength and combine it with his own, he would be capable of sweeping aside even the most formidable high-tier B-rank techniques with a single blow. In light of this, Yuya resolved to adhere to the requirements and report to the Anbu before commencing his training in extraordinary strength. After concluding his review of the document, he murmured to himself. The document indicated that he should select a date to report to the Anbu. Regardless of whether he was mandated to do so, Yuya intended to pay a visit. While the majority of B-rank ninjutsu held little utility for him, he was eager to explore the realm of taijutsu. Additionally, certain supportive techniques, such as the shadow clone technique, remained quite valuable. As for A-rank ninjutsu and above, including S-rank secrets, those were recorded in the Forbidden Scrolls, typically inaccessible to the average individual. However, it was not to say that Anbu members were entirely barred. With sufficient merit or demonstrated aptitude, one could earn the privilege to learn A-rank or even S-rank techniques. Nevertheless, mastering A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu was exceedingly challenging, not easily achievable by the average ninja. Not everyone was a Kakashi Hatake or a Naruto Uzumaki. Even some powerful jonin had not grasped A-rank techniques. Leaving his home, Yuya stepped into the unknown. Yuya journeyed to a secluded area within Konoha, subsequently descending into its subterranean depths. The Anbu, situated underground, lay directly beneath the Hokage's office, connected by a passage through which the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen could be effortlessly conveyed to the Anbu at any moment. Although the Anbu's domain was shrouded in darkness and an eerie atmosphere, it emanated an unmistakable aura of foreboding. Masked figures, clad in black or white cloaks, hurried past him. Some cast curious glances in Yuya's direction, while the majority paid him no mind, continuing on their path. These individuals were elite shinobi, seasoned by countless battles, their focus unwavering. As Yuya ventured deeper, he soon found himself within the heart of the Anbu's establishment. At that moment, someone approached him, their voice low and commanding. Yuya? Yes. Follow me. The masked Anbu spoke succinctly, guiding Yuya through the building. They passed the mission briefing and handover area, the section for custom ninja tools and training equipment, all provided at no cost. They also visited the repository for various ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu scrolls, accessible for perusal at will. After a brief tour, the Anbu provided Yuya with a comprehensive overview of the organization, although he had previously gleaned knowledge of this department from the original text. Nothing compared to the insights gained from direct involvement. Chapter 43. Chakra attributes. The Anbu operates directly under the Hokage, representing Konoha's true elite force. They serve as the final bastion of defense for the village and are the pillars supporting Konoha in times of crisis. Each formal member of the Anbu is at least an elite Chunin, while candidates like Yuya occupy the lowest tier. Subsequently, formal members are organized into squads of 4, each led by a captain, typically a J-nin of special status. 3 squads form a unit, each unit commanded by a captain who is at least a J-nin, often an elite J-nin. Moreover, 3 units comprise a division, with only 3 divisions existing within the Anbu, each led by a division leader of elite J-nin caliber, possessing formidable forbidden techniques and the potential strength to rival a Kage. Above the 3 division leaders stands the Anbu commander, a meticulously structured hierarchy. The Anbu consists of a total of 121 members, each an elite in their own right. While Konoha, being a vast shinobi village, boasts a larger number of J-nin and Chunin, the Anbu remains the most significant organization within the village. Neither the Root nor the Uchiha or Senju clans can compare to its weight. This is the foundational force through which the Hokage wields authority, encompassing duties from safeguarding the Hokage to patrolling and protecting Konoha, as well as executing various assassination missions. The work of Anbu shinobi is exceedingly demanding, with each member undergoing trials far surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. However, candidates like Yuya enjoy a more leisurely existence, primarily engaging in occasional assessments. After elucidating the workings of the Anbu, the masked ninja handed Yuya a cat-faced mask and a gray cloak designated for reserve members before turning to depart. Although these shinobi are not as devoid of emotion as those from the Root, their years spent beneath masks have dulled their feelings. Even the remarkable fact that Yuya, so young, had entered the Anbu elicited little concern from this ninja, whose focus lay solely on the orders of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon receiving the mask and gray cloak, Yuya noted their tailored fit, specifically designed for his physique. Shaking his head, he donned the attire, placing the mask upon his face. Once clad, the sense of being an outsider in the Anbu began to dissipate, as if he had seamlessly integrated into this clandestine realm. Observing the world through the mask imparted an unusual sensation. Hazy and disoriented, he felt detached from his own identity. However, not lingering in a daze for long, Yuya swiftly made his way toward a designated area for custom ninja tools and training equipment. Please provide me with a chakra test paper. Yuya has always been somewhat intrigued by the nature of his chakra transformation. Although he does not bother to invest effort in training in ninjutsu that requires hand seals and is nearly useless to him, acquiring knowledge in this regard is ultimately beneficial. After all, in this world, there exists the art of ninjutsu without hand seals, among which there may be techniques suitable for Yuya. The individuals present in the room before Yuya were entirely unlike the proprietor of the Konoha ninja tool shop. Listening to Yuya, he remained silent, stepping quietly into the inner chamber before emerging just as silently. He handed a chakra test paper to Yuya, uttering not a single word of inquiry. This exemplified the operational principles of the Anbu: to inquire little, interfere less, and simply execute the assigned tasks. Upon receiving the chakra test paper, Yuya turned and directly infused his chakra into it. In the next instant, the paper crumpled and then split down the middle. Wind and lightning, how intriguing. Although it exhibited merely 2 types of chakra nature transformations, a faint smile graced Yuya's face. It was certainly an improvement compared to Naruto, who possessed only wind attributes. Moreover, in Yuya's perspective, acquiring the water, fire, and earth attributes held little significance for him. Conversely, wind and lightning seemed promising. If he could harness wind-based enhancement techniques, they would be quite suitable for him. As for the lightning attribute, it was impossible to mention it without recalling the 3rd and 4th Reikage, particularly the 3rd Reikage, who, through the lightning-based body forging secret technique, had crafted a physique capable of contending with tailed beasts, ultimately falling only due to exhaustion. Such a prodigious feat. That technique had long been Yuya's aspiration, albeit elusive. Now, with the possession of lightning attribute chakra transformation, it implied that if fortune smiled upon him, he could directly cultivate that secret art. Even if he could not obtain it, Yuya could develop his own lightning-based techniques. In the original narrative, Sasuke trained in Chidori, achieving a speed comparable to Lee's when he shed his weights within a month. This demonstrated the remarkable efficacy of lightning attributes in enhancing cellular vitality and physical strength. Simultaneously, Measuring his dual chakra nature transformations offered Yuya a more coherent explanation for his dust release bloodline limit. The fusion of wind and lightning resulted in the dust release. This left little room for doubt. Two types of chakra nature transformations could indeed merge to create a bloodline limit, and even with identical attributes. The bloodline limits manifested by different ninjas would vary. For instance, Kuratsuchi's fusion of water and earth resulted in dissolution release, while Hashirama Senju's fusion produced wood release. In essence, bloodline limits are a complex phenomenon. Now, Yuya's dust release bloodline limit had acquired a sufficiently reasonable explanation, dispelling any lingering suspicion. He turned to leave the custom ninja tool area. Initially, Yuya had contemplated customizing a bronze golem for training, but he deemed the previous rocky terrain more conducive to his practice. There was no need to deliberately create specialized training tools. After taking a few steps, Yuya entered the room designated for scroll storage. At the entrance stood an indifferent Anbu ninja. After a brief glance at Yuya, he allowed him passage. It seemed that anyone donned in a mask and cloak could easily infiltrate, yet in reality, the entire Anbu operated within a specialized sensory barrier. Multiple sensory ninjas conducted ongoing assessments of every Anbu member, making infiltration nearly impossible. Yuya proceeded into the scroll storage chamber. As Yuya gazed around, a multitude of scrolls was meticulously arranged on numerous cabinets, orderly divided into 3 rows. The first row contained ninjutsu, the second taijutsu, and the third genjutsu. Chapter 44, Cultivation. Among these, the scrolls pertaining to ninjutsu were the most abundant, with the combined quantity of taijutsu and genjutsu scarcely reaching a fraction of the ninjutsu collection. Furthermore, within the realm of ninjutsu, there existed a detailed categorization, with various elemental attributes such as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth distinctly delineated. Yuya effortlessly located the scrolls pertaining to the shadow clone technique that he sought. Subsequently, he briefly rummaged through the scrolls related to wind and lightning elemental ninjutsu. Yet he failed to find the desired physical enhancement techniques. It seemed likely that any such techniques, if they existed, would be classified as secret arts, not readily accessible for public viewing. Indeed, one cannot expect to attain everything in a single leap. Nevertheless, Yuya remained unperturbed. After all, one cannot chew more than they can swallow. He still had the formidable strength training to undertake. Approaching the second row of cabinets, Yuya casually perused various scrolls concerning taijutsu. Initially, he thought they would offer little assistance. However, to his surprise, he discovered numerous techniques and intricacies he had previously been unaware of, proving quite beneficial to him. The taijutsu scrolls here encompassed not only offensive and defensive techniques but also those for training. Yuya bypassed the offensive and defensive categories entirely, as his fist possessed a resonant power, seamlessly blending offense and defense, thus rendering such considerations unnecessary. In the training category, he noted that some of the details surpassed even those of Might Dai's regular training. Indeed, while Might Dai was a formidable figure adept in the 8 gates, he was merely a low-ranking shinobi and not a member of the Anbu. It was only natural that the techniques he had developed were not on par with the collective wisdom of countless others. After reviewing the training-focused taijutsu, Yuya felt he had gained considerable insight. With further practice, he believed his training speed could improve by at least 10 to 20%. Such is the significance of detail. Lastly, in the third row, regarding illusion techniques, Yuya lacked the desire to linger, merely casting a cursory glance before turning to depart. The scrolls were not permitted to leave the room, but one could certainly transcribe them. Yuya inscribed the methods of shadow clone training and some of his recollections onto a blank scroll, then departed from the Anbu. Upon returning to the surface of Konoha, he promptly removed his cloak and mask. How suffocating that was, he remarked, unable to suppress his frustration. The atmosphere within the Anbu was indeed excessively oppressive, as nearly everyone was taciturn. The surface of Konoha and the depths below were almost entirely different realms. Above ground, the environment was imbued with sunlight and harmony, bustling with a lively crowd. In contrast, the underground was shrouded in silence and heaviness, exuding an air of desolation. Yet, at that moment, Yuya found himself harboring a certain admiration for those Anbu ninjas. It was not a reverence for Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather a genuine respect for these shadowy figures. For years, they had concealed themselves in the darkness, silently executing various missions, steadfastly protecting Konoha, both overtly and covertly. It is precisely due to their hidden presence in the shadows that the radiant Konoha flourished. Wherever there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Light and darkness stand in opposition, yet are intrinsically intertwined. Taking a deep breath, Yuya reined in his contemplative musings and clenched his fists. He chose to disregard the dichotomy of light and dark. He simply aspired to be the best version of himself. Before Yuya lay a singular, straightforward objective: survival. Only by enduring could he aspire to greater ambitions. Henceforth, his focus would be on diligent training, striving relentlessly before the impending Second Shinobi World War to secure a heightened chance of survival. As dawn ascended, banishing the darkness and bathing the village hidden in the leaves in its auroral glow, Yuya found himself at the base of a rock face. Having arrived before the break of day, rather than immediately commencing the strength of 100 seal training, Yuya first stretched his limbs, then began striking the rock wall with his fists. Boom, boom. The tremors reverberated outwards. With each punch, Yuya's flesh and blood vibrated in concert. Every muscle, every inch of skin, seemed to become more compact, more refined under this incessant quaking. Impurities and imperfections were shaken loose and dispelled. Only when drenched in sweat, his entire being saturated, did Yuya pause, exhaling deeply. After a brief respite, he retrieved the scroll on strength of 100 seal training given to him by Tsunade, and began to study it intently. The strength of 100 seal, in essence, was a method of manipulating chakra, demanding exceedingly high levels of chakra control. Chakra, in the world of Naruto, was a versatile force, capable of manifesting as wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, and directly augmenting strength, among other things. The strength of 100 seal involved using chakra to momentarily amplify physical power. It could be understood as a direct burst of chakra. The greater the control over chakra, the greater the power. Similarly, the quality and quantity of chakra also enhanced its potency. Having scrutinized the scroll, Yuya possessed a clear understanding of the strength of 100 seal. Regarding the quality of his chakra, he currently possessed an amount equivalent to that of an elite chunin at best, barely meeting the threshold for training in the strength of 100 seal. Yuya's chakra, however, was entirely derived from the true 8 gates formation, making it difficult to improve. Nevertheless, as the true 8 gates were opened, Yuya's chakra would increase incrementally. Thus, Yuya did not worry that he would lack chakra in the future. Consequently, what Yuya needed to cultivate most urgently was his control over chakra. He resolved to attempt mastering the technique directly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya's lips twitched slightly as he gazed at the rock wall, which bore only the faintest of cracks. A twinge of frustration washed over him. The power he wielded felt inferior to the slightest application of his shockwave technique. The immense chakra associated with his brute strength, if not properly controlled, could easily dissipate. Once scattered, the force would lack direction and, consequently, potency. Exhaling gently, Yuya did not succumb to discouragement, for he had never anticipated achieving mastery in an instant. Mastering brute strength necessitated formidable control over chakra, a domain in which Yuya was well versed, possessing numerous methods to enhance such control. Chapter 45, Shadow Clones and Brute Strength Climbing Trees, Traversing Water, and Mastering Naruto's Signature Rasengan from the original tale. These exercises progressively honed his chakra manipulation. This time, eschewing lofty aspirations, Yuya diligently commenced his training with the simplest task of tree climbing. He now possessed a chakra capacity rivaling that of elite Nin, surpassing the initial stages of Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative. Although Yuya had faltered in his attempt to immediately cultivate brute strength, his chakra control was, in truth, quite commendable. On the contrary, his ability to effortlessly master the body flicker technique upon acquiring chakra clearly indicated his high aptitude in this realm. In less than half a day, Yuya had mastered tree climbing, effortlessly balancing upside down on the trunk. After descending, he did not rush into water walking but instead began to refine his taijutsu, balancing labor with rest. While chakra control was paramount, neglecting physical techniques was not an option. For Yuya, taijutsu remained fundamental. A resonating hum echoed as the rock wall trembled beneath the impact of Yuya's strikes. Even with simple punches, the vibrations enabled a comprehensive workout. After a vigorous session, drenched in sweat, he paused for a brief respite and retrieved the bento prepared by Kushina. Next, it was time to practice water walking. Yet, something seemed to elude his memory. While savoring his meal, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Unconsciously, his fingers brushed against 2 scrolls nestled in his pocket, one pertaining to brute strength, the other to shadow clones. Ah, indeed, he had nearly overlooked this. Beyond brute strength, He also required training in shadow clones. This technique proved invaluable not only in battle but also as an aid in training. The experiences gained by shadow clones would transfer back to the original upon their dissolution. In the original narrative, Naruto, despite his lack of innate talent, was able to catch up to prodigies not solely due to being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or the reincarnation of Ashura, but also thanks to the nearly overpowered nature of the shadow clone technique. Upon their disappearance, the clones imparted all accumulated experiences back to the original, a veritable training cheat. Once he finished his bento, Yuya stood and unfurled the scroll detailing the method for shadow clone training. This endeavor was significantly simpler than mastering brute strength. Following his successful tree climbing and subsequent enhancement of chakra control, it was indeed an appropriate sequence to pursue shadow clone training. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, a hazy figure emerged, only to shatter and vanish the next moment. A failure. Nevertheless, Yuya maintained a serene expression and continued to form the hand seals. Once more, shadow clone technique. Puff. Another cloud of white smoke. Repeated failures ensued. Yet Yuya gradually grasped the essence of the shadow clone technique. Although classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, its difficulty was not particularly daunting. Even Naruto, known for his struggles with the basic clone technique, had managed to master it in a single night. Surely, Yuya's talent surpassed that of Naruto. Finally, after another series of hand seals, shadow clone technique. Puff. An identical figure appeared next to Yuya. Success. A faint smile graced his previously tranquil visage. Curiosity stirred within him. Could shadow clones utilize shockwave techniques? Without hesitation, he resolved to experiment. The shadow clone of Yuya clenched its fist, poised to unleash a powerful strike. Yet, before the shockwave could be summoned, the clone abruptly shattered into mist and vanished. As anticipated, this outcome was not particularly disheartening for Yuya. Although his shockwave ability was outwardly described as a bloodline limit, it fundamentally differed from true bloodline limits. Moreover, it appeared that the shadow clone could not endure the force of the shockwave. While his original self could withstand the backlash of the shockwave, the clone could not. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, as the purpose of training shadow clones was to assist in his development. Silently reassuring himself, Yuya conjured 2 more shadow clones. Unlike Naruto, who exhibited a prodigious capacity for multiple clones, Yuya's 2 seemed to be the pinnacle of his current capabilities. He directed the clones to practice water treading, while his original self resumed training in martial arts. The assistance from the shadow clones undeniably allowed for more efficient training. Before long, the shadow clone engaged in water treading dissipated, transmitting all acquired experience back to the original. Yuya then summoned another shadow clone, repeating this process. It continued until he successfully mastered water treading, at which point he halted his martial arts training and officially began his practice of immense strength. This time, the training for immense strength proved significantly easier than before. With an enhanced control over chakra, channeling it once more into his arms felt increasingly intuitive. However, Yuya realized that mere perfect control was insufficient. Attention to detail was paramount. Had he possessed the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, managing the intricacies of chakra would have been far simpler. Alas, he lacked the Byakugan, forcing him to experiment gradually. While shadow clones struggled to wield the shockwave bloodline limit, they could still be utilized for training in immense strength. Yuya manifested 2 shadow clones, and together with his original self, they engaged in the rigorous training of immense strength. However, this endeavor was quite taxing on his chakra reserves. Fortunately, Yuya's chakra recovery ability was significantly superior to that of an ordinary individual. Although it could not quite rival Naruto's extraordinary physique, having unlocked 2 of the 8 gates of might meant that he would not fall far behind. This is the advantage of the 8 gates. Often, it manifests itself in subtle details, which can be pivotal in determining success or failure. With sufficient recovery capacity, Yuya could continuously utilize his shadow clones for training, while his original self could persistently hone his taijutsu skills. The pace of his training was nothing short of astonishing. A month later, he found himself once again beneath that very rock face. Yuya stood there quietly, his gaze flickering, when suddenly a low shout erupted. Buzz! Chakra surged above Yuya's fist, enveloped by a layer of radiant white shockwave energy. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The rock wall before Yuya shattered as if struck by a thunderous blow, fracturing in a dramatic explosion. Countless cracks spread like a spider's web in all directions. More alarmingly, the wall did not merely shatter, it exhibited a state of collapse. To shatter implies scattering in all directions, while collapse signifies a continuous fragmentation. ultimately reducing to powder. With a resounding crash, a large section of the rock wall crumbled completely, disintegrating into small stones scattered across the ground. The effect was entirely different from a mere display of brute strength or a simple shockwave punch. Indeed, the combination of brute force and shockwave energy proved to be synergistic. Chapter 46. Assassination. Observing the devastation wrought by his punch, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Yuya's face. This strike, fueled by brute strength and augmented by shockwave energy, wielded a power far surpassing that of simply employing shockwave energy alone. As Yuya had anticipated, when brute strength and shockwave energy were combined, the resulting punch could shatter even high-tier B-level ninjutsu with ease. It could be said that Yuya could almost effortlessly sweep aside any ninjutsu below A level. Moreover, since brute strength was driven by chakra, it also countered a portion of the recoil from the shockwave energy. Additionally, as brute strength is a directed explosion of chakra energy, it further enabled Yuya to control the shockwave energy more effectively, concentrating it in a specific direction. Thus, even when unleashing greater shockwave energy, Yuya's body would not endure excessive recoil. Of course, it must be noted that this technique does have its drawbacks. It consumes a considerable amount of chakra, significantly more than mere brute strength alone. While his shockwave energy originally required little chakra, brute strength is inherently a method of chakra utilization. Consequently, although the combined power surged dramatically, so too did the chakra consumption. If Yuya were to employ such punches continuously, his stamina and chakra would rapidly deplete to unsustainable levels. However, executing this technique once, twice, or even 3 to 5 times would pose no issue. The true Eight Gates body remains remarkably resilient. Furthermore, should Yuya choose to rely solely on shockwave energy without the combination of brute strength, he would find it still effortless. While the fusion of brute force and shockwave energy may not reach the level of a definitive killing move, it stands as his most formidable attack for the time being. Yuya gazed at his clenched fist, murmuring softly to himself. It was high time to bestow a name upon it. At that moment, a term from the original work surfaced in his mind: unmatched strength. Thus, Yuya decided to adopt it without hesitation. This technique shall be known as Shock Release, unmatched strength. He exhaled, astonished that even he, after a month of rigorous training, had finally mastered this move. Stretching his body, Yuya smiled with satisfaction. This technique of unmatched strength bore a resemblance to Yuya's Shock Release bloodline limit. It too was a power that evolved over time. As Yuya's chakra reserves and control improved, so would the strength of this ability. Once the unmatched strength escalated, its combined potency with the force of shock would undoubtedly increase as well, creating a beneficial cycle of enhancement. Furthermore, it remained firmly rooted in the foundation of the true Eight Gates. Without a doubt for Yuya, the true Eight Gates had become his fundamental strength. The amplification of shock power was predicated upon this foundation, and the unmatched strength was similarly anchored to it. However, Yuya perceived this as a fortuitous circumstance. At the very least, he need not worry about deviating from his growth trajectory, as long as the true Eight Gates were present. His path of advancement was exceedingly clear. The choice of a growth path is of paramount importance. Take Kakashi Hatake from the original work, who became a genin at the tender age of 5, attained the rank of chunin at 6, and subsequently rose to jounin by 12. Yet, following his ascension to jounin, he experienced little growth until the narrative of the original story commenced. This stagnation stemmed from his acquisition of Obito's Sharingan and the tragic loss of Rin, which left Kakashi adrift in uncertainty. With limited chakra and an abundance of jutsu learned, he became scattered and imprecise. Even taking on Zabuza Momochi required an immense effort. In contrast, his father, the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, needed no such jutsu. He would sweep through adversaries solely with his exceptional swordsmanship. Yuya's current path is founded upon the true Eight Gates of Duenjia, with the primary focus on the bloodline limit of shock release. With a single punch, he sweeps away all ninjutsu. Yuya firmly believes that as long as he perseveres on this path, he will undoubtedly excel beyond anyone else. Having finally combined his monstrous strength with the power of shockwaves, Yuya did not cease his training. Instead, he immediately began to refine his skills further. After another intense session of training, noon arrived in the blink of an eye. Approaching the riverbank, Yuya casually rinsed his body and, as was his custom, began to rest and partake in his lunch. It was at this moment that a figure began to approach him. Yuya regarded the approaching figure with a hint of surprise. "Kushina, how did you find this place?" "I followed you surreptitiously, of course." Kushina grinned, waving a hand that clutched a bento box. "I was concerned you might not have enough to eat." so I brought you a little something. Is that so? Thank you, Yuya responded, a faint smile gracing his lips, though a flicker of uncertain light danced within his eyes. Kushina chuckled, advancing towards Yuya with the bento in hand. The instant she drew near, a flash of frigid steel erupted from within the bento box, piercing Yuya's form in a swift, decisive strike. Simultaneously, the figure of Kushina morphed into a man clad in a conical hat and face mask, his eyes gleaming with a chilling malevolence. Mission accomplished. Time to withdraw swiftly. The Anbu of Konoha would be most unwelcome pursuers. Momochizaki shook his head with disdain, casting a glance at Yuya's corpse. Just because this is Konoha, I had to go to extravagant lengths to eliminate a mere child, and now I must contend with the village's pursuit. Utterly troublesome. Still, the boy's demise is fitting. With a wet shake, he withdrew the blade from Yuya's body, preparing to depart. Yet, in the next instant, Yuya's form dissolved into a puff of white smoke, vanishing completely. Zaki's countenance underwent an immediate transformation. An illusion? When? A primal instinct seized Zaki, raising the hairs on his neck. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Acting on pure reflex, he threw himself into a roll, simultaneously erecting a defensive barrier. However, a surge of violent concussive force crashed upon him nonetheless. Quake release, rupture. Yuya, who had silently descended from a nearby treetop, delivered a merciless palm strike. He would show no leniency towards an assassin. Had he not sensed the anomaly in Kushina, he might have fallen victim to this fiend. What are the ninja of Konoha even doing, allowing assassins to infiltrate so brazenly? Chapter 47, Dance of Chaotic Slaughter. Boom. In a fierce counterattack, Yuya struck mercilessly at Momochizaki. The earth trembled violently, cracking with an intricate web of fissures that spread out in all directions. Hiss. Momochizaki rolled repeatedly, evading the brunt of Yuya's assault, yet upon rising, a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had been deceived by Yuya's doppelganger, followed by a sudden ambush. How infuriating. How did he perceive my movements? Momochizaki spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes revealing a chilling mix of anger and confusion. The atmosphere thickened with tension. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya is unperturbed by the passage of time. This is the territory of Konoha. Should an assassin ninja venture here, any action taken would signify exposure. The sensory barriers of Konoha and the multitude of sensory-type ninjas patrolling the village are far from ineffectual. Once exposed, the response from Konoha would undoubtedly be swift. At this moment, the Anbu ninjas may have already rushed towards this location. What perplexes Yuya is the audacity of an assassin ninja to seize such an opportunity to attempt his assassination, which is quite strange. With the Second Shinobi World War approaching, spies are ubiquitous across all major ninja villages. Not only are there an abundance of spies within Konoha, but other villages also harbor their own spies from Konoha. However, spies differ fundamentally from assassins. Spies typically do not engage in assassination missions. Their role is merely to gather intelligence, which allows them to infiltrate easily and remain difficult to detect. Assassins, on the other hand, are tasked with executing killings, making their identities far more susceptible to exposure. The distinction lies in the mindset. Spies constantly contemplate how to conceal themselves and gather information inconspicuously, ensuring their anonymity even when they fail to acquire intel. Conversely, assassins must continuously collect information about their targets and track their movements, rendering their activities much more suspicious in comparison to spies. In a large ninja village like Konoha, it is feasible for a multitude of spies to blend in unnoticed. Yet it is improbable for an assassin to infiltrate to such an extent that they could approach Yuya without detection. Undoubtedly, this issue extends beyond the assassin. There are flaws within Konoha itself. Danzo? Uchiha? These thoughts flashed through Yuya's mind as his gaze grew colder. However, at this moment, such considerations are trivial. The paramount concern is the imminent confrontation between him and this assassin ninja to determine who shall live and who shall perish. From the moment Zaki's strike missed its mark, met with Yuya's fierce counterattack, to their brief exchange of words, mere moments have elapsed. Zaki's heart grows icy. Had the assassination been successful in that instant, he could have swiftly retreated, confident in his ability to evade any pursuing Konoha ninjas. But now, in Konoha, initiating an attack does not require a loud commotion. The very act of striking eye as Yuya observed the scene, his gaze flickered momentarily. Yet the sword before him was not one he recognized from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Moreover, if the 7 ninja swordsmen were truly present, Yuya would have no means to resist. Nevertheless, despite the swift nature of the assault, Yuya was still able to react. Die, you brat. The face of Momochi Zabuza was twisted with a hint of frenzied murderous intent, chakra surging violently as it transformed into countless azure spikes, hurtling toward Yuya. In an instant, it was as though lotus blossoms had bloomed in profusion, yet the murderous aura was reminiscent of the depths of hell. However, in the face of Momochi Zabuza's lethal strike, Yuya hesitated only briefly before making no motion to evade. He appeared almost stunned, yet within his heart lingered a peculiar thought. Is this all there is? Zabuza's attack was far less formidable than Yuya had anticipated. He had been overly cautious, immediately associating any assault with the terrifying entities of the ninja world. In truth, no genuinely powerful beings would personally come to assassinate him, not even those of the caliber of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Not to mention the difficulty of executing such an assassination without being detected by Konoha, and even if successful. Escaping the land of fire to evade pursuit would be no simple task. The notion of a stronger individual targeting a weaker one is predicated upon the value of their respective lives, even when directed at a prodigy. Yet the individual before Yuya was merely a seasoned chunin. This technique, while seemingly extravagant, was at most a high-level B-rank ninjutsu in terms of power. Was evasion even necessary? Shaking his head inwardly, Yuya clenched his fist. Buzz. Chakra surged forth, and the force of his shockwaves began to brew instantaneously. Then, Yuya charged toward the advancing Zabuza, launching a casual yet powerful punch. Seeing Yuya halt his advance to meet his sword with a fist, Zabuza was momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by a cold smirk. He was well aware of Yuya's capabilities and the peculiar shockwaves his fists could unleash. Yet, this was his ultimate technique, the dance of death. With this move, he had previously assassinated a jounin. How dare this mere child presume he could easily block his ultimate attack? Did he think Zabuza merely an ordinary chunin? A hint of derision flickered in Zabuza's eyes, envisioning Yuya being utterly annihilated by his strike. Yet in the next moment, the wind stilled. His expression froze in silence. The dance of death, which had been unleashed like a tempest, was suddenly suspended in time, as if everything had been frozen at that instant. The reason for this stillness was a fist that hovered before him. The air around it was calm, yet there existed a mirrored crack spreading outward. This fissure was the manifestation of shockwave energy diffusing and exploding in the air, resembling the terrifying shattering of space itself. Crack. The sound of ice fracturing shattered the silence and broke Zabuza's frozen countenance. A look of horror emerged upon his face. This is bad. Faced with Yuya's terrifying strike, Zabuza could only urgently channel all his chakra into his dance of death. The two forces collided violently, entwining in a deadly embrace. Yet Zabuza's sword remained but an inch from Yuya's fist, unable to advance further. In the following moment, Yuya's shockwave energy erupted forcefully, overpowering all else. The chakra and edge of Zabuza's blade twisted in a grotesque and horrifying manner. Despite the strength of his dance of death, its attacks were scattered and diffuse. The concentrated power could not rival that of A-rank ninjutsu, and its area of effect was even weaker. At best, it equated to an enhanced version of B-rank ninjutsu. And even an elevated B-rank technique could not withstand Yuya's unparalleled might. Crack. Ultimately, Zabuza's dance of death was shattered by Yuya's fist. His sword could not endure the collision with the shockwave, breaking apart under the force. Boom. The shockwave surged forth, enveloping Zabuza entirely. Even as he desperately attempted to retreat at the last moment, he could not escape the onslaught of the shockwave. This was not merely a simple strike. It was a combination of monstrous strength and shockwave energy, an explosive force. Before the remnants of Zabuza's dance of death could even dissipate, he was hurled backward by the residual shockwave, blood gushing from his mouth. This time, it was not as simple as before. Zabuza was not a taijutsu ninja. He was a cunning assassin type. His physical resilience was inferior even to that of an ordinary chunin. He had previously evaded Yuya's direct assault through skill, sustaining injury. But now he had been struck head-on, leading to severe injury. Though he had not perished, he had lost the ability to fight. Blood continued to seep from the corner of his mouth as he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain while attempting to flee. However, Yuya would not grant him that opportunity. While it was true that even without intervention, Zabuza could not escape the pursuit of Konoha's Anbu, he had come to kill Yuya. Yuya would show no mercy to those who sought his life. In an instant, Yuya darted after Zabuza. To preserve his life, Yuya refrained from utilizing his shockwave energy again, opting instead to deliver a fierce kick. Konoha Whirlwind. Bang. Weakened, Zabuza could not evade, taking the full force of Yuya's kick. Crack, crack. In an instant, the sound of breaking bones echoed from Zabuza's body as he was sent flying once more, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Although he was not dead, he struggled to raise his head, unable to do so. Gritting his teeth, disbelief and resentment flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated Yuya's strength sufficient to shatter his dance of death. One misstep led to another. Hatred brewed within Zabuza, not directed at Yuya, but at the informant who had provided him with this intelligence. He longed to twist that person's head off and demand to know if they were an imbecile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya gazed calmly and coldly at Momochi Zabuza, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Preserving his life for Konoha's interrogation would undoubtedly be the most prudent course of action. However, as fate would have it, Momochi Zabuza, fully aware of his imminent demise, slightly curled his lips and bit down on a concealed poison pill. The fate of a captured assassin whose ambush had failed was destined to be more wretched than death itself. Witnessing this scene, Yuya shook his head slightly, his eyes glimmering with a profound understanding. This was the realm of ninjas, the brutal world of the shinobi. In the next instant, several masked Anbu ninjas appeared in the distance, swiftly closing the gap to Yuya's side. Upon noticing the lifeless body of Momochi Zabuza sprawled on the ground, the Anbu displayed a flicker of astonishment. Had he already succumbed to death? He appeared to be a ninja from the Mist Village, though the possibility of being framed by another hidden village could not be dismissed. Let us transport the body back for a thorough examination, they silently deliberated among themselves. Throughout this exchange, they refrained from addressing Yuya directly. Yet their gazes were laden with unmistakable awe. The audacity of an assassin infiltrating Konoha and successfully executing an attempt was nothing short of remarkable. Even more astonishing was the fact that Yuya had not only survived the assassination, but had also countered it with overwhelming force. What was truly shocking was that Yuya appeared to have sustained no injuries whatsoever. Was this the essence of a genius ninja? The Anbu reflected, contemplating that had they been in Yuya's position at his age, they would have undoubtedly faltered in the face of such an attempt, let alone achieving a flawless counterattack. After exchanging glances, one of the Anbu finally spoke to Yuya. Yuya, you shall accompany us to report the detailed circumstances. Very well, Yuya replied. Yuya nodded slightly, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Who, amidst this process, had subtly intervened to facilitate the success of this assassination? It was impossible to ascertain. Ultimately, Yuya took a deep breath, realizing he must exercise greater caution in the future. This world was far more brutal and dark than he had previously imagined. Chapter 49. Anbu Training, Second Update. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded a document before him with a grave expression. This report pertained to a special class of Anbu ninja and their examination of the corpse of Momochi Zabuza, from which various conclusions had been drawn, alongside some intelligence discovered on the body. The targets were Yuya and Uzumaki Kushina, which posed a significant issue. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes, intensity gleaming within them. Although the incident involving the death of Han had been concealed from public knowledge, Yuya's reputation as a prodigy at the Ninja Academy warranted the effort taken to eliminate him. However, Kushina's involvement was perplexing. The special class of Anbu ninja had uncovered substantial intelligence regarding Momochi Zabuza. It appeared that Zabuza's targets were not limited to Yuya. There was another individual involved, Kushina. Could it be that other ninja villages had surmised Kushina's true identity? It was a possibility, a voice beside him replied. The speaker was Kakashi Hitaki, who stood alongside Sarutobi. Then perhaps we should prepare for contingencies. Mito-sama's life cannot be sustained for much longer, Sarutobi stated solemnly. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage, was also the first host of the Nine Tails. Indeed, Kakashi nodded gently. The matter of Uzumaki Kushina becoming the next host of the Nine Tails was known to very few within Konoha. However, this knowledge did not guarantee immunity from deductions made by spies from rival villages. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi suddenly inquired, "How is Yuya faring?" "He is unscathed." Kakashi responded with a subtle smile. "That child possesses not only extraordinary talent, I believe the Hokage is aware that his intellect is as exceptional as that of Minato Namikaze." Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully before asking, "Might Yuya be eligible to become a full-fledged member of the Anbu? Allow me to review that further," Kakashi hesitated slightly. Although he handled this assassination incident adeptly, it does not necessarily indicate that he meets the standards required of an Anbu ninja. Afterward, within the ranks of Konoha's Anbu, Yuya departed the intelligence department after outlining the techniques employed during the assassination of Momochi Zabuza, along with some relevant information. As one of the candidate ninjas for the Anbu, he merely needed to provide a brief account of the events. Upon leaving the intelligence department, just as Yuya intended to exit the Anbu, he unexpectedly received a summons for the candidate ninjas. Slightly taken aback, he promptly deduced that this was the regular training session for the Anbu candidates. Participation in these training sessions was mandatory and could not be declined. Upon receiving the summons, Yuya proceeded towards the designated assembly point for the Anbu reserve ninjas. Unlike their official counterparts, the reserve ninjas are not burdened with an extensive array of missions. Hence, they partake in regular and specialized training sessions. The gathering took place within a dedicated hall. When Yuya arrived, he discovered that the hall was already brimming with numerous masked ninjas, predominantly comprised of Anbu reserves. It is worth noting that Anbu stands for the Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, while Danzo's route is often referred to as the Anbu Training Department. However, in reality, the training of Anbu ninjas is entirely independent of Danzo and has no affiliation with Root whatsoever. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen possibly entrust the Anbu ninjas in his vicinity to Danzo for training? Thus, while Root and Anbu may appear to be interconnected on the surface, they operate as completely separate entities. The training of the Yuya donned a mask and a cloak. His youth was unmistakable. To the casual observer, he appeared to be merely a boy. Could such a young child truly be a candidate for the Anbu? Some ninjas expressed their astonishment, discreetly shaking their heads. Becoming a full-fledged Anbu ninja was no trivial endeavor, and neither was the path to becoming a candidate. Sarutobi Hizashi allocated resources to provide for the various needs and training of the Anbu candidates, but these provisions were not meant for frivolous pursuits. The Anbu training camp served a dual purpose. It was both an opportunity for development and a means of elimination. It was designed to weed out those unworthy of being candidates, while simultaneously identifying the exceptional ninjas among them. Those who distinguished themselves would undoubtedly qualify for formal recognition, while those who were eliminated would forfeit the privileges of being an Anbu candidate and would have to return to the surface as ordinary ninjas. To some observers, Yuya's tender age made his candidacy for the Anbu seem exceedingly naive. They speculated that he might not even survive the first round of evaluations and would likely be dismissed outright. After exchanging skeptical glances, the ninjas ceased to regard Yuya. As time passed, the gathering of individuals reached its conclusion, and a ninja clad in a differently colored cloak entered the room. With a swift motion, he positioned himself at the forefront. He was not the Anbu captain, but one of the 3 squad leaders within the Anbu, belonging to the upper echelons of Konoha. The training camp would employ a point system. The 3 candidates with the lowest scores would be expelled from the Anbu, and he urged everyone to take this seriously. The first round of training would take place in the Forest of Death. He instructed everyone to follow him. The face of the Anbu squad leader was obscured by his mask, yet his tone was calm, tinged with a slight rasp. After delivering his message, he turned and departed the hall. The gathered Anbu candidates promptly set off in pursuit of the squad leader. Yuya also followed among them. The Forest of Death? What a familiar place. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes as the corners of his mouth, hidden beneath his mask, slightly curved upward. It seemed to be the very arena of the second stage of the CH9 exam in the original narrative. Quite intriguing, indeed. Following the captain of the Anbu division, Yuya was somewhat taken aback to discover that they did not ascend to the surface, but rather continued their journey underground. It was unexpected to find a direct passage from the hidden leaf village leading to the Forest of Death beneath the ground. However, it was also quite reasonable. After traversing an indeterminate distance underground, they arrived beneath the Forest of Death, where the space became exceedingly confined, leaving only an upward passage. The group following the captain of the Anbu division halted their steps. Subsequently, the captain led everyone upward, directly entering the central tower of the Forest of Death, which was the venue for the preliminary rounds of the 3rd exam in the original story. Once all had gathered, the captain of the Anbu division calmly raised his gaze to address all the Anbu candidates. He began to articulate the official rules. Within the Forest of Death, there exist numerous traces left by various ninjas. By following these traces, one can continually search and ultimately discover special mission items, such as the scroll I hold in my hand. As he spoke, the captain produced a pale yellow scroll, waved it slightly, and then stowed it away once more. Such scrolls are abundant within the Forest of Death, yet they are concealed in obscure locations, necessitating careful judgment and pursuit based on the traces found. Acquiring one scroll and returning it to this tower will earn 10 points. Possessing 2 scrolls will yield 20 points, and so forth. I must remind everyone that the scrolls can be seized fr in the midst of the crowd. Yuya leapt to the treetop, casting a glance around before murmuring softly. The formal ninjas of the Anbu are nearly all elite among elites. This training session rigorously evaluates abilities in intelligence gathering, judgment, combat, evasion, and tracking. It encompasses nearly every fundamental aspect of a ninja's skill set. Just as he was about to select a direction to search for the so-called traces leading to the hidden scrolls within the forest, a sudden realization struck Yuya. No, this entire monitoring of the training session is not truly aimed at testing the all-around capabilities of the Anbu ninjas. Its genuine purpose is to uncover each individual's most distinctive and proficient traits. It is implausible for every ninja to be a jack of all trades. To securely locate the scrolls and return them to the tower is an exceedingly daunting task. Ninjas skilled in information retrieval might easily discover a plethora of scrolls. Yet they may not be capable of safeguarding what they find. Those with exceptional evasion skills may not seize other scrolls, but can continually maneuver through the perilous forest in search of opportunities. Conversely, those with formidable combat abilities may forego the search for scrolls and directly seize others' possessions instead. The true aim of this training session is to reveal each ninja's strongest attributes, providing a comprehensive evaluation to determine whether they are suited to be scouts or combat specialists in the future. Thus, the final inquiry, is it under constant surveillance? With this thought, a subtle smile graced Yuya's lips. Having reached this understanding, he need not seek out any scrolls. Among the reserve Anbu ninjas, there are certainly no shinobi of J-nin rank. Those of such caliber have long since become official Anbu members or even captains. This implies that, for Yuya, there are no rivals here. Soon, within the Death Forest, a ninja discovered a scroll, and others quickly followed suit, igniting a fierce competition for it. Most operated independently. As the intent of this training was not to test teamwork, battles erupted continuously, but due to the constant monitoring and the prohibition of deliberate lethal force, injuries occurred without fatalities. Before long, someone bearing a scroll arrived at the central tower. At this very moment, outside the tower, Yuya stood quietly, having never ventured into the Death Forest. Indeed, since the destination is the tower, it suffices to lie in wait here. There was no necessity to enter the perilous woods. Of course, this approach carries its own risks, for no one knows who the first returning ninja might be or how formidable they are. There is a distinct possibility of misfortune befalling him. Nevertheless, all other reserve Anbu ninjas considered this but opted against such a strategy. Step aside. The Anbu candidate bearing the scroll, upon seeing Yuya's figure blocking his path, let out a cold snort and charged forward. Although his face was concealed, Yuya appeared quite youthful. Perhaps he was too intimidated to contest for the scrolls within the Death Forest, thus resigning himself from this round of training from the outset. The candidate scoffed internally. Yet, he did not underestimate Yuya. As he advanced, he unleashed a B-rank wind release technique aimed directly at him. If Yuya merely dodged, he could rush into the tower. However, aspirations often clash with reality. Boom. The air shattered as the B-rank technique was obliterated by Yuya's single punch. The Anbu candidate halted abruptly, astonished as he witnessed his B-rank technique disintegrate before him. This ability felt strikingly familiar. Even if he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had certainly heard of it. Was this not the prowess of Yuya, the prodigious student of the Ninja Academy who had recently gained renown in Konoha? Without a doubt, the youth before him was indeed Yuya. At this realization, disbelief flickered in his eyes, not because Yuya had become a candidate for the Anbu, but because he had shattered his B-rank technique with a mere punch. It was utterly absurd. Even if Yuya was a genius from the Ninja Academy, it should not be possible for him to have grown to such an extent in such a brief period. The outcome of the battle between Yuya and Uchiha Han was suppressed by the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, leaving few shinobi aware of Yuya's true prowess. Even among the official members of the Anbu, only a handful possessed this knowledge. It is needless to say that the individual before him, merely a candidate shinobi, was oblivious to such matters. He was only aware that Yuya had triumphed over Minato Namikaze at the Ninja Academy, securing first place in the practical ranking assessment and earning a reputation as a prodigy in Konoha. Thus, upon recognizing Yuya's identity and witnessing the phenomenal feat of Yuya shattering his B-rank jutsu with a single punch, the Anbu candidate found himself grappling with disbelief. Yet, The undeniable reality lay before him. Bring forth the scroll. Yuya gazed calmly at the ninja before him and spoke. Chapter 51. Lurking forth update. Damn it. The dark ninja's eyes instantly revealed a glimmer of coldness upon witnessing the scene. Even though Yuya's strength was somewhat beyond imagination, he was no pushover. This scroll had been forcibly seized by him. His hands swiftly formed seals. Boom. Yuya moved with astounding speed, transforming into a mere shadow as he swiftly closed the distance to confront his opponent, delivering a powerful punch. The adversary managed to complete his seal at the last possible moment. With a resounding pop, the ninja's form was instantly engulfed by the shockwave, dissipating into smoke. In the next heartbeat, the ninja re-emerged to Yuya's left, employing a technique of shadow clones. His real body and the shadow clones swiftly executed hand seals in unison. Water release. Water serpent bullet technique. Lightning release. Lightning dragon bullet technique. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying torrent of water surged forth, taking the shape of a dragon, crashing toward Yuya with overwhelming force. Even more alarming, a bolt of lightning spread through the water, following closely behind, nearly unstoppable in its might. The shadow clone that unleashed the lightning technique vanished immediately afterward, yet a cold smirk flickered in the ninja's eyes. You can withstand ordinary B-rank ninjutsu. But can you endure this? He taunted, revealing a complex ninjutsu. Observing the approaching, electrified water assault, Yuya momentarily halted. The combined power of two ordinary B-rank techniques rivaled that of a more advanced B-rank technique. Furthermore, did this ninja possess mastery over the elements of wind, water, and lightning? Indeed, the skills of the Anbu were remarkable, even among their reserves. However, in Yuya's presence, there was no distinction to be made. Whether the dust to be swept away was a mere speck or a larger mass, a single broom sufficed. To Yuya, ninjas of equal rank were akin to dust, merely varying in size. Chakra surged within him, a radiant white light enveloping his fist. Suddenly, he unleashed his power. Earth release. Tremor of unmatched might. With a resounding crack, the terrifying force of the tremor erupted into the air, striking forth with tremendous intensity. Under the influence of his extraordinary strength, the shockwave became even more concentrated in front of him. In the next moment, the dual attribute jutsu of water and lightning halted abruptly midair. The intertwined forms of the water serpent and lightning dragon froze in place. The crackling of electricity intertwined with the sound of the shockwave. With a deafening explosion, the entire area seemed to shatter. When Yuya retracted his fist, all that stood before him had been utterly obliterated. The B-rank compound technique was completely shattered by a single blow, leaving only remnants of water trickling away. This is impossible. The Anbu reserve ninja could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in disbelief. His gaze toward Yuya was filled with horror, as if he were staring at a monster. What kind of joke is this? It's one thing to withstand ordinary B-rank ninjutsu, but to shatter my full-strength compound B-rank technique with a single punch? How can he be so powerful? Bring me the scroll. Yuya gazed steadily at the ninja, advancing step by step. This is for you. The ninja, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, finally revealed a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Ultimately, he reached into his robe and produced a scroll, casting it towards Yuya. After scrutinizing the surroundings and confirming the absence of deceit, Yuya turned on his heel and departed. Observing Yuya's effortless pivot, the ninja felt a slight tremor coursing through his body. Grinding his teeth, he ultimately refrained from advancing to confront Yuya. Securing the first scroll was a triumph. Perhaps if he were to acquire additional scrolls, he could forego participation in the subsequent training sessions. Yuya murmured softly. Since he had resolved to remain at the tower, he would undoubtedly not conclude his endeavor lightly. The adage that what stands out in the forest, and the wind must uproot it, as well as the notion of playing the fool to ensnare the tiger, hold no relevance in this world. Like the illustrious Minato Namikaze, one must always strive for excellence in every endeavor. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he became increasingly audacious, dominating the battlefield to the extent that others were seldom permitted to intervene, vanquishing foes with ease and earning a formidable reputation throughout the ninja realm. In the original narrative, Kabuto was meticulous in his calculations, lurking in the shadows from start to finish, yet ultimately met with failure. Uchiha Madara's assessment of Kabuto could be distilled into a single term: coward. Even when he nearly controlled the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Madara regarded those who hesitated as mere cowards. Would Uchiha Madara ever falter? Certainly not. He would assert his supremacy through sheer strength, compelling all to submit. It was this very prowess that enabled him to traverse the battlefield, ultimately standing atop the ninja world alongside the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Revered by countless ninjas as a godlike figure. Now for Yuya, he could sweep aside all the candidates for the Anbu. If that is the case, then let him sweep them away. If one dares not seize the opportunity to showcase their abilities, and instead cowers like Kabuto, they shall never ascend to the heights of Uchiha Madara, who gazes down upon the ninja world with disdain. Moreover, for Yuya at present, the more he demonstrates his innate talent, the more he captures the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This, in turn, would make it increasingly difficult for Danzo and the Uchiha clan to act against him. After acquiring the first scroll, Yuya chose not to enter the tower, but rather placed the scroll on the ground beside him. He then patiently awaited the arrival of the second individual. This scene naturally unfolded before the eyes of the Anbu ninjas within the tower, who were monitoring the entire death forest. Choosing to remain at the tower rather than venturing into the forest to stake out potential adversaries spoke volumes of his confidence. Placing the acquired scroll aside was not merely confidence, it bordered on arrogance. Was he so certain of his impending victory over the next arrival? The official Anbu ninjas, including the squad leaders, were meticulously observing the situation in the death forest. The actions of Yuya were undoubtedly observed by them. The captain of the Dark Division cast a fleeting glance at Yuya, muttering to himself, "Is he the little rascal known for his mischief? No wonder the captain instructed me to pay special attention to him. He certainly is quite the troublemaker." However, those who manage to reach the tower with scrolls either possess formidable evasion skills or considerable strength. It is no easy feat to ensure a complete victory. Even slowing down a few of them is a daunting task. After a slight shake of his head, the captain diverted his attention back to the other battles taking place within the death forest. In his estimation, Yuya would manage to fend off a few ninjas wielding scrolls and earn some decent points before eventually making his way to the tower. It was also possible that he would be defeated by a stronger candidate from the Dark Division, losing all the scrolls he had acquired. Chapter 52, A Sweep. Fifth update. Shortly thereafter, the second ninja to seize a scroll burst forth from the death forest, racing towards the tower with remarkable speed. He was undoubtedly a speed-oriented combatant, employing techniques that relied on chakra, reminiscent of brute strength rather than mere physical conditioning. Just as he was about to reach the tower, another figure surged forward, matching his pace, if not exceeding it slightly. What? The ninja was momentarily taken aback, but as a speed-type ninja, he quickly adapted to Yuya's velocity. However, his unawareness of Yuya's true identity led him to commit a foolish act. He swung his fist directly at Yuya. Yuya, caught off guard for a brief moment, couldn't help but chuckle. He returned the punch without employing any shockwave, merely using sheer strength. After all, it would not do to strike someone down too forcefully. What followed was swift and decisive. The ninja, who had fortuitously acquired the second scroll, felt his entire arm go numb from the impact of Yuya's punch. Blood seeping from his fingers, he was sent flying backward, barely managing to turn midair before crashing to the ground. Before he could utter a sound of astonishment, Yuya swiftly approached him with a simple maneuver, completely overpowering him. As he lay on the ground, the scroll snatched away, the ninja stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What on earth? This child, who appears to be no more than 10 years old, has bested me in physical prowess, and with such ease. Indeed, the taijutsu-type ninja was perfectly countered. The fortunate little rascal had now obtained 2 scrolls. Naturally, the Dark Division's ninjas turned their attention towards the unfolding scene. Even though they were typically taciturn from years of missions, they could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Is he not coming in? How audacious. Does he intend to rob everyone in sight? At this moment, many of the dark ninjas focused intently on Yuya. The third ninja to secure a scroll soon arrived, a master of illusion techniques. Without any suspense, he was effortlessly defeated by Yuya. As long as the illusion was not on the level of Tsukuyomi, ordinary illusions held no power over Yuya. Next came the fourth ninja, skilled in stealth and assassination, wielding a short blade for close combat. Yet, Yuya's speed surpassed his own, and before the opponent could even mount a counterattack, he was swiftly vanquished by Yuya. The fifth, sixth, and seventh ninjas followed suit. Initially, the Dark Division's ninjas deemed Yuya's actions excessively arrogant. However, as he continued to triumph over each challenger that approached the tower, seizing all the scrolls and discarding them in a pile, silence enveloped the dark ninjas. Their astonishment was palpable, their eyes glimmering with disbelief. As the number of defeated candidates reached double digits, the expressions of the dark ninjas shifted from astonishment to sheer shock. Some even revealed looks of incredulity. Even the captain of the Dark Division fixated on Yuya at the base of the tower, a lone figure standing against a tide of adversaries, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Yuya was indeed a remarkable individual worthy of focused observation, just as the captain had indicated. Had he already obtained over 20 scrolls? With 30 more hidden within the forest. A total of 60 scrolls remained to be claimed. Whispering to himself, the captain could not help but narrow his eyes in intrigue. What extent can Yuya truly achieve? At this moment, the significance of points and qualifications has faded into irrelevance. He merely wishes to witness the limits of Yuya's capabilities. It is anticipated that numerous ninjas will soon converge upon this location. When that time arrives, Yuya may no longer face one adversary, but rather 2 or even 3. Attaining perfection and vanquishing all in a single training session is no trivial endeavor. As time steadily elapses, the majority of the scrolls have been located. Many ninjas, still without their scrolls, recognize that lingering in the forest of death has become futile. They now need to hasten their journey towards the tower, hoping to intercept those who have obtained the scrolls. A somber atmosphere envelopes them, for they understand that the battle outside the tower will mark the ultimate confrontation of this training session. However, as one after another arrives at the tower, each individual momentarily stands in stunned silence, only to be replaced by expressions of incredulity. There stands Yuya, a youthful figure of no more than 10 years, before the tower, surrounded by a substantial pile of scrolls. Behind him, within the tower, a multitude of injured and bitter-faced reserve ninjas can be seen. What has transpired? Have all the scrolls been gathered here by him alone? This is inconceivable. The arriving reserve ninjas of the Anbu cannot suppress their sharp intakes of breath. Their gazes towards Yuya reveal their astonishment. He appears no older than 10. Some among them had anticipated Yuya's immediate elimination in the first round. Yet, the reality is not that Yuya is to be eliminated, but rather that he aims to eliminate all of them in this very first round. Despite their astonishment at Yuya's remarkable ability to amass such a multitude of scrolls, they are acutely aware of the formidable challenges he must have overcome. Nevertheless, as members of the Anbu, their composure swiftly returns. Upon careful reflection, they surmise that while Yuya's accumulation of scrolls attests to his terrifying strength, how much stamina can he possibly retain after such continuous combat? There must come a moment when he can endure no longer. If they can seize the scrolls surrounding Yuya and rush into the tower, they will claim the title of first place. Furthermore, they would secure an absolute lead in points, rendering subsequent rounds irrelevant. This could pave the way for them to become official Anbu ninjas. Becoming an official Anbu ninja is a goal cherished by each reserve member. Although this status entails the execution of various missions, it also confers substantial power. Many prominent clans in Konoha even send their family members into the Anbu. He cannot possibly fend off this multitude alone. Indeed, someone finally loses their patience, convinced that a preemptive strike would allow them to snatch the scrolls amassed by Yuya. Yet, what greets them is Yuya's overwhelming fist. With a force that reverberates in all directions, no one can advance a single step. Even when 3 or 5 ninjas unite, they are still ruthlessly defeated by Yuya. Chapter 53, Total Annihilation. As the number of combatants grows, so too does the number of those who fall. This battle, though not particularly grand in scale, presents a strikingly spectacular scene. By this point, Yuya is drenched in sweat, his stamina and chakra depleting. However, the perpetual activation of the 8 gates technique endows him with an almost superhuman recuperative ability. Especially as Yuya continues to fight, his blood surges like a mighty river, with the first gate at his heart continuously unleashing fresh waves of power. The battle spirit of Yuya surged rather than diminished, growing ever more formidable, as if an invincible aura was brewing within him. It was a thrilling spectacle. No other ninja of his age, not even the likes of Kai or Might Dai, could possibly match Yuya's stamina and endurance. The superiority of the 8 gates release, particularly in prolonged combat, was vividly demonstrated at this moment. His physical prowess left everyone in astonishment. At this juncture, Yuya was no longer passively countering the attackers. He began to proactively sweep through all the attending Anbu candidates. Everyone was swept into this grand conflict. Some attempted to stealthily retrieve scrolls and slip into the tower, but they found no opportunity. The number of fallen increased. Yet Yuya remained standing. The scene was utterly breathtaking. At this moment, all were rendered speechless. Not only the Anbu candidates facing Yuya, but even the official Anbu ninjas within the tower were equally astonished. Yuya single-handedly thwarted all challengers. None of the reserve members from the entire Anbu could rival him. Even when a few among them banded together, they were unable to best Yuya. Throughout the confrontation, Yuya's attire remained entirely unscathed. The only evidence of his exertion was the sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his entire body. indicating that he had indeed expended considerable stamina. He appeared almost like a monstrous entity. The defeated Anbu reserve ninjas bore various injuries, yet their gazes towards Yuya were devoid of anger or resentment. Instead, their eyes reflected fear and reverence. In this world, strength reigns supreme. True power commands awe, much like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. As the battle reached its climax, a subtle aura began to emanate from Yuya, one that even he was unaware of. This presence, although nascent, was distinct from the sinister aura of Orochimaru or the aloofness of Itachi Uchiha. It bore resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara, as if he looked down upon all. In the end, the remaining Anbu reserve ninjas dared not meet Yuya's gaze, instinctively sensing an oppressive weight, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. Ultimately, they surrendered their scrolls. This marked the conclusion of the encounter, an unspoken yet profoundly impactful end. Thus, Yuya single-handedly swept through the first training session, vanquishing all ninjas. A total of 60 scrolls were distributed, of which 54 were ultimately retrieved, all heaped at Yuya's feet. Within the tower, the Anbu ninjas fell into a hushed silence. Even the Anbu squad leader revealed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Not solely due to Yuya's remarkable performance, but also because of the fleeting essence of that aura he had sensed at the final moment. As a squad leader and a formidable warrior himself, he possessed his own aura and could discern the nascent form of Yuya's presence. Such an aura is typically cultivated through countless battles, teetering on the brink of life and death time and again, and is generally possessed only by those of absolute strength. Yet, he had witnessed a trace of this aura in Yuya. How utterly astonishing! As the sun began its descent, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was engrossed in paperwork within his office, accompanied by the Anbu captain, Hatake Tsukumo. They were processing resource approvals for the Anbu. At that moment, a masked Anbu ninja materialized in the Hokage's office, employing the instantaneous movement technique characteristic of Anbu members, who seldom use the front entrance due to their need for swift and efficient action. Hokage-sama, Captain. The first training session for reserve ninjas has concluded. The Anbu ninja knelt before Hiruzen and Tsukumo, paying his respects. Both raised their heads in unison, curious. What were the casualties? 0 fatalities, 11 severely injured, 34 lightly injured. Upon hearing these figures, Hiruzen and Tsukumo exchanged glances and nodded slightly. While the numbers seemed alarming, with nearly all participants sustaining injuries, it was relatively mild compared to previous training sessions where fatalities were often avoided, yet severe injuries were more common. Such occurrences justified the periodic nature of these training sessions. Rather than conducting them consecutively, what are the results? Were there any outstanding performances? Tsukumo inquired calmly. Hiruzen's eyes flickered momentarily as he mused. I wonder how Yuya fared. I expect he did not perform poorly. Even if he did, he is still young. We should allow him to remain among the Anbu reserves. The kneeling Anbu ninja's expression shifted beneath his mask, his eyes glimmering with something unusual. Hokage-sama, Captain, I must report that only one person succeeded, while all others scored 0. This revelation left both Hiruzen and Tsukumo momentarily speechless, their expressions a mix of disbelief. What did you say? They echoed in unison, astonishment etched on their faces. The Anbu reserve member Yuya single-handedly defended the tower, defeating all other reserve members and claiming all the scrolls. While the others scored 0. Yuya achieved a score of 454, even though he had managed to compose himself on the way. The Anbu ninja's voice trembled slightly as he delivered the news, still reeling from the shock. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen, despite his position as Hokage, struggled to maintain his composure. This is inconceivable. Tsukumo, though slightly steadied, exhibited a range of emotions, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Finally, he chuckled wryly. Yuya never ceases to surprise us. Indeed, Hiruzen, as Hokage, quickly regained his calm, though his eyes still glimmered with admiration. Such an event has never transpired in history. Tsukumo, what do you think? Well, I am now exceedingly curious about Yuya's prowess. I shall go and observe him myself. Tsukumo nodded gently, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Hiruzen exhaled deeply and nodded in agreement. Quite so, the boy has certainly earned that right. I too wish to test the limits of his strength. In the underground base of the Anbu in Konoha. After Yuya had single-handedly eliminated all competition in the first training session, he returned alongside the others for a brief respite. During the journey back, the gazes directed at Yuya from most of the reserve ninjas, and even some of the established Anbu members, had transformed. If previously they viewed him merely as an untapped prodigy, now Yuya's rapid advancement exceeded all expectations. The term genius could scarcely encapsulate Yuya. He was akin to a prodigious anomaly. At this moment, no one doubted Yuya's potential to become a formal Anbu ninja, it was an inevitable conclusion. Merely a matter of time. Given the frequent casualties within the Anbu ranks, replenishment was always necessary. The talent exhibited by Yuya undoubtedly places him at the pinnacle of the elite. Given Yuya's formidable abilities, as long as he remains alive, he is destined to at least ascend to the rank of squad leader. In fact, it is not inconceivable for him to eventually succeed Kakashi Hatake as the next leader of the Anbu. At this moment, Yuya sat quietly in a corner, undisturbed by anyone. Although he sustained no injuries during the battle, the exertion had indeed taken a toll on his stamina. However, this confrontation had solidified the true 8 gates of his body, particularly the gate located at his heart, which appeared to have become increasingly vibrant. The latent power brewing within him subtly surged forth. It became evident that engaging in combat is a pivotal means of enhancing one's strength. Mere solitary training would scarcely yield a true warrior. Without the trials of battle and the brush with mortality, transformation remains elusive. This transformation is, in essence, a spiritual metamorphosis, yet it is directly intertwined with one's prowess. The strength of the spirit can influence chakra, thereby directly impacting a ninja's capability. Remarkably, this battle has elevated his strength to a level comparable to a month of rigorous training. As he opened his eyes, Yuya felt his stamina had nearly returned. A hint of joy flickered in his gaze. Just as Yuya stood, an individual entered the hall. The leader bore no mask, and following him were an Anbu squad leader and 3 Anbu team captains. The identity of the leader was unmistakable: Kakashi Hatake, the Anbu captain. In an instant, all Anbu ninjas, whether reserve or full-fledged, rose in unison to pay their respects to Kakashi. He nodded lightly, gesturing for them not to be overly formal, and then made his way through the crowd, approaching Yuya directly. This marked the first encounter between Yuya and Kakashi. Although Kakashi had observed Yuya from the shadows on multiple occasions, this was Yuya's first glimpse of him in person. Despite Kakashi's youth at this juncture, Yuya recognized him immediately. Captain. Yuya also expressed a trace of respect, bowing gently. Regardless of others' perceptions, Yuya held a deep reverence for Konoha's White Fang. In the original narrative, the death of White Fang was something Yuya lamented profoundly. It was tragic that he sacrificed his mission to save a comrade, transforming from a village hero into the subject of scorn and derision. Ultimately, he succumbed to despair and took his own life. Although the prevailing belief at that time was that a ninja could forsake their life to fulfill their mission, Yuya perceived a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. Even if Susanoo Hatake had failed to rescue his companion, he would not have met such a grim fate. Undoubtedly, there were unseen forces at play behind the scenes. One could easily conjecture that during that period, Susanoo Hatake possessed the qualifications to succeed the 4th Hokage, simultaneously as Sarutobi Hiruzen's right-hand man. He was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of certain individuals. However, these remain mere speculations on Yuya's part. The events have yet to unfold, and he cannot ascertain the underlying truths. No need for excessive formalities, Susanoo said with a gentle smile, his demeanor warm and devoid of any coldness. To an observer, it was almost impossible to discern that he was the renowned Konoha White Fang, master of the Hatake blade technique. It seemed he had indeed gone a bit too far this time, to the extent that even I could not resist coming to see for myself. I momentarily lost my restraint. Yuya shrugged. A nearby candidate from the Anbu nearly spat out blood upon hearing Yuya's words. You single-handedly challenged all the Anbu candidates because you couldn't hold back? If that was intentional, wouldn't it be chaos? Even Susanoo, upon hearing Yuya's explanation, couldn't help but display a peculiar expression, his lips twitching slightly. Nevertheless, it was an impressive feat. The Anbu candidates represented fresh blood behind the official members, carrying the burden of being perpetually on standby. Here, there was no need to conceal anything. What I require is to witness your talent and capabilities to ascertain your future position within the Anbu. At this juncture, Susanoo gently patted Yuya's shoulder and remarked, This training session has been commendable for you, yet I wish to observe further. Susanoo's words left Yuya momentarily taken aback. Observe further? What did that mean? A second chance? No, that was incorrect. Susanoo intended to personally assess his strength. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Yuya is uncertain, yet it must be of the shadow level at the very least. Otherwise, how could it achieve such renown in the impending Second Great Ninja War? The shadow level remains an echelon that Yuya is yet unable to reach. Yuya felt a twinge of discomfort. The battle he had just fought was exhilarating, yet he did not wish to be subjected to humiliation. However, he could not refuse the intentions of Hatake Susanoo and was compelled to follow earnestly, with a resigned shake of his head. He pondered that Hatake Tsukumo likely harbored no sadistic tendencies towards prodigies. Instead, he probably sought to personally assess Yuya's strength, and it was highly probable that he would offer guidance as well. The opportunity to train and receive counsel from a shadow-level powerhouse seemed to be the reward he had earned after decisively eliminating all competitors and achieving an unprecedented first place. Chapter 55. A slice from White Fang accompanying Hatake Tsukumo, they soon arrived at an expansive arena. It remained deep underground, shrouded in dimness and silence, exuding an atmosphere reminiscent of the abyss. At this moment, Yuya could not help but marvel at the perfection of the underground structures in Konoha. They were immense, indeed, and the intricate design was nothing short of exquisite. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. However, for seasoned ninjas, it should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Those proficient in Earth-style ninjutsu could construct such grand subterranean edifices with merely a modest investment of time. Accompanying Kakashi, Hatake, and Yuya were several captains and squad leaders, along with a handful of ordinary Anbu ninjas. The others were engaged in various missions. Even those who were eager to witness Kakashi personally train Yuya could not approach, as it would create chaos. Come, strike at me directly, using your most formidable attack, or any assault you believe would secure your victory over me, Kakashi said, standing before Yuya and nodding in encouragement. In his heart, Yuya felt compelled to voice a complaint, convinced that no assault could possibly best Kakashi Hatake. Yet, in the next moment, he resolutely took action. Until this day, the adversaries Yuya encountered were nearly all vanquished with striking ease. Thus, he remained uncertain whether he possessed any shortcomings. Kakashi's prowess far surpassed his own. With Kakashi as his sparring partner, Yuya believed he could unearth his strengths and weaknesses, subsequently devising ways to remedy those deficiencies and enhance his capabilities. Whoosh! Confronted by the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Yuya harbored no intention of holding back. He unleashed his full power from the onset. With an explosion of speed, Yuya resembled a fleeting shadow, darting to Kakashi's right side before delivering a sudden, forceful punch. Boom! Kakashi displayed a hint of admiration. In his eyes, such velocity was rare among the Chunin. However, even if Yuya were to double his speed, Kakashi would still be able to react. With a swift flicker of his body, Kakashi effortlessly evaded Yuya's strike. With unwavering resolve, Yuya launched a powerful punch that reverberated through the air, creating a shockwave that propelled him once again towards Tsukumo Hatake. This spectacle prompted a moment of contemplation from Tsukumo, who continued to evade or defend without retaliating, allowing Yuya to unleash his assaults. It appeared as though Yuya was dominating Tsukumo in the confrontation. However, deep within, Yuya felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that his current abilities were inadequate against Tsukumo's prowess. Yet, he knew he must persist, even if victory was unattainable. He was determined to strive for excellence. The arena was filled with the thunderous sounds of explosions, primarily emanating from the earth shattering beneath them, punctuated occasionally by the resonating clashes between Tsukumo and Yuya. The watching Anbu ninjas gazed in awe, their eyes alight with astonishment at the power Yuya displayed. Most of them had not witnessed Yuya's battle in the Death Forest. Could a mere strike truly possess the power of a B-rank ninjutsu? It appeared that the exertion was minimal as well, showcasing a formidable bloodline limit. While several squad leaders maintained a stoic and calm demeanor beneath their masks, the expressions of other Anbu ninjas, including the team leaders, flickered with uncertainty and trepidation. It seemed that if they were to face Yuya, they too would find it exceedingly challenging. The abilities of Yuya are truly formidable, presenting a considerable challenge. Unless one possesses ninjutsu of A rank or higher, it appears that any method to overcome Yuya is fraught with difficulty. Strong. Extremely strong. This sentiment is shared by all the Anbu ninjas, including several squad captains. Before Yuya was able to single-handedly vanquish all the candidates of the Anbu, it undoubtedly attested to his prowess. At the Ch-nin level, there were scarcely any opponents who could rival Yuya. Some of the seasoned Anbu ninjas present, after observing for a while, ultimately resigned themselves to the realization of their own inferiority. The battle continued unabated. The attack of Yuya is resplendent, each punch shattering the air with a mirror-like fragmentation. Yet, Shikamaru remains agile within the arena, seemingly gauging the extent of Yuya's shockwave and his formidable strength. Drawing a deep breath, Yuya once again approaches Shikamaru, suddenly clenching his fist. Chakra surges from within him, instantly converging upon his fist. Earth release. Unmatched strength. Boom. As his fist descends, the unleashed might is strikingly distinct from previous strikes. Not only is it considerably more potent, but it is also far more concentrated, the force of his assault more focused. Shikamaru. who believed he had nearly grasped the full extent of Yuya's power, is taken aback. Unmatched strength. He sensed something amiss even when Yuya's chakra began to surge. But it was only upon its release that he could fully discern it. A hint of astonishment crosses his face. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would impart the art of unmatched strength to Yuya, and that Yuya would truly master it. As the leader of the Anbu, Shikamaru possesses a profound understanding of various secret techniques, including unmatched strength, and he recognizes the high difficulty involved in its cultivation. In a mere few months, Yuya has remarkably mastered the formidable strength bestowed upon him by Tsunade. A resounding rumble reverberates through the air, the force of the shockwave expanding beyond its previous limits, leading Kakashi Hatake to misjudge the situation momentarily. He finds himself enveloped entirely by the overwhelming power. This is dire. As the assault strikes his body, Kakashi's expression shifts once more. The magnitude of this attack proves insurmountable, rendering him incapable of withstanding it. Even if he emerges unscathed, he is bound to appear somewhat disheveled. Yet, in the face of such adversity, Kakashi remains unperturbed, his gaze reflecting an even deeper admiration. With a swift motion, scarcely perceptible to the eye, Kakashi unsheathes his blade. The white chakra short sword, White Fang, seemingly materializes in his grasp, poised to confront the oncoming shockwave. A terrifying surge of chakra swells upon White Fang, its brilliance almost blinding, as if it possesses the power to cleave all things in twain. This is the art of Kakashi's swordsmanship, harnessing the intricate flow of chakra. He delivers a strike that is nearly invincible. Even ninjutsu can be severed by its might. Silent and swift. It seems as though even sound has been rendered obsolete in the wake of this strike. Before this blade, the very heavens and earth appear to dim. In an instant, it is done. The tremor of Yuya was forcefully cleaved in two. The sharpness infused with the flowing chakra severed all. This was the chakra blade of the captain, known as White Fang. Did he employ the flow of chakra? Such mastery over chakra is truly awe-inspiring. The observing Anbu ninjas could not help but express their admiration. Chapter 56. Strengths and Weaknesses. While several Anbu ninjas were astonished, Yuya himself was equally impressed by the seemingly effortless strike of Hatake Tsukumo. There was no extravagant display, yet it felt as if all momentum and power coalesced into one. The sharpness appeared almost tangible. Is this the legendary Konoha White Fang, a powerhouse of the shadows? He had always relied on his fists to shatter everything. Now, encountering Hatake Tsukumo, who wielded the chakra blade White Fang to sever all, felt rather peculiar. A flicker of defiance surged within him. Even if he were invincible, he would not yield. If one punch was insufficient, then he would unleash another. He vowed to strive for excellence. After his right fist, imbued with extraordinary strength, was severed by Hatake Tsukumo, Yuya's left fist suddenly clenched, launching another strike at Tsukumo. Boom. The air erupted, the wave of force enveloping the front with an aura reminiscent of a soaring dragon, as if it could shake the very foundations of existence. Continuously employing his extraordinary strength, alternating between right and left fists, was a significant burden for Yuya. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in executing it. Hatake Tsukumo clearly did not anticipate that Yuya would be capable of launching a second strike without interruption at such a moment. Just as White Fang had barely descended, the second wave of tremor surged forth, swift as lightning, striking his body before he could fully comprehend the situation. Even the Konoha White Fang could not withstand Yuya's tremor without any form of defense. Without hesitation, Hatake Tsukumo gripped White Fang with one hand, chakra surging forth, infusing into the blade, and executed a sweeping motion once more. Swish. The second wave of tremor was again severed. However, during this process, the tremor exerted some effect on him, necessitating a retreat of several steps to dissipate the force. He stumbled slightly. The other Anbu ninjas stood in shock. Hatake Tsukumo had actually been pushed back by Yuya, although they understood that Tsukumo was not taking it seriously, merely training Yuya. The sight of him being pushed back even slightly while wielding White Fang was utterly astonishing. Tsukumo himself was taken aback, and upon regaining his stance, he could not help but shake his head and chuckle lightly. You rascal. Coughing slightly, Yuya managed an awkward smile. It's nothing. I merely wish to gauge your strength and discern where your limits lie. Now, I believe I have a fair understanding. Hatake Tsukumo nodded gently, retracting the chakra blade White Fang. He then approached Yuya, his expression turning calm and serious. Your strength is commendable. The path you tread bears some resemblance to my swordsmanship. You rely on the tremor of your bloodline limit to simply shatter everything with a punch, while I employ advanced sword techniques infused with chakra flow to sever all. However, there appears to be a flaw in your strength. It seems somewhat inflexible. At this point, Hatake Tsukumo paused, seemingly reflecting on the recent battle, before continuing. My swordsmanship allows for continuous attacks, intertwined with agile movements. Yet your power seems to exhibit rigidity upon eruption? Upon hearing this, Yuya was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the implication. Rigidity. Indeed, that was the case. Truly, the Konoha White Fang is deserving of his reputation as a shadow-level powerhouse. His words struck home. The oscillatory power of Yuya bears a resemblance to the evening elephant employed by a Kai. One is an impact infused with oscillation, while the other generates shockwaves through the movement of air. However, a distinction exists between the two, setting aside the differences in oscillation and impact, as well as the variance in their potency. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, after launching his strike, Yuya experiences a brief moment of rigidity. During this interval, he is rendered immobile. Unlike Akai's evening elephant, which allows for rapid movement and the ability to unleash multiple strikes from various angles. Enveloping the adversary in a torrent of blows, Yuya must maintain his punching stance for a fleeting moment until the oscillatory force fully manifests before he can retract his fist. This incapacity to transition immediately to another position after executing a punch precludes him from employing techniques akin to the evening elephant, which leverage speed to deliver attacks from multiple directions, ensnaring the opponent in a lethal embrace. How to articulate this flaw? Kiki Tsukumo pondered briefly, his gaze flickering as he spoke. If your oscillatory power were to be augmented, this shortcoming would become less critical. However, at this stage, should an adversary deploy an advanced ninjutsu capable of breaching your oscillatory force's impact, your moment of rigidity could prove to be exceedingly perilous. Yuya nodded gravely. The greater the force of impact, the less significant this flaw became. If Yuya could shatter S-rank ninjutsu or even Susanoo with a single punch, there would be no one capable of breaching his defenses. Consequently, this rigid vulnerability would remain unexploited. However, at this stage, Yuya could only dismantle B-rank ninjutsu, resulting in a polarized scenario. Ninjas lacking A-rank ninjutsu would be thoroughly subdued by Yuya. Even elite jonin who did not possess A-rank techniques would be utterly incapable of overcoming him. Yet, upon encountering ninjas skilled in A-rank or even higher-level techniques, Yuya would find himself at a disadvantage. Invincible among equals, yet struggling to surpass those of higher rank, this encapsulated Yuya's awkward predicament. He had long overlooked this dilemma. For practitioners of A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu were indeed scarce. Now, however, Yuya had evolved to the point where he was on the verge of engaging with such ninjas. Thus, he must devise a strategy to address this issue. What ideas do you have? Shikama Tsukumo inquired, gazing at Yuya. With a grave expression, Yuya pondered deeply. Ultimately taking a deep breath and stating earnestly, before I attain greater strength, I must develop more versatile techniques to confront those formidable adversaries. Nodding in agreement, Hatake Tsukumo placed a reassuring hand on Yuya's shoulder and remarked, "This bloodline limit is unique to you. I cannot offer you any guidance. It is a journey you must embark upon alone. If you find it challenging to cultivate new techniques, do not dwell on it excessively. Your path is not misguided, and perseverance will still lead you to become an undeniable powerhouse." After exchanging a few more words, Hatake Tsukumo turned and departed with the Anbu ninjas, leaving Yuya standing in solitude. Uncertain of how he exited the underground or returned home, he lay down on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yuya found himself engulfed in profound contemplation, his thoughts wholly absorbed in the depths of his abilities. He pondered incessantly. Chapter 57. The development of Hatake Tsukumo's striking technique, which employs the flow of chakra. In simpler terms, it resembles a variation of the Chidori technique, wherein chakra is infused into the ninja blade, complemented by the unparalleled swordsmanship of Hatake, rendering it nearly invincible. The oscillation of Yuya also constitutes a form of power, although it lacks physical substance. It can still be cleaved by the flow of such chakra. Indeed, Yuya believes that even an A-rank ninjutsu could be severed by Hatake Tsukumo with a single stroke. Moreover, this technique of chakra flow demands a mastery of chakra control that surpasses even that required for immense strength. Additionally, the chakra must possess a transformation in nature, and its quality must be exceptionally formidable. Ninjas below the rank of Jonin are scarcely qualified to undertake such training. Presently, Yuya is also unable to achieve this. While he can channel chakra into his kunai, the resulting power pales in comparison to what true chakra flow could manifest. Yuya is currently contemplating a dilemma. The power of oscillation serves as a broad-spectrum assault, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, it is precisely due to this versatility that its potency in single-target engagements is not exceptionally formidable. Should the present-day Yuya encounter Naruto, who wields the Rasengan, or Sasuke, Adept in the Chidori, she might find herself at a disadvantage. The principle of overcoming the surface with a pinpoint strike suggests that if Yuya's oscillation power is insufficient to pierce through the Rasengan or the Chidori, she would be compelled to refrain from recklessly employing her oscillation abilities in direct confrontations, resorting instead to taijutsu to entangle her foes. This, in turn, would impose limitations on Yuya's own performance. The question that Yuya contemplated was whether it was possible to break free from the rigid constraints of the oscillation force and transform it into something akin to a ninjutsu. Unable to conceive a solution at that moment, Yuya shifted his focus to another idea. Could he concentrate the oscillation force into a single point for an explosive release? If he could indeed condense the expansive oscillation force into one focal point, Yuya was convinced that its power would surpass that of the Rasengan or Chidori. Determined to pursue this, Yuya immediately commenced his experiment. This time, he could not be bothered to venture far and chose instead a nearby grove in the Hidden Leaf Village. Concentrating the oscillation force was inherently perilous. Thus, Yuya opted not to use his fist for the experiment, but rather a kunai. He aimed to condense the oscillation force upon the kunai. With a hum, a faint halo of pale white light emerged at the tip of the kunai, signifying the presence of the oscillation force. Although it remained dormant, it exuded an aura of tremendous dread. However, Yuya shook his head slightly, realizing that this approach was insufficient. Simply swinging the kunai was no different from striking with his fist. It still delivered the oscillation force upon a surface rather than converging it into a singular line. Muttering to himself, Yuya gripped the kunai tightly and suddenly exerted force. The pale white halo surged brilliantly, transforming from dim to resplendent within an instant. Furthermore, under Yuya's control, this ethereal halo began to constrict. Feather Knight pondered whether it was possible to compress the power of the shockwave, thereby concentrating its might into a singular point. However, before the luminous halo could diminish by even half, a sudden change washed over Feather Knight's expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the kunai directly forward. Swoosh! The kunai embedded itself into a massive tree, and in an instant, the shockwave erupted. Boom! A tree, as wide as a bowl, was suddenly torn apart, leaving a gaping hole at its center, with countless wood splinters scattering in all directions. Yuya felt a slight numbness in his hands. Despite having thrown the weapon at the last moment before losing control, the backlash from the shockwave still caused him discomfort. Was it truly so challenging? Gazing at the shattered tree before him, Yuya paid little heed to the destructive force. Instead, his focus was drawn to the kunai. Alarmingly, the kunai had begun to exhibit an eerie distortion. Even a kunai forged from steel could not withstand the violent compressive force of the shockwave, indicating that it was utterly impractical to wield it with mere fists. Moreover, the shockwave represented a tearing and exceedingly ferocious power. Compressing it was an immensely arduous task, unless one could encase it within a shell. Encasing it within a shell. At this thought, a sudden inspiration struck Yuya's mind. In the original narrative, Naruto's Rasengan was almost a universal technique, seemingly adaptable to any elemental attribute. While it was reasonable to infuse it with wind to create the wind release, Rasen Shuriken, later on, he even managed to incorporate the powers of various tailed beasts, producing a multitude of tailed beast Rasengan. The Rasengan itself was a transformation of chakra, theoretically capable of accommodating any elemental variation, while also maintaining remarkable stability. Furthermore, the fact that it did not require hand seals made it particularly suitable for him. After some contemplation, Yuya resolved to master the Rasengan technique. Even if he was unable to augment the Rasengan with the shockwave's power, the Rasengan itself was an A-rank jutsu, well worth his efforts to cultivate. In this world, the Rasengan had yet to manifest. Even Minato Namikaze took 3 years to develop this technique. However, Yuya was different. Yuya possesses an intimate understanding of the shortcut to mastering the spiraling sphere, encompassing the entire training process and its pivotal points. He is nearly well-versed in every aspect. Furthermore, despite his limited chakra reserves, Yuya demonstrates remarkable proficiency in chakra manipulation. The first stage requires the condensation of chakra into the palm. For Yuya, who has honed his extraordinary strength, this initial step is exceedingly simple, almost requiring no effort to accomplish. The subsequent step involves a balloon exercise, wherein water is placed inside a balloon and chakra is utilized to induce a rotational force, causing it to burst. In this phase of training, Yuya expends minimal effort, effortlessly achieving success. However, upon reaching the third stage, which necessitates the use of a rubber ball, Yuya encounters a slight challenge. Yet, this difficulty does not stem from his chakra control, but rather from the limitations of his chakra quantity. The quantity of Yuya's chakra remains insufficient. For elite Chunin, mastering A-rank ninjutsu undoubtedly presents a formidable challenge. In the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke were able to perfect the Rasengan and Chidori during this period. Naruto due to his overwhelming chakra reserves, and Sasuke owing to his exceptional mastery of ninjutsu, facilitated by his Sharingan and innate genius. The barrier posed by the ball momentarily hindered Yuya's progress. However, through perseverance, Yuya ultimately overcame this obstacle. In truth, having successfully utilized chakra to rupture the ball signifies that a foundational form of the Rasengan has already been achieved. Now, let us explore whether it is possible to directly incorporate the force of shockwaves into the technique. As Yuya gazed at the nascent form of the spiraling sphere nestled in the palm of his hand, he murmured softly. This experiment was decidedly perilous, and Yuya was not one to act recklessly. Previously, he had commissioned a pair of specialized gloves from the Anbu, designed to facilitate the flow of chakra while simultaneously safeguarding his palms. Moreover, in this delicate situation, Yuya continued to employ only an exceedingly minute amount of vibrational energy, gradually augmenting it. Chapter 58. Terrifying power. Initially, the spiraling sphere astonishingly managed to withstand the force of the vibrational energy, seemingly allowing it to swirl within its confines. However, before Yuya could express any sign of elation, the ferocious and tearing nature of the vibrational energy rendered the form of the spiraling sphere unstable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The force of the impact caused Yuya to stagger backward, a tingling sensation spreading through his entire arm. Fortunately, he was wearing specialized gloves, which prevented any injury to his hand. It appeared to be merely a rudimentary Rasengan, not yet stable enough to contain the power of the concussive force. Taking a deep breath, Yuya composed himself and resumed practicing the Rasengan. The subsequent process required a considerable amount of time. Since Yuya didn't possess Naruto's prodigious chakra reserves, his chakra was rapidly depleted after a period of training, forcing him to switch to physical training. After a period of physical training, Yuya would return to practicing the Rasengan. The two were alternated. Finally, after half a month, Yuya had completely mastered the Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu, and the first A-rank ninjutsu he had mastered. Most A-rank ninjutsu are classified as forbidden techniques. Of course, their power varies, with different A-rank ninjutsu possessing different levels of destructive capability. Furthermore, the same A-rank ninjutsu can exhibit vastly different power levels depending on the user. Uchiha Madara's A-rank ninjutsu, Majestic Destroyer Flame, possessed such immense power that it was almost comparable to an S-rank technique. The ordinary Rasengan clearly could not compare. To facilitate the classification of A-rank ninjutsu's power, Yuya once again employed a simple tiered system. However, unlike the B-rank classification, Yuya designated 4 levels: low tier, mid-tier, high tier, and top tier. Uchiha Madara's Majestic Destroyer Flame could be considered a top-tier A-rank technique in terms of power. The low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier levels roughly corresponded to the Rasengan, Big Ball Rasengan, and Super Big Ball Rasengan, respectively. The Rasen Shuriken, infused with chakra nature transformation, ascended to the S rank. Of course, for Yuya, developing the basic Rasengan was sufficient. Techniques like the Big Ball Rasengan and Super Big Ball Rasengan were suited to Naruto's path, owing to his extraordinary chakra capacity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the final step, Yuya did not take any shortcuts. He diligently practiced the single-handed Rasengan, which is one of the reasons for his relatively slow progress. Of course, this slowness is in comparison to the seemingly overpowered Naruto. When juxtaposed with Minato Namikaze, who took 3 years to develop the Rasengan, Minato might as well retreat to a corner and lament his plight. With determination, he pressed the Rasengan against the colossal tree before him, obliterating yet another unfortunate tree in an explosive display. In terms of concentrated power at a single point, the Rasengan surpassed Yuya's current shockwave technique. However, the shockwave technique encompasses both offense and defense across a broader area, while the Rasengan is a pinpoint attack. Thus, their effectiveness cannot be solely judged by raw power, but rather by the manner of their application. Finally, it was accomplished. Exhaling, Yuya wiped the sweat from his brow and sensed the chakra within him. Executing a full-strength Rasengan consumed nearly half of his chakra reserves. This technique indeed demanded an extraordinary amount of chakra, rendering it less suitable for Yuya. Fortunately, despite his limited chakra, his recovery speed was remarkably swift. Before long, he was entirely rejuvenated. Calming his mind, Yuya focused all his energy and began once more the development of his ninjutsu. After mastering the Rasengan, his control over chakra significantly improved, directly enhancing his already formidable strength. Additionally, during this period, Yuya intentionally refined his control over the shockwave technique, elevating his mastery far beyond his previous capabilities. Buzz. With a single hand, Yuya gathered the spiraling sphere, his gaze turning solemn as he infused it with the power of oscillation. Under Yuya's formidable control, the oscillatory force did not disrupt the delicate balance of the spiraling sphere as it revolved. Instead, it was directly injected into the very core of the sphere. The spiraling sphere, by nature, is a structure of equilibrium, with chakra flowing in rapid motion around its center. Thus, its exact center remains a point of stillness. With the infusion of the oscillatory force, the spiraling sphere exhibited a slight instability, yet this time, Yuya forcefully regained control. Gradually, a brilliant white light emerged at the center of the spiraling sphere. As this luminescence intensified, the entire sphere emanated an aura of terror. A mere glance from afar was enough to sense the ferocious power contained within. At last, upon the final infusion of oscillatory energy, the core was wholly realized. The moment the core was completed, the outer spirals of the sphere established a peculiar resonance with the core formed from the oscillatory force. To be precise, it seemed as though the rapid rotation enhanced the frequency of the oscillation. While not entirely stable, it did not detonate immediately. Had it been completed? Yuya was slightly taken aback. He had long since prepared himself for failure, yet he never anticipated that during his initial attempt, he would achieve such a remarkable result. In his hand, he beheld a dazzlingly bright object, a bizarre variant of the spiral sphere, whose outer chakra spun while simultaneously creating an eerie resonance that emanated a terrifying aura. Yuya blinked her eyes repeatedly. Should I press it directly? No. If this thing explodes in my hand, its power would surely be extraordinary. Yuya instinctively tossed it aside, only to discover that it could indeed be thrown. This unexpected revelation astonished even Yuya himself. The spiral sphere, centered around the force of oscillation, formed a resonance rotation that, much like the spiral shuriken, no longer required the wielder's control and could be launched directly. However, its flight speed was considerably slower than that of the spiral shuriken. At this pace, it seemed possible to evade its trajectory. Observing the mutated spiral sphere as it leisurely soared through the air, Yuya blinked in surprise. Ultimately, the mutated spiral sphere descended upon a tree, penetrating it directly, as if nothing had transpired at all. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya was also taken aback by the scene before him. There was no sound of explosions. The entire process unfolded in silence. Yet, the impact was even more profound. It was as if the very fabric of this world had transformed into a canvas, erasing the traces of the great tree with a single stroke of a brush. Gazing at the ground littered with powder, Yuya inhaled sharply, gradually regaining his composure after a lengthy pause. At that moment, he became acutely aware that his chakra had been depleted by more than half. In fact, it was nearly entirely exhausted. The rotation of the spiral sphere, intertwined with the force of the shockwave, had morphed from a grand explosion into a silent yet all-consuming power. Yuya contemplated the possibility that the rotational force of the spiral sphere and the tearing power of the shockwave, in the moment of their explosive convergence, influenced and interacted with each other, enabling them to collectively transcend a certain limit and reach an extraordinarily high frequency that instantaneously obliterated everything. This formidable power was nearly on par with an S-class spiraling shuriken at a single point. However, it bore the drawback of a somewhat sluggish movement speed, making it easier for opponents to evade compared to the spiraling shuriken. To ensure a successful hit, one would need to employ stealthy tactics. Additionally, the energy expenditure was excessively taxing for Yuya. Now calmed, Yuya's gaze sparkled with a hint of wisdom as he evaluated the merits and demerits of the mutated spiral sphere he had developed. Ultimately, he classified it as an S-class ninjutsu, marking it as his first mastery of such caliber. Furthermore, he resolved to regard it as a trump card not to be utilized lightly unless absolutely necessary or at the most opportune moment. as it consumed nearly all of his chakra, an exorbitant cost indeed. Despite the fact that his S-class ninjutsu drew inspiration from the spiral sphere, Yuya felt a surge of exhilaration as he named it, Shock Release, Annihilation. It was the first of his ultimate techniques, yet certainly not the last. Following the development of Shock Release, Annihilation, Yuya did not cease his pursuit of new techniques. The path to unlocking the third gate of the True Eight Gates still lay some distance ahead. The True Eight Gates formed a solid foundation that must be meticulously reinforced step by step, rather than being approached with the expectation of rapid success. This Shock Release, Annihilation compensated for some of Yuya's deficiencies, even when faced with elite Jonin or shadow-level adversaries. He now had the chance to turn the tide with this technique. However, Yuya still needed to cultivate a suitable single-target attack with A-class potency. Although the spiral sphere qualified, its usage demanded nearly half of his chakra. Moreover, employing the spiral sphere precluded the opportunity to unleash Shock Release, Annihilation. Thus, the spiral sphere was not well suited for Yuya. What he truly required was a technique that, while harmonizing with the shockwave, demanded minimal chakra expenditure. During his training with Shock Release, Annihilation, Yuya had been persistently attempting to master the shockwave, leading him to several new discoveries and ideas. The shockwave, capable of utilizing the rotational balance of the spiral sphere to transform into a high-frequency, silent force that annihilated all, proved that it possessed the potential for transformation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, in the shadows. Yuya commissioned a finely crafted steel katana, designed to augment its power with oscillation, striving to elevate the frequency of this oscillation upon the blade. In essence, this endeavor mirrored the flow of chakra, emulating the formidable strength wielded by Kakashi Hatake. Before Yuya lay an iron pillar, thick as an arm. In Yuya's hand rested a somewhat damaged steel katana. In the next instant, he tightened his grip on the hilt, and a peculiar wave emanated from the blade of the katana. There was no visible aura of shockwave. It was formless and intangible, yet it imparted a subtle sense of oppression. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yuya wielded the sword and brought it down with a single stroke. The sound of metal scraping was jarring to the ears. Before Yuya, an iron pillar, as thick as an arm, was cleaved in two by a strike. Breathing a sigh of satisfaction, Yuya nodded approvingly at the scene. This was the high-frequency vibration force he had developed, derived from the essence of the shocking escape technique. Yuya named it Shockwave Slash. It does not involve the flow of chakra, yet possesses the formidable power akin to chakra manipulation. By elevating the tremor's force to a high frequency, it transforms into a high-frequency shockwave, achieving an A-rank potency along a single trajectory. This ability is sufficient to alter Yuya's current precarious situation. Once he navigates through this phase, the tremor's power can be further amplified, rendering such cunning methods unnecessary. Thus, the Shockwave Slash serves as a transitional technique. The advantages include minimal chakra consumption, resembling ordinary tremor force, with a single target attack power that surpasses that of seismic release, exhibiting unparalleled strength and remarkable agility without stiffness. However, its limitations are evident. As a single target assault, it cannot defend against attacks from multiple directions. In the face of an enemy's multifaceted onslaught, it necessitates the integration of ordinary tremor force for adequate defense. Additionally, its inherent flexibility, while advantageous, also leads to a second drawback. It cannot be unleashed consecutively. It functions as a one-time strike, requiring a period of recharge after releasing the high-frequency shockwave, unlike the continuous nature of chakra flow attacks. Furthermore, a third disadvantage emerges. Even a blade of refined steel cannot withstand the high-frequency shockwave. At this moment, Yuya gazed in frustration at the hilt of the finely crafted steel katana in his hand, now reduced to mere remnants. How could it have broken after so few uses? His face reflected his exasperation. In mastering this technique, Yuya had shattered more than one custom-made steel katana. Despite his efforts to deliberately commission a thicker and more robust blade, it remained unable to withstand the high-frequency shockwaves. These shockwaves would directly annihilate the arrangement of materials within the weapon. It seemed prudent to resort to kunai for the time being until he could procure a more reliable weapon. The steel katana was already a standard armament for ninjas. Superior options belonged to the realm of ninja blades, like the chakra short sword, White Fang, wielded by Kakashi Hatake, or the blades used by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. These were all classified as ninja swords. An ordinary steel katana could not endure Yuya's formidable power. Perhaps a ninja blade could. Yet, acquiring such a blade was no simple task. Furthermore, Yuya suspected that even a standard ninja sword might not withstand his shockwave slash for long, enduring perhaps only dozens or hundreds of strikes before succumbing to damage. He needed either a decapitating sword capable of self-repair or a legendary artifact like the Kusanagi sword. This divine weapon, surpassing even the ninja swords, would effortlessly withstand the shockwave slash without breaking a sweat. However, the Kusanagi sword was not easily found. At this moment, Orochimaru likely did not possess the Kusanagi sword. Within the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword was said to have been forged by the Kusanagi clan, and there was more than one such blade. Orochimaru began his quest to collect them only later. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity for Yuya, should the Kusanagi sword fall into Orochimaru's hands. It would be exceedingly difficult to seize it back. Chapter 60, The Mission if the Chance Arose. Yuya could make use of Konoha's intelligence network to seek information on the Kusanagi sword. If that proved futile, he could at least search for a suitable ninja sword. After a moment of contemplation, stroking his chin, Yuya casually tossed aside the hilt and turned to leave. He walked through the streets of Konoha. Yuya intended to directly approach the Anbu, utilizing their intelligence to investigate the whereabouts of the elusive ninja blade. Such items are classified as rare treasures. And even as a formal Anbu ninja, he could not expect to obtain one without cost. He would need to devise a means to acquire it himself. However, after a thorough exploration of the Anbu, Yuya found himself bereft of the desired information. It seemed that his low rank precluded him from accessing certain documents and intelligence, which was rather frustrating. In a state of exasperation, Yuya contemplated a visit to the ninja tool shop. Although the shops in Konoha primarily stocked ordinary ninja equipment, one could never know if a rare ninja blade might be hidden among the mundane. After Yuya became a candidate member of the Anbu, all of his daily expenses were covered by Konoha. In simpler terms, his clothing, food, housing, and travel were all reimbursed. As he walked along the streets of Konoha, passers-by took note of him, casting sideways glances. Although the news of Yuya's killing of Uchiha Han and his overwhelming performance against everyone during the Anbu training remained largely unknown, it was well acknowledged that he had secured first place in the practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy, surpassing even Minato Namikaze. He was hailed as the genius Yuya. I've heard he's from a foreign village, one might whisper. Shoo, that small village has long been destroyed. He grew up in Konoha and can be considered one of us now. The gazes directed at Yuya, along with the murmurs, no longer carried any disdain. Yuya was not particularly surprised by this. It was likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen had discreetly taken some actions. As the Hokage, altering the sentiments within the village was merely a matter of a few words. He made his way to the ninja tool shop. The owner of the shop displayed an entirely different demeanor towards Yuya this time, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. However, when Yuya inquired about the ninja swords, a hint of hesitation crossed the owner's face. Yes, we have ninja swords, but they are of poor quality. Even among ninja swords, there exists a hierarchy of excellence. And while this shop offered a few unique blades, they were all substandard and awkward to wield. Ultimately, Yuya had no choice but to leave empty-handed. As he stepped out of the shop, he intended to head to the Anbu but inadvertently turned a few corners and stumbled upon a vibrant scene. The mission hall? He was somewhat taken aback. Glancing at the emblem on the building, Yuya immediately recalled the mission transfer point for the Anbu. In contrast to Konoha, the Anbu's mission handovers were conducted in secrecy. This mission hall, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the public face of mission exchanges in Konoha. In the original narrative, Naruto and his companions would always seek the Hokage for their assignments. Yet, in reality, with thousands of shinobi in a major ninja village, countless tasks required attention daily. It was implausible for the Hokage to oversee each one personally. Naruto's Team 7 was an exception, chiefly because their leader, Kakashi, was an elite jonin and a figure of the village's upper echelon. Shaking his head slightly, Yuya strolled past the mission hall, not intending to enter. He merely cast a curious glance. However, that fleeting glimpse unveiled an unexpected sight. Inside the mission hall, a setup akin to a counter was present, with various ninjas processing documents in the background. In the forefront, ninjas were either collecting or submitting missions. In one corner, Yuya spotted a familiar figure, Might Dai. It had been quite some time since he last saw him. Evidently, he had been engaged in missions. Pausing momentarily, Yuya smiled at Might Dai. During Yuya's training, he often sought out Might Dai for practice, primarily to have him as a sparring partner. However, in recent times, as Yuya delved into developing the seismic release Kekkei Genkai and honing the Rasengan, he had not encountered Might Dai. Realizing that Might Dai Not being a member of the Anbu, needed to undertake missions to sustain his daily life. Yuya understood the necessity. Yet at that moment, Might Dai was embroiled in a heated argument within the mission hall. It's one thing to deny me an A-rank mission, but why can't I take on this C-rank mission? Might Dai wore an expression of exasperation. He was undoubtedly confident in his abilities. Thus, he aimed for missions that offered the highest rewards. However, as a mere genin, he was restricted to C-rank missions at most. This he could tolerate, yet he had set his sights on a C-rank task with substantial remuneration, only to be informed by the task manager that he could not accept it. While classified as C-rank, the task posed a potential for unavoidable combat, its difficulty akin to that of a B-rank. What do you mean B-rank difficulty? If it's categorized as a C-rank task, I should be eligible to take it. Otherwise, why isn't it listed as a B-rank? Might Dai insisted, gripping the mission slip tightly. This task's reward was comparable to that of a B-rank mission, and completing it would alleviate his financial concerns for a considerable time. The mission is intended for a team. You should reconsider undertaking it alone. It's quite perilous, the task manager advised. Not casting any disparaging looks, but rather offering a sincere warning. In his view, it was too risky for a veteran genin like Might Dai to attempt a task of such elevated difficulty, with a high likelihood of failure, possibly leading to dire consequences. Even if he held no regard for Might Dai, as a fellow shinobi of Konoha, he had no reason to place him in jeopardy. The world was not rife with malevolence. Good and evil, right and wrong, were merely matters of perspective. Team execution? Might Dai's expression reflected his dismay. Just then, a voice emerged from behind Might Dai. Do two individuals count as a team? Wait a moment. The task manager responded instinctively, but in the next instant, he realized and turned to regard the figure behind Might Dai with surprise. Oh yeah, it's you, Might Dai exclaimed, turning around and greeting the familiar face with a hearty smile. Yuya smiled and nodded at Might Dai, then approached him, turning to the ninja overseeing the mission, and said, So, shall we form a team to undertake this task? Is that agreeable? Upon uttering these words, not only did the managing ninja stand there in astonishment, but Might Dai also wore an expression of sheer surprise. Absolutely not. The managing ninja promptly shook his head, exclaiming, What are you? A mere child yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, doing here? Begone, begone. Chapter 61. Team formation. The managing ninja was certainly familiar with Yuya, whose reputation had spread throughout Konoha as a prodigious talent within the Ninja Academy. However, the news of Yuya's enlistment in the Anbu remained strictly confidential. Ordinary ninjas were utterly unaware of it. Might Dai patted Yuya on the shoulder and earnestly said, Yuya, it is still too early for you to take on missions. Do not rush. Take your time. I am certain you will become an exceptional ninja in the future. For Might Dai, even if Yuya possessed no strength, he had confidence in guiding him through tasks. Not to mention, Yuya was indeed quite powerful. Yet, Yuya was still but a child from the Ninja Academy, not a fully fledged ninja, and allowing him to undertake missions was entirely against protocol. As Might Dai spoke while patting his shoulder, Yuya's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Without a word, he slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving an object, and lightly placed it on the counter. With a thud, it was a Konoha ninja headband, an emblem worn solely by official ninjas. Upon seeing this, both the managing ninja and Might Dai were momentarily taken aback. Might Dai chuckled helplessly and said, Yuya, acquiring a headband does not automatically make you a legitimate ninja. Your identification number is XXXXX. You may want to verify that. Yuya regarded the ninja tasked with management, his tone remarkably calm. The ninja, taken aback, swiftly retrieved the nearby ninja information record and, following the designated number, quickly located Yuya's details. Konoha's genin, Yuya. Age, 9 years. Ninja ID, XXXXXX. Outstanding performance, graduated ahead of schedule. In an instant, his eyes widened, and he gazed at Yuya with an expression of incredulity. Graduating ahead of time? It was astounding. One must remember that even the legendary Orochimaru did not graduate early, nor did the original narrative's Minato Namikaze. The practice of early graduation only commenced during Kakashi Hataki's era, and presently, Kakashi's whereabouts remain unknown. Yuya may very well be the first individual to graduate early from Konoha. Meanwhile, the ninja overseeing the task stood there, dumbfounded, eyes wide with disbelief, as Might Dai earnestly imparted his wisdom to Yuya. After a while, Might Dai began to sense that something was amiss. Noticing the bewildered expression on the overseeing ninja's face, he finally ceased his incessant chatter. At that moment, Yuya offered a gentle smile and inquired of the overseeing ninja, Have you found it? Yes, came the dazed reply from the overseeing ninja. Yuya, a genin from Konoha. ID number XXXXXX. What did you say? This revelation left Might Dai equally astonished. He stared blankly as Yuya reached out to retrieve the ninja headband from the counter, then suddenly realized the headband truly belonged to Yuya. Yuya has surprisingly become a certified ninja. Is it not still premature for the graduation assessment at the Ninja Academy? Furthermore, it appears that Yuya's cohort will not be eligible for the graduation examination until next year. Yuya, it is indeed somewhat astonishing to see you as a genuine ninja. Yuya chuckled softly, nodding as he said, Indeed, I have already become a genin. Puff. Might Dai was instantly overwhelmed with a surge of bloodlust. He had just been imparting wisdom to Yuya, only to discover that Yuya had already ascended to the same rank as him, a genin of Konoha. In the next moment, without Yuya realizing it, Might Dai embraced him exuberantly with a resounding thud. The essence of youth. Puff. This time, it was Yuya who felt an urge to spew blood. How exasperating. Resolving in his heart to maintain a safe distance from Might Dai in the future and remain ever vigilant, he felt the peculiar gazes of those around them. Yuya coughed lightly, extricated himself from Might Dai, and then turned to the ninja managing the task, saying coolly, Well, I suppose there are no issues now. We, as two genin, shall undertake this mission together. The task managing ninja responded with a blank stare, only to suddenly realize the implications a moment later. Wait, no, that won't do. The two of you together are hardly suitable. This is absurd. Might Dai is a perennial genin, utterly inept, while Yuya, despite his exceptional talent and early graduation, is still far too inexperienced to be considered a competent genin. How could such a pairing possibly succeed in a mission of near B-rank difficulty? Did you not just say that two individuals would suffice? This time, Might Dai did not impede Yuya any further. Since Yuya had become a ninja and met the requirements, he felt no apprehension whatsoever. Yuya smiled lightly, turning away with Might Dai, the mission list in hand, disregarding the anxious expressions of the managing ninja. What a jest! Although Might Dai could currently open only the seventh gate, who would dare assert that he could not unleash the full force of the seventh gate? Opening the seventh gate signifies at least a peak level of a Kage, while it may lead to a state of extreme physical exhaustion thereafter. During the activation of the gates, even the formidable Konoha White Fang might struggle to withstand Might Dai's might. If one cannot muster the courage to leave the village for a mission under such circumstances, the hope of surviving the impending Second Ninja World War would be futile. Indeed, Yuya yearned to experience a genuine battle to hone his skills. Within Konoha, although he had faced life and death encounters with Uchiha Han and participated in the training of the Anbu's reserve ninjas, those experiences felt rather mundane. Without the trials of true combat, the inclination to evade challenges would hinder one from becoming a true warrior. And without becoming a true warrior, one cannot seize their own destiny. Wait, hold on, you two. The managing ninja grew anxious, but the words had already escaped his lips. What should be done now? He resolved to promptly report to Lord Hokage. With urgency, he turned and departed. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, shaking his head helplessly. Shikaka, what are your thoughts? Let him go, replied Narashikaki with a smile. A genius who has not experienced the trials of blood and fire cannot be considered a true genius, nor can they grow. In this world, danger lurks everywhere. If one remains perpetually sheltered, how can they evolve into an eagle soaring through the skies? Sarutobi nodded contemplatively. Indeed, moreover, Yuya is no less capable than any chunin. Undertaking this mission should present no significant issues. Yet, ultimately, the path must be traversed by him alone. In the solemn and austere captain's room of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Keisuke sat quietly, lifting a cup of tea to sip delicately. In the next instant, a ninja bearing a large sword appeared before him. Captain, Yuya has left Konoha. I am already aware, he replied. Suki, you know what to do. Go. Understood. As Uchiha Suki vanished silently, Uchiha Keisuke maintained a calm and composed demeanor. His gaze remained tranquil and unperturbed. Uchiha Suki was one of the sub-captains of the Konoha Guard, second only to him. This time, no unforeseen events would transpire. As for Might Dai, who was accompanying Yuya, he was dismissed with indifference. The perennial low-ranking ninja of Konoha held little significance. They could be dealt with effortlessly. Chapter 62. Exposure. The Land of Fire, characterized by its relatively flat and expansive terrain, boasts an abundance of resources. It is said that the vast forests were forged by Senja Hashiramas would release techniques. As time progresses, the gap between the Land of Fire and other nations will only widen. Winning a battle against 4 foes in the Third Great Ninja War was not solely due to the genius of Minato Namikaze, but also attributed to the superior resources and foundation that far surpassed those of other ninja villages. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya and Might Dai need not engage in combat. Their primary objective is to conduct surveillance and reconnaissance. Should they detect any irregularities with the merchant convoy, they are to report immediately. However, despite the nature of the task ostensibly requiring no confrontation, the potential for conflict is beyond the purview of Yuya and Might Dai's control. Should the convoy indeed be a covert unit dispatched by an enemy village, concealing a substantial number of ninja assassins, Yuya and Might Dai could find themselves under sudden attack. This inherent risk renders the mission rather exceptional. After careful deliberation, it has been classified as a C-rank task, yet the remuneration is commensurate with that of a B-rank assignment. Yuya and Might Dai pressed onward. Several days later, the two emerged in a quaint town situated at a considerable distance from Konoha. Disguised in civilian attire, they blended seamlessly with the ordinary populace. The latest intelligence indicated that the merchant caravan had made its halt in this very town. When Yuya and Might Dai arrived, it was precisely the moment the caravan was preparing to embark. Naturally, the two stealthily followed suit, simultaneously observing the circumstances surrounding the caravan. This caravan appeared flawless. With dozens of individuals, none exhibited any peculiarities, seeming to be mere ordinary folk. However, after trailing them for a while, Yuya gradually discerned an unsettling anomaly. This caravan harbored secrets. Yuya spoke softly, yet her tone was imbued with unwavering certainty. Have you noticed anything? Might Dai glanced at Yuya with a hint of confusion, unable to comprehend the source of her conviction. While Might Dai possessed formidable strength, he was rather lacking in other areas, such as reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. This deficiency was one of the reasons he remained a mere lower ninja. Of course, the more significant factor was that no one truly knew the extent of Might Dai's real capabilities. Have you observed that this merchant caravan appears to be comprised entirely of ordinary individuals? The gaze of Yuya shimmered with brilliance as he surveyed the merchant convoy ahead. Softly speaking, what is there to doubt? Might Dai remained perplexed, observing that they appeared to be mere ordinary individuals. Thus, there should be no cause for concern. Yuya shook his head seriously and said, "No, this is precisely the abnormality. The current shinobi world is chaotic, with wars erupting everywhere. In such circumstances, how could a merchant caravan like this one possibly operate without hiring ninja for protection? The caravan ahead consists of at least 20 to 30 individuals, far from a small contingent. How could such a group dare to traverse freely in these troubled times? It is precisely because everyone appears to be ordinary that this caravan raises suspicions. Might Dai may not excel in reconnaissance, but that does not imply he is a fool." Upon hearing Yuya's words, he immediately grasped the implication. What you mean is, indeed, if they all appear to be ordinary, then the reality must be quite the opposite. Within this group, it is highly likely that there is at least an elite squad of ninjas concealed among them. Yuya was exceedingly certain. At this moment, the route taken by the merchant caravan was not the main road, but rather a deviation onto a smaller path. The fact that an ordinary merchant group dared to traverse such an unfrequented track raised further suspicions. Hiss! A battalion of elite ninjas had stealthily infiltrated the Land of Fire. And this was no trivial matter. Might Dai inhaled sharply, his expression shifting to one of profound seriousness. Indeed, the purpose of their incursion remained unclear. However, ascertaining their identities would suffice. Yuya nodded in agreement. Might Dai similarly acknowledged, "Indeed, our mission is reconnaissance, and we have essentially completed it. However, the manner in which we submit our findings poses a dilemma." He expressed mild frustration. "We cannot simply disregard them. Should they unexpectedly vanish or conceal themselves, it would present a significant issue. We must follow them closely." He proposed, "How about this? Yuya, you return alone to relay the intelligence back to the village, while I continue to trail them." Upon hearing Might Dai's suggestion, Yuya unexpectedly shook her head, her lips twitching slightly. "It is no longer necessary." "Why not?" Might Dai inquired, bewildered. "They have detected our presence." "Oh wait, what did you say?" Might Dai exclaimed, nearly leaping to his feet. Yuya displayed a hint of exasperation. Might Dai was clearly inept at matters of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. having left too many traces during their pursuit. Despite Yuya's assistance, their cover had ultimately been compromised. Yet, this also indicated that the individuals within that merchant caravan were no ordinary ninjas. At that moment, the caravan ahead had come to a halt, with several figures casting cold glances towards the rear. Suddenly, a few seemingly ordinary individuals exhibited extraordinary speed, revealing the true nature of the caravan. Indeed, it harbored an elite ninja unit adept at concealment. The merchant caravan comprised over 30 individuals, among whom there were indeed some common folk. While the number of ninjas was approximately 10. What should we do? Might Dai exclaimed, observing those individuals swiftly approaching their direction, and he turned to Yuya. From their speed, it was evident they were all elite nin. This was a formidable unit composed entirely of elite nin, suggesting that the leader would likely be AJ nin. Yuya, perhaps I should provide cover for you while you retreat, Might Dai proposed, his eyes betraying no fear, but rather a hint of concern for Yuya. He understood that Yuya possessed considerable strength. Yet his perception of her abilities was still anchored in the time before she had defeated Uchiha Han. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya's words left Might Dai momentarily stunned. It seemed as though he exuded even more confidence than himself. Could this be the audacity of a novice unafraid of tigers? Ah. The individual leading over there must be a jonin. As he observed the approaching adversaries, Yuya's gaze flickered slightly as he uttered a remark. At this very moment, the ninjas from the distant caravan had all sprung into action, including their captain. After all, they were uncertain about the exact number of pursuers, and it was prudent to act in unison. A jonin? Might Dai was taken aback, a hint of anxiety washing over him. Originally, when Yuya suggested eliminating them all, it aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. However, the presence of a jonin changed everything. He was not afraid of a jonin. But a jonin accompanied by a squad of elite chunin was a different matter entirely. He could not fend them all off. He could only intercept the majority. Although he held confidence in unleashing the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, ultimately annihilating them, he could not instantaneously thwart them all. If even one were to slip past, Yuya would find himself in peril. This was truly dire. In that moment, Yuya appeared to become a burden, yet Might Dai felt a swell of self-reproach within him. Had he known he could not adequately protect Yuya, he should never have brought him along. The enemy surged forward at an alarming speed, forming an encirclement. As they drew nearer, Might Dai's tension escalated. But just then, Yuya suddenly rose to his feet. He stood up. This action left Might Dai utterly astonished. Wasn't he this directly exposing himself to the opponent? Could that jonin withstand it? Yuya inquired. Yes, Might Dai replied, still in shock, yet instinctively nodded. That's good. Leave everything else to me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In a fleeting moment, Yuya dashed towards the nearest ninja. What? Wait. Might Dai had not yet registered the situation. Startled by Yuya's sudden movement, he disregarded everything else and unleashed the 5th gate of the 8 gates, intending to rush forward and obstruct Yuya. What is happening? The adversaries are elite ninjas. How could he charge in recklessly? After all, Yuya is merely a child, so impulsive. Boom. The power unleashed by the 5th gate of the 8 gates reverberated throughout the vicinity, capturing the attention of all present. Even the leader of this elite unit squinted in response. Are there only 2 ninjas from Konoha? Nevertheless, this individual is formidable. We should engage him together. Without hesitation, everyone made their decision and charged collectively towards Might Dai. Get away from me. Might Dai radiated an aura of ferocity, moving with such speed that he became a mere blur, overwhelming the elite chunin who failed to withstand his advance. However, the jounin could. Boom. In an instant, Might Dai collided with the jounin. To his astonishment, as his fist descended, the jounin transformed into water. A water clone? No, that was not quite right. The jounin, having morphed into water, did not dissipate, but surged toward Might Dai, launching a torrent of water assault. This revelation exposed the origin of this elite unit. Kirigakure. The leader is a ninja from the Kirigakure's Hozuki clan, employing the technique of hydration. Meanwhile, upon witnessing their leader intercept Might Dai, the other ninjas exchanged glances. turning their attention to Yuya on the opposite side. There is even a young one here. Such a small child is sent on a mission. It seems that individual is intent on protecting this child. If he were to eliminate the boy, it would surely incite the other's wrath. The elite Shunin revealed sinister expressions. They sensed that Might Dai was a formidable opponent, yet the child Yuya appeared to be an easy target. If they were to eliminate Yuya, it would likely affect Might Dai's mindset, thereby aiding their leader. Consequently, these elite Shunin swiftly made their decision and surged towards Yuya. Witnessing this scene, Might Dai grew increasingly anxious. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed the sixth gate of the 8 gates. However, the Jounin from Kirigakure, Hozuki Mungetsu, did not relent. As he unleashed a torrent of water ninjutsu, ensnaring Might Dai in a deluge. Though Might Dai held the upper hand, he was momentarily unable to break free. In a state of intense urgency, just as he was about to recklessly activate the 7th gate, his peripheral vision caught sight of the battlefield where Yuya was engaged, revealing a surprising sight. The situation was not as he had imagined. Before Yuya, 2 lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. In such a brief span of time, 2 elite Shunin had perished at Yuya's hands. Might Dai's eyes widened in disbelief, conveying an expression of incredulity. However, in the state of the 8 gates, his eyes were already wide open, rendering it difficult to discern any further emotion. Yet, this could not conceal the shock that surged within him. To have slain 2 elite Shunin, and at such speed, even a Jounin would struggle to accomplish such a feat with similar swiftness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Before Yuya lay 2 corpses, nearly reduced to unrecognizable forms by the force of the shockwave. Surrounding him were 7 elite Shunin, their faces etched with disbelief. Damn it! What kind of power did this little brat wield to so effortlessly annihilate Toad's forces? Beware, he approaches once more. Boom. In an instant, the figure of Yuya dashed before an individual, wielding a kunai that swept downwards with an ethereal grace. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. Yet an aura of terror emanated from the kunai, suffusing the air. The elite Shunin, taken aback, wielded his sword without hesitation, attempting to intercept the strike. He must block it. He had just witnessed Yuya's fist obliterate 2 of his comrades. Overwhelmed by the dread of Yuya's seismic power, his thoughts were consumed by the reverberating force, causing him to overlook the kunai. Thus, he met his demise. Even had he not disregarded the kunai, his fate would have been sealed. Lacking the prowess of a Jounin or the ability to manipulate chakra, he stood no chance against Yuya's might. The seemingly simple kunai concealed a strength rivaling A-rank ninjutsu. This was the wave slash. In a mere heartbeat, Yuya's kunai cleaved through the air with the force of a tempest, descending upon the target with relentless precision. It faced no obstruction whatsoever. The ninja's sword, akin to brittle wood, was rendered utterly impotent against the onslaught of Yuya's wave slash. In an instant, he was bisected cleanly in 2. Blood spraying forth and painting the ground, a macabre bloom akin to hellish flowers erupting in a riot of crimson. Gruesome, eerie, and terrifying. What kind of power was this? What was the nature of that kunai? Despite being an elite force of skilled ninjas, the remaining members of the squad were left. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The seismic force of Yuya has reached a magnitude sufficient to trigger earthquakes. Thus, the oceanic tremors can also be unleashed. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic torrents of water were violently torn apart by Yuya, invigorated by the tremors, and surged forth with a tremendous force. In an instant, the waters transformed into towering waves, crashing towards all the mist shinobi. What? They can actually rebound their ninjutsu. Is this a jest? The mist shinobi, witnessing the spectacle, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. The tsunami's power was not particularly immense. However, the fact that it was originally their water-style ninjutsu, now turned against them by Yuya, was indeed the source of their terror. With a resounding crash, the colossal waves descended, engulfing everyone within their grasp. The ninjas of the Mist Village were exceedingly familiar with water techniques, and in the blink of an eye, they broke free from the torrent, escaping unscathed. Yet, at that very moment, Yuya's figure reappeared behind one of them, delivering a thunderous punch. Boom! The seismic force erupted. The unfortunate ninja barely had time to utter a sound before being obliterated by Yuya. In his final moments, a flicker of horror and despair danced in his eyes. Under the onslaught of Yuya's speed and might, there was simply no time to react. Damn it! This cannot continue. At this rate, defeat is inevitable. Of the 9 elite ch for have already fallen to Yuya. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, each adorned with trepidation. A few of the ninjas felt a surge of resolve and, without hesitation, executed their signature ninjutsu. Mist technique. Mist technique. Whoosh. A thick veil of white mist rapidly enveloped the surroundings, shrouding all in obscurity. In an instant, visibility was lost. The mist, infused with chakra, rendered the environment nearly impenetrable to the eye. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a subtle upturn of his lips, Yuya discerned the origin of the sound, clenching his fist before unleashing a devastating blow. Quake release. Unrivaled brute strength. Boom. An even more ferocious tremor reverberated outward. In that direction, a ninja concealed by the mist had attempted a surprise attack, only to be met with Yuya's concussive force. His body still convulsed from the initial impact when another, more potent wave of seismic energy crashed upon him. The astonishment in his eyes morphed into utter despair. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, the bones in his body audibly snapping as he collapsed to the ground. His fate uncertain. This mist is quite vexing. Yuya's gaze flickered with a hint of annoyance. Presumably, another one has fallen. The mist concealment technique proved resistant to Yuya's vibrational power, as it was already dispersed. Taking a deep breath, Yuya extended his hands, pressing them firmly against the earth. Quake release. Earth rupture technique. Boom. The ground quaked and trembled, erupting in wave-like fissures before fracturing into countless pieces. Instantly, a chorus of distinct sounds arose from various directions. Excellent. Yuya's lips curled slightly as his figure flickered and vanished into the white mist. In the external world, the battle between Might Dai and Akatsuki's Mizuki was exceptionally intense. Although Mizuki was merely a jonin, he possessed the unique water transformation technique of the Akatsuki clan, making it exceedingly difficult to injure him through taijutsu without depleting his chakra. On the other hand, although Might Dai was only a chunin, the 8 gates technique was not to be underestimated. Even opening the 6th gate was sufficient to unleash terrifying power. In this state, Might Dai was capable of contending with even an average Kaga-level ninja. Thus, he was currently overwhelming Mizuki. For this reason, Might Dai had refrained from opening the 7th gate. The repercussions of opening the gates were closely tied to a ninja's physical resilience. A Kai could ultimately reach the 8th gate, so after opening the 6th, he merely experienced fatigue. And opening the 7th would not leave him in a state of severe injury. In contrast, Might Dai could only unlock up to the 7th gate, which represented his limit. While he would not perish upon opening it, his muscles would suffer ruptures, rendering him gravely injured. It could be said that at this moment, Might Dai had yet to reach his peak. Are you so certain that the little brat can triumph? Mizuki, pressed under the relentless assault, felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet outwardly maintained a facade of calmness, attempting to distract Might Dai. Indeed, Might Dai was somewhat distracted, as the area where Yuya was engulfed in a thick white mist obscured all visibility. However, the continuous rumbling reassured him. This tremor was a manifestation of Yuya's power. I am absolutely certain he will prevail, for he is the most exceptional young genius I have ever encountered. Moreover, your concern should lie with yourself. The words of Might Dai, imbued with the ferocity of the 6th gate, emanated a formidable aura. Is that so? Mizuki sneered, replying, indeed, impressive. But he is merely a child, under the signature technique of our hidden mist village. Even the mightiest of ninja must tread carefully lest they fall victim to an invisible blade severing their throat. Upon hearing Mizuki's words, Might Dai's unease was indeed stirred. The white mist appeared perilously treacherous. If visibility was completely obscured, Yuya might currently be akin to a headless fly, flailing aimlessly. Such a scenario would inevitably reveal vulnerabilities, allowing an opportunity for capture. With growing concern, Might Dai gritted his teeth, intensifying his assault in a desperate bid to swiftly defeat Mizuki. Yet, Mizuki's eyes gleamed with a sense of cunning triumph. He discerned that Might Dai's current state could not be sustained, and his frenzied attacks were likely to deplete his energy even further. Ultimately, it was he who would claim victory. However, amidst their fierce confrontation, an unexpected silence enveloped the white mist, devoid of any sound. The rumbling had ceased entirely, leaving a profound stillness. What is happening? Upon realizing the lack of movement from Yuya's direction, Might Dai's heart sank. Could it truly be as this ninja suggested? He dared not contemplate further. After a momentary pause, Mizuki revealed a sinister grin, declaring, "No movement? It appears that little brat has met his end. He even managed to take down a few of my comrades. It seems his demise is well-deserved." Might Dai, though skeptical of Mizuki's claims, could not deny the growing concern within him as the silence persisted. Yet, in the next instant, his anxiety dissipated entirely, for a figure emerged from the white mist. It was Yuya. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuyi. How is it that amidst the technique of mist concealment, not even a scratch has marred your being? Even if Yuya had annihilated his entire team, he had anticipated such an outcome. Even if it meant that all were extinguished within the mist concealment technique, this was, at best, the bleakest of scenarios he could foresee. However, the fact that Yuya emerged unscathed was nothing short of miraculous. Among the 9 elite Chunin, all-season warriors hardened through countless battles, Yuya had effortlessly crushed them. They could not even inflict a scratch on him, nor could they make him falter. Even if he were in their position, facing 9 of his own comrades alone, he could not achieve such ease. How utterly astonishing! Amidst his shock, a glimmer of fear flickered in his gaze. Although he was unique in his own right, being a member of the Akatsuki clan with mastery over the water transformation technique, he recognized that Yuya and Might Dai were entirely different beasts. Engaging in a brawl with monsters was not a venture he was willing to undertake. Thus, Akatsuki no Suki resolved to retreat. Yet, at this moment, Might Dai would not permit his escape. Yuya had already concluded his battle, and thus, it was time for him to accelerate his own. My youth must burn more fervently than Yuya's. With a thunderous laugh, a terrifying aura surged around Might Dai as he summoned the remainder of his strength. Prepare yourself, you water-dwelling fiend. Boom, boom, boom. With frenzied punches, the horrific power and velocity unleashed by the 6th gate created friction with the air, erupting into an inferno of flames. The raging fire cascaded down like a tempest, utterly overwhelming. This was the peacock technique. Indeed, Might Dai could wield it as well. Witnessing this familiar scene, a hint of admiration graced Yuya's visage. To face this technique firsthand, to behold its splendor and impact, was to truly understand its magnificence. The sky, engulfed in flames, seemed to transform into a breathtaking peacock, its display radiating an unrelenting aura of lethal intent. The force was monumental. Fire. Gazing at the unfolding spectacle, Akatsuki no Suki momentarily froze, his eyes widening in horror. He had distinctly felt no indication that Might Dai had employed any ninjutsu. What was the meaning of this fire? Was it the result of rapid punches generating friction with the air? This was bad. Panic surged through Akatsuki no Suki. Although water extinguishes fire, fire can equally vaporize water. The ordinary physical assault posed far greater harm to him than any conventional attacks. Moreover, faced with Might Dai's onslaught, Akatsuki no Suki had no opportunity to evade. The speed was blinding. Water release. Water barrier. In his frenzy, Akatsuki no Suki could only resort to the water release ninjutsu in a desperate attempt to defend himself. However, under the onslaught of the peacock technique, he was utterly shattered, engulfed entirely by the flames. Even the formidable Kisame, wielding 1/3 of his chakra in his clone, had been effortlessly vanquished by this technique. How could Akatsuki no Suki, nearly a jounin, withstand such a force? Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently. When Might Dai finally retracted his fist and calm returned, Akatsuki no Suki had already succumbed to lifelessness. Thus, the mist village jounin, Akatsuki no Suki, was obliterated by the 6th gate of Might Dai. As he collapsed to the ground, Might Dai's aura rapidly waned, ultimately causing him to kneel. Observing this, Yuya hurried over and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but I will need to rest for a while," Might Dai replied with a wry smile. "The side effects of the 8 gates are indeed formidable. I truly envy the power you have cultivated. By the way, you must have opened the 2nd gate by now." "Indeed." Yuya gently nodded, assisting Might Dai to his feet before finding a place to sit. Might Dai chuckled and remarked, "No wonder your strength has increased so significantly. This is the essence of youth." With a furrowed brow, Yuya decisively turned away and declared, "I shall go examine the corpses." Approaching the lifeless bodies of the mist ninjas, he commenced his search. To his dismay, he discovered that the weapons wielded by these ninjas were merely ordinary steel blades, lacking the distinctive ninja swords he had hoped for. Furthermore, he found nothing of value on the captain's corpse, Feeling somewhat at a loss, he shook his head and produced a scroll. This scroll was specifically designed for sealing items. Having slain 1 Jonin and 9 Chunin, it was imperative to behead them for sealing and transport. Might Dai, unlike Yuya, does not seek accolades for his achievements. However, for Might Dai, the situation remains dire as he is still merely a nin, grappling with a challenging existence. With notable accomplishments, he would inevitably attract the attention of the higher echelons of Kirigakure, possibly leading to his promotion to nin status. Individuals of the caliber of Hiruzen Sarutobi place a premium on talent and would not overlook Might Dai. Until now, he has not truly showcased his formidable abilities. Relegated to undertaking only D-rank missions and C-rank tasks that require no combat, how could his strength be revealed? Were it not for this fortuitous opportunity, it is likely that Might Dai would have remained obscure until he unleashed the 8 gates, single-handedly vanquishing 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, thereby stunning the entire shinobi world. Each member of the 7 ninja swordsmen is an elite nin, with the least among them being of nin rank. Wielding special ninja swords, they can significantly augment their combat power, elevating a nin's prowess to that of an elite nin, which in turn can rival that of a quasi-kage, and a quasi-kage approaches the might of a full kage. This represents the pinnacle of power within the village hidden in the mist. The shock of Might Dai defeating 4 of them is immeasurable. In the original narrative, Kakashi and Might Dai are almost on par, yet Kakashi ascended to the rank of elite nin, primarily because the power of the 8 gates became known only after Might Dai's feats. Nevertheless, the arduous training required to master the 8 gates deters countless individuals. Chapter 66, Uchiha Izumi. Reflecting on those breathtaking moments, Yuya could not help but feel a sense of yearning. Soon, he severed the heads of 10 ninja, sealing them within a scroll. The ordinary civilians of the merchant convoy had long since fallen victim to the collateral damage of the preceding, as Yuya smiled gently. She assisted Might Dai in his slow walk. Indeed, let us ignite our youth with even greater fervor. Although Might Dai was utterly fatigued, his spirit remained exuberantly alive. Upon hearing his words, Yuya nearly cast him aside in exasperation, yet she could only endure it, her face reflecting a sense of helplessness. After opening the 6th gate, Might Dai's muscles, though intact, were in a state of extreme overload. He would require several days to recuperate. Yuya would never abandon Might Dai, especially since the entire squad of Mist Shinobi had been annihilated. It would be quite reasonable to rest for a few days in a nearby town before returning to Konoha. However, circumstances seldom align with one's desires. Yuya and Might Dai advanced, with a small river meandering nearby. The two followed the flow of the water. It was the heart of autumn, the air crisp and refreshing, with gentle breezes occasionally sweeping through, dissipating the gruesome memories of battle. The river's waters were crystalline and inviting, exuding a sense of coolness. However, as they continued their journey, this refreshing sensation suddenly grew heavier. The coolness transformed into an unsettling chill, and such coldness often heralded the presence of impending danger. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yet, Yuya remained unperturbed, standing calmly in place. There was no hint of fear as he locked eyes with his opponent. Was this the pride and confidence of the Uchiha clan, laid bare before him? Observing the Uchiha ninja before him, Yuya took a deep breath and spoke coldly. The purpose of their presence here could not be more apparent. They were here to kill him. However, the adversary wore no mask, nor had they changed their attire. Donning the Leaf Village headband and the standard ninja uniform, this was no longer mere confidence. It was an arrogance that disregarded everything. Why conceal anything from the dead? Uchiha Izumi gently unsheathed the sword from his back. A glimmer of cold light shimmered along the blade, seemingly lowering the temperature in the vicinity by several degrees. This sword resembled the Kusanagi, appearing to be an ordinary tachi. In the world of Naruto, the distinction between blades is not clearly defined. A tachi can also be referred to as a sword. The Kusanagi, by strict definition, is indeed a tachi. Uchiha Izumi's sword appeared unremarkable. Yet as the blade was lifted effortlessly, a streak of cold radiance shone forth, akin to the brilliance of starlight, extending from the hilt to the tip of the blade. This was not merely an ordinary tachi, it was a ninja blade, and certainly not an average one. A chilling aura spread throughout the air. Yuya slightly narrowed his eyes and gently pressed on Might Dai's shoulder, awakening him from the illusion. Having just utilized the 8 gates, Might Dai was in a state of exhaustion, with little chakra left in his body. It was quite normal for him to be ensnared in an illusion. Under the conditions of the 8 gates, ordinary illusions would indeed be ineffective. This individual before him was an enemy. Although Might Dai possessed a somewhat foolish demeanor, he was not Navi. As he gazed upon Uchiha Suki, his expression grew increasingly somber. Initially, he may have been unaware of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Yuya, but over time, even if he remained disconnected from the villagers, he would inevitably come to know of it. However, Might Dai never anticipated that the Uchiha clan would dare to escalate matters to such an extent, audaciously attempting to take Yuya's life. This darkness filled Might Dai's heart with a surge of fury. Indeed, they were adversaries. Yuya nodded earnestly, stating, "You are not in good condition. Allow me to take over." However, this individual was a jonin. Might Dai inhaled deeply, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. To eliminate Yuya, they had dispatched a jonin. How ruthless indeed. Uchiha Suki exhibited no pretense, donning the uniform of a Konoha jonin, making his identity instantly recognizable. One must at least make an attempt. "Rest assured, with me here, the scoundrels of the Uchiha clan cannot harm you," Might Dai declared solemnly, his expression serious. He was prepared to open the 7th gate. If not for Yuya's previous achievement of slaying 9 Chunin, which instilled a modicum of confidence in Might Dai, he would have unhesitatingly unleashed the 8th gate. Yet, despite this slight confidence, Might Dai remained acutely aware that it would be exceedingly difficult for Yuya to withstand a jonin. Yuya, after all, is merely a youth who has just ignited the flame of adolescence. He remains a tender leaf that deserves protection. Although the cost of opening the 7th gate is exorbitant, Might Dai has only reached this threshold. It is his utmost limit. Once unleashed, his final state may resemble that of Little Lee during the CHNIN exams. Yet, there appears to be no alternative. An eternally lowly genin, Might Dai. "I seem to have heard of you. Your tone is rather audacious," Uchiha Suki remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Might Dai upon hearing his words. At that moment, Might Dai appeared utterly defeated, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Though the cause of his current feebleness was unclear, it was evident that he had been unable to withstand even a single genjutsu, presenting himself merely as an ordinary, perennial genin. He was hardly regarded as a threat. As for Yuya, he too was met with indifference. The ability to slay Uchiha Han held no significance in Uchiha Suki's eyes. He could easily dispatch 10 such individuals. With a flick of his wrist, Uchiha Suki drew his sword, extending his arm towards Yuya. In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable sense of impending doom. Thus, the battle commenced. Uchiha Suki refrained from employing any genjutsu or ninjutsu against Yuya. Instead, he charged directly at him, his sword imbued with an icy chill, descending swiftly. Was this fellow akin to the legendary Konoha White Fang, a sword-wielding ninja? Yuya's expression was solemn, yet devoid of fear. The elite ninja held no authority to instill such trepidation in him. If one sought to take his life, then a confrontation was inevitable. Chapter 67, The Kunai and the Sword. In the face of this sword strike, Yuya, at a critical moment, executed a slight evasion, retreating just in time. Whoosh. Uchiha Suki pressed on, delivering yet another blow. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya did not merely utilize the power of shockwaves, as he lacked a clear understanding of Uchiha Suki's strength. Nevertheless, Yuya was unafraid of illusions. And Uchiha Suki, being in a state of activated Sharingan, was also expending chakra. In the midst of the battle, Yuya remained unfazed by the passage of time. He executed a series of sword strikes that failed to graze even the hem of his garment, eliciting a flicker of surprise in Uchiha Suki's eyes. His speed was commendable. He spoke with a nonchalant tone, for he was a jonin, dedicating all his energy to the mastery of swordsmanship. A proficient swordsman, he naturally possessed swift agility. Yet, even so, Yuya managed to keep pace with this jonin speed, seemingly surpassing him by a fraction. Otherwise, with the analytical prowess of his Sharingan, his blade would have surely found its mark long ago. It was precisely because Yuya was a shade faster that he consistently evaded Suki's lethal strikes at the very brink of danger. Observing Yuya's repeated escapes, Uchiha Suki snorted coldly, finally revealing his true capabilities. A hum reverberated as the blade in Uchiha Suki's hand shimmered, gathering the brilliance of countless stars. This was the flow of chakra. However, it bore no change in nature. It was merely pure chakra, reminiscent of Hatake Kakashi's White Fang technique. Witnessing this, Yuya's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness as he drew a kunai. Indeed, Uchiha Suki was adept at manipulating the flow of chakra. But what of it? In the distance, Might Dai, though still feeling weak and weary, was intensely focused, his gaze fixed upon the duel. The seventh gate within him was on the verge of opening. Nevertheless, this meant little. Should Yuya falter against Uchiha Izumi, the outcome could be determined in an instant. Victory or defeat equated to life or death. He feared he might be unable to intervene in time. Thus, he remained tense. However, despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, Yuya did not exhibit signs of impending defeat, which both astonished Might Dai regarding Yuya's innate talent and strength and offered him a moment's respite. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to unleash the seventh gate. Yuya, with Might Dai observing the clash, remained silent, his thoughts tumultuous, yet he refrained from speaking, unwilling to distract Yuya. He desired Yuya to remain focused, to perform at his utmost. Even if he could not best Uchiha Izumi, he would ultimately intervene. In the arena, Uchiha Izumi's blade flowed with a power akin to starlight, radiant and resplendent. It did not disperse but remained concentrated, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. Such a sword was beautiful, yet the consequences it wrought would be the antithesis of beauty. It would be a descent into hell. Enough, Uchiha Izumi remarked, his voice devoid of emotion, as he raised his sword and abruptly directed it toward Yuya. It was a deceptively simple strike, devoid of superfluous movements, descending as lightly as a feather. Yet, in the next instant, it became a breathtaking spectacle, a fleeting moment of brilliance. A thunderous boom erupted. The dazzling starlight coalesced at the sword's tip, erupting into a torrent of white sword energy. The strike fell like a meteor slicing through the sky, poised to pierce the very earth itself. Within Uchiha Izumi's eyes, Tomo came to a halt, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, as if he had already glimpsed the future, witnessing Yuya cleaved in two by his blade. However, within Yuya's gaze burned an intense fighting spirit. What of the flowing chakra? Uchiha Izumi could never compare to Hatake Kakashi. It was likely that this flow of chakra was merely an extension of the ninja tool itself. Gripping the kunai tightly, Yuya sensed an eerie distortion emanating from it, silent yet profound. No light shone forth, yet the air around the kunai twisted ominously, resembling a distortion of space itself. Without hesitation, Yuya swung the kunai with decisive force. The shockwave slash. Clang. In an instant, the kunai met Uchiha Izumi's sword with a resounding clash. At that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens dimmed, as two razor-sharp glimmers collided, cleaving the world asunder. In the distance, Might Dai could not help but display a look of astonishment. Moments ago, he had nearly intervened, but upon witnessing the kunai's peculiar nature and the confidence in Yuya's eyes, he chose to trust in Yuya's capabilities. One kunai, one ninja blade. An ordinary kunai, a remarkable ninja tool. The shockwave slash and the flow of chakra. Two forces, fundamentally disparate in both essence and form, yet united in their singular goal to sever all that lay before them. Yet this goal remained unattainable. Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened in undisguised shock. His sword had been thwarted. He had never anticipated that Yuya could block his attack. What manner of power was this? Uchiha Izumi was confounded and astonished. His technique, known as Star Liberation, and his sword, named Star, were meant to unleash the power of the ninja tool Star. Under this technique, even the souls of other Jonin had cried out in despair. He had once slain Jonin with it. Yet now, it had been halted by Yuya. Moreover, the utterly mundane kunai emanated an extraordinarily strange vibration, subtly tearing at his very being. Had it not been for the clash of chakra energy, he might have been slain right then and there. A seemingly ordinary kunai wielded a strength capable of countering his Star Liberation. As the sensation of tearing intensified, Uchiha Izumi grappled with disbelief, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and fervently channeled chakra. The sword energy surged forth. Yet, before Yuya's shockwave slash, it remained firmly at bay. Ultimately, everything dissolved into the void. The shockwave slash unleashed by Yuya effectively shattered the chakra flow emitted by Uchiha Izumi's unique ninja blade. Throughout this process, Yuya never contemplated the dire consequences of failing to block the attack. Instead, he harbored an inexplicable confidence. He believed he could succeed. He believed he could block it. He believed he could triumph. The kunai in Yuya's right hand stood firm against Uchiha Izumi's sword. At that moment, the kunai met the blade, and a faint smirk graced Yuya's lips. His left fist clenched abruptly. Buzz. Chapter 68. Intense Battle Alas. With the Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Izumi grasped Yuya's intentions the instant he tightened his left fist. A sense of dread filled his heart, yet he found himself powerless to act. Had Yuya initially employed that shockwave force, Uchiha Izumi was confident he could have shattered it and immediately vanquished Yuya. However, now that his full-force strike had been intercepted by Yuya's kunai, he found himself ensnared in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Earth release. Unmatched strength. Yuya would show no mercy. In such moments, he would strike with full force. As the white light shimmered on Yuya's fist, Uchiha Izumi pressed his sword against Yuya's kunai, attempting to retreat with the momentum. However, this move had long been anticipated by Yuya. At this moment, Yuya's kunai was unexpectedly retracted with great peril. As a result, Uchiha Izumi not only failed to retreat, but leaned further forward. His Sharingan could perceive the movements, yet it could not fathom the thoughts within Yuya's mind. This is disastrous. Uchiha Izumi had never anticipated that Yuya would dare to execute such a maneuver. It is crucial to understand that the kunai and sword are in opposition. Yuya retracting the kunai signified that Uchiha Izumi's sword was descending in tandem with the kunai's retreat. Nonetheless, Uchiha Izumi, renowned for enduring countless bloody battles, remained unflustered in this critical moment. If that is the case, then retreat is not an option. Thus, chakra surged anew along Uchiha Izumi's sword, intent on cleaving Yuya in half. But at that very instant, Yuya's fist struck. With the kunai withdrawn, the next force opposing the sword's edge was Yuya's fist. Crack! The air shattered abruptly, akin to a breaking ice surface. A terrifying shockwave erupted, enveloping Uchiha Izumi entirely. The blade of Uchiha Izumi was but a hair's breadth from Yuya's fist, yet it could not descend an inch further. Break for me! Sensing the overwhelming shockwave, Uchiha Izumi seethed inwardly. Initially, he could have cleaved through the shockwave. Yet now, he found himself incapable. Uchiha Izumi was at his wit's end. Even with all his might summoned, he could sever only a fraction of the shockwave. The remaining force still crashed violently against his body. Bang! In the next instant, Uchiha Izumi was finally unable to withstand Yuya's incredible might and was forcibly sent flying. Poof! In midair, Uchiha Izumi coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to land steadily. His body trembled slightly, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. He had sustained an injury, struck down in a direct confrontation by this little imp, Yuya. In the distance, Might Dai, poised to unleash the seventh gate of the 8 gates, gaped in astonishment. He had initially thought Yuya's ability to withstand Uchiha Izumi was remarkable. Yet now, Yuya had not only repelled Uchiha Izumi but had also forced him to spit blood. It was almost unbelievable. After all, Uchiha Izumi was a seasoned jonin. At this moment, Uchiha Izumi finally comprehended the feelings that had once surged within Uchiha Han. A frenzied desire to kill welled up within him, nearly overtaken by rage. However, he ultimately took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Uchiha Izumi was not Uchiha Han. His mindset was somewhat steadier. How remarkable. To have inflicted injury upon me. This is indeed a source of pride, is it not? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yuya remained silent. Uchiha Izumi spoke with great accuracy. The Sharingan is indeed a formidable Kekkei Genkai. Even if it is not the Manjiki, the mere presence of the 3 Tomo cannot be overlooked. Had Uchiha Izumi not possessed those 3 Tomo Sharingan, he might very well have succumbed to Yuya's hands by now. Of course, there is another reason for Yuya's silence, Uchiha Izumi's incessant chatter. Historically, villains have perished due to their loquacity, a timeless truth. Yuya discerned that the denizens of the Naruto world seemed to possess an affinity for revealing their abilities and analyzing those of others. Had Uchiha Izumi not disclosed his insights, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. However, Uchiha Izumi appeared to have already perceived the full extent of Yuyue's capabilities, convinced of his inevitable victory. Regardless of Yuyue's maneuvers, he believed there was no possibility of reversal, and thus, he articulated his thoughts. Well spoken, then let us see you try, Yuya retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Izumi. With a sudden motion, he lifted his foot and stamped onto the ground below. Quaking release. Earthquake technique. Boom. The force of the tremor erupted violently, radiating from Yuyue's foot and shaking the earth in all directions. The ground transformed into what resembled a tumultuous sea, tipping over with a resounding crash. Uchiha Izumi furrowed his brow as he confronted the quaking terrain, yet his feet remained steadfastly anchored to the ground. Crack! Terrifying fissures fractured the earth, spreading outwards in every direction. Ultimately, as the tremor subsided, the land lay marred by countless rifts, some of which appeared ominously dark and profound. Then, abruptly, Yuya plunged into one of these chasms, vanishing into the depths below. It was only at this moment that Uchiha Izumi reacted. His expression one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a turn of events from Yuya. The three tomo in his eyes whirled incessantly as he gazed at the myriad of crevices in the ground, his furrowed brow deepening with concern. Invisible, or rather, obscured from view. Had he possessed the Byakugan, it would have effectively countered Yuyua's maneuver. Yet, the Sharingan could not pierce the depths. The darkness below obscured his understanding of Yuyua's current position. He could only vaguely ascertain it based on residual vibrations. He found himself in a somewhat passive state. He could only remain steadfast and anticipate the inevitable emergence of that little imp. His attacks were bound by intervals, and if he could seize the opportunity when Yuyue resurfaced, he could strike him down then and there. At this moment, Uchiha Suki felt a pang of frustration. His knowledge of earth release techniques was limited. Otherwise, he would not be rendered so defenseless by Yuyue's alteration of the terrain. He only possessed a few simple C-rank earth techniques, which were utterly ineffectual in this scenario. It was possible that while forming hand seals, he might provide Yuyue with an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 69. Collapse. In this critical moment, Uchiha Suki could only grip his sword tightly, his gaze flickering as he focused intently on the ground beneath him. Any sign of movement, however slight, would elicit an immediate response from him. The onslaught from the impish Yuya was formidable enough to counter his slicing strikes, yet that was where its strength ended. With unwavering focus and the power of the ninja blade star at his disposal, he could repel all of Yuya's assaults. The little wretch stood no chance. Uchiha Suki remained icy within, his hands gripping the ninja blade star tightly, chakra surging continuously upon its surface, ever prepared for a thunderous strike. In the next instant, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes flickered sharply, keenly detecting a fleeting silhouette within the fissure of the earth ahead. Here it comes. Perish. Uchiha Suki uttered a low growl. His body erupting suddenly, the sword in his hand descending with a swift and lethal gleam. Whoosh. The blade's radiance sliced through the air, rending all in its path. The ground itself was merely a crevice, and within that rift, Yuya's form appeared to stealthily advance. At that moment, the blade's brilliance swept across, cleaving through the fissure once more, creating an additional incision that intersected into a cross, with Yuya's figure at its center. Clearly, he had been struck. Though Uchiha Suki's sword maintained its downward trajectory, a smirk played upon his lips. What are these petty tricks? As long as one dared approach him, they could not elude his Sharingan. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the Yuya struck by Uchiha Suki's blade suddenly transformed into white smoke, vanishing from sight. A mere shadow clone? Uchiha Suki was momentarily taken aback. This was supposed to be a common ninjutsu. However, ever since awakening his Sharingan, no one had managed to employ such techniques stealthily before him. He would invariably see through it, but this time was different. Even though the Sharingan could pierce through the mist technique, it could not perceive the situation underground. Thus, he had grown complacent due to years of habit. What of a shadow clone? Uchiha Suki's mind crackled with resolve as he gripped the ninja blade firmly, unafraid. Even if deceived, he felt no fear. After all, he could repel any of Yuya's attacks with his sword. Uchiha Suki was fully prepared for whatever Yuya might unleash. In the next moment, a bubble suddenly emerged from the dark fissure before him. Though termed a bubble, it resembled a twinkling star. The outer ring appeared to spin incessantly, while the core was a dazzling white, radiant to the extreme. This was Yuya's ultimate technique, the collapse of shock release. As it manifested, Uchiha Suki had just severed Yuya's clone with his first sword strike, and was about to swing his second. This thing, with his Sharingan. Uchiha Suki instantly recognized that Yuya's collapse of shock release possessed a terrifying power. Yet, he had no time to contemplate how Yuya could wield such an attack. Nor could he ponder anything else, as the assault was already upon him. He could only raise his sword to meet it. The sword fell. Buzz. When the blade struck Yuya's collapse of shock release, that bubble-like entity shattered instantly. The collapse was inherently unstable. Upon contact with an object, it would disintegrate immediately. Its annihilation unleashed a spiraling wave of hyperfrequency shockwaves. This tremor morphed into an invisible wave, obliterating all in its path, unseen and ungraspable by the naked eye. The world around seemed to fall silent. Uchiha Suki's expression, his gaze, and his movements all froze in that moment. A gentle breeze wafted by. There were no vivid images of bones splintering, nor any gory scenes of bloodshed. All that remained was dust settling. The elite ninja Uchiha Suki, before Yuya's S-rank ultimate technique, possessed no means of resistance. He simply disintegrated into dust, scattered across the fractured earth. Even more astonishing was that the very ground beneath Uchiha Suki had silently succumbed to erosion, forming a half-moon crater. Ding! The ninja blade star in Uchiha Suki's grasp had not been outright destroyed, but it now appeared somewhat dimmed, falling to the ground as Uchiha Suki faded away. In the distance, Might Dai, who had just been slightly dazed by Yuya's earth-shaking technique, was beginning to regain his senses. He happened to witness this scene. Standing there in shock. What on earth transpired? Uchiha Suki, had he truly perished just like that? Sometimes, such a silent vanishing is far more shocking than a thunderous display of terror. Might Dai pondered, even if he were to unlock the 6th gate, it would be impossible to reduce a person to mere dust. At the very least, he would need to reach the 7th gate. And that last attack, rivaling the power of the 7th gate, was undoubtedly an S-rank ninjutsu. Cough. A weary cough emerged from the fissure as Yuya emerged from within. He could not leap out, for the exertion of employing the collapse of shock release had drained him considerably. Yuya. Upon seeing Yuya unscathed, Might Dai finally snapped out of his stupor, revealing a glimmer of relief. Are you all right? He couldn't help but ask with concern. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yuya signaled to Might Dai, assuring him that he was fine but needed a moment to rest. As he spoke, Yuya slowly advanced, retrieving the ninja blade left behind by Uchiha Suki after his demise. This blade was indeed of commendable quality, yet it still fell short of fully withstanding the force of the shockwave. Observing the somewhat dull weapon in his grasp, which clearly bore the marks of wear and tear, Yuya shook his head slightly. Naturally, the power of the shockwave slash and the might of the earth release collapse were not comparable. For this blade to endure even a single strike from the collapse technique was already remarkable. It was unclear where Uchiha Suki had acquired such a weapon, but it was perfectly suited for Yuya's temporary use. This sword is now mine, he declared. Although his Sharingan was lost, even if he still possessed it, Yuya would not resort to transplantation. He lacked the energy to explore other avenues. As long as he could develop the shock release and the 8 gates to their utmost potential, he would be on par with any other force. After weighing the blade in his hand, Yuya decided to carry it with him. It was likely that many would recognize this ninja sword, but what did that matter? Those who dared to send assassins after him now lay defeated by his hand. The Uchiha clan had no face left to mention this affair. The conflict between Yuya and the Uchiha clan has long since reached an irreconcilable impasse, and the current Yuya is no longer someone the Uchiha clan can manipulate at will. Chapter 70. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was busy organizing some documents. Hokage-sama, there seems to be an issue concerning Uchiha Suki of the Uchiha clan. A member of the Anbu suddenly appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. He lifted his gaze, his brow furrowing slightly, and inquired, "What is it?" Uchiha Suki accepted a mission and departed the village, heading south. However, we've received word that he has been spotted in the north. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep contemplation. Clearly, Uchiha Suki had taken a considerable detour, making his way north. What could his intentions be? The north? Yes, the north. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly snapped back to attention. The task assigned to Yuya takes place in the north. Damn it! Did the Uchiha clan throw a smoke bomb? A surge of rage instantly flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. It was well known that the Uchiha clan had a long-standing conflict with Yuya. As soon as Yuya departed from the village with the perennial Genin Might Dai to execute a mission in the north, Sarutobi Hiruzen anticipated that the Uchiha clan would certainly instigate trouble. Subsequently, he learned that a team of 4 Uchiha Chunin was also heading north for a separate mission. Consequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen covertly dispatched Anbu to trail this Uchiha quartet, ready to suppress them if necessary. He thought the situation was under control. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Uchiha clan was merely playing a ruse. The team of 4 Chunin was merely a diversion. Their actual target was not Yuya at all. The true threat came from Uchiha Suki, who had taken a long detour south before heading north again. Uchiha Suki, a Jonin of Konoha, had previously slain 2 enemy village Jonin. Even the most elite Jonin would not dare to underestimate him. If he were to target Yuya, it would be a certain death, devoid of any hope of survival. It was too late to prevent the Uchiha clan's actions, and that infuriated Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply. Taking a deep breath, the seething fury within him gradually ebbed, replaced by an icy chill. Ever since Yuya had slain Uchiha Han and revealed his almost monstrous talent, Sarutobi Hiruzen had declared that no one should lay a hand on Yuya, especially not the Uchiha clan. Yet, this time, the Uchiha clan dared to risk everything, even striking him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the face, all for the sake of eliminating Yuya. This was the source of Hiruzen's wrath. It seemed that compared to Yuya, his position as Hokage had become insignificant. To kill Yuya, They could mock his authority as Hokage without hesitation. Since the situation was irretrievable, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to make the Uchiha clan understand what the Hokage represented within Konoha. Summon the captain of the Konoha Guard, he commanded, his tone icy. Yes. The Anbu nodded and vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Keisuke arrived at the Hokage's office. His expression was calm, as if he had foreseen everything. Given that he dared to scheme against Sarutobi Hiruzen, disregarding everything to kill Yuya, he must have been well prepared. Within the Hokage's office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Keisuke remained. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a storm were brewing. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not directly unleash his fury. Instead, he calmly poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. Uchiha Keisuke, too, exhibited patience, merely standing and watching. However, the air grew increasingly oppressive. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his tea and gently placed the cup back on the table, the atmosphere had thickened to a suffocating depth. I heard that Uchiha Suki has gone on a mission. Yes. It's commendable that the Uchiha clan is dedicated to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly. Then abruptly shifted the conversation. I heard your son Uchiha Fugaku possesses exceptional talent and has already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, correct? This remark caused a flicker of intensity to flash in Uchiha Keisuke's gaze, though it quickly settled into calmness. Yes, I have prepared for him to succeed my position. But he is still quite young and needs further training. Training is indeed beneficial. Why not let him spend some time in Anbu? That won't be necessary, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Keisuke gazed steadily at Sarutobi Hiruzen, speaking in a measured tone. Recently, I have discovered certain matters. As he spoke, Uchiha Keisuke placed a scroll on the desk before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at it, maintaining his composure, though a chill coursed through him. Was this the Uchiha clan's confidence in facing his wrath? What lay within the scroll? He picked it up and carefully unfurled it, his pupils narrowing slightly. Was such a grand gesture truly warranted? Without further preamble, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly. The Uchiha clan cannot afford to have blemishes. Hokage-sama should understand. This is not for an individual, but for the dignity of the clan. Uchiha Keisuke raised his head slightly, regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan was not genuinely afraid of what Yuya could do to them. Even if he grew stronger, they had never feared anyone. Their true purpose was to convey to everyone in Konoha that the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. This was a matter of clan pride and dignity. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Uchiha Keisuke had made his stance unmistakably clear, subtly implying that if matters did not progress favorably, the Uchiha clan would leave Konoha. Under normal circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have responded to such a hardline attitude with a firmer stance. If you dare to leave, I will annihilate you. But now, he could not afford to do so. The second great ninja war loomed on the horizon. The three great ninja villages had nearly eradicated the surrounding smaller villages, gradually converging towards the land of rain at the borders of the three nations. This impending conflict was inescapable. If he were to tear relations with the Uchiha clan now, the cost would be too great. Very well, very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated the phrase twice, and then stored the scroll away. Observing this, Uchiha Keisuke's lips curled into a faint smile. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. Without waiting for a response, Uchiha Keisuke turned and prepared to exit the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Uchiha Keisuke's retreating figure coldly, remaining silent and making no move to stop him. However, just as Uchiha Keisuke reached the door, a ninja burst in unexpectedly. Hokage-sama, there has been an incident. What now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was laced with barely contained fury. A formidable unit from the Hidden Mist village has infiltrated the Land of Fire, led by the notorious Jonin, Hozuki Mugetsu. How audacious! Sarutobi Hiruzen, already simmering with anger, let out a cold snort and prepared to mobilize the Anbu. Uchiha Keisuke merely shook his head slightly, disinterested in matters that did not concern him, and continued to make his way out of the Hokage's office. Chapter 71. The customized scabbard, but they were all wiped out. The ninja's eyes reflected disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. The leader was none other than the renowned Jonin from the Hidden Mist village, Hozuki Mugetsu. Wiped out completely? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice faltered, his expression one of astonishment. Who did this? Yuya and Might Dai. The ninja spoke the names with an incredulity that was almost palpable. With a soft thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen's documents fell onto the desk. Uchiha Kaizen, who had just stepped out of the Hokage's office, suddenly found his body frozen in place. His other foot seemed as though it had been encased in ice, rendering it impossible to take another step. Sarutobi sat there in a daze. as if he were deciphering an ancient text. And what of Yuya and Might Dai? They had just returned. Crack! A wisp of chakra emanated from beneath Uchiha Izumi foot, causing a slight fracture in the floor, his expression beyond the realm of description. Then, with an awkward motion, he dragged his other foot out of the Hokage's office, stepping away. A nearby ninja observed Uchiha Izumi with a puzzled expression. Was he the head of the Uchiha clan? How audacious to shatter the floor of the Hokage's office. Was this a display of defiance against Sarutobi? How brazen. Hokage-sama. Is it not a tad disrespectful of Uchiha Izumi? Enough. It's fine. You may leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen managed to maintain his calm facade, waving dismissively at the ninja. The ninja promptly fell silent. As a ninja, he knew better than to pry into matters deemed inappropriate, despite his curiosity. He turned and exited. Yet in the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly regained his composure and called back the ninja. Wait. Come back and recount the events in detail. The ninja swiftly returned, recounting the tale from beginning to end. Essentially, Yuya and Might Dai had come back, presenting a collection of severed heads, which they had identified. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, as disbelief echoed in the minds of all present. They deemed this occurrence too surreal and could only report it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Might Dai managed to unlock the 7th gate of the 8 gates. Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily lost his composure. This was true astonishment. No matter how talented Yuya may be, to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he appears merely as an unseasoned child, of little significance in the present context. However, Might Dai is a different matter altogether. A ninja capable of opening the 7th gate possesses the potential to alter the tide of an entire battle. How could such a prodigy have gone unnoticed for so long? The notion of a mere lowly genin is utterly absurd. Summon Might Dai at once. Understood. After completing their mission, Yuya and Might Dai received a summons from Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuya did not accept the reward for the mission, bestowing it all upon Might Dai. Although Might Dai felt somewhat embarrassed, for he had indeed slain the enemy's Jonin captain, Yuya's achievements were undeniably significant. Nevertheless, Yuya attributed all the credit to him. Just as Might Dai was about to insist on giving a portion of the reward to Yuya, he received a summons from the 3rd Hokage. Yuya cast a subtly meaningful smile towards Might Dai before swiftly disappearing from sight. Taken aback, Might Dai could only accept the reward with gratitude, then made his way to the Hokage's office. Once Yuya distanced himself from Might Dai, he hastened through several streets before gradually slowing his pace. As he walked along the roads of Konoha, Yuya could sense the palpable tension in the air. Even the ordinary citizens, a rarity in the village, bore the weight of anxiety. The specter of the Second Shinobi World War loomed ominously, with even the common folk acutely aware of the brewing storm. The ninja sword acquired from Uchiha Izumi was bereft of its sheath. The material of the sheath paled in comparison to that of the sword and had been reduced to ashes, swept away by Yuya's Doton technique, along with Uchiha Izumi. With the kunai in hand, Yuya approached the clandestine division beneath Konoha, intent on customizing a new sheath. This time, the Anbu ninja responsible for managing the ninja tools could not help but display a hint of surprise upon receiving the kunai from Yuya. This weapon belonged to Uchiha Izumi, one of the sub-leaders of the Konoha Guard, a figure of some renown within the village. As a member of the Anbu, he was well acquainted with its significance, thus recognizing the kunai immediately. Was there a problem? Yuya gazed calmly at the Anbu ninja. By this day, he harbored little fear of the Uchiha clan. Unless an old monster like Uchiha Ibito were to suddenly appear, there was nothing to worry about. Furthermore, should he advance further and unlock the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, even an elite jonin from the Uchiha clan possessing the Sharingan would pose no threat. Regardless of their ability to perceive his techniques and movements, he need only deliver a single, powerful strike to crush all opposition. It was of no consequence. The Anbu ninja appeared astonished, yet after a deep breath, he suppressed his surprise. The rules of the Anbu were clear. Do not inquire excessively. Do not meddle. This particular ninja tool was of commendable quality, albeit showing signs of damage. The scabbard required some time for repairs. Once it is ready, I shall come to collect it. Very well, the Anbu ninja nodded, accepting Yuru's weapon. During this exchange, he could not help but steal another glance at Yuru. The weapon bore some damage. And now that it was in Yuru's possession, even with the mask obscuring his features, his identity was easily inferred. Yuru's reputation within the Anbu was undeniably significant, and it was common knowledge that he had disputes with the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, the ninja's eyes widened, as he contemplated something rather extraordinary. Yuya has slain Uchiha Izumi and seized this ninja blade. Why is there no sheath? Perhaps it was damaged in the struggle. Although he is utterly astonished and finds it nearly inconceivable, such extraordinary events seem to be a hallmark of Yuya, who has already left everyone agape after sweeping through all the Anbu candidate ninjas. While this occurrence borders on the unbelievable, it appears somewhat comprehensible when attributed to Yuya, a figure known for frequently performing miracles. In the midst of his astonishment, it took him a considerable time to regain his senses, only to discover that Yuya had already vanished without a trace. What a terrifying individual. One can only wonder how far he might grow. In Chapter 72, Nine Tails. After entrusting the ninja blade to the Anbu for a custom sheath, Yuya returned to the surface. He refrained from wandering aimlessly or accepting any further missions, and he showed no interest in engaging in disputes with the Uchiha clan. Instead, he made his way directly home. The place where Yuya now resides is no longer the modest and dilapidated hut of yore. Instead, he has relocated to a position closer to the heart of Konoha. After all, Yuya is a candidate for the Anbu, and some of the official Anbu members even reside within the organization for immediate readiness. Upon returning home, Yuya contemplated his plans and prepared to intensify his training. The recent excursions, marked by several skirmishes, have enabled him to wield his powers with greater finesse and proficiency. His next objective is to further fortify his physical capabilities. As dusk settled in, it became evident that there would be no time for training today. Yuya resolved to resume his practice starting tomorrow. In truth, even during his journey alongside Might Dai for missions, Yuya had not ceased his training. Running and traveling serve as exercises for the body, while the careful concealment and pursuit of enemies enhance both physical control and chakra regulation. Tonight, he shall rest well. Stretching languidly, Yuya stepped out of his room and leapt onto the rooftop, where he admired the picturesque view of Konoha. The sun was on the verge of setting, and the last rays of sunlight brushed across Hokage Rock, causing the three visages atop it to emanate a subtle yet commanding aura, reminiscent of their dominion over the shinobi world. Yuya appeared to be one with the formidable atmosphere around him, despite facing three Hokage avatars. It felt as though he stood upon one of them. The setting sun would not linger, swiftly descending until it disappeared completely, casting the sky into darkness. At that moment, Yuya cast a glance below and was slightly surprised to behold a figure. In his gaze, a young girl materialized, prompting a flicker of astonishment in Yuya's eyes. Though upon further reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. At the entrance of Yuya's abode, Kushina visited daily to check on him. As Yuya and Might Dai hastily departed from the village on a mission, they failed to inform her, yet she yearned for knowledge and believed she could ascertain some information. Daily, she would visit, but each time the place remained desolately empty. While her heart brimmed with concern for Yuya, it was also inexplicably tinged with a sense of melancholy. How could he leave the village without uttering a word to me? And at such a time, does he not worry at all for his own safety? In the next moment, her worry and sorrow transformed into irritation. Kushina, vexed, stomped her foot in front of Yuya's door, pouting. When he returns, I shall surely give him a good thrashing. This declaration nearly caused Yuya, who was preparing to descend from the rooftop, to stumble and fall. The initial statement touched Yuya deeply, filling him with a sense of remorse for not informing Kushina of his departure. However, the latter part of her proclamation left him utterly bewildered. Wait a moment in the depths of her heart. Yuya felt a twinge of remorse for leaving the village without a word to assist Might Dai with his mission. It was indeed rather inconsiderate. However, as she observed Kushina barreling towards her, claws bared, Yuya instinctively reached out and grasped her wrist, as white and delicate as jade. Let go of me, Kushina protested, struggling briefly to break free, but to no avail. In a fit of frustration, she glared at Yuya, attempting to issue a threat. Yet, her intimidation held no weight against Yuya. I won't release you unless you behave yourself. Kushina, her teeth grinding in annoyance, found herself unable to overpower Yuya and ultimately relented. Please don't leave so abruptly in the future. Even if you disregard your own well-being, at least consider the feelings of others. After expressing her irritation, Kushina's chest heaved with emotion. Nonetheless, Yuya keenly detected a hint of unease in Kushina's eyes, coupled with a tone that lacked its usual assertiveness, revealing a vulnerability that starkly contrasted her character. Was there something amiss? No, nothing's wrong. Kushina averted her gaze slightly. The more she deflected, the more it signaled to Yuya that something was indeed troubling her. From her eyes, Yuya sensed a flicker of fear. What could she be afraid of? Confusion clouded her thoughts, but in the next moment, Kushina hesitantly voiced a question that illuminated her concerns. Yuya, if, and I mean if, I were to become a monster, how would you perceive me? As she uttered these words, a tremor coursed through her heart. At that moment, She was not the fierce red pepper but merely a girl consumed by fear and trepidation. Were it anyone else, they would likely dismiss Kushina's words as mere jest. Yet Yuya understood all too well. The Ninetales. Had Kushina already become the host of the Ninetales? However, there had been no news of the previous host, Uzumaki Mito's demise. Even if this matter had been concealed, Yuya sensed no extraordinary aura emanating from Kushina. Was it the remarkable strength of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques at play? No. That did not seem right. It appeared there were discrepancies in the timeline. The original narrative had indeed been rather vague on this matter, leaving Yuya to piece together the details through her own experiences. Nonetheless, it seemed that the overarching trajectory had not deviated significantly. With this thought, Yuya shook her head slightly. Ultimately, these matters were of little consequence, whether in the present or the future. It seemed nearly impossible for Kushina to escape the fate of becoming the host of the Ninetales. Yuya is presently unable to alter the course of events for her. However, it will not be long before Yuya possesses the power to change her destiny. Regardless of the transformations she undergoes, what truly matters is that she remains herself. For Yuya, the Ninetales Jinchuriki is merely a rebellious little fox residing within her. Once she acquires the necessary strength, Yuya will compel that fox to obey her with her fists. If one punch proves insufficient, she shall deliver a second. If 2 punches fail, she will continue until the fox acquiesces. Hearing these earnest and unpretentious words from Yuya, a flicker of fear and apprehension gradually dissipated from Kushina's eyes. Is it true? Indeed, it is. Chapter 73, Opening the Third Gate. As she watched Kushina depart, Yuya's gaze flickered with intensity. The narrative was beginning to unfold, regardless of whether Kushina had already become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The second great ninja war was looming on the horizon. Once the conflict ignited, anyone caught in its tempest would be swept along by the tide. Even the legendary Sannin, such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya, would find themselves lacking genuine means of self-preservation, had it not been for Hanzo the Salamander's reluctance to offend the victorious Konoha. Coupled with his appreciation for talent leading him to spare the trio, the title of the Sannin would have long since vanished from the ninja world. Thus, Yuya's current strength remains woefully inadequate. She must become more formidable in this fleeting time. The following day, Yuya embarked on yet another arduous journey of training. With each decisive punch, he no longer needed to seek out wooden posts or rocky surfaces as targets for his strikes. The very air around him had become a viable target for his relentless practice. Boom, boom, boom. His entire being trembled as he deliberately channeled the shockwaves of his punches back upon himself. Sweat poured down like rain, quickly saturating the ground beneath him. Yet Yuya's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor calm as he continued to throw punches. He aimed to unlock the third gate of the 8 gates of might before the onset of the Second Shinobi World War, or rather, before he joined the fray. This endeavor was not solely for the purpose of securing greater chances of survival in the war. He also sought to protect Kushina and alter her fate. Moreover, it was a quest to confront the Uchiha clan without fear. This time, Yuya has slain Uchiha Suki, and the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly refrain from making a public outcry or entangling themselves with Sarutobi Izashi. However, their murderous intent towards Yuya will surely reach a crescendo as a consequence of this incident. Previously, when Yuya took the life of Uchiha Han, it was of little consequence. But now, having killed Uchiha Suki, who holds a significant position within the clan as one of the captains of the Konoha Guard, the Uchiha clan cannot simply let this go unpunished. Moreover, Yuya audaciously wielded Uchiha Suki's sword. Within the confines of Konoha, the Uchiha clan would think twice before acting against Yuya. Yet should Yuya depart the village for the battlefield due to the war, the circumstances would be entirely different. Nevertheless, Yuya chooses not to dwell on these imminent dangers. At present, his mind is singularly focused on one goal: to unlock the third gate of the 8 gates. It has been several months since he opened the second gate. In the practice of the 8 gates of Duenjia, Yuya effortlessly unlocked the first gate due to his exceptional physical constitution. However, the transition from the first gate to the second took nearly 2 months of rigorous training to meet the required standards. And the progression from the second to the third gate proved to be even more arduous. Each additional gate opened resonates with its predecessors, resulting in a mutual amplification of strength, a process that inherently demands time. The more gates one opens, the longer the amplification period required, as this enhancement serves to fortify the body. In essence, even if Yuya abstains from training, his physique will still undergo gradual reinforcement, albeit at a sluggish pace. Consistent practice of physical techniques, however, can expedite this amplification from the external to the internal, thereby shortening the duration of enhancement. Yuya has now mastered the application of shockwaves with remarkable finesse. He no longer needs to rely on punches to generate these waves. Instead, he can effortlessly adjust the shockwave energy to stimulate his entire musculature, skeletal structure, and circulatory system, causing them to tremble incessantly. This tremor yields astonishing enhancement effects. But it cannot be sustained indefinitely and is exceedingly energy-consuming. The lunchboxes provided by Kushina are scarcely sufficient for Yuya's needs. Given that all expenses are reimbursed by the Anbu, he need not worry about meals, and thus he ventures into the streets to indulge in the culinary delights of Konoha. The village is vast, with numerous eateries beyond just Ichiraku ramen. After expending considerable energy through daily training, Yuya often seeks out a restaurant for a grand feast. His appetite is truly prodigious, leaving many in awe and disbelief at his capacity. This child can consume such quantities. Does he possess a stomach forged from sealing scrolls? Gradually, Yuya earned the moniker of Big Eater in the village, leading many to speculate whether his prowess as a genius is somehow linked to his remarkable appetite. The Akimichi clan asserts that Yuya's talent is indeed associated with his voraciousness. However, such claims hold little weight. Observers note that Yuya remains slender. Contrasting sharply with the rotund members of the Akimichi clan, clearly, such assertions are nonsensical. As days passed, Yuya's physical form grew rapidly, though he was not yet 10 years old. He appeared more like a 13 or 14-year-old. During this period, Konoha also witnessed significant events. Notably, the perennial genin, Might Dai, finally shed his long-standing title, leaping straight to the rank of Special Genin, bypassing the Chunin level entirely. Naturally, some were discontented, but after enduring a thorough thrashing from Gai's 8 gates, they were swiftly subdued. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Indeed, with Might Dai's capabilities, attaining the elite Genin rank is hardly an overstatement. He is designated as a Special Genin primarily due to his deficiencies in other areas, necessitating collaboration with other Genin for mission execution. Additionally, the Uchiha clan publicly announced the unexpected demise of one of the Konoha Guard sub-leaders, Uchiha Suki. Only a handful of individuals are privy to the truth behind this incident, with even fewer within the Uchiha clan aware of the circumstances of Suki's death. Yuya, upon learning of this, merely smirked and chose to disregard it. The sole surprise for him was the emergence of a character seemingly absent from the original narrative, Uzumaki Mailin, hailing from the Uzumaki clan. She appears to be a cousin of Kushina, who dotes on her. The introduction of this peculiar figure has propelled the storyline into uncharted territory, piquing even Yuya's curiosity about forthcoming developments. Nevertheless, he recognizes that his own strength remains paramount. It took Yuya over 2 months to progress from the first to the second gate, and nearly 4 months to unlock the third gate. Upon successfully opening the third gate of the 8 gates, it resonated harmoniously with the preceding 2. Initially, when Yuya opened the first gate, his chakra volume was comparable to that of a genin. However, upon unlocking the second gate, his chakra surged to the level of an elite chunin. This transformation does not imply that the combined chakra of 2 genin equals that of an elite chunin. Rather, the resonance between the 2 gates amplifies one another, fundamentally elevating his capabilities. Even if Yuya were to exclude the chakra from the second gate, the amount of chakra he possesses from the first gate remains significantly greater than that of an initial genin. Now, having opened the third gate, a resonance has once again emerged. It took nearly a week for Yuya to stabilize the third gate. At this point, Yuya's chakra level has finally reached that of a jonin. Of course, Yuya's demand for chakra is not excessively high. The true focus lies in the fact that this has also been considerably enhanced alongside the opening and stabilization of the third gate. Chapter 74. The Anbu's Promotion. Yuya has completely aligned the power of shockwaves with the levels of the 8 gates of Duenjia. Upon unlocking the first gate, the shockwave force he manifests corresponds to the first stage, while the second gate represents the second stage. By opening the third gate, Yuya acquires the third stage of shockwave power. At this moment, Yuya possesses the capability to shatter low-tier A-rank ninjutsu with a single punch. Simultaneously, due to the enhancement of his chakra, Yuya's immense strength has also increased. The combination of this extraordinary strength with the shockwave power unleashes a devastating shock release, capable of obliterating even mid-tier A-rank ninjutsu with a single strike. Yuya felt that even the advanced power of A-level ninjutsu, if it could not be directly shattered, could still achieve a stalemate. As for the shockwave slash, its amplification was not particularly significant, At most, it equaled the power of high-level A-grade ninjutsu in a single-target scenario. However, it excelled in its flexibility. Yet, as his strength grew, Yuya gradually found that he no longer needed to rely on deliberate agility. Upon unlocking the third gate and attaining the third stage of shockwave power, he discovered that he could wield this force with a newfound adaptability. Now, he was able to project the shockwave power outward to launch an attack. In the midst of a forest, Yuya stood poised, drawing forth his ninja blade. Seismic release, void shatter. With the blade firmly grasped, Yuya gently lifted the katana. Upon the blade's surface, a brilliant orb of white light materialized, not a wave slash, but a mere infusion of vibrational energy upon the katana, which this weapon could still endure. The once dim white luminescence had transformed into a semi-transparent halo, emanating a terrifying aura. However, attaching the vibrational force to the katana rendered it incapable of stacking additional brute strength. In the next moment, Yuya swung the katana with vigor. The white halo, representing the vibrational energy, was flung forth by Yuya, striking several meters away before shattering explosively. Countless fissures in the air expanded, as if the very fabric of that space had been violently rent asunder, creating a spectacle of monumental proportions. Despite the inability to amplify his strength and the slight reduction in impact due to the outward projection, the range of the vibrational attack expanded significantly. Furthermore, by being able to launch the vibrational energy, Yuya was liberated from the constraints of rigidity. Indeed, casting the vibrational energy negated the issue of being immobile. Coupled with the acceleration gained from unlocking the third gate, Yuya devised a novel technique. Seismic release, flashing void shatter. This technique was predicated upon the foundation of void shatter, enhanced by rapid movement to deliver successive strikes to a singular point. In simpler terms, Yuya could utilize his speed to dart around his adversary like Lee, dispatching 3 bursts of vibrational energy from 3 different directions to simultaneously assault a central target, a maneuver akin to the techniques of the evening. However, due to Yuya's speed not reaching the threshold of the 7th gate, he could at most achieve a triple stacking of vibrations. Nevertheless, the resultant power was astonishing. What does a triple stacking of vibrational energy signify? Even with Void Shatter's inability to stack brute force, and despite a slight attenuation from being projected, a triple stacking was still mightier than unmatched brute strength. The explosive damage at the focal point, while it may not reach the S-class level of the Seismic Release's ultimate technique, would undoubtedly possess the potency of top-tier A-class ninjutsu. Moreover, akin to the evening's technique. Once struck by the first vibrational burst, the target would find themselves immobilized, rendering the subsequent 2 strikes nearly unavoidable. To counter Yuya's maneuver, one must retreat the moment the first burst is launched. Any attempt to withstand or retaliate would guarantee an inability to evade the latter 2 strikes. Unless one possesses the singular destructive capability akin to the White Fang of Konoha, capable of forcibly breaking through a directional vibrational attack, the outcome would surely be dire. The unlocking of the third gate and the advancement of vibrational energy to its third stage ushered in a qualitative transformation for Yuya. Continuously crafting new techniques, he found himself unaware of his own strength. At the very least, he felt that should he encounter Uchiha Izumi again, he could effortlessly obliterate him. Furthermore, if an elite shinobi were to underestimate Yuya, they would likely meet a grim fate beneath his seismic release. At just under 10 years of age, having caught up with the prodigies of the original narrative, Yuya inhaled deeply, retracting the katana, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With his newfound prowess, the performers in the Second Shinobi World War would likely not be limited to the White Fang of Konoha and the legendary Sannin. Perhaps another contender would emerge. The enhancement of his strength brought about a shift in mindset. Where previously Yuya sought merely to survive the Second Shinobi World War, he now harbored ambitions of dominating the battlefield. In the Konoha Anbu, within a somewhat spacious hall, Yuya awaited. This time, he bore no mask. Generally, Anbu shinobi are mandated to wear masks to conceal their identities during missions. Many, upon returning to the Anbu to report, neglect to remove their masks, leading to a culture where most shinobi within the Anbu remain masked. Yuya's presence in the Anbu was due to a summons he had received. Yuya had initially believed he was merely attending a training session for the reserve ninjas of the Anbu. However, to his astonishment, upon his arrival, he received a directive announcing his promotion to a full-fledged Anbu ninja. Not only Yuya, but several other reserve ninjas were also elevated to official status, seemingly due to an incident that had resulted in casualties among Anbu operatives. Although Anbu ninjas frequently undertake perilous missions, fatalities are relatively rare. as they are all elite among elites. This time, however, nearly 2 squads of Anbu ninjas had been lost, indicating a significant toll. Consequently, Yuya deduced that the situation regarding the Second Shinobi World War was far from optimistic. We are now in what can be considered the early stages of this conflict. While the 3 major ninja villages currently restrain themselves from initiating a large-scale confrontation, it is evident that such a decisive battle is not far off. Upon becoming after a brief wait, Yuya was finally approached by several Anbu ninjas. Each of them was a formal Anbu ninja, and Yuya was one as well. This is an order from the Hokage, appointing you to teammate, codenamed Tenyo. One of the ninjas, who appeared to be the captain, placed a document before Yuya. The document detailed Yuya's identity and number, along with the directive to integrate Yuya into the Special Assassination Tactics Unit, teammate. Yuya cast a glance and nodded, stating, "So, you are all members of the 8th Squad." "Indeed, I am the captain of the 8th Squad, Kurinai Tsukikage," he replied. Adept in utilizing the ninja blade to unleash fire release techniques, with the codename Lingering Flame, the ninja who had handed the documents to Yuya nodded and introduced himself, removing his mask momentarily to reveal his features before donning it again. As members of the same team, it is essential that we understand one another in order to collaborate effectively. The 2 other squad members also removed their masks, allowing Yuya a glimpse of their appearances before covering their faces once more. "I am Asama Sana, skilled in puppet techniques and familiar with the use of poison." With the codename Demon Hand, on Sana's back rested a bandage-wrapped object, presumably one of his puppets, and perhaps merely a fraction of his collection. "I am Yamanaka Inishin, proficient in mental secret arts, capable of restricting and even controlling the movements of foes, albeit with certain limitations that necessitate teamwork for optimal execution. And my codename is Dark Knight." Upon hearing this introduction, Yuya, who had maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly displayed a look of peculiar intrigue. "Is there an issue?" Yamanaka Inishin inquired, regarding Yuya with a hint of curiosity. Yuya shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." Yet, he pondered within, recalling that in the original narrative, Ino's father was named Yamanaka Kaichi. Could this Kaichi be related to Ino as an uncle? Though intrigued, Yuya chose not to pry further, as members of the Anbu typically refrained from inquiring about each other's backgrounds. The reason for their introduction stemmed from their need to form a small team, necessitating mutual understanding and coordination. What slightly bewildered Yuya was the apparent lack of necessity for the Yamanaka clan to collaborate exclusively with the Akimichi or Nara clans. Given the urgency of the situation at the front lines, there was little time for cooperative training. They had a mission to undertake. With a glimmer of calmness and solemnity in her crimson eyes, Tsukikage Kurinai stated that their task was to gather intelligence on the ninjas from Awagakure and Amigakure in the Land of Rain, and if the opportunity arose, to carry out assassinations. The details would be discussed en route, but they needed to depart immediately. "Is it that urgent?" Yuya was not the only one taken aback. Even Yamanaka Kaichi and Asama Susanoo expressed their surprise. Tsukikage Kurinai nodded and explained that the situation there was quite grave, with significant casualties among Anbu members, necessitating a partial reorganization. They needed to return right away. By the way, Yuya is a newcomer, although he has previously participated in intensive training with commendable results. "This is the real battlefield. Please take care of him," she added. "Understood," both Yamanaka Kaichi and Asama Susanoo replied, nodding in agreement. Yuya, however, wore a resigned expression and said nothing, following Tsukikage Kurinai as they departed from the Anbu. Little did Yuya anticipate the suddenness of the situation. In the blink of an eye, he was bound for the Land of Rain. Despite the urgency, he did not forget to bid farewell to Kushina. After leaving the Anbu, Tsukikage Kurinai and the others had various matters to attend to, so they parted ways, intending to regroup at the village entrance. Yuya first removed his mask and cloak, then swiftly found Kushina in the village, informing her of his departure to undertake a mission. During these 4 months, Kushina would often seek out Yuya without interrupting his training, quietly observing from the sidelines, thus she became aware of the tremendous strength he had attained. Nevertheless, she could not quell the anxiety that lingered within her heart. Yet she felt unable to hinder Yuya's pursuit of his mission for her own sake. Ultimately, she could only gaze at him with utmost seriousness and softly utter her plea. "You must return." "Yes, do not worry." Yuya nodded gently, revealing a reassuring smile. Suddenly, she lowered her head and bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, before turning away and vanishing in a flurry of flickering lights. Goxin gasped, a delightful blush creeping onto her cheeks. She bit her lip and stared blankly in the direction where Yuya had just disappeared. After bidding farewell to Goxin, Yuya retrieved her mask and cloak. The identity of an Anbu must not be carelessly disclosed. It is a rule. Despite Goxin Nai's identity being even more extraordinary than that of an Anbu ninja, she paused in a corner, donned her mask, and slipped into her cloak, before hastening towards the village entrance at full speed. In this attire, Yuya naturally faced no obstruction. Moreover, he was not someone who could be easily hindered, for his speed was such that even ordinary elite ninjas would find it difficult to keep pace. Upon reaching the village entrance, he fortuitously reunited with Tsukikage Honglien and the others. Have you concluded your trivial matters? Indeed. Very well. During our mission, we must not allow any distractions to affect our mindset. We must remain vigilant at all times. Let us set forth. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen quietly observed the scene through the crystal ball, watching as Yuya departed with the Anbu squad. I instructed Tsukikage Honglien to take special care of that child. And as long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, there should be no issues. With a soft sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively sought someone to converse with, only to remember that Hatake Kakashi was currently in the Land of Rain, rendering him silent. As Hokage, he could not act recklessly. At this moment, the highest command in the Land of Rain rested with Hatake Kakashi. Simultaneously, Danzo was also absent from Konoha, as he too was in the Land of Rain. In fact, even Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were present in the Land of Rain. A gathering of heroes, this was indeed the stage for the Second Great Ninja War. I hope you can survive the war. With your talent, I trust you will grow swiftly, and reaching the level of elite ninja cannot be too far off. Murmuring to himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with boundless depth. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, the team led by Yuya was advancing at full speed. Along the way, Tsukikage Kurinai was engaged in conversation with Yamashiro Haji and Asaku Susanoo, with Yuya being a participant, albeit mostly as a listener. Despite Yuya's previous outstanding performance in the Anbu, such accolades felt hollow on the battlefield, no matter how talented one may be. Without the crucible of blood and fire, they cannot be considered a true elite. To them, Yuya was often seen as a burden during the early missions. Tsukikage Kurinai had even received specific instructions from Sarutobi Hizashi to mentor and look after Yuya, ensuring his protection when necessary. Chapter 76, A Sudden Change. As they progressed, they encountered no obstacles within the Land of Fire. However, upon nearing the border, the conversation among Tsukikage Kurinai and the others dwindled significantly, replaced by an air of silence. Rather than mere quietude, it was a heightened vigilance. During these tumultuous times, internal strife was common within the Land of Fire, let alone the dangers beyond its borders. The Land of Rain, at this moment, was fraught with peril, where enemies could appear at any moment, nestled at the confluence of the Land of Fire, Wind, and Earth. The Land of Rain was undeniably a strategic focal point. Before even stepping into the Land of Rain, the weather began to shift dramatically. The once azure sky and radiant sunlight were supplanted by oppressive, heavy clouds. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber and stifling. Finally, upon entering the Land of Rain, the first drops of rain began to fall, initially light but soon becoming a relentless downpour. Tsukikage Kurinai led the way, with Yuya and the others following closely behind. As the team leader, Kurinai was responsible for task assignments and intelligence exchanges. In the Land of Rain, Yuya's group swiftly received intelligence relayed by the Konoha scouts and commenced the mission as dictated by Tsukikage Kurinai. This task, in fact, was concurrently being executed by other Anbu teams, constituting a war-oriented operation. Tianyu, you should walk in the middle. I will follow with Anya, Asaku Susanoo suggested, giving Yuya a slight nod before turning her gaze back to Yamashiro Haji and Tsukikage Kurinai. Kurinai concurred, saying, Yes, Tianyu, stay in the center. This way, we can minimize any significant mishap should anything arise. The expression on Yuya's face was somewhat pained, as if he were regarded as a burden. Yet, despite this, he could not disregard the concern shown towards him. With no other choice, Yuya nodded and positioned himself in the midst of the group. Meanwhile, behind him, Yamanaka Haji and Asam Asana exchanged knowing glances. Protecting Tenyu was also a part of their mission. However, considering his innate talent, it was likely that after a few tasks, he would transform from a novice into an exceptional elite ninja. For the time being, they could afford to be a bit more accommodating during these initial assignments. After a brief exchange of whispers, the two of them slightly distanced themselves, forming a triangular formation with Tsukikage Kurinai, encircling Yuya at the center. Beneath the mask of Yuya, a hint of exasperation manifested, leading to a resigned shake of the head. Well, if one wishes to safeguard themselves, then it is only prudent to graciously accept their intentions. The team commenced their journey, swiftly penetrating the depths of the Land of Rain, whereupon they began the execution of their mission. Throughout the undertaking, no unforeseen circumstances arose. The mission assigned to Yuya and his companions was to conduct a more thorough reconnaissance based on the intelligence provided by scouts. Whenever an opportunity arose, they were to strike and eliminate enemy ninjas. In simpler terms, their task involved ambushing or covertly tracking their foes based on certain intel. Thus, nearly a month swiftly elapsed in the Land of Rain. During this period, Yuya found himself with scarcely any chances to act, as it was predominantly Moonlight Honglin and Yamamoto Ishii who stood before him, shielding him from engagement. Yuya possesses the capability to vanquish all the candidates from the Dark Division. In their eyes, his strength might even surpass that of Yamanohige and Assassination. However, they harbor a profound fear that Yuya may falter in a genuine battle, leading to an irreversible predicament. Throughout the past month, Yuya's insightful perspectives and keen observations have astounded figures such as Tsukikage Kurinai, who marvel at his innate talent. Nonetheless, admiration aside, they refrain from involving Yuya in the life-and-death skirmishes, allowing him merely to assist in tidying the battlefield. In the initial missions, their sole expectation was for Yuya not to become a burden. Such were their sentiments. Typically, the Dark Division ninjas must return for a handover every month at the latest. As Yuya and his companions ventured deep into the heart of the Land of Rain, having completed yet another assassination, they prepared to retreat. Remarkably, there had been no casualties over the past month. Yamanaka Haji maintained a hand-sign posture, gradually releasing his hands. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Kurinai retracted her kunai, which flickered with a fading flame, and nodded in approval. Fortune favors us, and both of you performed admirably. Tenya did well too, without hindering the team. From behind, Yuya approached slowly. They had encountered a four-man squad from Awagakure, but before he could make a move, Tsukikage Kurinai and Yamanaka Haji had dispatched them in an instant. However, the remark about not slowing down the team felt rather awkward. All right, let us continue. We should be nearing the campsite, Tsukikage Kurinai said, sheathing her kunai before turning to stride forward. As Yuya and Yamashita Hige exchanged glances, they proceeded onward, the atmosphere having noticeably lightened after a month of near-perfect completion of their mission. However, as they advanced further, the rain in the sky seemed to suddenly grow heavier, imparting an odd sensation upon their skin. All present were elite members of the Anbu, and they promptly sensed the impending danger. Not good. There's an ambush. Moonlight Honglin thought, realizing there was no time to contemplate why an ambush would occur so close to the Konoha camp. He exerted force beneath his feet to retreat while swiftly drawing his ninja blade. Yet, as he did so, he found himself stepping into empty air. At that moment, a whirlpool of water surged up beneath him, enveloping him entirely. The water vortex killing formation. Panic surged through Moonlight Honglin, and in the face of imminent death, he swung his ninja blade without hesitation. A roar of flames erupted forth, only to be extinguished abruptly by the torrent of water. Impossible. A glint of horror flashed in his eyes. He had poured all his strength into that attack, even against formidable A-rank ninjutsu. He had confidence in his ability to withstand it. Though water is known to extinguish fire, such an overwhelming defeat should not have been possible. The only explanation was that this was no ordinary water release technique, but rather a collaborative barrier ninjutsu executed by multiple individuals. The rain continued to fall. And to Yuya and the others, the scene unfolded as a whirlpool of water emerged from the ground, ensnaring Moonlight Honglin in its grasp. Suddenly, it enveloped him completely. With a splatter, the water transformed into a vivid crimson. Captain, Yamashita Hige and Asakama Susanoo both gasped in horror. In the next instant, the water receded, revealing Moonlight Honglin's body punctured by numerous gaping wounds. He struggled briefly before collapsing lifelessly into a pool of blood. The rain continued to fall, but the puddles on the ground were now stained a deep red. Chapter 77. Yuya takes action. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, leaving even Yuya stunned. As the captain who had cared for him throughout the past month, Moonlight Honglin, perished before his very eyes. Though Honglin had often regarded Yuya as a burden, he had nonetheless provided genuine care. This exemplifies the brutality of war. In the blink of an eye, anyone could meet their demise, even a special jonin like Moonlight Honglin, who could not seize his own fate amidst the chaos of battle. Yuya took a deep breath, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions, when suddenly a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, more than 10 shadowy figures emerged around him, clad in the distinctive attire of the rock-hidden village's ninjas. A cursory glance revealed that none were below the elite CH Nin rank, and several were even J Nin. They encircled Yuya and his companions, refraining from immediate attack. The leader, a J Nin, displayed a hint of disappointment. It was truly vexing. He had anticipated capturing a significant target, only to discover it was just a few Anbu from Konoha. Another J Nin cast a cold gaze over Yuya and the others, shaking his head with an expression devoid of any emotion, ordering, quickly eliminate them and retreat. Konoha will soon sense the disturbance here. Yamanaka Haji and Asakame Susanoo had initially hoped to drag Yuya away after the death of Tsukuyumi Kurenai. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming number of enemies, they could not help but feel a sense of despair. Clearly, the Rock Ninja's objective was not them. Perhaps they aimed to ambush Orochimaru or Tsunade, or even a higher-ranking ninja like Kakashi Hatake. Yet, they had unwittingly fallen into a trap. How could there be so many? Yamanaka Haji's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his heart sinking into despair, even the will to resist waning. Meanwhile, Asakame Susanoo, who had intended to urge Yuya to flee, now realized there was no opportunity for escape. Neither he nor Yamanaka Haji could carve a path through such dire circumstances. Even if Yuya possessed slightly greater strength, it would be of little consequence. They were already cornered. Although Susanoo was maneuvering his puppets, his fingers trembled lightly, and within, he felt a profound hopelessness. The J Nin among the Rock Ninjas showed no intention of attacking. Rather, they directed their CH Nin subordinates to encircle Yuya and his companions, preparing to annihilate them. However, at that moment, Yuya, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly stepped forward. As his feet struck the ground, the mingled rainwater and blood at his feet surged with violent ripples, yet no droplets splattered. With deliberate steps, Yuya gently unsheathed the katana from his back, a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from him. Seeing Yuya's actions, Yamanaka Haji and Asakame Susanoo were momentarily taken aback. In such a precarious situation, the novice Yuya not only remained unperturbed but appeared to harbor intentions of confronting the enemy. Despite their astonishment, they exchanged bitter smiles, shaking their heads in resignation. What good would it do? At most, he might take a few down with him before meeting his end. Survival seemed nearly impossible. In the next instant, Yuya's katana fell with a decisive swing. With a resonant hum, a brilliant flash of white light erupted from the blade at the moment of its arc, a terrifying aura enveloping the surroundings. Yuya then unleashed a powerful strike, sending forth a shockwave that shattered the air. Tremor Release, Shattered Jewel. The white oscillating force was propelled forward with ferocity. As soon as Yuya revealed his Tremor Release, the enemy ninjas became alert. When they witnessed Yuya's attack barreling towards them, all instinctively retreated. Yet, within the horrifying radius of Yuya's Tremor Release, evasion proved impossible. Crack. In the next heartbeat, the shockwave detonated ahead. The rain in the sky seemed to freeze in time, droplets suspended as if caught in a moment of stasis. The air shattered with a dreadful crack, the very fabric of space appearing to split apart, creating a scene reminiscent of the world turned upside down. The formidable force of the Tremor Release reverberated, shaking the very ground and echoing in all directions. The nearest Rock Ninjas, who had been closest, were engulfed, their bodies emitting horrific cracking sounds as they were reduced to mere flesh and bone. Meanwhile, though API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Yuya's strength is truly astonishing. The adversaries are all CH Nin, and judging by their demeanor, each one is an elite among them. Yet, before Yuya, they are nearly swept aside with a single strike, a spectacle both shocking and inconceivable. The few J-Nin among the IWA Nin stand frozen, their faces etched with disbelief. They gaze intently at Yuya, striving to discern the identity concealed beneath the mask. Meanwhile, the injured CH Nin retreat in horror, their expressions betraying a hint of terror. They are baffled by the power Yuya just unleashed. There were no hand seals. Merely a simple swing of his sword that unleashed such terrifying might, utterly beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, being elite CH Nin, despite their injuries, they quickly regain their composure. No one dares to display any semblance of carelessness. Water Release. Water Burst Wave. In an instant, this specialized ambush unit synchronizes their hand seals, unleashing the same ninjutsu. As their techniques converge, they create a colossal wave of water, obscuring the sky and thundering forward as if it could engulf the very earth itself. Water Release. Great Water Burst Wave. Though this technique's power may not rival that of the legendary Kisame Hashigaki, whose chakra is comparable to that of a tailed beast, it is nonetheless breathtaking. The monstrous wave surges forth, nearly blotting out the sky, as if tearing down the endless clouds of the land of rain. Witnessing this scene, Yamashiro Haiji and Asakawa Sana, still reeling from the earlier shock, display a flicker of fear, unable to avert their gaze from Yuya. Such an assault is formidable. And even Yuya, with his extraordinary strength, may find it difficult to withstand. Chapter 78. Sweeping the field, the towering tidal wave descends, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. At this moment, Yuya stands resolute before the surging waters, showing no intention of retreat. He holds his great sword at his side with one hand, while clenching his fist with the other. Suddenly, he unleashes a powerful punch. Shock release. Unmatched strength. Boom. At that instant, the very earth trembles as if the heavens themselves are being turned upside down. A terrifying shockwave erupts, fissures like thick arms radiating outward, causing the space before him to shatter like a spider's web. Crash. The mighty torrent of water crumbles before Yuya's ferocious shockwave, disintegrating as if it were brittle straw. The overwhelming wave of water collapses under the force of his punch, scattering in all directions. Remarkably, Yuya remains poised, his fist still extended, as the torrent dissipates before him. Not a single drop touching his form. What an astonishing display. Witnessing the force of Yuya's punch, Yamashiro Haiji and Asakawa Sana feel as though thunder reverberates in their minds. A cacophony of disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Yuya retracts his fist, his gaze cold as he looks ahead. With a flash, he crosses the water and launches himself forward. With an explosive burst of speed, Yuya's form transforms into little more than a fleeting shadow. The Nin can scarcely perceive his movements. He appears before several astonished Iwnin, and without uttering a word, he sweeps his great sword with his right hand. Shock release. Air shatter. Boom. The shockwave erupts, engulfing the Iwnin. Only one manages to perform the body replacement technique. The others are left without a chance to utter a word. Their eyes wide with shock and disbelief as their bodies are reduced to mere fragments. Impossible. Our combined water release was thwarted by this individual. Could he be the captain of the Anbu from Kirigakure? The remaining Nin display expressions of sheer horror, their faces pale with fear. In the next moment, Yuya flickers once more, charging toward them and delivering another vicious strike, the shockwave erupting with thunderous force. Block it. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Instantly, the remaining Nin, without a moment's hesitation, cast their earth release defensive technique. Boom. The ground shakes violently as several earthen walls rise abruptly, coalescing into a formidable barrier akin to an A-rank ninjutsu, a nearly indestructible fortress standing firm amidst the chaos. Crack. With a powerful strike, Yuya unleashed a devastating blow that shattered the earthen wall, creating a myriad of intricate cracks upon its surface. Had it been thwarted? Fortunately, the rock ninja's position behind the wall felt a slight relief. However, at that moment, Yuya surged forward, unperturbed and silent. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a sudden punch. The force of his tremor technique was unparalleled. Crack. The already fractured earth wall exploded under Yuya's might, sending shockwaves radiating in all directions, engulfing the rock ninjas who had taken refuge behind it. In an instant, every individual felt their bodies tremble violently, and they expelled blood in unison. In the next heartbeat, Yuya charged forward once more, delivering another punch with a ferocity that seemed to crumble all before him. Boom. This time, no one could withstand Yuya's onslaught. Although a few managed to barely cast a handful of jutsu, they were still swept aside by the force of his fists. No one was left to oppose him. At that moment, the earth itself cracked, extending outward in every direction. The puddles on the ground suddenly found their flow, all draining into the fissures, gradually vanishing from sight. The rain from the heavens paused momentarily before resuming its descent. Yet this time, the crimson on the ground intensified. It resembled a field of flowers blooming. But these were hellish blooms, steeped in blood and horror, entirely devoid of any association with beauty. Thus, Yuya annihilated all the middle-ranked rock ninjas with an overwhelming force, as if they were mere brittle twigs. This entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. From Yuya's initial sword strike to his punch that shattered the towering water waves, culminating in the destruction of the earth wall and the obliteration of all middle-ranked ninjas. Not a single moment was wasted. In the distance, several rock jonin, still wearing expressions of astonishment as they attempted to discern Yuya, exhibited extraordinary prowess. From the moment his first strike swept across the battlefield, it was evident to all. Just as they speculated whether Yuya was the captain of Konoha's Anbu, he had already concluded the combat, obliterating every adversary in his path. The sheer shock was palpable. Although his subordinates were merely chunin, They were the elite among the elite. In preparation to ambush the ninjas of Konoha, they had even practiced formidable combination techniques, their power immense. Yet, before Yuya, these techniques proved utterly futile, disintegrated in an instant. As if they had been nothing more than fragile reeds. They could not even hinder Yuya's advance for a moment, even if they had united their forces. It would have been impossible to so effortlessly annihilate a dozen elite Chunin. In the rear, Yamashiro Hige and Asakawa Sana stood stupefied, unable to resist rubbing their eyes in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Gazing at Yuya's silhouette, they felt as if they were witnessing the Anbu captain, Kakashi Hitaki. After vanquishing the 10 or so Awagakure Chunin, Yuya remained unblemished, not a drop of blood staining his form. An aura of invincibility surrounded him, subtle yet unmistakable. This individual was formidable. Unbeknownst to them, they had indeed stumbled upon a great catch, albeit one of considerable size. No matter, he was but one man. There were 4 Jonin in Awagakure, with one evidently leading the charge. This leader was undoubtedly an elite Jonin, potentially a near-Kage-level warrior, possessing unique forbidden techniques or bloodline limits. In the blink of an eye, having annihilated all the Awagakure Chunin, Yuya faced the 4 Jonin without revealing a trace of emotion beneath his mask. Only calmness prevailed. Yet, in his eyes, a glint of cold, lethal intent flickered. On such a battlefield, words were superfluous and inquiries unnecessary. He was a ninja of Konoha, confronting the ninjas of Awagakure. Regardless of past grievances, they were sworn enemies. Devoid of any possibility for reconciliation, the battle reignited in an instant. Chapter 79, Slaying Jonin Again. Jonin were significantly stronger than Chunin, employing various shadow techniques to gauge Yuya's strength. Yet, no matter the assault, Yuya responded with a single punch, sweeping away all opposition. One man, one sword, one fist. He overwhelmed the 4 Jonin, one of whom was an elite Jonin. In the distance, Asakawa Sana's puppets lay shattered on the ground, their parts strewn about, while Yamashiro Hige, drenched by the rain, resembled a drenched rat, utterly oblivious to his predicament. In the midst of a fierce battle, Yuya confronted 4 elite shinobi, dominating the arena with his prowess. As members of the Anbu, they had partaken in countless skirmishes, witnessing numerous astonishing spectacles. Yet, the magnitude of their current astonishment surpassed all previous experiences. It was inconceivable that Yuya could possess such formidable strength. Earth Release. Rock Mountain Technique. A Jonin from Awagakure unleashed an A-rank Earth Jutsu, causing the ground to tremble violently and fissures to erupt. 2 massive semicircular formations rose from either side of Yuya, intent on crushing him into oblivion. Unfazed by the impending onslaught, Yuya drove his sword into the earth, crossing his arms defiantly before delivering a powerful strike to either side. Crack. The resounding roar echoed like thunder, reverberating through the air and leaving many with ringing ears. In that moment of shock, the colossal rock formation shattered beneath the force of Yuya's fists. Without hesitation, Yuya seized his sword once more and charged towards one of the Jonin. The shinobi, fully aware of Yuya's might, retreated swiftly, unwilling to engage him directly. Shock Release. Air Shatter. With a gaze imbued with icy resolve, Yuya wielded his katana and swept it with sudden force, unleashing a wave of that sword towards his adversary. The impact landed squarely above the opponent's head. Not good. Earth Release. Super Hardening Technique. In an instant, the J-Nin's hands appeared as mere phantoms, completing the hand seals in a heartbeat. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in a thick layer of armor. Boom. He erupted violently, forcibly driving him deep into the ground. A crater formed in the earth, radiating outward like a spider's web, fracturing the terrain in every direction. Witnessing this, several J-Nin rushed forward to provide assistance, yet Yuya flickered, positioning himself directly before the crater. At that moment, a figure emerged from within, spitting blood. Damn it. Your strength is nothing extraordinary. You cannot kill me. The earth release and super hardening techniques surrounding him appeared to have shattered somewhat, but he seemed to have sustained only a minor injury. Is that so? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted on the blade of Yuya's tie-dao. A soft white luminescence initially shimmered, yet upon witnessing the unfolding scene, a flicker of mockery ignited within his gaze. How audacious to withstand it. Buzz. In the next instant, the white halo upon the blade vanished without a trace. In its stead emerged an enigmatic force, formless and colorless, distorting the very air around it as a chilling aura enveloped the atmosphere. Shockwave slash. This is bad. Quickly evade. The elite J-Nin, racing towards Yuya alongside 2 companions, was poised to unleash a ninjutsu when a jolt of terror flashed across his eyes upon this revelation. Yet, at that moment, he had already forfeited his chance to escape. Nonetheless, confidence lingered within him. He believed that even if Yuya's shockwave could breach his defenses, it would not claim his life. If he could just seize Yuya, he would collaborate with his comrades to turn the tide and annihilate Yuya right here. With a resolute heart, he pressed on. Yuya's strike differed starkly from his previous displays of power, seemingly devoid of any accompanying cataclysmic phenomena. Yet, paradoxically, this very blade eclipsed all luminescence, becoming the singular focus of the cosmos. Every gaze converged upon it, imbued with a hint of trepidation. Silently, in the ensuing instant, Yuya alighted upon the earth. Unimpeded, his sword traversed the petrified arm of the Jonin, ascending to his cranium and thence cleaving through his torso in a singular, sweeping motion. It was akin to cleaving through aged timber. The Jonin's form remained suspended in the air, his eyes reflecting a blend of horror and disbelief. With considerable effort, he sought to cast one final glance at Yuya, yearning to discern the identity concealed beneath the mask. Alas, it was not to be. Whoosh! His body was abruptly bisected, accompanied by a cascade of sanguinary rain. With a casual punch directed towards the heavens, Yuya unleashed a subtle shockwave, dispersing the blood rain that threatened to fall upon him, ensuring not a single drop touched his form. Thus, the first elite ninja met his demise. Yuya's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as he turned his attention to the remaining 3 elite shinobi. Damn it! The leader of the elite shinobi revealed bloodshot eyes, clenching his teeth in frustration. Losing a single elite shinobi was a burden too great to bear, especially after the ambush had only claimed a single Konoha Anbu and several nin. The cost of this failure was something he could not endure. I refuse to believe that your chakra is inexhaustible. With gritted teeth, the elite shinobi fixed his unwavering stare on Yuya. Due to Yuya's mask and cloak, determining his age was impossible in the shinobi world. One could not ascertain age based on physique alone. Nevertheless, even to this elite shinobi, Yuya could be perceived as a squad leader or even a captain of the Konoha Anbu. However, the sheer scale of Yuya's previous devastating attacks must have consumed a significant amount of chakra. Therefore, if they could just hold Yuya back, there remained a chance to eliminate him. If they succeeded in killing Yuya, it would be sufficient to atone for this grievous loss. With a resolute heart, the elite shinobi suddenly formed hand seals, instructing his 2 companions. His chakra must be considerably depleted, restrain him, and prevent his escape. Agreed. The other 2 elite shinobi shared similar sentiments, responding in unison, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they gazed at Yuya. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yuya had never contemplated fleeing from the confrontation. Yuya harbored a singular intent, the utter annihilation of the adversaries before him. Chapter 80. Overwhelming raindrops incessantly descended upon the earth, now crimson with the stain of blood. The atmosphere was laden with an oppressive weight, compounded by the pervasive gore and shattered remains, evoking a veritable inferno. Any ordinary soul stumbling upon this scene would likely succumb to sheer terror. Amidst the downpour, a handful of ninja stood their ground, panting for breath. They remained oblivious to the carnage underfoot and indifferent to the relentless rain, allowing it to saturate their hair and garments. The Iwagakure ninja maintained an unwavering gaze upon Yuya. Yuya, with an air of nonchalance, advanced step by step, wielding the katana in his hand. Earth style. Earth spike technique. Suddenly, a high-ranking shinobi formed hand seals and pressed his palms against the ground. Boom. In an instant, the earth beneath Yuya erupted with countless earthen spears, surging upwards as if to obliterate him in an instant. Yet, in the face of this formidable attack, Yuya exhibited no intention of evasion. Instead, he lifted his foot and lightly stomped down upon the ground. Boom. The earth trembled violently, and the rising earthen spears shattered into fragments, as if they were mere twigs, effortlessly crushed by Yuya's singular strike. And yet, this was not the end. Beneath Yuya's feet, the force of tremors erupted violently, spreading fissures like a spider's web. Blood flowed into the cracks, rendering the earth somewhat cleaner, yet the ground had already been stained with an indelible crimson hue. The land was fracturing, and the tremors continued their relentless advance. 3 elite shinobi from the rock village swiftly retreated, evading the encroaching rifts in the earth. In that fleeting moment of their withdrawal, Yuya suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword and swung it with fervor. With a resounding hum, the strike seemed to cleave the very fabric of space before him. The air was abruptly rent asunder, a wave of tremors sweeping outward in all directions, crashing toward the 3 shinobi. In unison, they shouted, forming hand seals midair. Earth style? Earth flow wall. With a thunderous boom, the force of the tremor shattered the earth flow wall as if it were mere paper, while the three shinobi found themselves nearly at the brink of the attack. Nonetheless, they were still grazed by the tremor's power, causing their bodies to shudder slightly. At such a distance, even while employing defensive ninjutsu, to be struck by this force, if it were any stronger, they might have sustained injuries. Damn it! Where did this fellow from Konoha come from? What kind of technique is this? It must be some form of Kekkei Genkai. The two shinobi gritted their teeth, feeling an overwhelming headache, their eyes glinting with trepidation. Forget about everything else. For now, they must hold him off tenaciously until his chakra is depleted, allowing them to launch a counterattack. The elite shinobi remained alarmed by Yuya's power, yet he believed that the more Yuya exerted himself, the greater the consumption would be, ultimately assuring their victory. Yuya undoubtedly comprehends the thoughts of this elite jonin. Yuya was acutely aware that they intended to prolong the confrontation until his chakra was entirely depleted. However, utilizing the power of oscillation required minimal chakra expenditure. Thus, he resolved to persist in his endeavor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In the face of the elite jonin, Yuya's prowess is nothing short of overwhelming. Were it not for the collaborative nature of a ninja, where 1 + 1 equals more than 2, Yuya would have already annihilated these jonin with ease. A solitary jonin confronting Yuya would be swiftly vanquished. Even the elite jonin stand no chance. Perhaps those elite jonin wielding forbidden techniques, often referred to as quasi-kage, might manage to contend with Yuya's might. Nevertheless, it can be asserted that beneath the kage level, Yuya can easily sweep away all challengers. Moreover, should Yuya unleash his agility, complemented by the nearly inexhaustible force of his, he could even disregard the tactics of overwhelming numbers. Unless faced with an army of thousands or dozens of jonin, Yuya could virtually eliminate any opposition. At this moment, however, confronted by the three rock-hidden jonin, Yuya has grown weary of employing his speed to secure victory. For it is simply unnecessary. Yuya has thoroughly discerned their strength and has confirmed his own prowess, which is an unequivocal dominance. Thus, with an air of nonchalance, he grips his katana and strides towards the three enemy ninjas, devoid of any superfluous movements, delivering blow after blow. Treating these three Iwagakure jonin as mere targets for honing his skill, K-Sway. As Yuya advanced a step, he swung his sword, prompting the three elite ninjas of Iwagakure to unite in a defensive ninjutsu to counter Yuya's void shatter. Concurrently, they also prepared to retreat. As Yuya advanced further, they were compelled to retreat, sometimes even taking several steps back. Armed with a single sword, he pressed three elite ninjas from Iwagakure to retreat step by step, leaving them utterly hesitant to confront the brilliance of Yuya head-on. The scene grew increasingly surreal. It had ceased to resemble a battle among ninjas and instead appeared more akin to a training session. However, the three ninjas from Iwagakure were secretly lamenting their predicament. They could not charge directly, as they had repeatedly discovered the futility of breaking through Yuya's shockwaves. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. As for retreating outright, that was equally impossible. Only by combining their efforts could they barely withstand the long-range assaults of Yuya's Keisai. Should they attempt to flee and disperse, they would inevitably be picked off one by one, for Yuya's speed surpassed theirs. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Yuya unleashed sword strike after sword strike, while they desperately consumed their chakra in a futile attempt to defend themselves. Initially, they entertained the notion that Yuya's chakra would eventually deplete. Yet, as the strikes continued to fall with effortless grace, and Yuya's pace and aura remained unaltered, panic began to set in. Their chakra reserves were dwindling. What was this creature made of? Was his chakra boundless? Cough. One elite ninja spat blood. Despite their relentless defense, the shakwa with each descending stroke of his sword, Yuya became increasingly adept. Initially, his execution of the technique Kong Sui was less proficient than his Junbo Zhan. Yet, as the battle progressed, his mastery of Kong Sui had transformed into a graceful promenade. At this moment, even the elite jonin could no longer withstand the onslaught. It resembled a water tank. Once a single hole was pierced, the entire structure would inevitably collapse. Yuya retracted the katana in his hand, his figure flickering as he surged forward, then suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, the torrential rain suspended in the air, resembling thunder that erupted within the scene, causing the earth to tremble and roar. The three elite jonin of Iwagakure, who were already on the brink of collapse, could only reveal their despairing gazes. The monstrous force surged forth with a deafening impact, sweeping the rainwater upwards as if a brush composed of liquid was painting a perfect tableau of explosive chaos. Under this overwhelming power, the three jonin of Iwagakure could no longer muster any resistance, succumbing to a single devastating blow that obliterated them. Their lifeless bodies fell into the rain-soaked ground. Thus, the elite assassination squad of Iwagakure, which had lain in ambush for Yuya and his companions, was entirely annihilated. The scene was utterly shocking. Although the battle had concluded, the relentless Yuya stood serenely amidst the carnage, a veritable inferno of corpses strewn across the blood-soaked earth. Yet, not a single drop of crimson marred his person, as if he were an ethereal specter of death incarnate. In the distance, Yamanaka and Noichi and Asama-sana, relegated to mere spectators since the battle's inception, remained petrified, their eyes still wide with disbelief. Were they truly deceased? All of them? Yuya's prowess had reached such an apex that even a company commander, nay, a platoon leader, would pale in comparison. If Yuya's former strength and aptitude were merely prodigious, yet still within the realm of comprehension, his current power defied all understanding. At such a tender age, to wield such formidable power was akin to being a harbinger of slaughter, a demon forged in the crucible of the Second Shinobi World War. Turning deliberately, Yuya traversed the rain-swept ground and approached the petrified duo. Without pause, he skirted past them, arriving at the lifeless form of Guren Tsukuyami, where he stood in solemn repose. Asama-sana and Yamanaka and Noichi, having quelled their initial shock and incredulity, joined Yuya's side. Such was the nature of war, death, an ever-present specter, looming over both friend and foe alike. Yuya murmured softly, her expression hidden beneath her mask. Then, she turned away from the rain, stating, "Let us tidy up the battlefield. It is time for us to depart." "Understood," replied Asama-sana and Yamashiro Inashiro, immediately commencing the cleanup. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, their demeanor had effortlessly shifted to one of subordination, revering Yuya. Once the battlefield was cleared and significant heads severed and sealed within scrolls, Asama-sana and Yamashiro Inashiro silently followed Yuya as they left the site. Casting one last glance at Yuya's retreating figure, a trace of respect flickered in their eyes, and they could no longer belittle her due to her age. Awe now filled their hearts. In the land of rain, establishing a camp required positioning at elevated sites, as low valleys were prone to water accumulation. High atop a hilly area lay the Konoha camp in the land of rain, a well-established base rather than a temporary encampment, resembling a small village. At the heart of this camp stood the command center from the Second Shinobi World War, where Hatake Tsukumo quietly analyzed the battlefield situation at a sand table. Unbeknownst to most, he served as the captain of Konoha's Anbu. Publicly, he was an elite jonin, more seasoned than Orochimaru and others, and the commanding officer at the front lines of the current conflict. At that moment, a ninja burst into the room, battered and bleeding. Hatake Tsukumo instantly looked up. Without needing to inquire, the injured scout rapidly relayed the life-threatening intelligence. "Lord Tsukumo, we engaged in combat with the Iwagakure ninjas and discovered that a team of elite Iwagakure assassination forces infiltrated our defenses undetected." Such a revelation left even Tsukumo momentarily astounded. An assassination squad had breached their territory, undoubtedly targeting Konoha's key personnel or elite forces. Should an ambush succeed, the repercussions would be dire. The loss of a prominent ninja like Orochimaru or Jiraiya would significantly alter the battlefield dynamics. "Can you ascertain their approximate location?" "Roughly to the northwest, though specifics are unclear." "Understood. You should tend to your wounds now." Tsukumo nodded, signaling for medical ninjas to assist the injured scout. He then summoned several intelligence and sensory ninjas into the room. Through mutual analysis, they swiftly identified a general area of concern. A formidable assassination squad warranted no complacency from Tsukumo, who ultimately resolved to take action personally. Just then, a figure intruded upon the meeting. The audacity of such a person entering at this juncture was unmistakable. It was Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, one of the frontline commanders. However, Danzo typically operated in the shadows, executing various schemes and assassination missions, rarely intervening directly in frontal warfare, which was primarily determined by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo. "Tsukumo, you must not act impulsively," Danzo countered sternly. Tsukumo replied resolutely, "Anyone else sent could incur casualties, and with an elite squad so close, failing to eradicate them would diminish our morale." Danzo frowned. "We are currently in a standoff. If you strike prematurely, it will convey an impression of Konoha's vulnerability." "No," Tsukumo asserted calmly, a surge of determination emanating from him. "If I eliminate them entirely, no one will know I was ever there, and I will assume another identity." After a moment of silence, faced with Tsukumo's unwavering demeanor, Danzo reluctantly nodded, though a flicker of discontent remained in his gaze. Chapter 82. Confronting Danzo. Hatake Tsukumo soon departed from the Konoha camp. His intention to act under an alternate identity involved assuming the role of Anbu captain. Accompanied by 3 teams of Anbu ninjas, essentially all the operatives he could mobilize. Expeditiously, Tsukumo and his team reached the region suspected of ambush, then slowed their pace. Given the constant rain in the Land of Rain, the downpour masked many scents, so Tsukumo initially had no intention of sensing any presence. However, as they advanced, their expression shifted to one of concern. An overwhelming stench of blood lingered, one that even the rain could not wash away. After a thorough search, several Anbu ninjas stumbled upon a scene reminiscent of hell, their eyes widening in shock. Tsukumo arrived at the gruesome sight and, too, was taken aback. The bodies strewn across the battlefield were all Awagakure ninjas. This was undoubtedly the elite assassination squad that had infiltrated their defenses, yet they had all perished here. Who had dispatched them? Who possessed such power? Captain, all of them were elite ninjas from Awagakure, but the wounds are unidentifiable. It appears they were struck down by an overwhelming force, and Anbu ninja reported, perplexed. What are your thoughts? Tsukumo inquired solemnly. It does not seem to be ninjutsu or taijutsu. It is highly likely the result of a summoning beast's attack. A human should not possess such strength. The Anbu ninja speculated uncertainly. Tsukumo fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, another Anbu ninja made a discovery. Captain, there are traces of body disposal here. It appears to be our handiwork. What? This revelation shocked Tsukumo, prompting him to hurry over and examine the ground. Anbu operatives, if killed in the field, would never bring their bodies back. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding their deaths would remain undisclosed. They were the clandestine guardians of Konoha, and their deaths in the shadows would pass silently. Moreover, Anbu ninjas typically carried significant secrets or intelligence, and their diverse methods could yield crucial information from their remains. Thus, upon an Anbu's death, their comrades would invariably utilize special means to erase the body, a long-standing practice. How could it be one of ours? Could a specific team have encountered them? An Anbu ninja expressed in disbelief. But aside from the captain, who could annihilate the entire Awagakure elite squad? Perhaps a squad leader or a root ninja. Listening to his subordinate's analysis, Tsukumo's expression shifted continuously until he finally shook his head. Let us depart, since they are already dead. Returning is prudent. The severed heads indicate that it was likely a distinguished ninja from our side responsible for this. It could be that Orochimaru has developed a unique ninjutsu. Yet, this pattern of wounds brings to mind a certain individual. Kikaku Tsukumo ambled back with the Anbu ninjas, his expression momentarily contemplative, before breaking into an unexpected chuckle and shaking his head. It was impossible. Yuya was still so young. Although he fought on this battlefield, his strength could not possibly reach such heights. Tsukumo had a profound understanding of Yuya's abilities, especially since only a few months had passed. It was most likely the work of Orochimaru. He had already arrived at this conclusion in his mind. Orochimaru, whose public persona was that of an elite genin, harbored another identity in secrecy as one of the leaders of the Anbu. In the rain-hidden village at the Konoha camp, after Tsukumo's departure, Danzo took charge of all matters temporarily, holding a position superior to Tsukumo as an advisor to the Hokage. At that moment, a masked root ninja appeared before Danzo, half kneeling on the ground, and reported, Lord Danzo, an Anbu ninja has returned. Very well, let them in, Danzo nodded. Almost all the Anbu had been taken away by Tsukumo, so it was naturally his responsibility to handle the situation. Soon after, Yuya, Yamanaka Inoshi, and Asakawa Suna entered the camp. Upon returning, Yuya, uncertain about how to relay the mission following the death of their captain, Kageyuki Kurinai, decided to seek out Tsukumo directly. However, to his surprise, the person seated in the command center was not Tsukumo, but Danzo. The paths they took had slightly diverged, causing the absence of one individual. Where is your captain? Danzo asked, furrowing his brow slightly, due to the mask obscuring his face and Yuya's appearance no longer resembling that of a child. He failed to recognize him at first glance. Our captain, Kageyuki Kurinai, has fallen in battle, Asakawa Suna replied, taking a deep breath before answering Danzo's inquiry. Danzo's expression shifted, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Kageyuki Kurinai. As an advisor to the Hokage, Danzo was well aware of the Anbu's operations. Despite them being directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen, the death of a captain signified an extremely perilous situation. He was astounded that the 3 of them had managed to return unscathed. Well done, Danzo acknowledged, nodding slowly before turning his gaze to Yuya. Realizing that this was the 8th squad of Kagyuki Kurinai, he recognized Yuru instantly, even through the mask. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo rose with an inscrutable expression and said, "You three, follow me." Just as Asakawa Suna and Yamanaka Inoshi were about to respond, Yuya suddenly interjected, "I apologize, Lord Danzo, but you do not possess the authority to command us directly." "What?" Danzo's gaze sharpened, fixing on Yuyuru as he coldly retorted. "Is that so?" "Indeed. We are Anbu ninjas, directly under the Hokage. Aside from our captain and the Hokage himself, even you, Lord Danzo, have no authority over us." Yuya responded to Danzo with equanimity. It was preposterous to suggest that they would accompany Danzo to an unknown location. To follow Danzo would be absurd. Danzo scoffed, his face as cold as frost, and stated, "In the absence of the Hokage, I, as the Hokage's assistant, can temporarily assume the Hokage's duties. Do you intend to defy my orders?" Instantly, an imposing aura emanated from Danzo, attempting to exert pressure. However, Yuya remained unfazed by Danzo's intimidation. "I require authorization directly from the Hokage." Yuya gazed calmly at Danzo, neither submissive nor arrogant. At this moment, if Asama-sana and Yamamoto Inuzuka were still unable to discern the situation, they would hardly be worthy of their roles as Anbu ninjas. It was evident that Yuya and Danzo were at odds. Danzo narrowed his eyes, fixating on Yuya with a hint of anger brewing within him. In previous encounters, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always intervened, but now Yuya dared to confront him head-on. How audacious for such a mere child to think that by joining the Anbu, he could completely disregard him, the Hokage's advisor. Regardless of his talent, he remained an unrefined youth, utterly presumptuous. Danzo's cold gaze remained fixed on Yuya as he let out a disdainful snort. In an instant, several masked root ninjas emerged, surrounding Yuya and his companions. Chapter 83. The shock of Tsukumo. Just as tensions escalated, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Lord Danzo, do you suspect my subordinates are spies from another village?" The voice instantly caused Danzo's expression to shift, revealing his surprise. Tsukumo Hitaki. How could he return so swiftly? In the next moment, Tsukumo entered with a team of Anbu ninjas, surveyed the scene, and removed his mask, regarding Danzo with a composed demeanor. The situation within the room shifted dramatically. Danzo had not anticipated Tsukumo's rapid return, especially not his unharmed state. After all, he had faced an elite assassination team from Iwagakure. How could Tsukumo have dispatched them so effortlessly? This was far too swift. Tsukumo's strength could not be this formidable. Furrowing his brow, a trace of wariness flickered in Danzo's eyes. He cast a cold glance at Yuya, snorted, and stated, "Since you have returned, it is only fitting that you handle the matter. I shall take my leave." With that, Danzo shot Yuya a profound look before turning to depart. Observing this, Tsukumo shook his head and then turned to Yuya and his companions. "Captain," they greeted him with respect. "Indeed," Tsukumo nodded, his expression growing serious as he remarked, "Sekigawa Kurinai has fallen." Upon hearing this, Tsukumo let out a soft sigh, and the other Anbu ninjas exchanged glances, each observing a moment of silence. However, it was but a fleeting instant before they regained their composure and stoicism. "Very well, you may withdraw and await reassignment," Tsukumo instructed. At that moment, an astonishing thought flashed through Tsukumo's mind. Sekigawa Kurinai is dead. The Iwagakure elite force has been annihilated. Wait, how did your captain meet his end? What transpired? Tsukumo addressed Yuya and the others, then shook his head slightly. It was implausible. It must merely be a coincidence. Yamamoto Inuzuka glanced at Asama-sana and Yuya, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Captain, I believe it would be prudent for you to take a look at this." With that, he produced a sealed scroll and released its confines. Instantly, a collection of severed heads appeared before them. As seasoned Anbu ninjas, Tsukumo and the others had witnessed countless battles, so they were not easily startled by mere severed heads. However, upon seeing the faces of those heads and the accompanying evidence of their origins, incredulity washed over them all. In that moment, even Tsukumo could not maintain his composure, staring in disbelief at the severed heads. These were undoubtedly the heads of the previously feared Iwagakure elite assassins. Impossible! How did Yo at such a tender age? Yuya possesses this remarkable strength. It is almost unfathomable to contemplate how much he might grow in the future. Hiki Tsukumo inhaled deeply, his gaze still tinged with admiration as he addressed Yuya, stating, "I shall report this matter truthfully to Lord Hokage. For now, you should take the time to rest, as the side effects of the 8 Gates technique can be quite severe." Understood. Yuya did not offer an explanation. After a brief nod, he departed from the room. Only after his exit did the members of the Anbu awaken from their stupor. Such extraordinary talent was truly astonishing. Indeed, it was likely that Yuya would be promoted directly to the rank of team leader, if not even to that of a squad leader. Moreover, the accolades for this achievement would undoubtedly be substantial, perhaps even granting him the privilege to select forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. Many Anbu ninjas, while filled with reverence, could not help but display a hint of envy. Chapter 84. The Kusanagi Sword and the Lightning Release Techniques. When news of Yuya reached Konoha, it sent shockwaves through the higher echelons, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen profoundly moved, even upon learning that it was due to the Eight Gates technique, which could only unleash a temporary surge of power. He remained deeply shaken. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi issued several commands. These directives were swiftly relayed to the front lines. Firstly, all intelligence regarding Yuya was classified as top secret and must not be disclosed lightly. Secondly, Yuya was to be assigned to a special unit within the Anbu, codenamed Tianyu. Thirdly, Yuya would undertake a series of covert missions. Beyond these three directives, Sarutobi also conveyed additional information, such as Yuya being allowed to express his needs to Konoha, which would strive to accommodate them. Once the war concluded and Yuya returned to the village, he would have the opportunity to peruse the Book of Seals and select appropriate forbidden techniques. However, the end of the war was still a distant prospect. It had only just begun, and there was simply no time to cultivate any forbidden techniques amidst the chaos of battle. Emerging from a concealed underground chamber, Yuya bore an expression of peculiarity. He had not anticipated that Sarutobi would directly assign him to a special unit within the Anbu, a division that belonged solely to Sarutobi himself, with only he and the Anbu captain, Hitaki Tsukumo, holding the authority to issue commands. Even the likes of Danzo would find their orders rendered ineffective in this context. While their power may not surpass that of the Anbu's subunit leaders in terms of status, they were indeed equivalent. Furthermore, members of this special division typically operated in isolation, their paths rarely crossing, each acting as a clandestine weapon for Konoha. Upon careful deliberation, Hagain surmised that Hiruzen Sarutobi's decision to incorporate him directly was indeed justifiable. Notwithstanding his formidable strength, his youth was an undeniable factor. Entrusting him with the leadership of a squad or a company, thereby holding him accountable for the well-being of his subordinates, would undoubtedly be an excessive demand. Furthermore, given Hagain's unique capabilities and methods, operating autonomously was undeniably the most suitable approach for him, as he required no collaborative efforts. Nevertheless, Hagain's ostensible identity remained that of a Konoha genin, a deliberate measure to conceal his true role within the shadows. Only by achieving meritorious feats on the front lines under his public persona could Hagani elevate his overt status. However, with the commencement of open warfare still pending, the future remained uncertain. Yet, Hagain would inevitably find himself on the battlefield, akin to Tsukumo Hitaki, who, while secretly serving as the Anbu captain, had carved out the illustrious moniker of Konoha's White Fang. Given Sarutobi's expressed willingness to accommodate his requests, Hagain unhesitatingly seized the opportunity. While he currently had no need for a ninjato, his interest in the Kusanagi no Tsurugi persisted. Thus, one of his requests entailed access to Konoha's intelligence pertaining to the sword, a matter that was readily granted. Subsequently, Hagain's second request involved procuring the lightning release body enhancement technique of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although referred to as a secret art, it was, in essence, a widely practiced technique within the village. However, achieving the extraordinary level of proficiency exhibited by the third Raikage likely necessitated more advanced and specialized methods. The scroll containing the secret art was promptly delivered to Hagain, leaving him with two scrolls in his possession, one containing information on the Kusanagi no Tsurugi and the other detailing the lightning release body enhancement technique. Within the confines of the Konoha camp, there existed designated areas specifically for Anbu operatives. Currently, Yuya holds a position akin to that of a special jonin, functioning as a unique member of the Anbu, second only to the Anbu captain, Kakashi Hitaki. Thus, he possesses a private chamber within the facility, which is notably spacious. Upon returning to his quarters, Yuya diligently examined the two scrolls in his possession. He first scrutinized the information regarding the Kusanagi sword. Upon his initial glance, he was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of contemplation. The details concerning the Kusanagi sword were exceptionally thorough, commencing from its inception. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword is a legendary artifact forged by the Kusanagi clan, surpassing countless ninja blades. There exists more than one Kusanagi sword, each varying in power, yet all capable of complementing ninjutsu. For instance, the version utilized by Orochimaru and the one later wielded by Sasuke are both Kusanagi swords, yet they are distinctly different. Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword can adapt in length and retract at will, even enabling numerous serpents to extrude the blade. Additionally, Itachi Uchiha's Totsuka blade, which was mentioned by White Zetsu as another variant of the Kusanagi sword, is the final one sought by Orochimaru. It possesses sealing capabilities, its form resembling a gourd, and synergizes seamlessly with Susanoo, allowing the execution of Totsuka sword techniques. While the exact number of Kusanagi swords remains unspecified, the scroll suggests that there are likely 3 in existence. Yuya concurred with the scroll's assertion, noting the original narrative's depiction of Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Itachi each wielding a blade, suggesting the possibility of others. Over countless years, the Kusanagi blade had been passed down through generations, ultimately residing within a minor ninja village. Alas, this village was recently obliterated in the throes of war, and the Kusanagi blades vanished without a trace. The scroll further intimated that gathering the complete set of Kusanagi blades might unlock unique potentialities, though specific details remained elusive. Upon reading this, Yuya's gaze flickered with intrigue, as it provided a plausible rationale for Orochimaru's pursuit of the Kusanagi blades, considering one blade would have sufficed for his personal use. The scroll then detailed the blade's whereabouts. One was explicitly stated to be in the possession of a Sunigakure ninja, who had seized it during the village's destruction. Evidently, the Kusanagi blade was not yet in Orochimaru's grasp at this juncture. As for the other 2, one purportedly surfaced in the clandestine black market before disappearing once more, while the last remained entirely missing. The scroll's information concluded at this point. Having concluded his perusal of the scroll, Yuya promptly incinerated it, his countenance betraying no emotion. Though not entirely content, the acquisition of such intelligence was, to Yuya, better than nothing. Simultaneously, a peculiar notion surfaced in Yuya's mind. An odd sensation suggesting that he had encountered the Kusanagi sword at some point in the past. Moreover, Yuya sensed an inexplicable connection between himself and the blade. However, this thought was fleeting, and Yuya did not delve into it further. Instead, he picked up another scroll detailing a lightning release secret technique and examined it meticulously. Upon completing his review, the expression on Yuya's face was neither jubilant nor despondent. As expected, the technique was merely a rudimentary one, with the scroll explicitly stating that it represented the initial phase of a secret art from the hidden cloud village. Subsequent phases, potentially a second and even a third, were alluded to. Nevertheless, even this initial phase was sufficient for Yuya's current training regimen. His tremor power, having been developed to the 3rd gate, no longer yielded particularly significant results when applied to his body. Yuya requires supplementary methods to strengthen her physique. Without a doubt, this lightning release secret technique is precisely what she needs at present. Thus, Yuya immediately embarks on the path of cultivation. Chapter 85, Departure. The first prerequisite of the lightning release secret technique is to cultivate the transformation of lightning attributes and to master it at a relatively advanced level. Yuya possesses an innate dual attribute of wind and lightning chakra nature transformation, making this endeavor relatively straightforward. As for cultivating this nature transformation to a higher stage, it presents no significant challenge for Yuya. After all, Yuya's chakra volume has already reached the level of a jonin, fully qualifying him to practice chakra nature transformation. And his control over chakra is unparalleled by ordinary individuals. In a remarkably short time, Yuya effortlessly mastered a higher level of lightning chakra nature transformation. At this juncture, even the development of the Chidori would not require excessive effort. However, the Chidori necessitates hand seals, and the upgraded version of Raikiri is similarly unsuitable for Yuya. His pursuit of lightning attributes is merely for the purpose of body enhancement. The secret techniques for body refinement through lightning attributes proved to be even more effortless than Yuya had anticipated, perhaps due to his inherently formidable physique, which easily withstands the cellular activation stimulated by electricity. Under this rigorous training, not only has Yuya's physical strength increased, but his neural reflex arc speed, essentially his bodily speed, has also been significantly enhanced. Moreover, as his training deepens, the rate of strengthening is not negligible. It has nearly doubled Yuya's speed. Whereas previously Yuya's Kongswigian Flash could only overlap 3 shockwaves from 3 directions, he can now achieve 5. Of course, this 5 is the limit. Even if Yuya's speed were to increase further, the shockwave force cannot surpass the threshold of 5 instantaneous accumulations. After all, shockwave force is not inherently a power of speed. It represents a robust and direct force of overwhelming pressure. Furthermore, The continued enhancement of his physical strength has considerably augmented Yuyue's shockwave power. A full-strength punch, augmented by extraordinary strength, can effortlessly shatter high-tier A-rank ninjutsu. Even a regular punch, without the addition of extraordinary strength, possesses sufficient force to potentially break mid-tier A-rank ninjutsu. For Yuyue, a punch without extraordinary strength is merely ordinary, while one infused with such strength becomes a serious strike. Having reached the chakra reserves of a jonin, Y2's expenditure when employing super strength had diminished considerably. Honing the corporeal lightning arts yielded a holistic, albeit modest, enhancement to Y2's capabilities. Despite the nascent stage of his training, Wida eagerly anticipated the subsequent phases, contemplating a sojourn to the land of lightning at his earliest convenience. After dedicating a month to nearly half of the initial phase, a summons from Hiruzen Sarutobi compelled Wida to acquiesce, previously entrusted with a clandestine infiltration and assassination mission. Wida had deferred due to his dedication to the lightning arts. However, with the escalation of the Second Shinobi World War, further postponement was untenable. Moreover, the execution of his mission did not preclude the continuation of his training. The mission assigned to Yuya is quite unique. Rather than donning a mask and cloak, he assumes the guise of an ordinary citizen of the Land of Rain, seamlessly blending into its populace. Yuya's objectives are manifold, encompassing several elite jonin from Amigakure, including the notorious Hanzo of the Salamander. However, Hanzo is likely to be disregarded by Yuya, as this formidable adversary is better left for Konoha to address, or perhaps to confront alongside the legendary three ninjas in the future. After all, undertaking such a solo endeavor would yield no rewards in terms of gear. In addition to the ninjas of Amigakure, Yuya's assassination targets extend to the jonin of Awagakure and Sunagakure. Furthermore, he is tasked with gathering intelligence concurrently. This amalgamation of diverse assignments characterizes Yuya's extraordinary role within the Anbu, affording him a remarkable degree of freedom to employ any method he deems fit to accomplish his mission. Soon after making the necessary preparations, Yuya departed from the Konoha encampment. Ultimately, he opted to adhere to the directives of his mission by first masquerading as an ordinary inhabitant of the Land of Rain, thereafter infiltrating its borders. From there, he would determine his subsequent course of action based on the intelligence gathered or obtained through his own efforts. Yuyue wished to seize the opportunity to gather intelligence on the Kusanagi sword that had fallen into the hands of the ninja from Sunagakure, with the intention of finding a chance to procure the sword for himself. Shortly after Yuyue's departure, in a clandestine underground chamber of the Konoha camp, a root ninja was reporting to Danzo. Danzo squinted, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. A person had exited the camp without a mask and cloak. What could this signify? Was it a secret mission assigned by Sarutobi Hizashi? Yet, why would he entrust such a task to a mere child like Yuya, even going so far as to incorporate him into that particular department? As an aide to the Hokage, Danzo lacked the authority to mobilize the Anbu, but possessed the right to access their information and intelligence. However, the special department within the Anbu was shrouded in mystery. Even beyond his reach, its existence was acknowledged, yet its personnel remained unknown. Only two individuals were privy to the details of this special department, Sarutobi Hizashi and Hitaki Tsukumo. Since Yuyue's induction into this enigmatic group, all information regarding him had been classified, making it exceedingly difficult for Danzo to ascertain what had transpired. Thus, Danzo found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend Hizashi's intentions. In his view, Yuyue was unworthy of entering such a distinguished department. Despite Yuyue's prodigious talent, he had yet to mature. Perhaps Sarutobi Hizashi aimed to safeguard the still immature Yuyue. Contemplating this, a glint of cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes. If that were the case, it would be better to hand him over to me, Sarutobi. Muttering this, Danzo issued a command, and two root ninjas promptly appeared before him. Narashikashi and Kurumayasa. You two are the most adept at controlling techniques. I want you to bring Yuyue here, alive. Understood. The two masked root ninjas bowed to Danzo, and Narashikashi swiftly hoisted Kurumayasa onto his back, departing in an instant. Watching them leave, Danzo shook his head slightly. The physical condition of the Kuruma clan was indeed dire. Even Orochimaru's attempts at enhancement had seemingly failed. It was a pity that a ninja from the Yamashiro clan had perished recently. Otherwise, their collaboration with Shikashi would have been ideal. It seemed he would need to make another visit to the Yamashiro clan. With this thought, Danzo considered Yuyue. After all, this was a battlefield, and casualties were to be expected. Once Yuyue was under his control, he could infiltrate Sarutobi Hizashi's Anbu, specifically that special department. Coupled with Yuyue's unique and nearly flawless bloodline limit, he would undoubtedly become the most effective tool in Danzo's arsenal. Chapter 86, Assassination, a special update for Shadowchin. The unchanging dark clouds loomed overhead, and the incessant drizzle persisted. Yuya traversed the muddy ground. Yet not a single drop of mud or water splashed upon her feet, and her attire remained entirely dry. All the rain that descended from the heavens was mysteriously repelled to either side as it approached her form, as if an unusual force was at play. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that Yuya's body, or rather her garments, appeared to be enveloped in a subtle vibration. Yuya has now mastered the control of the power of shock to an almost transcendental level, reaching a remarkable degree of finesse. After walking for a while, Yuya suddenly halted in astonishment. Behind him, a shadow was rapidly pursuing. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a silhouette, but as it drew closer, it became evident that it was a person carrying another on their back. Both figures were adorned with masks and cloaked in dark garments. Could they be ninjas from the Shadow faction? Yuya cast a curious glance at the masks worn by the two individuals. In the next moment, Narashika and Kurama Yeso stood before Yuya, with Narashika gently setting Kurama Yeso down before turning his gaze towards Yuya. Yuya, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Upon hearing these words, Yuya felt a momentary daze, realizing why the masks seemed somewhat dissimilar to those of the Anbu. It became clear that these two were agents of Danzo's root. In other words, they were sent by Danzo to stir trouble. I apologize, but I have no desire to meet with Danzo. Yuya's expression turned indifferent as he responded with a hint of detachment. Narashika's voice was devoid of any emotion as he stated, if that is the case, then I shall have to subdue you first. Meanwhile, Onma Yezong observed this scene, quietly unleashing his illusionary arts. In an instant, Yuya became acutely aware that he had fallen victim to an illusion. His body trembled subtly, and the chakra within him resonated in a similar manner. However, this illusion bore a faint yet intriguing distinction. Yuya murmured softly, and then remained still, the force of his internal tremors suddenly jolting his chakra. Subsequently, this tremor erupted outward from his body, morphing into enigmatic wave patterns as it departed from him, crashing in all directions. Observing Yuya standing motionless, Narashika, who believed the situation resolved, felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. This is bad. Retreat. Narashika immediately withdrew with Kurama Yeso. Buzz. Silently, the ground beneath Yuya's feet gave way, forming a semicircular pit, as if the earth had simply vanished. However, the area was not extensive. The combined force of momentum, murderous intent, and tremors had produced a wave, but this maneuver seemed to have little effect, merely resisting the illusion. After murmuring, Yuya turned to face Narashika and Kurama Yeso. Such illusions are not the work of the Uchiha clan. They must originate from the Kuruma clan. Unfortunately, you possess merely a semblance of the ability, lacking the true awakening of that power to control the five senses. With that thought, Yuya shook his head and abruptly charged towards Narashika and Kurama Yeso. If he had been controlled moments ago, the outcome would likely have been dire. Thus, Yuya was equally determined not to allow those who sought to control him to fare any better. Incredible speed. Narashika's pupils constricted as he swiftly realized that he and Kurama Yeso could not evade Yuya's velocity. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Whoosh. A shadow surged from beneath his feet, instantly rushing toward Yuya. The Nara clan. Observing this, Yuya slightly shook his head. Indeed, Danzo's root was adept at gathering ninjas with unique abilities. Yet, could a mere shadow escape the tremor's assault? To put it plainly, the Nara clan's shadow technique is a form of in-release ninjutsu, relying on chakra for activation. The shadow extending from the ground possessed chakra. In this realm, chakra is the essence. Although Yuya's tremors consumed minimal chakra, they still emanated from it. Thus, Kakashi's white fan could sever his tremors only after channeling chakra. Regardless of how ninjutsu transforms or illusions distort, the fundamental essence remains the same, chakra. This implies that Yuya can dismantle everything. Tremor release. Unmatched might. Coming to a halt, Yuya clenched his fist and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Crack. The air erupted violently, and countless raindrops froze mid-air, while the earth ahead fractured inch by inch. With a single blow, everything was swept along, as if both sky and land were surging forward. In an instant, the shadow extended by Narashika was shattered with overwhelming force, retreating to his feet and reverting to a mere shadow. What? Witnessing this, Narashika, still in the midst of forming seals, widened his eyes in sheer disbelief. Even he, trained to be nearly devoid of emotion, felt an overwhelming surge of incredulity. Countless slaughters and battles had never presented him with an adversary capable of obliterating his shadow technique so effortlessly. It was utterly unfathomable. The terrifying force of the tremors struck unerringly, leaving Narashika and Kuruma Yasen with no opportunity for evasion, directly hitting them head-on. In an instant, their masks shattered, and their bodies, as if struck by a hammer, contorted in horror before collapsing onto the muddy ground. This fellow's intellect seems far from the monstrous level of Narashikaku. Even Shikamaru likely pales in comparison. Retrieving his fist, Yuya shook his head. While Root's training was quite effective, it had caused ninjas to lose certain essential qualities, rendering even the strongest of them limited in potential. Ninjutsu and secret techniques, it appears, succumb to brute force. Gazing at his own fist, Yuya murmured. The power capable of breaking all ninjutsu and secret techniques is undoubtedly that of the Sage of Six Paths, the truth-seeking orb. It is the source of all. Akin to primordial matter, capable of dismantling shadow techniques and any special ninjutsu. Only the natural energy of sage arts can counter the truth-seeking orb. Remarkably, Yuya's tremors now resemble the nature of sage energy, seemingly capable of resisting all abilities within the ninja world, effectively rendering them moot. Of course, Yuya had yet to encounter a ninja proficient in sage arts or any being of the Six Paths, hence he could not compare the distinctions between tremors, sage arts, and the powers of the Six Paths. Casting a glance at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, Yuya shook his head and turned to depart. Long after Yuya had left, an ominous-faced Danzo arrived with several root ninjas. Chapter 87. Serendipity indeed, Narashika had perished. Yet he managed to leave behind vital information and intelligence for Danzo before his demise, ensuring that the Nara name was not disgraced. Upon discovering the message left by Narashika, Danzo's previously grim expression morphed into one of astonishment, revealing a rare lapse in his composure. This is impossible. Surrounded by root ninjas, even as they noticed Danzo's uncharacteristic reaction, none dared to speak, standing silently in place. Danzo's visage reflected profound astonishment, his eyes betraying disbelief. The intelligence left for Danzo by Shika was a thorough analysis of Yuya's strength and capabilities. Originally, Danzo had been astounded by the failure of Narashika and Kuruma Yasen, finding it somewhat unbelievable. However, upon reading Narashika's analysis of Yuya's power, all prior astonishment paled in comparison. The prowess of Yuya is truly formidable. It is no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen would transfer Yuya into that department. It was not merely for the sake of protection, but rather because Yuya has indeed earned the right to be there. Danzo has encountered countless individuals, including prodigies like Orochimaru, whom he witnessed grow step by step. Yet, he has never encountered a talent as extraordinary as Yuya. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.